Hello, this is Ashen. What if Naruto was not a song of Minato and Kushina, but a hidden child of Minato Namikaze and Tsunade Senju? In this alternate Naruto story, one mistake before Minato's marriage changes the future of Konoha forever. Tsunade gives birth to Naruto in secret, but because of her dangerous lifestyle and painful past, she leaves him in Konoha with his father. Then the night of the Nine Tails attack arrives. Kushina gives birth to twins. The masked man attacks. The Nine Tails is unleashed. And in order to save the village, half of Kurama is sealed into Kushina, while the other half is sealed into Naruto. But instead of being raised as the Hokage's son, Naruto is hidden away. Rejected by Kushina, ignored by Minato, watched by Danzo, and hated by the village, Naruto grows up alone as the forgotten Namikaze Senju heir. But Naruto is still the son of two legends, and one day, Konoha may realize that the child they abandoned was never weak. Interesting? Well then, sit back, relax, and enjoy listening.
Chapter 1. Clarification. The characters of Naruto do not belong to me but to their creator, the mangaka Masashi Kishimoto. Note: this is my first Namikaze Senju fanfic. During the night, inside a bar, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, sat at a table with Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Iris and Sarutobi, the third Hokage. "So your big day is approaching, are you nervous?" Jiraiya asked. "Of course not," the woman in the group quickly exclaimed. "He's going to marry my student. He knows very well what he's doing." "I think you've had enough to drink, Lady Tsunade," Minato said, closing his eyes. "Those are the words you've repeated to me most tonight, Minato," the blonde replied. "It's quite late, and I must go, but I hope you have a good night and don't do anything crazy." The third Hokage bid farewell with a smile on his face. "Now that the old man's gone, we can finally get on with the fun." Jiraiya exclaimed quickly. "What are you talking about? Look at Minato, he's got a blank stare, he's flushed red, and besides, he's not available anymore. It's his bachelor party, and what do you plan to do? Give him his last adventure. That's why you didn't. You're single," Tsunade retorted, starting to stagger from the drinks. "No, I just thought I'd take you to the hot springs. And if I'm single, it's because I enjoy meeting lots of ladies," Jiraiya replied reproachfully. "Ha ha ha ha," Tsunade mocked, "really? Finding you here full of girls and I see none of them are interested in you." Tsunade looked at him, amused. "PFF, please calm down," the blonde said quickly, trying to keep everyone's composure. "Don't worry, Minato, I'll prove you wrong." Jiraiya stood up and walked over to the bar where a fair-skinned girl with shoulder-length brown hair was sitting. She wore a tight red dress that accentuated her curves and hazel eyes. She was talking to another girl with long, bluish-black hair that reached her mid-back, also wearing a black dress that highlighted her ample backside. The two girls were chatting and laughing until Jiraiya playfully slapped the girl in front of him. She jumped slightly and turned around quickly, revealing a small diamond pattern on her dress that framed her navel, a mole next to her lips, and jet-black eyes. Her friend was in stitches over what had just happened. Minato and Tsunade watched as, after such a colorful presentation, Jiraiya greeted each of the girls with a kiss on the lips. Minato wore a grin that only a drunk could muster, while Tsunade looked uncomfortable and bitter. We both continued watching as, without so much as a word, the girls and the white-haired man left, one on each side of them, their arms around her hips, and the girls doing the same to him. Well, after seeing that, I need a stronger drink," Tsunade said, gesturing with one hand for someone to take her order. "I didn't expect to see a show like that, hee, Minato said, resting his elbows on the table and holding his head in his hands. "That's having it, that's being lucky." Tsunade raised an eyebrow at Minato's comment. "If you call that a show," the blonde woman said, her voice tinged with anger. "What do you mean?" I asked quickly, Minato. "Nothing," the blonde replied in a tone barely audible over the noise of the place. A brown-haired girl in her waitress uniform approached their table and asked in a friendly tone, "Do you need anything else?" Tsunade replied, "The bottle of your strongest liquor." "Right away," the waitress answered, then turned and left in search of her most potent liquor. Minato looked thoughtfully at the blonde until he dared to ask, "Well, what?" was the answer he received from his only companion. I came just to make sure Jiraiya didn't have a special surprise for you." The busty blonde had clearly drunk too much that night. It seemed to be a personal habit of hers to drink herself into oblivion when she was in Konoha. "Just shut up and drink with me a little longer, it's your bachelor party, it's not like you're a kid with a bedtime," the blonde replied. Who would have thought most of them left before the third Hokage? Quote. Maybe he's not as old as he looks, Minato said with genuine surprise. 2 hours later, a blonde couple, a man and a woman, were strolling through the streets of Konoha, their arms around each other's shoulders, constantly swaying. Lady Tsunade, where are you staying? The swaying Minato asked. The hotel is called. Tsunade struggled to remember the name, barely able to stand, until something clicked in her head. It's called the Secret of the Leaf. When they arrived at the doors, they found them already closed, with a sign that read, "Come back later." What were you expecting at 4 a.m.? Minato questioned. It doesn't matter, Tsunade said, now a little more sober after wandering the streets of Konoha for half an hour. I'll use the teleportation jutsu. My abduction is there. Tsunade pointed to a window high up in the building. Alright, here we go, Minato said. He immediately drew one of his marked kunai and threw it at the window, shattering it in the process. Minato held Tsunade in his arms before teleporting. Once in the room, they gazed at each other, so close they could feel each other's breath. They realized the situation wasn't just the result of what they had drunk. Slowly, their faces drew closer until a passionate kiss broke out. Minato approached the bed, still holding Tsunade in his arms. The next morning, Tsunade awoke with a bittersweet feeling. On one hand, she had a terrible headache from her hangover, and on the other, she was fascinated by the person whose fingers were exploring her vagina and whose lips, along with a tongue, were stimulating one of her nipples. She had already begun to let out small moans. Her mysterious companion was under the sheets, and at this point, she didn't care if it was a woman or a man, she was simply enjoying the moment. Until she heard someone knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lady Tsunade, are you alright? The pleasure the blonde was feeling stopped instantly, and she recovered. Yes, why do you ask? It's just that your window is broken. I can't get in at night, so I had to use the window, but now I need some privacy, Tsunade replied. Moments passed, and when Tsunade thought Shisyun had left, she focused again on her companion. What's wrong? Why aren't you continuing? The blonde woman whispered. When she received no response, she had to remove the sheets covering her lover, instantly leaving him in a state of shock. Minato was also paralyzed with fear and regret. Tsunade quickly slapped him, the blow landing hard on his face and leaving a clear red handprint. What the hell is wrong with you? How dare you do this to Kushina? Exclaimed a furious, naked Tsunade. I don't remember anything from last night. I thought I was in bed with Kushina. I don't know how it happened. Minato put his hands in front of him, trying to create some distance between himself and Tsunade as he backed away until he reached the wall and collapsed, covering his privates with his legs. The blonde knew she couldn't blame Minato alone. With one hand, she clutched the sheet covering her body. You must leave, however, you didn't see anything, you don't know anything, we parted ways at the bar last night and no one else should find out. 3 months later. It's Minato in his office, watching with satisfaction as 2 of his clones deal with paperwork. Minato agreed with Tobarama's philosophy that one must always be prepared to enter the front lines of a battle, which is why he stayed in the office 3 times a week. But today he was about to go to a private meeting. Chapter 2. Disclaimer: the characters of Naruto are not my property but belong to their creator, the mangaka Masashi Kishimoto. Namikaze Senju Chapter 2. Minato left his office and met his wife. Are you ready? I'm asking, Kushina. Minato said, anticipating her question. Of course, but we don't have time to stop for ramen before the meeting. But it'll be quick, Kushina exclaimed quickly. Minato closed his eyes and chuckled. It's time. Minato took his wife's hand as he spoke these words, and immediately they were in their own house waiting for their visitors. Knock knock. Someone was at the door. Come in, Kushina said. A group of 3 people entered. As soon as the door closed, Kushina and Minato each placed a hand on the walls of their house, channeling their chakra. Seals immediately began to appear, covering the walls, floors, and ceiling of the house. The people then exploded in a cloud of smoke, causing their transformations to vanish. Is something wrong, Minato? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked quickly, the 3rd Hokage. Minato approached his wife and took her by the shoulder. I'm pregnant, Kushina said. Congratulations, the present Sannin said in unison, one with a genuine and warm smile and the other with a forced one. Minato approached his wife and took her by the shoulder. I'm pregnant, Kushina said. Well, I'm the Jinchūriki of the Kyuubi, Kushina replied. And what does that have to do with anything? Tsunade asked, questioning her. The seal that contains it will weaken during childbirth, and those moments will be critical for the village if something goes wrong, Minato finished explaining the situation. Then I suppose you want us to support you during the delivery. Tsunade ventured her conclusion. You're correct, sensei, Kushina said, giving him a smile. Tsunade didn't know what to say. Originally, she was in the village to see the blonde man and give him similar news. At this moment, she only knew that she and her student were in a very delicate situation, although Kushina had no idea. Tsunade didn't know when her esteemed student would give birth, but neither showed any obvious signs of pregnancy. Surely there wasn't much difference in time between the start of each of their pregnancies, or at least that's what she thought. Count me in, Jiraiya exclaimed. Jiraiya's words only increased the tension the blonde woman felt, and the fact that her student was looking at her with a hopeful expression only intensified the guilt she already felt for the incident she barely remembered. All right, count me in too, the blonde said somewhat reluctantly. We know you're constantly traveling, so we thought we'd contact you with summons. But only Shisyun from the village has the slug summoning contract, Tsunade said. I thought it would be a good time to sign it, Kushina replied. Tsunade nodded and gave Kushina a warm smile. You'll sign it tomorrow, the blonde affirmed. Good, it's arranged, and remember, this is a double S-rank secret, Minato declared before he and Kushina placed their palms back on the wall, thus erasing the various seals. The next day, around midday, Kushina was in the Hokage's office with her husband, awaiting the arrival of a certain Senju woman. The door opened, and a slender man of average height, with black eyes and disheveled hair, carrying a clipboard with some papers on it, said, Lady Tsunade has arrived. Thank you for the heads up. Please show her in, the blonde man replied. A blonde woman with honey-colored eyes, a prodigious bust, and a slightly more rounded abdomen than usual entered. She wore a green coat with blue pants and a gray garment with black lines that crossed her chest. She carried a large scroll rolled up over her right shoulder. Here's the scroll, Tsunade said before spreading it across the Hokage's desk, which fortunately was clear. Kushina, knowing exactly what to do, bit her right thumb and proceeded to write her name and sign it in blood in the first blank space. Seeing this, the blonde became thoughtful. Tell me, do you have another summoning contract? Actually, yes. Why do you ask, sensei? She said as she began to touch her fingerprints to leave them imprinted on the scroll. Stop! Exclaimed the blonde as Kushina was just centimeters away from leaving her fingerprints. You must use your other hand, or else you'll have to make a special seal and put your blood on it every time you want to summon slugs, either on a scroll or on your own skin, the blonde explained. After this, the redhead touched the fingertips of her right hand to those of her left and proceeded to leave the marks of her left hand's fingers. Very well, now I need some privacy with that piece of trash, the blonde said, almost spitting out the words when referring to the fourth Hokage. He, you're in trouble, Kushina muttered as she headed for the exit. Are we alone? Tsunade questioned, knowing the protocols imposed by Tobirama Senju, her uncle. No, the Hokage replied. Do you know what privacy means? The blonde, who until now had been sitting at his desk, stood up and, with his right arm and palm extended, swept the air from left to right. The only change was the appearance of a light breeze, and Minato proceeded to make the seal. The bird flew away, and immediately marks appeared on the walls, ceiling, and floor. We have 5 minutes until they return, and I've activated a silencing seal, Minato explained. Tsunade then swiftly slapped him, though lacking her characteristic super strength, it was powerful enough to force him to turn his head. The cage's face bore a perfect mark from the hand that had just struck it. The following seconds dragged on like hours, a full minute passed. Minato didn't have the courage to look the woman in front of him in the eyes, overcome with a mixture of shame and fear for what awaited him. I'm pregnant, and you're the father. She exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes and an angry expression she tried to hide by lowering her head and covering her eyes with her right hand, shielding the upper part of her face. If time had dragged for Minato before, it had now stopped. Stupefied and in complete shock, for several seconds he was unable to articulate words or form thoughts, until finally he managed to ask, Are you absolutely sure? Of course, I haven't had sex with anyone else in a while, Tsunade replied. More calmly, Tsunade looked at Minato, waiting for some response from him, but he was completely paralyzed, stunned by the revelation. She knew what this meant for him and his newly formed family. Moreover, she knew it would be especially devastating for Kushina, who, of all women, was not only his sensei but also his friend, almost a member of his own family. Seeing no response from Minato only increased her despair until suddenly Minato repeated his feat and spoke again, Do you know when you're going to give birth? I don't know for sure, but I hope it's before Kushina so I can help with her delivery, and I can't keep the child. The last part surprised the blonde man greatly, reflected in a gesture that showed some discomfort. Why not? Minato asked, somewhat incredulous. I can't give him the life he should have. I spend my time traveling, always drinking and gambling, running from loan sharks. What kind of life is that for a child? So we'll keep it a secret. Minato, maintaining the same expression and harboring a glimmer of hope that he could weather this crisis unscathed, said. She absolutely does not deserve to know what kind of man you are, and if necessary, I will tell her myself. Tsunade declared. I will be the one to tell her what happened, but I won't mention you. We both know that will only make things worse for her. Alright, for now I'm leaving Konoha, and tell Kushina to keep the scroll for me. Tsunade wiped her tears with her coat and turned to leave. Minato once again performed the bird seal, the marks vanished, and the blonde immediately left, just in time, the 5 minutes were about to expire. 6 months later. On September 29th. It was around 10 p.m. Tsunade was lying on the bed in a room she and her student had set up to spend the night. In recent months, the blonde's belly had grown noticeably, now her current situation was more than evident to anyone who saw her, especially now that her legs were bent and open, while a blanket covered them. Lady Tsunade, you are already dilated enough, you can start pushing now, said Shisyun while she was between her teacher's legs. Almost an hour passed in labor, but finally the baby was out of Tsunade's body. As the brunette held the newborn in her arms, crying for the first time, her voice trembled as she said. Sensei, she's hemorrhaging. Shisyun wasn't prepared for something like this, she wasn't yet able to use the mystic palm technique to heal her teacher, and the baby's crying wasn't helping. The blonde was once again a victim of emophobia, her mind clouded, unable to think. Something was slowly drawing her attention, the crying blonde child. A thought appeared in her head, if I don't do anything, I'll die. Her hands trembled, beginning to glow greenish as she brought them to her bleeding vagina. Little by little, the red liquid stopped. The blonde woman looked at her hands covered in blood. Tsunade watched as they gradually went from frantic tremors to becoming increasingly steady. Once completely still, she wiped her hands on the blanket that partially covered her. And what's his name? The brunette asked more calmly. Naruto, after the protagonist of one of Jiraiya's books. We'll leave him with his father in Konoha, the blonde, recently become a mother, stated coldly. But why, Lady Tsunade? Shisyun wanted an answer, it clearly upset her. You know the kind of life we led. Do you think it's suitable for a child? Was her reply. That's something we can change, Shisyun said with determination. And what if we can't? Many times we end up penniless and sign promissory notes with just about anyone. And how many times have we both ended up completely drunk with no memory of what happened? And you're not even old enough to drink. Shisyun was angry with her teacher, it was all true, but she hoped that at least she wanted to straighten out her life for the sake of the little one. Tsunade, on the other hand, was furious with herself. She couldn't understand how everything had ended up this way. A few years ago, this would have been a dream come true. But since Dan and Naoki died, nothing has been the same. Shisyun, we'll leave him with him, he'll have what he needs. For now, we'll stay here. Chapter 3. Clarification. The characters of Naruto do not belong to me but to their creator, the mangaka Masashi Kishimoto. Naruto Namikaze Senju. On the night of October 10th, outside Konoha, Kushina was giving birth to twins. Tsunade and an old woman received the newborns, a girl and a boy, both with red hair and blue eyes. The two women agreed that the mother should see them first. Minato felt a little rejected for not being the first to meet his children. Jiraiya was leaning against the wall and watching what was happening with amusement. Once the moment had passed, Minato turned around to return the seal on his wife's belly to normal. Suddenly, he heard a wall being knocked down, followed by a woman's groan. He immediately turned around only to see a cloud of dust. He immediately took a fighting stance, holding one of his three-pronged kunai. He has a baby, a female voice shouted. Who? The blonde man asked, bewildered. She means me, came a voice belonging to a man in a black robe with a mask that only allowed him to see with his right eye. In one hand he held the baby wrapped in a blue blanket, and in the other, a kunai. The dust slowly began to settle, revealing three lifeless bodies on the ground. One was the elderly woman, and the other two were her apprentices who had been present during the birth. Tsunade stood amidst the rubble of what had once been a wall, a kunai piercing the bone of her arm a few centimeters above the elbow, her other arm protecting the tiny newborn. I couldn't make contact, my fist went right through him, be careful, Tsunade gasped. Meanwhile, the seal on Kushina's abdomen had transformed into a sphere that protruded from her body. Let's see how fast you are, the masked man said before throwing the child through the hole in the wall. He then pressed his index finger against his thumbnail until he drew blood and began forming hand seals. The fourth Hokage threw one of his marked kunai in the same direction, but swung it downwards to avoid an accident, then vanished. Jiraiya shot towards the masked man with a Rasengan in his right hand. He instantly recognized the jutsu he was trying to perform and wouldn't allow the masked man to summon anything. Minato, using the Flying Thunder God technique, was able to catch his son and land in a tree. He immediately noticed the explosive tag at the bottom of the blanket. And he separated her from the child as quickly as he could to teleport her to his kunai that was still moving away. Jiraiya passed through the masked man while he continued moving his hands. Too late, the masked man said as he seemed to be absorbed into his own eye. It was a night like any other in Konoha, the sky was clear and most businesses were closed. In the middle of the village, a masked man materialized and immediately placed one of his hands on the ground. There was a giant explosion of smoke which, after dissipating, revealed a gigantic fox that possessed 9 tails and red eyes with 3 commas in each one, denoting a certain condition of its summoner. The fox was tearing through everything in its path, destroying houses, businesses, and buildings indiscriminately. But an old man, peacefully sleeping beside his wife, oblivious to everything that was happening, had their tranquil peace abruptly shattered. A tree crashed through their bedroom, startling the couple awake. Hiruzen quickly rose from his bed to observe the scene unfolding in the distance. His heart nearly stopped as he watched his beloved village engulfed in flames. The shinobi who were confronting the beast experienced true helplessness before an unstoppable force. Even the giants, desperately trying to subdue the creature, were quickly incapacitated, tearing and ripping at their flesh. Faced with such an abominable sight, the old man prepared to leave, wearing his characteristic armor, knowing beforehand that something disastrous had occurred during Kushina's childbirth. The third Hokage hurriedly left his residence without noticing that his wife, worried about the possible outcome, was following him. Meanwhile, the Kyuubi had already finished off the giants who had bothered it so much and was moving toward the old man, but the ninjas continued attacking. In response, it began to breathe fire. Hiruzen watched as the fox approached, ending the lives of his comrades, until he stopped to inhale deeply. Sensing what the third Hokage would do, he performed some hand seals. When he finished, he began to sink into the ground just in time to escape the sea of flames, but the voice of a woman he knew very well caught his attention in the final moments. Hiruzen. His wife cried out as she extended her hand, but it was too late. She was quickly consumed by the fire. As soon as the old man emerged from the earth, he went to check on his wife's remains, which at that moment had more in common with a piece of charcoal than a person. The old man already knew the outcome, but he couldn't suppress the glimmer of hope that screamed in his mind, perhaps she's alive. But it was too late, he could do nothing. He fell to his knees and immediately afterward. I looked at the beast, which, to the horror of anyone who knew what was coming, began to gather a monstrous amount of chakra in its snout into a relatively small sphere, and then launched a tailed beast towards the stone faces carved into the mountain. Kushina began screaming in agony a second after the masked man left. The technique Jiraiya used had turned the wall to dust, allowing his arm to pass right through it. Seeing the girl scream, both Sannin rushed over to see what was wrong. Well, the blonde asked, still holding the baby in her arms. This is very bad. The seal is gone, the gray-haired man replied, examining the redhead's abdomen. Just in time, Minato entered with the baby in his arms. Hold her for a minute, Tsunade said, approaching Jiraiya. After handing the baby to her old friend, Tsunade pulled the kunai from her arm, threw it to the ground, and her hand glowed green. She touched the wound, and it began to heal rapidly until it disappeared completely. Minato and Jiraiya gave the little ones, who hadn't stopped crying, to Kushina, who, amidst her tears, could only hug them because she knew very well what the fate of a Jinchūriki who had lost his Biju was, but because she was an Uzumaki she was still alive for the moment. I apologize for the delay. I had to release the 9 tails in Konoha, but I'm back now, said the masked figure who was present once again. You don't understand, do you? Said the masked man as each blow and parry pierced him. Take Kushina and the children, and let's get out of here. The blonde woman shouted furiously. Minato immediately grabbed his wife and children and, using the Flying Thunder God technique, teleported to his bedroom, where he placed them on their bed. Minato, the woman said. She put on her white robe with flames at the bottom and the word, room, on the back and went back to face the masked man. Chapter 4. Clarification. The characters of Naruto do not belong to me but to their creator, the mangaka Masashi Kishimoto. Naruto Namikaze Senju. After his student left, Jiraiya began making hand seals while inhaling. Finally, he formed the tiger seal and shot several flames from his mouth one after another, with a clear murderous intent toward the masked man. Are you finished? Because now it's my turn. The masked man, without moving an inch, pulled a chain with 2 shackles from one of his sleeves and placed it around his wrists. He immediately launched himself at Jiraiya, who easily dodged each blow. Every punch Jiraiya tried to land passed right through him as if he were made of air, but he felt every blow he blocked. Seeing her former teammate fighting, Tsunade began forming hand seals, thinking they were under a genjutsu that could be dispelled. When she was about to finish, she was sure she would see her friend fighting with thin air. She closed her eyes to form the final seal, and when she opened them, the only thing that had changed was that Minato had returned. "I'll take care of it, sensei. You go help the village," Minato ordered. He becomes solid when he attacks. Jiraiya warned his student just before both Sannin retreated, leaving only the Hokage and the mysterious attacker. "I hope you can use that information well," the masked man said mockingly. Without a word, Minato drew one of his three-pronged kunai and lunged forward, trying to stab him. In a similar fashion, the masked man ran toward him with outstretched arms. "Pathetic," the masked man said as the blonde man pierced him. Without noticing anything, and once inside the masked figure, he began to concentrate his chakra in his left hand and with his right lightly threw the kunai, anticipating what would follow, a strike with the chain that bound his opponent's arms. Just millimeters from colliding with the chain, the blonde used the lightning release, teleporting himself a few centimeters above his current position, a Rasengan already formed in his left hand that struck his opponent's back, where, unbeknownst to the being, the Hokage had left a mark. The masked man struggled to his feet, and once he was standing, he said, "Not bad, cough cough, but it was just luck, and the Kyuubi is destroying the village." The attack he received was too much for him. One of his hands was severed and fell to the ground as he spoke, turning into a viscous white liquid. Immediately, Minato teleported using the mark he had left on him and placed a special seal on him so that he would lose his control over the Kyuubi. The masked man immediately realized that his connection to the beast had been severed. "For now, I'll withdraw, but I'll return for the Kyuubi," were the masked man's last words before being absorbed by its eye once more. Knowing that the Nine Tails had been summoned in Konoha, the blonde man left immediately to protect the village he loved. Minato appeared atop the giant rock head that represented him and watched in horror as the nine-tailed fox formed a tailed beast ball, aiming it in his direction. A massive burst of chakra energy erupted, and Minato threw a kunai to the lower left side of the mountain, another to the lower right, and planted one where he stood. In this way, he created a barrier of the lightning blade around the area where the beast's attack would impact. Upon contact, the attack was redirected into the forest. Minato knew he had to rush to confront the Nine Tails, but there were a couple of things he needed to do first. Hiruzen was stunned. He couldn't believe what he saw. Even if he weren't a sensor, he would have sensed the absurd amount of chakra that was fired. Even as it passed through the air, it produced shockwaves that shattered glass and cracked the walls of houses and buildings. But for a tailed beast ball to be deflected in that way could only be due to someone he knew, and that gave him some peace of mind. But there was no time to lose. He immediately stood up, ready to avenge what had happened to his wife. He formed a cross with the index and middle fingers of each hand. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, he thought, and amidst a burst of smoke, a pair of clones appeared. The one on the left jumped onto the rooftops, the other ran alongside the original Hiruzen towards the Kyuubi. The original Hiruzen bit his finger and began making hand seals. When he finished, he placed his hand on the ground and an ape appeared that was even larger than him, with white fur and a tiger-striped vest so long it reached his thighs, tied at the waist with a piece of red cloth. Underneath, he wore a black suit that transformed into a net on his forearms and lower legs. "I need you to transform into Enma staff," the old man told the newly summoned ape. Jiraiya and Tsunade saw how the attack was deflected, but they were still only halfway there. And they could already see the state of the village. "Wait, I have an idea," Jiraiya said to his companion. He bit his finger and began making hand seals. When he finished, he placed his hand on the ground. In the midst of a gigantic explosion of smoke, a giant toad appeared, curiously sporting a pipe, a robe, and a katana. "Gamabunta, my old friend, today we're going to find some action. What are you waiting for? Hop on," said Jiraiya. "And the collateral damage?" asked the blonde. "Don't worry, I'll land on the fox," assured the toad. "See, there's no time to lose. Besides, even though it won't hit anything, that last attack left several buildings in ruins," argued Jiraiya. The blonde jumped aboard, expecting to climb onto the animal's back, but instead, Jiraiya caught her in his arms, carrying her like a princess. She quickly elbowed him hard enough to make him let go. "Stop your nonsense, we have to hurry," Tsunade scolded her comrade. "Let's go," groaned the white-haired man. Gamabunta leapt high to approach his target. Even though the Nine Tails had just wiped out a significant number of Konoha's ninja, many remained willing to give their lives for their home. After all, this was a ninja village. The various clans tried to confront the beast. The Nara attempted to paralyze the Ninetales using shadows, but even with everyone working together, the fox was too powerful. The Hyuga tried to close its chakra points, but being a Biju, it restored its normal flow with minimal effort. It was like trying to extinguish a fire with drops of water. The Uchiha tried with fire and earth, and many other ninjas threw kunai with explosive tags, but nothing worked. The creature was growing very quickly, and their numbers dwindled. The fox claimed the lives of more and more shinobi. Chapter 5. Clarification. The characters of Naruto do not belong to me but to their creator, the mangaka Masashi Kishimoto. Naruto Namikaze Senju. Ninja art. Tile shuriken, the old man thought as he finished forming hand seals. Immediately, hundreds of tiles flew towards the Ninetales. On the ground, Hiruzen ran alongside his clone, Enma now transformed into a staff. When the ninjas still battling the giant fox saw them, the atmosphere changed completely. The vision of certain death vanished, replaced by hope of triumphing over such a threat. The third one is here. We're going to do it. Victory is assured, some of the shinobi shouted, demonstrating how much they trusted their former leader. Hiruzen's clone performed various hand seals, earth-style, multiple stone walls. He shouted. Immediately afterward, walls of rock began to grow around 3 of its legs. The last one was in the air, having just attacked a group of ninjas who were throwing fireballs and kunai with explosive tags. The beast's legs were immobilized, and a barrage of roof tiles was about to strike its face. Most were blocked by its tails and free foot, but a few reached their target, the creature's eyes. The animal immediately went frantic, desperately trying to escape. But below it was Hiruzen, holding a staff that rapidly increased in size until it struck the fox's torso. Unable to rise any further, it began to sink into the ground. Tsunade and Jiraiya were atop Gamabunta, falling toward their target. Tsunade jumped at the last moment, landing in the middle of the street where she summoned a giant slug, Katsuyu. Divide so you can help the wounded, Tsunade ordered her summon. Yes, Lady Tsunade, the slug replied, dividing into many smaller versions of itself that, with incredible speed, carried out their mission. The fox being crushed by the enormous toad continued to thrash about frantically, trying to escape. It began to emit a reddish glow that gradually transformed into an aura of that color, from which 2 pairs of what appeared to be fox limbs emerged from its back. This caused Gamabunta to jump immediately, as he felt a premonition of the horrible fate that awaited him if he didn't move. What's wrong? Why are you retreating? Jiraiya knew his summon was no coward, and that it was backing away like that instead of drawing its sword and fighting was not a good sign. I don't think things will go as planned, the enormous toad replied. Everyone present watched in horror as the Ninetales broke free. Its 4 legs were now free, shattering the rock walls that had held 3 of them captive. Where its eyes should have been, there were now empty sockets from which blood oozed. The fox attacked with even greater fury, its new chakra limbs extending and retracting in violent movements, ready to end the life of anyone, no matter how far away they were, while the 9 tails formed another tailed beast ball. Tsunade desperately tried to attack the beast but couldn't inflict any damage. The battlefield was utter chaos. Pieces of houses and buildings rained down everywhere, along with the beast's attacks and those of the shinobi still trying to finish off the 9 tails. It was very difficult for Tsunade to get close. How about you let me know next time you plan to do something like that? Sensei, Jiraiya shouted excitedly as he approached. I was below the fox when you arrived, the old man explained with displeasure. He began forming hand seals, and when he stopped, the 3 found themselves surrounded by stone walls that seemed to rise, or at least that was the Sanin's first impression. Almost immediately, they realized they were actually descending. Water style, water bullets. Gamabunta shouted, more as a warning to his allies. 4 enormous water bullets erupted from the amphibian's mouth, striking the fox and momentarily knocking it down. Thick clouds of insects swirled around the Kyuubi, desperately trying to drain as much chakra as possible. Out of nowhere, a blond man appeared to Jiraiya's left, wearing a white lab coat with red flames at the base and the word, 4th, written on the back. Next to him was a redhead with a weary face, on the verge of collapse. What's happening? Minato asked. We need to plan what to do, Hiruzen replied, knowing that if those present retreated, it was only a matter of time before the shinobi and civilians upstairs would die. Where were you? Tsunade demanded, anger evident in her voice. We'll have time for explanations later, Jiraiya interjected. I have a plan, but it's very risky. We must use the Shikifujin to return him to Kushina. Do you know what that means? Hiruzen knew the price to pay for using such a jutsu. I can't stop him alone. I need your help, or it might not work, Minato declared seriously. Tsunade began searching between her large breasts and pulled out a small plastic vial. Everyone take one of these. Kushina, take 2. Soldier pills. Hiruzen already knew the answer to his question. That's right, said the blonde as she tossed them the vial. By the way, Minato, how did you get here? Jiraiya has a mark on his clothes for emergencies. The Sannin proceeded to show that he had one of the marks the blonde used on his left shoulder. What if we just seal half of the 9 tails inside Kushina? We should be able to divide it into at least 2 parts, Minato proposed. And who will carry the other half? Hiruzen knew it was a heavy burden to contain the fox and that not just anyone was capable of such a feat. He also knew perfectly well that they didn't have many options. And what about the children? Minato thought that, being Uzumakis, they were the best option given their lineage. No, as long as I live, I won't allow them to become Jinchūriki. Kushina, who already looked much better compared to a few moments ago thanks to the pills, now glared angrily at her husband for even mentioning his idea. We don't have time to lose. We're about to return to the surface. Right below the 9 tails, Hiruzen explained so they could prepare. A few seconds later, they emerged between the fox's paws, who was still in the throes of his rage. The corroded atmosphere suggested that Katsuyu had used acid during the battle, but there were no visible wounds or marks on the 9 tails. There was no doubt, its regenerative abilities were incredible, and it had even begun to heal its eyes. Noticing the group of ninjas at its feet, the fox began trying to crush them with its enormous paws. Quick, everyone, grab hold of it. Minato shouted as he threw a 3-pronged kunai that pierced the fox. Instantly, the ninjas jumped to grab onto the 9 tails, and the next instant, they vanished, as did the fox, transporting themselves to the outskirts of the village, deep in the forest. The 9 tails seemed somewhat bewildered, unable to understand what had happened. Jiraiya and Minato bit their respective thumbs again, performing hand seals as quickly as they could, each summoning a gigantic toad that, upon landing on the 9 tails, raised an immense amount of dust. Minato, I'll do the seal. There's no time for hesitation, Hiruzen shouted in an authoritative tone as he traced the necessary seals for the Shikifujin. It wasn't enough to simply summon the Shinigami, it would have to prepare, and that would take some time. When the Shinigami appeared, it could only be seen by its summoner, but those present knew very well what would happen. For a few moments, the blonde man disappeared and then reappeared out of nowhere with a baby with blonde hair and 1 blue eye and 1 hazel eye. Where did you get that baby? Kushina knew something strange was happening. She couldn't understand where Minato could get a child so quickly and in the middle of all this chaos. I'll explain later, was all the blonde man said. Golden chains emerged from Kushina and pierced the fox as it roared in agony. Minato gently placed the small baby, wrapped in a blanket, on the ground next to his wife. It's time, Hiruzen shouted from behind the child and the redhead. Wait, where's Tsunade? Jiraiya noticed that the blonde was nowhere to be seen. A gust of wind dispersed the dust that had been obscuring everyone's view. There she is, Minato pointed to one of the beast's paws. Tsunade was impaled by one of the 9 tails' claws in critical condition. The small chakra diamond on her forehead had disappeared, replaced by lines that ran across her face and the visible parts of her body. With both arms, she held the finger of the claw that pierced her, in a position that showed it had broken. Hiruzen felt a pair of hands piercing his back, tearing his skin, breaking his bones, and tearing through his internal organs. The hands, which only Hiruzen could see, were moving toward Kushina and the small baby, but they didn't seem to feel the same way. Kushina grimaced in displeasure, but there were no complaints, and Naruto simply woke up and began to cry, but he was a baby, the mere fact of waking up could be cause for tears. The Shinigami threw his blade in front of the fox before the hands could advance further toward their target. They grabbed the Kyuubi's weapon and began to pull. Minato, Jiraiya, I need your chakra, it's too strong. Hiruzen felt overwhelmed by the fox's power and, after immediately calling for help, Minato positioned himself behind him. Jiraiya had already created a shadow clone, then did the same as Minato, placing a hand on his back and channeling his energy. Jiraiya's clone immediately went to his friend's aid, but the sealing process had already begun. He quickly removed the claw that pierced her, hoping the jutsu she had activated would be enough to heal her. Meanwhile, the jutsu was already complete. The third Hokage spoke desperately, and with all his might, the 9-tailed soul tried to be released as quickly as possible, but it was no easy task, the fox clung with all its strength. The blade had divided the soul into 2 halves, one in Naruto and the other in Kushina, leaving ink marks on each of their abdomens that demonstrated their status as Jinchūriki. While the blonde and the Sannin were visibly affected, they resisted the chakra loss quite well. Hiruzen just stood hunched over as if a single breath could knock him down. He was summoned by an Uchiha, were the third Hokage's last words before coughing up blood and falling dead. Tsunade was unconscious, Kushina was once again on the verge of collapse, little Naruto wouldn't stop crying, and the third Hokage was dead, but the feat was complete. Chapter 6. Clarification. The characters of Naruto do not belong to me but to their creator, the mangaka Masashi Kishimoto. Naruto Namikaze Senju. The day after the Nine Tails attack, Konoha had already begun its reconstruction. They were searching for the missing and mourning their fallen. The entire village was in mourning for the death of their former leader. When Hiruzen's funeral ended, Minato spoke about how they should remain united and move forward for those who came before and for those who would come after. But Minato knew that the worst was yet to come. At that moment, he stood motionless in front of his wife's hospital room door, paralyzed, unsure of what to say or do, or how the redhead would react, and that terrified him. Minato was lost in thought, trying to imagine how to break the news to his wife and how she would react, until a voice snapped him back to reality. "You seem very nervous, Lord Hokage. Don't worry, it's normal for parents to feel this way the first time. It would be best if you went in. Kushina is sleeping, but I suppose she won't mind if I come in and wait for her to wake up." It was a nurse, about 160 centimeters tall, with blonde hair and brown eyes. He opened the door and Minato finally entered. "I'll leave you two alone," he said. Immediately, the nurse left, leaving Minato alone with his thoughts once more. After closing the door, Minato approached and saw that Kushina was peacefully asleep. Next to the bed was a chair where Minato decided he would wait for his wife to wake up. A couple of hours later, Kushina was waking up. She immediately saw her husband sitting beside her. "Is something wrong, Minato?" she asked, somewhat puzzled by her husband's behavior as she sat up in bed. "Do you remember the child where we sealed the other half of the fox?" Unable to look his wife in the eyes, the blonde man knew it was time to explain everything. "If I remember correctly, where did you get him? Don't tell me you just picked up some random orphan. You know not everyone is capable of containing a Biju, much less the Nine Tails." Kushina sensed the answer wouldn't please her, but she never expected the news Minato was about to give her. An overwhelming silence filled the room for several seconds that felt like hours. Kushina's face was expressionless. "I don't think I heard you correctly," she said, hoping it was just a misunderstanding, that she had somehow confused the words. "Kushina, the blonde baby from last night is named Naruto. He's my son." Finally, Minato revealed his relationship to the baby, and although he was prepared for a violent reaction from his wife, nothing happened. The moment he looked up, what he saw left him speechless. She was crying. The bloody habanero, one of the most feared kunoichi in the village, had collapsed before him. Her expression was one of profound pain as tears streamed from her eyes, her hands clutching the sheets that now covered her lap. The blonde man tried to approach to comfort his wife. "Don't touch me. Go away. Get out of here," Kushina screamed, her voice breaking. Outside stood a girl with short black hair, fair skin, and black eyes, wearing a robe of the same color with a net underneath. "She doesn't seem to be taking it very well, but who wants to receive news like this?" she said in a tone that reflected a certain annoyance. It was a comment directed more at her than anyone else, because even though the hospital was overflowing with patients, doctors, and nurses running around, she stopped when she heard her friend's shouts. She assumed that Minato had finally given her the news. Finally, the blonde man left the room, bumping into Shizune. "I don't know what to do, Shizune," he said. The blonde man already knew what she was thinking about all this. "You should leave her alone until she clears her head and can talk about this, or I'll rip your head off." "Thank you for your support," Minato replied. "Of course, I support her. And regarding Naruto, what happened? You only showed up to take him away," Shizune said. She knew something was wrong, but she didn't know what, since she had arrived mid-conversation and hadn't been able to hear the entire conversation Minato had with his wife. "I can't tell you right now, I have to go. If anything happens to Tsunade or Kushina, let me know," Minato said before disappearing. After the blonde man left, Shizune continued helping out in any way she could at the hospital. After all, she was a medical ninja. While waiting for her master's recovery, hours passed until night fell, which was just as hectic, if not more so, than the day, at least inside the hospital. During the night, Jiraiya and Minato were meeting in the latter's office. "Did you hear what the third Hokage said? It seems we have a traitor within the Uchiha clan. Do you have any idea who it could be?" Jiraiya wanted to know the reason behind his master's last words, because such an accusation wouldn't be made without cause. "No, but it seems far-fetched. Why would any of them want to destroy the village? Many of them fought and died trying to stop the Nine Tails." Minato was extremely dismayed by this, as if he didn't have enough on his mind already. He used the summoning jutsu to bring the Nine Tails to the village, and the only one who has been able to summon it before was Madara. Perhaps he shared the contract with someone else, but with whom would he share such a secret? Jiraiya could vividly remember how the masked man performed his hand seals. How many of those who fought the Nine Tails survived? Minato couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt for not arriving sooner. I don't know, but one would be enough for him to tell us what happened before we got here, Jiraiya stated. By the way, sensei, what do you do when you have an illegitimate child? Realizing they couldn't make any progress on the subject at the moment, the blonde man preferred to get help with his other problem. Why are you asking? Do you know something? Who have you spoken to? What did they tell you? The Sannin seemed quite nervous and paranoid, as if he were hiding something. I forgot I asked. It's best if I go to sleep, there's still a lot to do in the village. The blonde knew that tomorrow they would have to help with the reconstruction. In a certain hospital room, which would have been shrouded in gloom were it not for the moonlight streaming through the window, Kushina, who had spent the entire day crying, now sat on the floor by her bed, hugging her knees. Although the tears had stopped hours ago, her mind remained unsure of what to do. Someone knocked on the door. The redhead wondered who it could be. A couple of hours ago, she had refused entry to the nurses who tried to check on her, and a little before that, she had turned away her husband for the second time that day when he tried to speak with her. Who is it? The redhead asked in a tone of voice that reflected her misery. It's me, Shisyun. May I come in? The woman on the other side of the door knew Kushina needed a helping hand more than ever. Come in, she replied in the same mournful tone. What's wrong? Are you all right? She pretended not to know anything. Minato had a child with another woman, she explained tactlessly. Silence filled the room again for a few seconds. God, that's awful. How did that happen? Do you know who the other one is? Shisyun tried her best to hide her reaction. No, I kicked him out as soon as he told me. If Tsunade were here, she'd know what to do. Maybe you should listen to what Minato has to say first. Tsunade will probably wake up soon, but her advice is terrible, Shisyun said, sitting down next to her friend and chuckling after the last part. Yeah, her advice is terrible, haha. The redhead was now in a better mood. The next day, around midday, Minato stood in front of his wife's bedroom door once again, hoping Kushina would want to talk to him. He decided to open the door and went in. Kushina, we need to talk. Close the door first. I have to ask you a couple of things. The blonde man nodded, closed the door, and approached his wife. Kushina, tell me how it happened and where, the redhead interrupted. The only thing I remember is waking up next to her. It was at my bachelor party, he said, lowering his gaze, unable to see anything but the floor. Who is she? I can't tell you. He knew she wouldn't like it, that instead of easing the situation, revealing the mother of his child would only make it worse. It was just a mistake. I would never do something like this to you, the blonde man said quickly, knowing what was coming. And yet you did it. Have you seen her again? Kushina couldn't stop crying as she spoke. Only when she gave me the child. And what do you plan to do with him? Do you expect me to take care of him, love him, and raise him as if he were mine? Because I won't. You have to choose between that child and your family. Kushina was already hysterical, unable to stop crying. With a heavy heart, she knew what she had to do, but that didn't make it any easier. Fine, Kushina, he will be raised in an orphanage. Minato finally looked his wife in the eyes. You mustn't have any contact with him, and you will say he is the new Jinchūriki. I can't bear that burden any longer. Things weren't easy for Minato. He knew it would be very difficult for his firstborn, but there had to be something he could do as Hokage to help him despite these circumstances. Several hours passed, and in a different room, Tsunade Senju, the slug Sannin, was finally waking up, but as soon as she opened her eyes, she realized she didn't recognize the place she was in, although it was undoubtedly a hospital. The blonde became extremely agitated, bordering on hysteria. Shisyun, Shisyun, she shouted, hoping her apprentice would respond. Instead, a couple of nurses entered the room. She immediately stood up, ready to fight. She wore only a gown that was so transparent it left nothing to the imagination of her voluptuous figure, including a small yellow heart formed by her pubic hair and pink nipples. Lady Tsunade, Shisyun shouted as she rushed in, followed by Jiraiya, the toad sage, who, upon noticing that Tsunade was practically naked, froze, admiring her figure. Tsunade quickly tore off part of the bed rail and struck the Sannin in the groin with it. He unexpectedly exploded into smoke. Lady Tsunade, please calm down, Shisyun said. Shisyun, what was happening? Tsunade asked. You see, you were knocked unconscious during the Kyuubi's attack, Shisyun replied. Attack? Tsunade was confused. Don't you remember? The last thing I remember is, Tsunade's mind was hazy, as if something were missing, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what. I think I remember drinking with Minato while Jiraiya left with a couple of girls. Shisyun was quite taken aback, especially since she noticed the last part was delivered with considerable annoyance. I'll bring your clothes right away, one of the nurses said. After the blonde was dressed, the Sannin returned. I always knew you had a heart of gold, princess. Are you another shadow clone? The blonde asked, her tone reflecting her anger. Of course. Do you think I'd risk being near you for a while? But more importantly, I see you're awake. Tell me, how much do you remember of what happened? Jiraiya seemed to have some understanding of his friend's predicament. How do you know I lost my memory? Tsunade, you were intrigued by the knowledge of your former teammate. The Sannin explained. One of the fox's claws pierced you while we sealed it. The fact that you're awake and can move normally doesn't leave many options. By the way, there's a council meeting in a few hours, we have to attend. Quote. Wait, don't tell me. That's right, we're in Konoha, the Sannin interrupted his friend. Immediately, the blonde made a face of displeasure as she turned to look at her assistant as if to ask, what the hell are we doing here? See you later, were the Sannin's words before he exploded in a thick cloud of white smoke. The village council and clan heads had met with the 4th Hokage and 2 of the Sannin. The atmosphere was heavy and tense. It didn't help that it was public knowledge that Kushina was the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki, and likewise, everyone was aware of the relationship between her and Minato. That's right, we're in Konoha, the Sannin interrupted his friend. The blonde immediately made a face of disgust as she turned to look at her assistant as if asking, what the hell are we doing here? How the hell did something like this happen? Exclaimed one of the civilians present, interrupting the 4th Hokage. Where's Kushina? She's responsible for everything. You're probably protecting her, shouted another civilian. And what the hell happened during the battle? How did the 3rd Hokage die? This time the question came from the Sarutobi clan. Your wife's hands are covered in blood. Be quiet, Minato raised her voice above all their accusations. Listen, Kushina almost died from the attack, and she helped stop it. The other details of the battle are classified, and it will suffice for you to know that the new Jinchūriki is this child. She held up a photograph for everyone to see. What does he have on his face? Are they whiskers or scars? Apparently, being of the same gender as the fox, she has a greater affinity with it, which is why Kushina didn't have those marks, Jiraiya said for the first time during the meeting, drawing everyone's attention. You must trust me, but more importantly, you must trust each other, especially since the military police will no longer be exclusively Uchiha. Everyone was slightly startled to hear this, except for Jiraiya and Fugaku Uchiha. You see, they were the first to react, and I believe a joint operation would have been more effective. Many lives could have been saved if there had been greater participation from some clans in the initial response teams. As I said, it's classified, Minato replied curtly. So how can we be sure it won't happen again? Shikaku Nara joined the conversation, raising a concern many felt. You must trust me, but more importantly, you must trust each other, especially since the military police will no longer be exclusively Uchiha. Everyone was slightly startled to hear this, except for Jiraiya and Fugaku Uchiha. You see, they were the first to react, and I believe a joint operation would have been more effective. Many lives could have been saved if there had been greater participation from some clans in the initial response teams. Minato and I will be in charge of selecting those who will join the military police, Fugaku added. Minato recalled his conversation with Fugaku, where he convinced him to accept shinobi regardless of whether they were Uchiha. Of course, this gave him the opportunity to infiltrate spies into the ranks of the military police. And, as all the accounts from the few survivors who had been there since the beginning of the attack coincided, they all agreed that he possessed the Sharingan, and that could only mean one thing. Chapter 7. Clarification. The characters of Naruto do not belong to me but to their creator, the mangaka Masashi Kishimoto. A small, blonde, 7-year-old boy was sleeping inside a cardboard box in the middle of a filthy alley when he was suddenly doused with dirty water. Get out of here, you piece of shit. A woman around 50 years old yelled at the boy, holding a metal bucket. I'm leaving, Naruto said as he left his small shelter. Naruto left the alley, and as he walked down the street, some people threw trash at him and others completely ignored him. Tears began to well up in the boy's eyes. Why don't you go and get comforted by your whore of a mother? A male voice yelled at him. Naruto couldn't take it anymore. He ran out in search of somewhere to let it all out, ending up crying next to a trash can, hugging his knees and remembering how he got to this point. A few weeks ago, he'd been kicked out of the orphanage, though at first he felt some relief because he was constantly called a son of a bitch by both children and adults. He soon learned that the people in the village were even worse, going so far as to throw stones at him amidst taunts and threats. Besides having nowhere to sleep, he always spent the cold nights on the street, only to be woken up each morning in a nasty way, whether by water or some violent blow. But soon, October 10th would be the worst day of the year for him. Suddenly, a door opened, and a woman came out with a trash can, which she emptied into the container next to Naruto without noticing him. After that, she went back the way she came. Upon noticing the aroma emanating from the garbage dump, Naruto momentarily forgot he hadn't eaten anything the day before. He climbed up the side to see what he was smelling. For a moment, he felt disgusted at the thought of eating the scraps he saw amidst the trash, but finally, he succumbed to his hunger. There were fish heads and some half-eaten fish, along with some rice and salad that was beginning to rot. Without wasting any time, Naruto devoured the waste by the handful, each bite making him want to vomit as he tried to satisfy his hunger. Once he finished his breakfast, Naruto began his walk to the playground. All of this was being observed by someone wearing a bear mask. "You're late, it's time for me to go," said the man in the bear mask, leaving. Immediately, a woman in a cat mask appeared and took charge of the child. Later that same day, the man in the bear mask was kneeling before a thin, black-haired man with a bandaged eye and an X-shaped scar on his chin. "That concludes my report, Danzo, sir," the man said. "Very well, you may leave," the old man said thoughtfully. He clearly remembered the meeting from a few years ago, after discussing the expansion of the military police, a great opportunity for him, of course, but the best was yet to come. "I would like to take charge of the child's training," Danzo said decisively. "All Jinchūriki are shinobi, and under my tutelage, the child would become a great ninja," Danzo stated confidently, seeking the general support of those present in the room. "He is a newborn, he cannot be trained now. He should follow the academy's program in due course." The Hokage was firm in his decision, and nothing said at that moment could alter it. "As I ordered, Lord Hokage, but what if he decides not to be a shinobi? Besides, we know the kind of life Jinchūriki lead, at the very least, I should keep an eye on him." Everyone in the room had doubts about Danzo. It was no secret to any of the shinobi present that he was involved in many shady dealings in Konoha and that his subordinates were basically puppets at the mummy's command. "All right, but you can't have any contact with him, direct or indirect. He must attend the academy, and you will submit a monthly report to me so we can decide together on his training." At this point, the meeting seemed more like a conversation between Danzo and Minato, with the rest merely murmuring amongst themselves. After the meeting, Danzo felt even more respect for the Hokage. He'd never imagined him so pragmatic as to use anyone in that way, especially since he'd found the perfect replacement for his wife as the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki. And then there was Hiruzen. The damned old man hadn't just been Hokage, he died the most honorable death, giving his life to protect his beloved village. Danzo could only feel envy. Minato, meanwhile, sat in his office watching the sunset. He was a little nervous, awaiting Danzo's final report now that his eldest son was about to enter the academy, especially because of Kushina. As shinobi, they would inevitably cross paths sooner or later, whether on a mission or even as teacher and student. But with the redhead's temper, things could easily get out of hand. Despite how things had looked a few years prior, his marriage had improved. It was still strained, no doubt, but things were almost back to normal. Knock knock. Someone was knocking on his office door, pulling Minato from his thoughts. "Lord Hokage Danzo has arrived for your meeting," announced the blonde man's assistant, peeking his head around the door before entering. "Thank you very much, you may leave," Minato said as the man left the room. A few seconds later, Minato snapped his fingers and swept his right hand from left to right, signaling to the Anbu present that he needed a full hour alone with his guest. A light breeze drifted through the office as the ninja departed. Danzo proceeded to give him his full report, except for the boy's lack of a residence, his diet, and how he was treated by the villagers. But Minato already suspected as much, it didn't matter if Danzo mentioned it or not. Everyone knew the little blonde boy was a terrible nuisance to almost everyone in the village. "So, Minato, how shall we proceed?" Danzo feigned indifference to what they had agreed upon before the council. "We'll begin with his enrollment in the academy, and in the first few months after his acceptance, he'll be trained in basic taijutsu, nothing extreme, as would be expected of a child his age." Minato emphasized that last part, making it clear that he shouldn't be a weapon against the village. "As you wish, Hokage, but perhaps it's time to take him out of the orphanage, so he can have stronger ties to the village and a sense of belonging to a family. Surely you already have a perfect family to take him in, but wouldn't that be the same as leaving him in Root's care? He'll remain there for at least another year. Outside of training, neither you nor the ninjas under your command should interfere unless his life is in danger. That's all for now, you can leave," Minato concluded his meeting. "I feel jealous of the family Danzo has created, I wanted to meet his son, play with him, raise him, and watch him grow up alongside his siblings, just like any father would with his child. Night had already fallen in the park, and Naruto was alone, thinking it had been a good idea to come. After all, there were a few fruit trees, and above all, he'd been able to avoid the adults who, in the worst-case scenario, might throw kunai at him while yelling that his mother was a whore who abandoned him, something he didn't quite understand but knew was something bad. It was time to sleep, and he felt the cold creeping in as the warmth slowly left his ragged, dirty clothes. Naruto saw a couple of stray dogs settling under the slide, and seeing no other option, he decided to try sleeping among them to at least have some warmth at night. At first, he approached somewhat fearfully, unsure if they would attack him or run away, but neither happened, and they allowed him to snuggle up with them. The next morning, Naruto woke up to the sound of dogs getting up to continue their day. He decided to do the same. As he wandered through the village, he noticed that almost everyone was angry with him. Many times they blocked his path or simply hit him until he chose another route. He explored the village in this way, eventually arriving at a rather strange street. Some businesses were closed even though it was midday, and everywhere there were advertisements for massages, some restaurants, and a casino. The only thing the open businesses had in common was that a beautiful girl with a voluptuous figure and provocative clothing stood at the entrance of each one. Without realizing it, Naruto entered the red light district of the city. Chapter 8. Clarification. The characters of Naruto do not belong to me but to their creator, the mangaka Masashi Kishimoto. Naruto didn't know how to feel. For some reason, he felt nervous in the atmosphere. He couldn't take his eyes off the girls at the entrance of every shop, and every time he passed one, they'd lean over, offering a splendid view of their cleavage as they said, "Hey, little one. You're a bit young to be here, but if you've got enough money, it doesn't matter," always in a sensual and seductive tone, winking at him. More than once, Naruto glanced down at their cleavage, which only provoked a small laugh from the girl and made Naruto blush even more. Despite how shaken he was, after walking for just a few minutes, he felt this wasn't a bad place to stay. At least they don't mistreat me here. Even though the women are crazy, maybe I'll stay here for a while, Naruto thought. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. "Hey, kid, what the hell are you doing here?" a man said from behind Naruto. "This isn't your street," Naruto replied, somewhat annoyed. A man with short, messy brown hair and a scar running from top to bottom across his left eye wore a gray trench coat and black gloves. "You could say it's my street, but I like that you have guts," he said, raising an eyebrow. Naruto turned to see who it was. The boy's eyes were unmistakable, and everyone in the village recognized him by them even if they hadn't seen him before. "Tell me, kid, do you want to earn some money?" "It depends. What would I have to do?" If there was one thing Naruto had learned in the last few days, it was that he couldn't trust anyone, least of all adults. "Nothing complicated. Just take this and take it inside the White Lotus house." He opened his trench coat and took out an envelope, which he handed to Naruto. "Find someone with a sun tattoo on their right hand. Ask them if they like the northern moon. Only if they answer, as much as the southern land, do you give them the envelope. You have to be there at 1 o'clock sharp. Understand?" For a moment, Naruto hesitated about accepting the man's offer, but the hunger he felt was enough to make him decide. "Yes, but the White Lotus is very far away, and it's already midday," he said. "Then I suggest you hurry. I'll pay you when you get back," the man said, and Naruto took off running. As he ran through the streets, he began to attract people's attention. For everyone, this was a special day. For one reason or another, it was almost like a festival. Everyone was looking at the boy, some with fear, others with fury, and a few with a touch of euphoria. But a certain woman was oblivious to all of this. She was picking up a special order, a birthday cake for her children. As she left the store, a boy running towards her crashed into her. The impact was so great that they both ended up on the ground, covered in cake. Naruto got to his feet as quickly as he could and extended his hand to try to help the redhead up. I'm so sorry," Naruto stammered, apologizing slightly as he helped the woman to her feet. But being a child, it wasn't much help. The redhead only took his hand out of politeness. "Don't worry, are you okay?" For a moment, Kushina stared in astonishment at the little boy as he helped her. He certainly bore a resemblance to her husband, though his hair was a different shade, despite also being blonde. The boy had cake covering one eye, and after she was fully on her feet, the little blonde boy tried to wipe his face, but only ended up smearing it even more, uncovering both eyes. Kushina was then absolutely certain that this was the one she hated the most. However, something caught her attention: his clothes. As far as she knew, Minato had left him at an orphanage. And it wasn't like orphanages had money to spare, but his clothes were incredibly dirty and worn, as if he'd been wearing them for weeks. They also gave off a musty, rotten fish smell. If I'm alright, I'm so sorry about what happened to your cake, I swear I'll pay you back. Naruto was nervous, many people would beat him up for less than that. Don't worry, it was just an accident. As she said this, Kushina began to notice the looks other people were giving the boy. Despite feeling genuine contempt for him, she could only feel some compassion because she knew well what it felt like to be the Jinchūriki of this village. Sorry, but I'm a little busy, Naruto said before running off. When he arrived at the tea house, Naruto realized the place was closed, but looking through the window, he saw a small room with a light wood floor. There were a few square, chocolate-colored tables, and some paintings adorned the walls. There was a door next to a cashier wearing black dress pants, a white blouse, and a blue tie. This seemed to be the uniform because she and a man around 20 years old were dressed the same. At one of the tables sat a girl of about 17, slim, with large breasts, long black hair, and a very low-cut red dress. Naruto decided to go in, feeling a little uncertain about the situation and not even sure if she was the person he was looking for. He approached slowly, his gaze fixed on the girl's hands, confirming that she was indeed the one he sought. Do you like the northern moon? Naruto, without taking his eyes off his hand, noticed that he was missing his pinky finger and part of his ring finger. As much as the land of the south. Haven't they told you that's rude? Dash. Sorry, it's just that. Dash dash. Never mind, do you have the envelope? Dash. Yes, here it is. He took the envelope out of one of his pockets. Very well, tell Saito to send someone clean next time. Now go. The woman didn't hide her displeasure with Naruto's personal hygiene. Naruto was about to reach the alley and noticed the businesses that had been closed were now starting to open, which surprised him since it was after 2 p.m. Once inside the alley, Naruto saw the man in the trench coat again, but this time a beautiful woman wearing a white blouse and black skirt, with shoulder-length dark hair and honey-colored eyes, was with him. She was holding a clipboard. I got it, Mr. Saito. After saying this, Naruto received a slap so hard it knocked him to the ground. Did someone tell you to call me that, or did you just hear it from someone somewhere? I don't care, but never repeat anything you hear, the man said, his voice calm throughout. But that's what the girl called you, Naruto stammered again, rubbing his cheek to try and ease the pain. Really? And what else did she say? The man squatted down, approaching the boy who was still on the ground. He said next time you should send someone to clean up. Naruto was nervous about how the man might react. Listen carefully, brat. It's none of your business to know anything. You'll just do what you're told, understand? By the way, if you need a bathroom. Then what should I call you? Naruto began to stand up, as did the man. Call me company. Get some new clothes and take a shower. You look like you were in a zoo fire. Pay Hana. After these words, the woman, who until then hadn't uttered a word, pulled a small white envelope from among the papers she was carrying. Here. You go. The so-called Hana handed the envelope to Naruto. Now get going, but if you want more work, come back at 7 p.m. For Naruto, Ko's words gave him some hope of surviving and not dying like just another stray dog. Naruto, filled with excitement, opened the envelope to see how much was inside. He was quite thrilled to see the amount. Although it wasn't much, receiving 480 ryo wasn't bad at all, just for carrying an envelope. Thanks, I'll be back at 7. Naruto turned around and ran off. 1,000 things were going through his head, especially what he would do with the money. He had been told to take a bath, but the problem was the clothes. He had to get something clean, but where? He didn't have enough money no matter how he looked at it, and spending it on food seemed like the best option, but the villagers with shops never wanted to serve him, and when they did, they inflated the price of everything, which would be like throwing it away. Naruto left the red light district without paying attention to anything, when suddenly an idea struck him, the orphanage. Surely there would be some clothes he could use there. Later that day, it was almost 7 p.m. Naruto, now clean, wearing black pants and a plain white t-shirt, entered the red light district. He immediately noticed that the later it got, the busier it became. Besides that, the looks he received were full of hostility, though he decided not to dwell on it. A glass bottle hit Naruto on the head with such force that it almost knocked him over. What's wrong with you? Sniff sniff, the little blonde boy cried, but that blow was enough to leave him sobbing, while he watched the drunk who had thrown the bottle triumphantly amidst the congratulations of everyone present. You hit him. Ha ha ha, good shot. It's my turn, it's my turn. A girl with long black hair and red eyes began to shout. What's wrong with you? Sniff sniff, the little blonde boy cried, but that blow was enough to leave him sobbing, while he watched the drunk who had thrown the bottle at him triumphantly amidst the congratulations of everyone present. The girl placed her hands on the back of her hips. What are you waiting for? It's not fun if you just stand there, come on, run. After these words, the little blonde boy took off, running as fast as his feet would carry him. Look at this, exclaimed the red-eyed girl again. In a swift movement, she threw a kunai in each hand, one hitting the blonde boy's right shoulder and the other passing by, snagging on one of the signs. Wow, you kunoichi, hey, shouted one of the people present, who covered his hair with a black scarf and wore round black glasses. Look at this. She took out a zenbun needle, threw it, and it struck the boy's left ear. See, right on target. Are you going to try Mitsuki or are you just going to stand there and watch? No, it's too easy now, Mitsuki replied. Naruto kept running while most of the people around him laughed at him as he ran for his life. Hey, don't leave so soon, demon kid. We only want what's best for you, a man said to the side of him. Immediately afterward, a brutal punch struck the boy's face. Naruto lost his balance, falling to the ground as he was surrounded by several people who approached him with a clear intention. I see you liked my gift, but I think I want it back, said the red-eyed girl. She approached the blonde boy, took the handle of the kunai he had thrown earlier, and twisted it before pulling it out. Ha! Naruto screamed with all his might. After that, he looked her straight in the eyes and would never forget how that girl smiled as she caused him such pain. Naruto was crying, unable to utter a word, unable to understand why this was happening to him. Why? He repeated to himself with every blow, every spit, every insult. Elsewhere, Danzo was meeting with someone. It's been a success, Danzo, sir, and everything is going according to plan, the woman said. Shut your mouth, you whore. Came the voice just before someone struck the woman. Little by little, the boy's once white shirt was stained with his blood. Shurikens and zenbun needles flew through the air, hitting many in the mob. Attention! Get away from the boy or there will be fatal consequences. A female voice shouted, drawing everyone's attention. The mob stopped instantly, searching for the source of the attack and the owner of the voice. There they are. A member of the crowd shouted, pointing upwards. Most people ran away in terror, while a few stared in astonishment at a squad of Anbu observing them from the rooftops, ready to use lethal force against civilians and shinobi alike. A girl wearing a koala mask approached the boy, who was somehow still conscious, something that genuinely surprised the kunoichi, given how much punishment the blonde boy had received. Don't worry, we'll help you, she said. Elsewhere, Danzo was meeting with someone. It's been a success, Danzo, sir, and everything is going according to plan. Splendid, Saito, Danzo replied curtly, showing no emotion. Chapter 9. No clarification. The characters of Naruto do not belong to me but to their creator, the mangaka Masashi Kishimoto. After such a beating, Naruto was left on the brink of death, while the surrounding crowd cheered and the masked ninjas treated his wounds as best they could. We'll take you to a hospital, said one of the masked men after finishing administering first aid. Those were the last words he heard before fainting. A couple of hours later at the hospital, the little blonde boy was waking up, not knowing what had happened. His body ached and was covered in bandages. Hello, a voice caught the boy's attention. A woman with an owl mask, bluish-black hair, and an Anbu uniform said, you shouldn't frequent those streets. W, where am I? And W, who are you? Naruto mustered the mental fortitude to try and appear brave, but the truth was he was terrified. Don't worry, you're in the hospital. Your wounds have been treated, now you just need to rest. But we'll make sure you're well taken care of, she interrupted the little blonde boy, anticipating what he was going to say. How long do I have to stay here? At least 2 days, the masked woman stated. Elsewhere in the village, a couple was cleaning up after their twin son's birthday party. For some reason, Kushina couldn't stop thinking about the encounter she'd had a few hours earlier. Kushina, are you all right? You seem a little distracted, a familiar voice called out, pulling her from her thoughts. It was Minato, her husband. Of course, it's just that the boys are about to start the academy. They're growing up so fast, Kushina lied. We didn't want her husband's illegitimate son on her mind. Don't worry, they still have a long way to go before they're ninjas, Minato said, beaming with joy at the thought of his sons becoming incredible shinobi. The next 2 days passed in this way, with a masked figure always present in Naruto's room, changing places every 2 hours. Thanks to this, the boy began to develop a sense of admiration and respect for these men and women. No one dared to hit or insult him, and whenever anyone dared to look at him the wrong way, the masked men would reprimand them and remind them that they were allowed to kill anyone to fulfill their mission. Upon leaving the hospital, Naruto remembered he had a pending visit to the alley, heading there with a perfectly clear idea in his head. As he walked through the streets, memories flooded back, reliving that night. Little by little, his eyes filled with tears, which streamed down his cheeks. He felt a lot of fear and helplessness, but he had no other option. It was all he could do, go back to doing the Ko's errands. Naruto steeled himself, gathering all the courage he could to continue on his way. Once he entered the alley, he saw only a man of about 50 years old, with black hair streaked with gray from age, his skin tanned by the sun, wearing blue sandals, gray pants, and a sleeveless shirt that revealed his muscular arms. Unsure of what would happen, Naruto approached the man, while the old man kept his eyes fixed on Naruto. I was looking for work, he stammered. Really? And what makes you think you'll find that here? Naruto knew he had to be careful with what he said, remembering what happened last time. Because I like the northern moon as much as the southern land. The stranger sighed deeply and took a red scroll from one of his pockets, throwing it to the blonde boy. Open it. Is this? It's blank. Take it near the Ninja Academy and put it somewhere visible to everyone who passes by. Come back in 4 hours and I'll pay you. Naruto took the scroll, turned around, and ran as fast as he could toward the academy. When Naruto arrived at the academy, the sky had turned leaden, threatening a fierce storm. He couldn't help but notice the children accompanied by their parents. He immediately recognized their faces. Many of the adults present also haunted his most unpleasant memories. Whether civilians or ninjas, he remembered their faces and what they had done. Although not everyone was the same, what had happened at the hospital was proof of that, especially since they all seemed so cheerful. The children were talking about how they would become the best ninjas and how they would become Hokage, and the adults listened attentively to their promises of glory, wearing smiles that radiated pride. But first, there was the task he had to complete. In front of the academy entrance stood a tree with a swing. Without a second thought, Naruto ran to the tree and quickly grabbed the scroll. It flew to the very top of the tree. The little blonde boy quickly retrieved the scroll and repeated the process a couple more times, wrapping the tree with colorful red paper among its green leaves. People watching him were already murmuring. What's wrong with that demon kid? I knew he was crazy. Why does the fourth Hokage let him stay in the village? That's why, daughter, you shouldn't associate with him. You could go crazy just like him. It wasn't new for the little blonde boy to receive such comments, but as before, he ignored them. When Naruto thought he had finished his task, he began to wonder what he would do in the time remaining before he could collect his pay. Naruto thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to find out what it took to become a ninja and be like those wonderful shinobi who had saved his life and protected him that night. With nothing to lose, Naruto headed inside the academy to ask what he needed to enroll and, if possible, register as a student. Unbeknownst to him, someone was watching him from a distance. As soon as the blonde boy entered the academy, the mysterious figure exploded in white smoke. Danzo was at his desk reading the report Saito had prepared. His office was a rather large room with portraits of all the Hokage on one side and all the feudal lords on the other. There were also some brightly colored plants inside transparent glass cases. It might have seemed that the old war dog had a taste for botany, but for those in the know, the truth was obvious, they were all extremely toxic plants. Everything had gone according to plan. Contacting the fox boy, beating him, saving his life, and even what happened at the academy, he knew that after what he'd done for the boy, some disgruntled idiot would try to attack Naruto. The fact that it was Minato who saved him was almost perfect, now it would be easier to approach him. After all, he was one of the high-ranking officers, and the boy should feel loyalty and gratitude toward the shinobi and the leaders of Konoha. The rain was falling on the village, and while everyone was trying to take cover from the water, a certain blonde boy wandered aimlessly through the streets. This was the closest he'd come to bathing for a while, and he knew it. At least the cold distracted him from the hunger that gnawed at him. He still had an hour and a half before he could return to the alley and collect his money, and without money, he couldn't buy food. The owner of a certain ramen shop watched the rain fall from inside his establishment. It was a rather slow afternoon, he only had a couple of customers, a boy and his mother, both with black hair and jet black eyes. Okasan, I'm going to finish the academy as soon as possible and surpass Hitachi. The little boy shouted excitedly. Don't worry about that, Sasuke. Take all the time you need for the academy. You can achieve anything you want after that. Tsuki replied. He saw a small blonde footstep walking through the rain. Hello, the man exclaimed. Naruto immediately turned around and approached shyly. Why yes, the boy stammered. Tsuki recognized him instantly, everyone knew the demon boy. Tell me, would you like a bowl of ramen? But I don't have any money, Tsuki said with a smile on his face. Naruto stammered again, perhaps from the cold, hunger, or not knowing what to expect from the man. Don't worry about it, you can pay me back someday, but today it's on me, Tsuki said, still smiling. Naruto's face changed completely, it lit up instantly, and a huge grin appeared on the boy's face. Without waiting another second, he ran to one of the seats. Chapter 10. No clarification. The characters of Naruto are not my property but belong to their creator, the mangaka Masashi Kishimoto. The rain was letting up, and Tyuki watched the little blonde boy with an apparent smile as he ate his bowl of ramen. He couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. It was already public knowledge, the beating that had sent the little blonde boy to the hospital, and many of the participants were gloating about how they beat him and the state they left him in. Tyuki found it abominable to think that the village would enjoy tormenting a poor orphan. Whether he had the demon fox or not, he was still just a child. You know, I met the Hokage today, Naruto said cheerfully, catching Tyuki's attention. Really? And how did it happen? Tyuki kept a smile, hiding his concern. Today I went to the academy to enroll and become a ninja, but I was attacked, and in an instant, he saved me. I didn't even see what happened. I heard someone yell, "You're going to die, demon." When I turned around, I saw a guy running toward me with a kunai in his hand. He tried to stab me, and when he was just inches away, I closed my eyes. When I opened them, there was the fourth Hokage, and he stopped that man at the last second. Is that true? The little boy with black hair asked with considerable interest. Of course, it was pretty cool. The blonde boy smiled from ear to ear, remembering what had happened. It seems I made a big impression on you, Tyuki interjected. Sasuke, we have to go. Say goodbye to your friend, said the boy's mother, a woman with long black hair, as they continued on their way. Sasuke nodded happily as he looked at his mother, then turned to the blonde boy. See you later. My name is Sasuke Uchiha, and I also enrolled in the academy. And I'm Naruto. See you later, the little blonde boy said, waving goodbye as the two, mother and son, walked away. So your name is Naruto. I'm Tyuki, and you're always welcome to eat here at Ichiraku. Years passed, and now Naruto was 13 years old. It was the day of the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy. Naruto's group consisted of 42 aspiring genin, and they were all waiting for the exam to begin. Naruto ran into the classroom, wearing blue ninja sandals, loose gray pants, and a dark green long-sleeved shirt. His left forearm was protected by a piece of armor of a very similar color to his shirt. What are you doing here? You're not a real shinobi, you damn demon, yelled a blonde girl with blue eyes dressed in purple. Of course not, and neither are you, Ino. That's why you're here, for your graduation exam, exclaimed a man entering the classroom. He was dark-skinned and had a scar across his face. He wore blue pants and a matching sweatshirt, over which was a regulation Konoha military vest and a forehead protector that showed his affiliation with the village. He was accompanied by a man dressed identically to him, but with blue hair, who was carrying a small box filled with folded sheets of paper. Listen carefully. Everyone here will be taking a graduation exam, but not all of you will be the same. You'll be randomly selected from genjutsu, ninjutsu, or taijutsu, and these will be different from one another. Everything will be chosen at random, exclaimed Iruka. Those taking the taijutsu exam will accompany me to the courtyard. This may include hand-to-hand combat without any ninja weapons. Now, form a line and choose one of the slips of paper inside this box, Mitsuki explained. Naruto wasn't very enthusiastic about the idea. He was always suspicious of his teachers, except for Iruka, with whom he had a good relationship. The idea of being examined solely by Mitsuki made him uneasy. The aspiring genin formed lines according to their last and first names, and Naruto, as always, was last. Being an orphan, he only had his first name as a way of acknowledging his status as an orphan who was never adopted. Unfortunately for him, his exam was a taijutsu test with Mitsuki. Alright Naruto, it's just you now, and your exam will be. Mitsuki reached into a box full of folded papers, shuffling them around, randomly. Alright, he said, pulling out a paper that, when unfolded, revealed the kunai throwing competition. It's a 2-on-1 fight. We'll need 2 assistants. Hanabi and Menma, come to the center. You'll be Naruto's opponents. A red-haired boy with blue eyes, wearing black pants and a black jacket with red stripes on the arms, and a girl with black hair, pearly eyes, and wearing gray pants and a gray shirt approached Naruto and immediately assumed fighting stances. Hanabi adopted the gentle fist pose, the veins around her eyes bulging. Menma, meanwhile, raised his fists to jaw level, while Naruto raised his fists even higher, to his forehead. Begin, exclaimed Mitsuki. Menma immediately ran towards Naruto, throwing a punch with his left fist. Naruto instantly blocked the blow with his right arm, and just before he could counterattack, he noticed Hanabi about to strike him. Naruto desperately tried to block the blow, but it was useless, and he ended up on his knees in pain. Let him go, Menma ordered his teammate, who rolled her eyes in annoyance. Sure, if you say so, Hanabi said mockingly. She immediately lifted and held Naruto while Menma approached and punched him in the face a couple of times. What's wrong, Naruto? Are you tired of this already? Immediately, Naruto jumped, still held by Hanabi, and kicked Menma in the face with both feet. Menma fell to the ground, his nose bleeding. Naruto quickly bent his body to grab Hanabi's leg. Once he had her left leg in his hands, he stood up as she fell. Menma got up and glared angrily at Naruto before running at him again. Naruto ducked at the last moment and kicked Menma's feet, sending him crashing back to the ground. Hanabi got up just in time to see Menma fall again. She threw punch after punch, trying to hit his tenketsu, but Naruto blocked them with his forearm armor. In a swift movement, Naruto grabbed Hanabi's right hand, positioned himself behind her, grabbed her other hand, and immediately spun around, using the pearl-eyed girl as a human shield to protect himself from a punch coming from Menma. Mitsuki watched the fight unfold, absorbed. He's doing quite well, don't you think? Quote. Better than I expected, Haruka asked, drawing Mitsuki's attention. You finished the other exams quite quickly. How long have you been here? Mitsuki inquired, hoping he hadn't seen the exam he'd selected for Naruto. Almost since the beginning, but don't you think that's enough? Naruto has proven himself quite capable. Very well, Haruka. I was about to finish anyway, but wouldn't you like to see how he does? Mitsuki knew Haruka had a certain fondness for the blonde boy and would like to see how skilled he was in combat. Naruto had just received a punch from Menma that had left his lips bleeding when Hanabi delivered several blows to his right arm, and immediately his arm hung as if it had been dislocated. Naruto quickly spun around, using the dislocated arm like a whip, against his two opponents. Haruka looked thoughtfully at Mitsuki. Very good, but just a little more. Meanwhile, the redhead held Naruto by the foot, and Naruto immediately launched another kick that knocked Menma down. The blonde stopped his fall with the one hand he could still move. Hanabi approached, intending to continue the fight. When she was close enough, the blonde threw a fistful of dirt at her eyes. Naruto was about to hit her when Menma knocked him to the ground. He threw a punch that Naruto caught and immediately tried to hit him with his other fist, but Naruto blocked it with his forearm. When the piece of armor hit Menma's face, a grimace of pain appeared, and tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Enough! Exclaimed Mitsuki. But who won? Hanabi and I, or the demon fox? At Manma's question, Hanabi couldn't hide her annoyance, but Naruto didn't even flinch. First of all, he's not a monster or a demon, he's your classmate. Besides, this was his graduation exam, there are no winners, the whole group passed. I'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. in the classroom so you can be assigned to a team. Hanabi immediately landed a few blows on Naruto's right arm, and he regained mobility in it, but he could still feel the pain from all the blows he had received. Although Hanabi was quite cold and distant with Naruto, she treated 99% of the village the same, and in that sense, Naruto appreciated that she treated him like everyone else. Naruto, do you have a minute? I need to talk to you, Haruka asked his young student. Of course, Haruka-sensei, the blonde replied. Later at Ichiraku. Naruto, Haruka, it's good to see you here. Shall I give you your usual? Tsuki greeted them both with considerable joy, as they were among his regular customers. Of course, Tsuki, we're here today to celebrate Naruto's graduation from the academy, Haruka replied. Was the exam rigged? Naruto asked as soon as they were seated. I know you don't trust Mitsuki much, but he was quite impressed with your performance, and so was I, Tsuki said. That doesn't answer my question, but thank you. I don't think they were serious, or at least Hanabi wasn't, Naruto said, having first-hand knowledge of the Gentle Fist's abilities. Anyway, tomorrow you'll be assigned to your new team and have a new sensei, and Mitsuki will stop evaluating you, Haruka said. I see. I won't have to worry about Mitsuki anymore. Who's my new sensei? Naruto knew that who would be the leader of his new team could be an even bigger problem. We'll find out tomorrow. In the meantime, Naruto is enjoying his ramen. The next morning, almost the entire class had gathered at 5 minutes to 9. Everyone was talking to their friends. The Hyuga sisters were chatting happily amongst themselves. Menma and Kiba were arguing while a girl watched them with a hint of annoyance. She wore blue pants and a white shirt that contrasted with her red hair and blue eyes. Sakura and Ino were watching their crush, Sasuke Uchiha, from afar. Shikamaru was sleeping next to Choji, who was munching on chips from a bag he was carrying. Naruto entered the classroom and walked over to a girl with shoulder-length white hair and black eyes. She was wearing black shorts that reached her knees and a black top that contrasted with her peachy skin. Hi Tatsuki, Naruto greeted her cheerfully. Hi Naruto, she replied as she approached and gave him a kiss. Immediately, the redhead gave them a look that seemed intent on setting them on fire. "You're a wretched, damned fox," exclaimed a certain redhead. Immediately, the blonde and the redhead locked eyes. "Menma, stop it, you were friends. Just leave things as they are," Urza intervened, trying to calm her brother. "How can you say that after she betrayed you with her?" Menma questioned his sister. "I didn't betray her. What happened?" Naruto couldn't finish speaking. At the last moment, he caught a blow aimed at his face. Urza had tried to land a direct hit. "I can handle Naruto and Tatsuki myself," the silver-haired girl said, receiving a blow powerful enough to send her sprawling to the ground. Tatsuki glared furiously at the redhead as her pupils turned red, 2 black commas forming in her left eye and only 1 in her right. "If you're finished playing, take a seat. The teams have been formed, and your respective Junin-sensei will come for you," Haruka said, aware of the situation, interrupting the fight that was about to break out. One by one, the Junin entered and called for their 3 students. Then a man with brown hair and jet black eyes, wearing the standard Junin uniform, entered. "Naruto, Tatsuki, and Takeda, come with me." The 3 genin stood up and followed their new team leader. When they arrived at one of the training fields, the 4 stopped. "Hello, I'm Captain Yamato, and I'll be in charge of this team. You can introduce yourselves," the Junin said. "I'm Takeda, and I'll be as powerful as the Sannin." Takeda was a boy with black hair tied in a ponytail, a single lock of hair sticking up over his forehead, black eyes, and wore gray pants and a blue shirt. His headband was tied over his knuckles. "I'm Tatsuki, and my dream is to make the village a better place for everyone." At that moment, she glanced at her blonde teammate. "I'm Naruto, and my dream." "It doesn't matter," Yamato said. "Very well, tomorrow we'll have to meet here at 9 in the morning and you'll take your exam. Depending on your results, we'll become a team or not. I wish you the best of luck." "But we're already genin," Naruto exclaimed. "Of course we are, but the exam is for me to approve you as my apprentices and team members. If that doesn't happen, you'll have to wait until the next graduation to be reassigned to another team if you want to continue your ninja career," Yamato explained. "So that means not all the graduates will be ninjas," Takeda interjected. "At best, everyone in your class will become a ninja, and at worst, none of them will, but don't worry, it won't change anything. See you tomorrow." The 3 genin looked with some concern at their new sensei as he disappeared, leaving behind a small puff of white smoke. "What do you think?" Takeda asked. "No matter what kind of exam it is, there's always a way to pass. He told us it was an exam to approve us as members of his team and his apprentices, so it's a group exam as well as an individual one. It will probably be a team-based exam," Tatsuki said thoughtfully. "That might not be the case. We should have a trick up our sleeve," Naruto added. "What's the best jutsu you know?" "I'm good at genjutsu," Takeda said, trying to come up with a strategy, but he needed to know his teammates' abilities. "I can use fire element jutsu," Tatsuki added. "And I have this," Naruto said, pulling out a tag covered in complex symbols with the lightning kanji in the center. "What's that?" his 2 teammates asked simultaneously. "This is a lightning tag. It works like an explosive tag, only instead of exploding, it temporarily imbues an object with lightning chakra. They're quite difficult to obtain, though, and I only have 3, the blonde explained, sparking his teammates' interest. "All right, this is what we'll do," Takeda said. Chapter 11. Clarification. The characters of Naruto do not belong to me but to their creator, the mangaka Masashi Kishimoto. "You know I just want to help you, right?" Menma turned to his sister. "You'd be more helpful if you stayed friends with him," Urza replied, somewhat annoyed. "But you tried to hit him," Menma said, confused by his sister's feelings. "Why don't you finish your novel?" A furious Sasuke Uchiha yelled at the siblings. "I'm interested," Sakura thought. "I agree with the Uchiha," Hanabi added. "Besides, there are only 6 of us left. It's more important to know how we'll be divided." "I don't think it's that important as long as I'm with Sakura," Menma added. Sakura immediately glared at him. "That's exactly what I mean," Hanabi declared. "It would be best if the teams had good chemistry. That would make missions easier." "Really?" I questioned Menma in a challenging tone. "Don't misunderstand me, I have no problem with you, but it seems Sakura and Sasuke were a little bothered by your comment," Hanabi said, pointing to Sasuke and Sakura, who both looked annoyed. "You should worry more about training instead of thinking about who you're going to waste your time with," Sasuke exclaimed. While Menma frowned, Sakura held a faint hope that the comment was directed at her. The door opened, and a beautiful red-haired kunoichi with a ponytail and 2 strands of hair framing her face entered. She wore the standard Junin uniform, but sleeveless. "Good morning. I would have arrived earlier, but I had to find someone who was missing, she said, gesturing with her thumb to the person behind her. Hello, said a ninja with spiky gray hair, covering one eye with his forehead protector. Some of you already know me. I'm Kushina, and I'll be Urza, Hanabi, and Kizera's sensei. Immediately, Hanabi and Urza stood up from their seats. You must be Hanabi Hyuga, but who is Kizera? All the genin present turned their gaze to a girl who was asleep in her usual seat at the academy. Her face was covered by a green beret, and she wore jeans and a red t-shirt with the word, Valkyrie, written on it. Hey, would you mind? Kushina exclaimed, somewhat annoyed. When there was no response, she approached the blackboard, grabbed the eraser, and threw it at the still sleeping girl. What's up? Kizera said sleepily. Since you're awake, why don't you join me and your new teammates? Kushina watched as the last of her students got up to follow her. Menma, Sakura, and Sasuke, come with me, Kakashi said, and his 3 students followed. Alright, as I said before, I'll be your sensei. Let's introduce ourselves so we can get to know each other. I'll go first. I am Kushina Uzumaki, the wife of the 4th Hokage. Please follow. Good morning, I am Hanabi Hyuga. I belong to the Hyuga clan, and it is an honor to meet you, Lady Kushina. My desire is to have a renown similar to yours or Lady Tsunade's and to take the prestige of the Hyuga clan to new levels. For Kushina, seeing such formality in a girl of that age was quite disconcerting, but the others seemed to be used to it. Hello, Mom, Urza greeted her mother casually. You should call me Kushina Sensei, or just Sensei. Very well, Sensei, replied the little redhead. My dream is to be the first female Hokage. That phrase brought back memories of Kushina's childhood. I suppose it's my turn, Kizera pulled the older redhead from her thoughts. My name is Kizera, and I will become the best ninja in the world and found my own clan, by the way. You're Urza and Menma's mother, but you only teach your daughter. Is that because of clan ties, or is she just your favorite? I'm just curious. None of that. They simply randomly selected the Junin for teams, and I just happened to be the one assigned to this one. We'll have an exam tomorrow. If you fail, you won't be able to become ninjas. After she spoke those words, the newly graduated girl stared at her in astonishment. But Mom, I mean, Sensei, this isn't fair. We've already graduated. The younger redhead was the first to speak. Would you dare? She's your daughter. Would you dare end her dream? Kizera exclaimed. Hanabi frowned for a moment, then her face immediately regained a serene expression, though her fists remained clenched. Kushina's gaze changed instantly, shifting from a kind expression to a serious one, and she gave Kizera a look that denoted danger. You come from a civilian family, don't you? Kizera couldn't answer, fear had paralyzed her. Kushina kept her gaze fixed on her, waiting for a response. Unable to open her mouth and utter a word, she could only nod nervously. Death is a very real possibility in our line of work, and I don't think your parents would have wanted you to become a ninja only to return home in a coffin after your first mission. If I consider girls your age unfit for such a risk, do you think I would send a group of girls to die without a second thought, especially with my own daughter among them? Kushina waited several seconds for a response that didn't come. Answer me. That's an order. I hadn't thought of it that way. Kizera's voice reflected a more submissive attitude toward her superior. Very well. I'll see you tomorrow at noon at the training grounds. A few hours later, Naruto stood before County Deep in the forest at dusk. Well, are you capable of doing it or not? It's just that it requires a lot of hand seals. Our deal was that you could do the water dragon jutsu before joining a genin team, and that's no excuse. There are those who can do it with just one hand seal or without any seals at all. Of course, County was referring to the second Hokage, though Naruto didn't know that. Alright, here I go, water dragon jutsu. Naruto took a deep breath as he finished forming the last hand seals. Immediately afterward, a huge torrent of water in the shape of a dragon shot from the blonde's mouth, tearing apart the trees in front of him. Pathetic, County declared. Pathetic. But, Naruto began. But you take too long with the hand seals. In a real fight, it would be a serious disadvantage. But I guess a deal's a deal. What about your other jutsus? Shadow Clone Jutsu. The blonde boy formed a cross with the index and middle fingers of both hands, and immediately at least a dozen blonde boys exactly like him appeared. Earth style. Headhunter Jutsu, the blonde boy exclaimed while forming hand seals. When he finished he disappeared into the ground, and after a few moments the blonde boys began to sink up to their necks. Pretty good, but not good enough. You need to train even more in forming hand seals, and you must do it with one hand. It's possible to mold chakra with just one hand, and in battle, that would be a significant advantage, County explained to a rather attentive blonde boy. Now, I want you to see this. Pay close attention. This is the next technique you must learn. Ko approached a rock that was about the same size as the boy accompanying him. He extended his right arm toward the rock, stopping millimeters from touching it. He immediately closed his fist as his hand made contact with the rock, causing what, to the little blonde boy's eyes, was an explosion that shattered the point of impact. Is that an explosive fist jutsu? Naruto was amazed by what had happened before his eyes. No, the Fute no Kiwami is a close quarters technique. I'll do it again, but more slowly. He again got into position, making contact with the middle of his finger and then a second with his knuckles. For now, it will be impossible for you to execute this technique correctly. You must be able to break a rock with one punch, he explained. So what good is it if I have to have such strength to use it correctly? The blonde boy questioned. As you just saw, the Fute no Kiwami pulverized the impact area instead of just breaking the rock. It's a combination of the soft fist and the strong fist. Take this. Ko pulled a scroll from one of his pockets and threw it to the blonde boy. I might not see you again, and it's best if you keep this so you can keep coming in. While this was happening, Danzo watched, hidden among the trees, basically satisfied with the results of the training, but he was very sure that if he were en route, the results would be even better. Elsewhere in the village, under a tree, Menma was giving Sakura a passionate kiss on the lips. When they separated, she had a clear blush that reflected how pleasurable the kiss had been. This doesn't make up for before. I wouldn't want Sasuke to realize we're together. Sakura looked directly into Menma's eyes, and his gaze reflected the passion he felt. I don't care if others know about our relationship, I don't know why we have to keep it a secret, the redhead said, taking Sakura by the hip and pulling her closer to kiss her once more. As their lips met and their tongues intertwined, Menma's hands moved lower, beginning to explore Sakura's backside. Several seconds passed, and they separated again. Menma, we're just friends, Sakura said, now taking the initiative and moving closer to the redhead to kiss him again. Sasuke's words echoed in Sakura's head, you should worry more about training instead of thinking about who you're going to waste your time with. Sakura didn't know who he was referring to. He was annoyed by Menma's words. Was he jealous? For her, it was easy to see. At first, Menma was just a game, and she would leave him for Sasuke at any moment. But even though she wouldn't admit it, she was starting to feel quite a bit of affection for the redhead, and in her mind, the possibility of ending up with both of them existed. The next morning, Takeda, Tatsuki, and Naruto were gathered together, waiting for Captain Yamato at the training field. It was a flat area with a small lake, bordering the forest. Hello, good morning, Captain Yamato's voice greeted them from within a small burst of white smoke, where two Yamatos materialized. Hello, Sensei, the three trainees greeted him simultaneously. Very well, your test will be to destroy my shadow clone. Yamato extended his hand toward his other self. Ready. Yamato took out a whistle and blew it, signaling the start of the test. Takeda lunged forward, initiating physical combat with his instructor. Yamato parried and dodged the blows thrown at him. The blonde boy jumped back and formed a cross with the index and middle fingers of both hands. Shadow clone jutsu, he exclaimed, drawing his examiner's attention. Meanwhile, Tatsuki launched several shuriken from behind Yamato. Takeda was knocked off course by a blow, and the instant the projectiles made contact, he exploded in white smoke, and a tree trunk appeared. At the same time, 36 blonde people appeared, joining their hands with their index and middle fingers extended. They too exploded in white smoke, but this time they had transformed, a dozen into Tatsuki and another dozen into Takeda. Yamato watched with a certain astonishment the kind of tactics his new genin were employing. At the same time, the clone decided to step out and face his examinees once more. Yamato emerged from the ground while the children were searching the treetops, and they immediately launched into combat once they spotted their target. Takeda began forming hand seals, while Yamato dodged the children's attacks and returned every blow he could. Suddenly, he found himself waist-deep in mud. Genjutsu, the Junin thought, clasping his hands together with his index and middle fingers extended as he passed by, dispersion. This happened in a matter of seconds, and yet he could still feel some blows from his students. Emerging from the illusion, Yamato leapt back, landing in the middle of the lake. Standing on the water, confident they couldn't follow him, he found three clones on the shore submerging kunai in the water. Immediately afterward, he felt an electric current that caused spasms throughout his body, and behind him, Tatsuki blew a fireball in his direction. Finally, as he was engulfed in a massive burst of flame, Captain Yamato's bell exploded. Congratulations, you've passed the test. We're a team now, exclaimed the other Yamato, who had remained standing, watching the battle unfold. However, there's one detail you should know, I'm just a clone, and for your next missions, you'll need to collaborate with another Junin. I had to leave the village on an urgent mission, and I'll be back in a couple of weeks if all goes well, Captain Yamato stated. Report to the Hokage's office tomorrow at 9 a.m. Bring a photograph for your shinobi identification. With that, Yamato exploded in white smoke and disappeared. Around 1 p.m. the next day, Yamato's team, Kakashi's team, and Kushina's team were gathered together. They were painting the exterior of a building. Why on earth is our mission to paint a house? Menma exclaimed, showing his frustration and annoyance. Because you're recent graduates, Kakashi replied lazily. Missions that would risk the lives of some girls. My ass, Kizura complained, remembering how Kushina had spoken about the dangers of being a ninja. Did you say something? Kushina questioned her apprentice. No, nothing, Kizura replied fearfully. It's not so bad, Naruto added. It's a simple, easy, and quick job, plus, since I'm a ninja, people don't throw rocks at me when they see me. Naruto maintained a smile that radiated happiness. For a moment, everyone present stopped and gave him a compassionate look, while those who passed by and glanced at him only showed their hatred and resentment. Is something wrong? Naruto questioned those present, his eyes darting from one to another searching for an answer, but no one dared to say anything. It's best if we get back to work, Kakashi said, reaching into one of his pockets and immediately pulling out an orange-covered book. Kakashi, don't tell me that's the book I think it is. And you plan to read it in front of the children? Kushina questioned the masked ninja, inwardly cursing the toad sage. Lady Kushina, I don't think it will do any harm. They don't even know what kind of book it is. Wow, is it one of Jiraiya's porn books? Can I borrow it when I finish it? Menma added enthusiastically. And what's next? Getting drunk at work. Kushina gave Kakashi a stern look. Perhaps when we're at a construction site, the masked man thought. Lady Kushina, I need to speak with you privately. Kushina and Kakashi moved far enough away so their genin couldn't hear. You know Naruto bears a certain resemblance to someone we know, Kakashi whispered. What are you implying? Kushina gave him a look that reflected her annoyance. That Minato-sensei wouldn't just pick a random orphan to seal the nine-tailed fox. What is the boy's relationship to you and your sensei? Kakashi focused all his attention on the redhead, whose expression didn't change in the slightest. You know that our two children are our only family, and I would never allow either of them to suffer bearing that burden, Kushina declared, annoyed by Kakashi's words. It's best if we go back to the others. The masked man felt something was off. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but there aren't many blondes in Konoha. Kakashi thought. Watching the Junin walk away, Menma smiled broadly. I told you it would work. Now Kakashi won't be able to pull out his stupid book, at least not in mom's presence. And what good is that to us? Sasuke questioned. It makes me uncomfortable when he reads that filth, Sakura added. Just you wait and see, the redhead replied. So it's porn he's reading? Kizura asked, joining the conversation. Of course it is, and we know it firsthand, Urza said, looking somewhat annoyed. It's not very honorable of him to do that in front of minors, Hanabi said in her usual stoic tone. Do you think he'd lend it to me? As he said this, Takeda received a whack on the head from Tatsuki, and Naruto started laughing. What are you laughing at? Takeda questioned, tears threatening to spill. How much of his man juice do you think is dried on the pages of that book? And you want him to lend it to you? You'd better get a new one, Naruto said, and the girls glared at Takeda. Hayu, they all groaned at once. Watch out, here they come, Menma said, warning of the return of the Junin pair. They continued working for several minutes, splitting into their respective teams. Kakashi-sensei, can you help me with this? Menma pointed to a certain area on the floor. Sure, what do you need? Kakashi replied, but when he arrived and saw what his student pointed out, the atmosphere became tense. If you're late again, I'll get you in trouble with mom, it was written in paint. Meanwhile, the other members of Team 7 were glancing at the notice. Oops, clumsy of me, it slipped, Menma said, immediately dropping the remaining paint onto the message. You have to be very careful with these things, they get out of control very quickly. These accidents, Kakashi said in a stern tone. So he meant this, Sasuke thought. It's true he was 2 hours late, but isn't extorting him a bit much? Sakura wondered, unsure how Kakashi would react. They already knew, Kakashi thought, noticing out of the corner of his eye that his other students had put their work aside and were looking at him in an attempt to hide their feelings. I appreciate your advice, sensei, but we need action. Very well, but sometimes the cure is worse than the disease. The disease and its consequences could be too great, Kakashi whispered this last part so only his team could hear. Later that same day, Naruto was in a certain alley in the red light district when a bird landed on his outstretched arm, awaiting his arrival. The blonde boy tied a message to one of the bird's legs, and then, from the other, he untied another message addressed to him. There's a certain business you should visit. The owner should have delivered a box of merchandise. You must pay him a visit and make sure we don't have any more problems with him. He might be waiting for you. His address is on the back. The blonde boy gave a small sigh and then joined his hands at chest level with his index and middle fingers extended. In a burst of smoke, a boy with brown hair and black eyes appeared, wearing gray and slightly worn jeans along with a brown sweatshirt. His mustache vanished and in its place appeared a sea of freckles as common as any other in the village. He formed a cross with the index and middle fingers of both hands, paused for a moment, and withdrew his left hand. With his remaining hand, he again formed a cross with his index and middle fingers. Amidst bursts of white smoke, a trio of clones appeared, distinguished by the color of their clothing. Upon exiting the alley, Naruto noticed a man no younger than 30, his face covered in enormous scars from past battles. A bandana displayed the village emblem engraved on a metal plate. In Naruto's opinion, the man looked far too stoic to be seeking amusement in a place like this, which gave him a bad feeling. Arriving at the indicated address, Naruto found himself in front of a small, cheap, seedy establishment with a closed sign on the door. After confirming it was open, Naruto entered. Hello. Is anyone here? Naruto. He exclaimed as he cautiously entered, looking in every corner with a kunai in his left hand. As he closed the door behind her, a thin, disheveled man emerged and stabbed the boy in the face with a senbon needle. The needle pierced his cheeks, impaling his tongue. Immediately afterward, he threw the boy to the ground and pinned his right hand to the wooden floor with a kunai. Gggggghhhhhhhtttt, the boy let out a muffled scream. I'm a censor. Do you know what that means? The man stood over Naruto's body, pulling out several kunai and senbon needles which he threw at his interlocutor. That means I can sense you and everyone around you, so you can't surprise me with a stupid chakra-absorbing kunai or a couple of clones. As he spoke the last words, he threw a kunai with an explosive tag across the room. I expected more from Danzo. He stomped hard on the hand still clutching the kunai repeatedly as Naruto continued to let out muffled screams. Finally, the kunai and needles ran out, and Naruto dropped the kunai, which was kicked just out of reach. The man got off Naruto and bent down to pick up the kunai as Naruto continued to groan in pain. Please, what did you expect? There's no way that. As he spoke, the kunai exploded in a cloud of white smoke and transformed into a brown-haired boy who pierced his neck with a kunai, leaving a stunned face on the now dead man, who threw the brown-haired boy against the wall. Immediately, the clone began to remove the needles and kunai that were stuck all over his body. Quote, "It doesn't look good at all," the clone said to himself as he removed the needle from his mouth. The clone took out bandages and began to remove some of the weapons embedded in his original self's body and bandage the wounds while Naruto continued breathing heavily and forcefully. Once the clone finished patching up the original Naruto, he took out a small bottle that said, "Plasma pills," from which he took one out. Quote, "Here, eat this," he said as he put it in the original Naruto's mouth. Almost immediately afterward, Naruto's breathing normalized and he looked at the recently severed body. The clone left the pills in the original blonde's hand and went to the body he searched it, from which he extracted a scroll. Upon giving it to the real Naruto, it exploded in white smoke, and Naruto began his journey to the alley, stumbling through the streets. He was mistaken for a drunkard until he finally collapsed, and amidst a burst of white smoke, he reverted to his normal appearance under the watchful gaze of a certain girl. The next day, around midday, Team 7 was gathered with Takeda and Tatsuki. They were carrying out a mission that consisted of walking the Inuzuka clan's dogs. And where is the demon? Menma asked. You shouldn't talk about him like that, but I want to ask you something. You guys were very close, and he used to hang out with Hiruzen. When he disappears for a few days, do you know where he goes? Tatsuki was worried about the blonde boy. No idea, he never told us where he was going or what he was doing, although he always comes back with some injuries. Menma's explanation caught everyone's attention. That's curious, why haven't you reported him to any Junin or Chunin? Kakashi looked up from the book he was reading. Because he did it himself. We once saw him telling one of the Chunin how the civilians attacked him, Takeda added as the others nodded. And what happened next? Well, he punched him in the face so hard that Naruto ended up on the ground, Tatsuki said, looking at Kakashi. Excuse me for a moment. Kakashi made a cross with the index and middle fingers of both hands, and in a burst of white smoke, an identical double of Kakashi appeared and immediately jumped away from everyone. Where are you going, Kakashi-sensei? I need to speak with the Hokage, Sakura asked. Kakashi replied. So, couldn't I talk to him about getting a real mission instead of this nonsense? Menma added. I don't think so. These are missions for rookies, and you guys are recent graduates. Besides, if anyone knows how to convince others, it's surely you, Kakashi said, feeling a hint of annoyance with the redhead, which was evident in the last sentence. Very well, as soon as we finish, we'll ask Dad for a real mission, Menma exclaimed cheerfully, ignoring Kakashi's annoyance. That same day at 1 p.m., they were giving the report on the last mission. Dad, I mean, Lord Hokage, how long do we have to keep doing these simple missions? We're genin now, and we can handle more serious assignments than painting a house or walking dogs. Very well, and by chance, just now a client requested an escort mission and needs a team to protect him all the way to the Land of Waves. Kakashi, do you think your team alone is sufficient for this mission, or would you like Tatsuki and Takeda to accompany you? After all, they were under your command today. Given the inexperience of both teams, it would be very helpful to include them, Kakashi replied. It's decided. Gather the necessary equipment and report to the village entrance at 3 p.m. By the way, I understood that Naruto was part of Yamato's team. Where is he? Minato glanced at Takeda and Tatsuki as he said the latter. Excuse me, but we haven't seen him today, Tatsuki replied. Kakashi. Minato looked at his student, pronouncing his name, a clear signal the copy ninja understood immediately. I understand, we won't be late, Kakashi replied. Menma, wait a minute, there's something I need to discuss with you alone. Everyone present left the office, and the Hokage then swept his right hand with 3 extended fingers, a slight breeze sweeping through the room, indicating the departure of his Anbu bodyguards. I told you to stop reading my documents, Minato said in a tone of voice that betrayed some annoyance. I wouldn't do anything like that, Menma looked away. Do you expect me to believe you just request a more advanced mission right after a C-rank escort mission arrives? What else have you seen? Minato knew his son could be a bit of a busybody. What do you plan to do? Reform the academy system to give D-rank missions, assigned by tutors, to those about to graduate so they can gain more experience. I thought it would be a good idea to start the reform. I greatly appreciate your intentions, but you must let me do my job properly. As punishment, you won't be paid for this mission, but I'm more interested in your friend Naruto. Kakashi told me that the shinobi themselves have beaten him up. Why didn't you tell me? Minato was annoyed with his twin sons for their lack of empathy towards their brother. It happens so often that we all think it's normal, Menma confirmed his father's fears. At 5 p.m., inside a fairly large room, Naruto was sleeping peacefully on a futon. The blonde boy's wounds had been treated, and thanks to the fox inside him, his recovery was accelerated. The wooden door slid open, and the sound startled Naruto awake. Although he didn't react, the blonde boy was alert. I know you're awake, and I need answers, or you'll die. Naruto slowly sat up to see the man speaking to him. He was a tall man who looked to be around 40 years old, with long, black hair, wearing a white coat. His appearance was quite fierce, with veins bulging around his eyes. For a few moments, there was silence and an enormous tension in the air that made the blonde boy uncomfortable. My name is Shun, and... You're lying. I know who you are. What happened to you to leave you in this state? He interrupted. I was attacked, the blonde boy replied tensely. That's obvious, but according to the report, you were transformed while walking through the streets, and given your condition, I highly doubt you managed to escape. No incident was reported yesterday that could have left you in such a state. It's very convenient that my eldest daughter found you. What are you looking for with her? Your daughter. Naruto was confused. Yes, don't play dumb. After all, they were both your classmates at the academy. Besides, when we registered you, we found plasma pills and seals that aren't shinobi. It's extremely rare for a genin to have something like this. Where did you get them? He started to approach the blonde boy as he thought about Hanabi and Hinata. Your kunai are peculiar. They can absorb chakra, something quite expensive for a newly graduated orphan genin. I bought them. Naruto was finally just inches away from him. Oh yeah, and the plasma pills too. Yes, I bought them. Naruto was interrupted by a slap. Please, I'm telling you the truth. Naruto felt some of his wounds reopen and began to bleed. Where did you get these seals? He said in a very calm tone of voice as if nothing out of the ordinary was happening. He opened the chest of his robe and took out a seal with the lightning kanji. I bought them, I swear, exclaimed Naruto. You're lying. No one in the village sells this type of seal. He slapped the blonde boy again, and he spat out a little blood. Are you going to tell me the truth now? Hiyashi's eyes returned to normal. I already told you that. The blonde boy couldn't finish his sentence because he received several blows at such speed that he only felt the pain of them and collapsed to the ground as his interrogator stuck a finger into a wound that had opened. I won't ask again. Where did you get your equipment, and what do you want with my family? He continued speaking so calmly that it made Naruto's blood run cold. Help, please. Anyone. I need help. Naruto screamed hysterically while writhing in pain. Again, the door to the room opened, and the one responsible for this was a girl with pearly eyes and pale skin who wore a gray hoodie and blue pants, accompanied by a beautiful woman with red eyes and an outfit that looked like it was made of bandages. Both were stunned by the scene. Dad, why are you doing this to Naruto? Hinata's voice cracked, on the verge of tears, as tears streamed down her face and her legs trembled. She watched in horror as her father, Hiyashi, did this to his former classmate. Calm down, it's not what it looks like, Hiyashi said, standing up and walking over to his daughter. Hinata couldn't bear what was happening any longer. She fell to her knees and began vomiting while crying. I just wanted to help him. Hinata cried between sobs. Why are you doing this to him? Hiyashi signaled to the woman to take the blonde boy away while he tried to comfort his daughter. Chapter 12. Clarification. The characters of Naruto do not belong to me but to their creator, the mangaka Masashi Kishimoto. Calm down, darling, nothing's wrong, it's not what you think, Hiyashi said in the most comforting tone he could muster. Hinata was crying inconsolably, staring at the blood left behind by her secret love. Inwardly, Hiyashi was grateful that Hanabi hadn't finished her mission for the day yet. Naruto was in the courtyard of the Hyuga mansion. Naruto, right, you must leave, said the woman with crimson eyes. What about my things? Naruto was breathing heavily. Wait here, said the woman before going back inside. Several minutes had passed, but Hinata remained in the same condition. Fed up with this, Hiyashi decided to strike his daughter, knocking her unconscious. Meanwhile, Kurenai entered the room. Hiyashi-sama. Kurenai, how convenient. I need you to alter Hinata's mind with your genjutsu so she believes it was all a dream. Sir, genjutsu doesn't work that way. Hiyashi gave the kunoichi a stoic look for a moment. I'll apply genjutsu to her, focusing on her mission, how she trained until she collapsed from exhaustion, how she woke up from a horrible nightmare, and how she fell back asleep so she can't distinguish between what happened and what she dreamed. I'll wake her up in a moment. Hiyashi began tapping his daughter's tenketsu. As you command, but I'd like to return the demon fox's equipment. Naturally, you want it back, but first tell me, what do you know about him? His name is Naruto. He's an orphan with no known family, yet he's become a ninja. At the academy, he was classmates with your daughters, and he has the nine-tailed fox sealed inside him, which caused the entire village to despise him due to the resentment generated by the attack a few years ago. I already know all that. I was hoping you'd tell me something more, like where he lives or who he associates with in the village. Do you want me to follow him? No, it's pointless now. All his contacts will be on alert. After several minutes, Kurenai left the house and silently accompanied Naruto to the exit, where she handed him all his equipment. Without saying a word, Naruto began to walk away from the Hyuga compound. Later that same day, Naruto was at the Hokage's office reporting in, waiting to receive a mission. This level of indiscipline is unacceptable. Where have you been? Do you know that your comrades have received a mission and that, because of you, they had to leave with one less person? I beg your pardon, but as you can see, I was attacked. I needed some rest. Naruto bowed as low as he could. Those are just excuses. What's going on? Minato intervened, materializing next to one of his three-pronged kunai. Hokage-sama, Naruto just reported in a few minutes ago and is requesting a mission, even though he didn't show up during the day while his comrades left the village on a mission. Why are you bandaged? Minato turned his gaze to Naruto. I had a little incident. Very well, I'll give you an urgent mission, and your payment will be in advance. If you fail, there will be consequences. Minato began writing on a piece of paper, which he folded in half and handed to the younger blonde boy along with his payment. Go to the shopping district and find Tuki. Deliver this message to him. You cannot read it. Do you understand? Yes, Hokage-sama. Immediately after a deep bow, Naruto ran off to fulfill his mission. Minato, that demo. Satoshi noticed how Minato became serious for a moment when he almost called the little blonde boy a demon. You know I don't like that. Kushina was a Jinchūriki before him. I apologize, Hokage-sama, but aren't you being too lenient with him? He's just a child, and besides, he's quite injured. Don't you think he deserves some compassion? Minato hoped this explanation would suffice for his subordinate. Hokage-sama, it's a bit difficult for me, but I can't go against you, Satoshi said. Like most people, the little blonde boy was little more than a beggar who embodied the demon fox and, as such, deserved nothing, not even the air he breathed. Naruto ran to his favorite ramen stand. He knew the owner was old Tsuki, and although he felt good about the mission the Hokage had entrusted to him, he kept thinking about his last assignment in the alley. It wasn't the first assassination he'd been assigned, but something didn't add up. The fact that he had to kill a ninja within his own village indicated this was some kind of problem for the cage or the village's higher-ups. But why not assign it to another shinobi? Something didn't add up. Another option was that he was dealing with criminals dangerous enough to kill with impunity within Konoha. Although this last option would explain Hiyashi's reaction, especially since he was part of the council. If it were some local shinobi division, Hinata's father would know about it with all his power and influence. Before Naruto finished reflecting on what had happened, he found himself at the Chiriku. Hey Naruto, are you going to eat your usual? Tsuki's greeting pulled Naruto from his thoughts. Hey old man, I'm on an urgent mission and I need to give you this. The blonde handed him the message. Come on, Naruto, take a seat. Tsuki's gaze shifted to the young blonde's wounds. Sure, old man, this time I actually brought money. Don't worry, today's on the house. As Tsuki said this, he put the message in one of his pockets. Old man, he has to read this or he'll get me in trouble. The Hokage said it was urgent. Oh, sure. Tsuki began to read the message. Hi Tsuki, as you can see, Naruto has had a pretty rough day. Prepare everything he asks for, and I'll pay you later. Make it seem like you invited him. After finishing reading the message, Tsuki looked happier. What had been a look of concern for the boy in front of him was now a look of satisfaction, knowing that he wasn't the only one who cared about Naruto. That same night, Naruto was entering his apartment. His windows were covered with boards, an old refrigerator and a table next to an electric grill made up his kitchen, a sofa and an old television were his living room, and perhaps it wouldn't be so bad if they weren't in the bedroom. Naruto's bedroom consisted of a futon inside a closet. Welcome home, he thought to himself. As soon as he stepped inside, he turned on the light and saw 4 stacks of bills on the kitchen table with a folded piece of paper on top. You did well, but you were intercepted by the Hyuga. You must learn to defend yourself against the gentle fist. Hiyashi has his eye on you, and it wouldn't be good if they caught you again. This will be the next phase of your training. Meanwhile, here's your payment for your girlfriend's hair, along with the payment for your last job. See you know where and when. After reading, Naruto began counting the money. 3 stacks of $200 bills, each stack containing 20 bills, and one more with $16,100 bills. Meeting point, 18 in 21 days at 7 p.m., the blonde thought. He took a deep breath and went to sleep. Tomorrow would be another day, and hopefully a better one than this. Thus the days passed for the blonde-haired boy, who awaited his next assignment. Although Naruto had no official teammate, he continued to undertake missions, accompanying other genin teams and taking great care with Hinata, Hanabi, Neji, and Kurenai. Meanwhile, Kakashi's team was traveling through the forests of the Land of Fire. Kakashi noticed some puddles of water, despite the hot day and the lack of rain in days. He knew a surprise attack from other shinobi was quite possible, and although he was on high alert, anticipating anything, it ultimately came as a relief to the copy ninja, who felt the genin were sorely lacking in training. In a luxurious office sat a rather burly, tall man with black hair, his face covered in bandages and his torso bare. He was seated across from a businessman who was dressed elegantly and ostentatiously, adorned with gold rings and very expensive-looking jewelry. They did well not to confront the copy ninja, they would have been destroyed, and their deaths would have been of no use to them. Kakashi is quite strong and has 5 apprentices. The Hidden Leaf Village did its homework, the ninja declared. Zabuza, you're just justifying your subordinates' incompetence. I didn't expect the assassins I hired to be so docile. Gato added the last part mockingly, referring to his employees' inaction. Perhaps you're right, and that Kakashi guy is a problem. I wonder how much Tasuna paid for such a powerful escort, one capable of intimidating the great Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist and leader of the Silent Assassination Squad. How can a miserable, lousy wretch afford a shinobi more capable than me? Are you ripping me off? I'm paying you a small fortune, and right now you and your comrades are trembling with fear over some idiot playing babysitter with 5 kids. Now that I know what we're up against, I know how to proceed. We can't spare any resources, and if you'll excuse me, I have some preparations to make. Zabuza bowed deeply and left the room. Haku, a black-haired ninja wearing a mask, waited for his master. Prepare things, Haku. We have work to do, and if everything goes well, we'll collect the reward for Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja. The Hidden Stone Village offers the highest reward. As you command. The masked ninja vanished as soon as he finished speaking. Gato pondered the effectiveness of his investment. Zabusa was supposed to be a skilled and renowned assassin, as was his team. Perhaps shinobi are highly overrated. Bandits are already very experienced at killing a man, and the fact that Zabusa's team is so agitated by just one man and a group of children is quite telling. It would be best to wait a while and ambush them all when Zabusa and Kakashi are exhausted and wounded. Finally, Tasuna and Kakashi's team arrived at the seashore, amidst a thick fog, ready to cross and ensure the safety of the bridge builder completing his mission. They were only waiting for a small boat that would take them to the land of waves. You know, if you take a drunk home, you have to make sure he's still drunk when you get there, Kakashi commented cheerfully to his pupils. Everyone present gave the masked shinobi an incredulous look. Yeah, I'm almost sober. I need another bottle, Tasuna said. Suddenly, Kakashi lunged at the builder, knocking him down. Watch out! Sasuke hugged Sakura and shouted his warning to his teammates, while Menma did the same for Tatsuki. But Takeda didn't react in time, and his left arm was severed at the shoulder by a massive blade. Takeda began to scream, and amidst his cries and a sea of his blood, Sasuke moved away from Sakura and began forming hand seals. Fire style, fireball technique, he thought, and immediately launched a small burst of flame onto his friend's wound, cauterizing it. But Takeda remained in shock, unable to calm down. Tatsuki immediately ran to her teammate's aid, but she, like her other teammates, could only watch in horror what had happened. Use this, Kakashi said, revealing his Sharingan eye. He took a small syringe from one of the pockets of his tactical vest and threw it to Tatsuki, who, as soon as she had it in her hands, injected the liquid into Takeda. For a moment, I thought you wouldn't do it, Sasuke thought. No movement. How long do you plan to keep hiding in the fog, Zabusa? You don't disappoint me, Kakashi. You seem to be living up to your reputation, but you won't emerge from this encounter unscathed. To the genin's horror, the voice came from the tree where the blade had been embedded. As the fog cleared, Zabuza's silhouette was revealed. And I suppose your team is close, Kakashi was interrupted by a kunai that lodged in his spine. Pretty close. Close, the demon brothers said simultaneously as Kakashi's body exploded in a cloud of white smoke, almost imperceptible due to the fog. Immediately, kunai flew toward the brothers from Tatsuki, and Sasuke prepared a fireball, which he launched moments later. Both brothers transformed into water as soon as they were hit by the attacks. Zabuza ripped his enormous sword from the trunk it was in, splitting the tree in half. Shurikens flew toward Zabuza's neck from Kakashi, who was standing face down in one of the branches of a tree. The shuriken were intercepted by Zenbun needles and the demon brothers again launched an attack against the copy ninja using a chain attached to his gauntlets, but as soon as they touched Kakashi he exploded in white smoke and a tree trunk appeared in his place. Get Tasuna to safety. Menma formed hand seals as quickly as possible while shouting to Sakura and spitting a water bullet in the direction where the needles had been thrown. The shuriken that had been deflected by the needles in midair changed direction again to attack Zabuza, who swung his weapon in the air, which again altered the trajectory of the thrown weapons. Please, Kakashi, did you think that would be enough? Zabuza had a hint of mockery in his voice. Not really. Kakashi shot out from beneath the ground, slashing Zabuza, who exploded due to an explosive tag on his hand. A metallic clang drew the attention of those present. A few meters away from Sakura and Tasuna, Kakashi and Zabuza were struggling. Zabuza was using his immense sword as a shield, and Kakashi held a kunai in each hand, trying to pierce the Kubikiribocho. So, Zabuza, you're here to kill Tasuna. Isn't that a rather mundane task for someone like you? You're here protecting him. My task is just as mundane as yours, only one of us gets paid according to our rank. So, who wants him dead? Professional secrecy, I know you understand. While Menma approached to see what had happened, the others were fighting the demon brothers and the mysterious ninja who was attacking from the shadows. Kakashi-sensei, what's going on? Menma shouted. Don't come any closer. Menma and Sakura understood that what had happened before was just a game. Here and now, they felt an abysmal tension that paralyzed them with fear. The confrontation between two Jonin was impressive. You know, you should be more careful. It looks like one of the needles hit you. It would be a tragedy if it's poisoned. Zabuza pointed to Menma's right arm, which hung limply as if broken. Menma immediately turned pale and slumped onto his rear. Don't listen to him, he's just playing with your mind. If it were poisoned, he wouldn't tell you. But it doesn't matter if it's poisoned or not. If you just sit there, he'll kill you as soon as he can. Zabuza began making hand seals, and Kakashi immediately mirrored the same movements. Water Dragon Jutsu, he said, and from the sea emerged the figure of a dragon that lunged at Kakashi but was intercepted by a second dragon. Impressive. The ninja certainly lives up to his name. Copy, Zabuza thought. While this was happening, Menma was stunned, watching his masters fight. Sasuke, already with several needles stuck in his body, tackled Menma. What the hell are you doing? We have a fight to win. Sasuke was visibly annoyed by his partner's inaction. An explosion caught the attention of both genin. Menma was surprised to see that the demon brothers had been pinned to one of the trees by the chains on their gauntlets. I think I hit him. That must be where he throws the needles from. Tatsuki pointed in the direction of some nearby trees. So you've figured me out. It's time to get serious. Both Tatsuki and Sasuke began forming hand seals and simultaneously launched fireballs in the direction of the voice, while Menma began throwing all the shuriken he had in his back pouch. All the attacks seemed effective, however, when the flames died down, they revealed that a wall of ice had formed between the masked ninja and the attacks. Meanwhile, Kakashi threw a kunai at Zabuza, who turned into water at the same time Kakashi was cut in half, but he too turned into water. Zabuza was grabbed by his feet and sunk into the ground up to his waist. He interrupted the copy ninja's technique by slamming his sword into the ground with all his might, trying to cut through it. They're monsters. What the hell am I doing here? I'll die any minute now, Sakura thought as she held a kunai in each hand, barely maintaining her guard to protect herself and Tasuna. But the fact that her legs wouldn't stop trembling didn't inspire much confidence in the old builder. During their fight, Kakashi and Zabuza ventured into the sea again, forming hand seals and staring directly into each other's eyes. Zabuza saw a clone of himself right behind Kakashi. These silly tricks won't do you any good, both Junin said simultaneously. This caused Zabuza to be distracted at the last second, allowing Kakashi to finish the jutsu before him. Water Style, Giant Vortex Jutsu. A huge whirlpool of water formed in front of the copy ninja and attacked Zabuza, throwing him back to solid ground. From behind the wall of ice, a masked ninja jumped out and threw Zenbun, which the Leaf Genin immediately dodged. As soon as he landed, the masked ninja launched an attack on Sasuke, driving 3 needles into his shoulder. Menma threw a punch, but his fist was stopped by a wall of ice covered in sharp spikes, causing him to cry out in pain. Tatsuki was about to exhale a fireball. She looked over at the masked man but stopped when she saw him already subduing Sasuke and using him as a human shield. The demon brothers had already broken free. Gozu and Maizu exchanged a glance and nodded. Maizu went to help the masked man, and Gozu approached the pink-haired girl. What are you going to do now, girl? Sakura was finishing up when a damp patch began to trickle from her crotch. Seeing this, Gozu began to laugh wickedly. Because of the mist, he didn't notice Takeda, who lunged forward, wielding his amputated arm, and struck repeatedly until he fell unconscious. Sakura couldn't take it anymore and began to cry, vomiting from nerves and disgust at seeing her teammate using his own recently severed arm as a weapon. Menma winced in pain when he was suddenly knocked down by a blow strong enough to knock him out. The masked man stared intently at Tatsuki when Zabuza was thrown from the sea, crashing into a tree, still wielding his enormous sword. A few meters away, standing on the water, was Kakashi, breathing heavily. At this sight, the masked man kicked Sasuke in the direction of his teammate and immediately ran towards Zabuza, who formed a hand seal, intending to continue the fight. Maizu, on the other hand, ran towards her brother to save him and, if possible, capture Tasuna. That way they could kill him peacefully and obtain proof to satisfy Gato. Takeda noticed the brothers immediately and without hesitating tried to confront him, but Maizu knocked him out and took him and his brother. All the ninja from the Hidden Mist village escaped with smoke bombs, and barely seconds after their departure, Kakashi collapsed on the seashore. Sasuke and Tatsuki rushed to their master's rescue. They ventured into the forest, and once they were sure they were alone. What the hell was that? I wasn't finished with Kakashi. Zabuza exclaimed. Seriously. Because it looked like he was going to finish you off. We saved your asses, and my brothers too. Maizu was agitated, he hadn't expected the fight to go like this. At least he'll be of some use to us. After all, they're from the Leaf Village, Zabuza said, pointing to the one-armed genin Maizu had brought with him. Hiku, if you weren't so soft, you would have quickly killed the genin. As punishment, you'll kill them yourself and then cut off their hands, Zabuza declared. When Kakashi regained consciousness, he found himself on the sofa of an unfamiliar bed. The smell of freshly prepared food filled the room, and a fireplace warmed the air. Hello, kids, where are you? With clumsy movements, Kakashi got up from the sofa. I'm glad you're awake. Lunch will be ready in a few minutes, said a woman who, in the copy ninja's words, was an attractive housewife, a well-proportioned body, black hair with 2 strands framing her face, and curves that, despite her loose clothing, caught his attention. If you're looking for the children, they're outside. They mentioned something about entertainment. The woman gestured toward a door. Thank you very much. Kakashi staggered to the indicated door. Upon opening it, he saw that it was already night and that Menma was arguing with Tasuna while the other genin watched. What the hell was that? We were supposed to protect you from bandits, but a group of assassins wants your head. Menma had a huge bruise on his face. Menma, that's no way to treat a customer. Why don't you tell us what we're involved in? Kakashi drew everyone's attention, making his presence known. Kakashi-sensei, it's just that, Menma went from anger to being on the verge of tears. I understand, but before we do anything, we need information. You see, what's happening is that a tycoon named Gato has practically taken over the land of waves, taking advantage of the fact that we're isolated by the sea. The only way to get in or out is by small boats. Our hope is a bridge I'm building. We hope it will attract trade and facilitate transportation. That's why he wants me dead, because I could ruin his tyrannical rule. He even killed the feudal lord and took everything he had. Very well. Please come inside. Lunch is almost ready, and I need to talk to the boys about a few things privately. Kakashi said this in a friendly tone, and once Tasuna had entered the house, he stumbled over to his students. What we're up against is one of the ninja swordsmen of the mist, Zabusa Momochi, former leader of the silent assassination unit, famous for eliminating his targets so quickly they didn't even know when they passed from this life to the next. Nicknamed the Demon of the Hidden Mist, he's definitely been watching us. Although your performance wasn't bad, you need to improve even more. Sakura blushed with embarrassment, remembering her performance, and looked down at the ground. And what about the others? Menma asked. Zabusa tried to stage a coup in his village, and when it failed, he fled with some followers. They must be the demon brothers, but I don't know who the masked man is. We have to decide what to do. Can we abandon them to their fate? The mission is complete, and we have no obligation to stay or face Zabusa and his crew again. Your lives will be at risk, and that's not part of the mission. I can't force you to do anything, whether you want to leave or stay. Asking for help from the village is out of the question due to the distance and time involved, but before you decide, you should know that, like you, the ninja of the Hidden Mist village take a graduation exam. The difference is that they have to kill one of their classmates. They are all consummate killers. Who's returning to the village? Silence fell, no one wanted to say anything. And you, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura, who kept her gaze on the ground, unable to meet anyone's eyes, drew the attention of the entire group. I'll stay. I have to take care of Takeda. I won't leave anyone behind, the copy ninja declared. Those words somehow instilled courage in the genin. I suppose we'll all stay. Kakashi-sensei, why do you have the Sharingan? Are you part of the clan? Tatsuki questioned her master, but Sasuke was about to ask something similar. It's a long story, but no, I'm not an Uchiha. I'm just a friend of the family. Besides, there are more important things to do than talk about my past. We need to know how many tools we have. Shuriken, kunai, food pills, explosive tags, count everything tonight, and tomorrow morning we'll start training. We'll take turns so someone can protect Tasuna. Don't worry, there won't be any other shinobi around, or they would have attacked alongside Zabuza. He and his team will be healing and preparing, just like us. We have a little time. For now, let's go inside, dinner is almost ready. The 4 genin headed inside, but when Sakura passed Kakashi, he stopped her, placing his hand on her shoulder. Sakura, I need to talk to you. Sakura was already expecting Kakashi to reprimand her for her inaction during the enemy attack, and once the others entered the house, Sakura looked into Kakashi's eyes. Sensei, Sakura was on the verge of tears. Don't worry, I know it's too much for you. I know your family are civilians, and we're not supposed to do something so dangerous at this point, but you won't be going out on guard duty. We'll work harder so you're prepared, okay? Sakura threw her arms around Kakashi. Thank you. I'll do my best not to disappoint you. Don't worry, but we have to go with the others. During dinner, there was a palpable tension in the air caused by the interaction between Menma and Tasuna, but Kakashi and Tasuna's daughter didn't seem to notice. They exchanged glances and smiles, or at least that's what she thought, since she couldn't see him without his mask. Once the meeting was over, and with the Leaf Village ninja and Tasuna's family present, Kakashi was ready to speak. Tasuna, I'd like to talk to you about the mission. Tasuna's expression turned serious, a stark contrast to the grandfather's gaze as he shared a meal with his family. You hired us to bring you safely home, which we've already done. Considering all the details you omitted, this is an A or B class mission and should have been assigned to a more qualified team. Having said that, we've decided to protect it until the bridge is completed. We can't ignore the injustices you're experiencing. Dash. Thank you very much, but I have nothing to repay you with. Tasuna bowed deeply. Don't worry, we'll just ask for a place to rest and some food. Speaking of which, it's late, and we should get up early to start preparing as soon as possible. Dash. You should surrender. It's pointless, you'll all end up dead. Tasuna's grandson said as he got up from his place at the table and ran to his room. The atmosphere fell, and everyone else silently prepared for bed. I'm so sorry my son is acting this way. All of this is because of what happened to his father. He died because of Gato. I don't want to talk about it. Please follow me, I'll show you where you'll sleep. The ninjas followed the woman. I'm sorry there aren't enough rooms, but boys and girls will have to share. Excuse me, I don't know your name. I'm Kakashi Hatake, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'd also like to know your name. I'm Tsunami, please follow me. Once the genin entered her room, Tsunami began to sway as she walked, something that didn't go unnoticed by the copy ninja. Unfortunately, there aren't enough rooms for everyone. There's only this one and my father's. I hope you don't mind sharing. Tsunami blushed as she said this last part. With such company, it's always a pleasure, Kakashi continued into the alcove. Inside the genin's room, they were carrying out Kakashi's task, all lost in their thoughts until Sasuke began to speak. Sakura, how are you feeling? This took the girl by surprise. Fine, Sasuke, I'm better now. Sakura suddenly found the floor very interesting, unable to look up. I'd like to know why no one else was affected. Tatsuki stopped what she was doing and looked for a moment at Sasuke, who had tensed up. You see, Sakura, you know that Sasuke and I are something like cousins, right? Sakura nodded. Well, nothing has been the same since the Uchiha clan massacre. We only lost a few members, and what happened to the others isn't easy to forget, although it does make things like today easier to endure. Both Tatsuki and Sasuke's expressions shifted to ones that reflected nostalgia, longing for better days. I'm so sorry I brought it up. Sakura didn't remember that, she felt so stupid. How could she forget something like that? Well, mom and dad weren't too keen on the academy program. To begin with, they made my sister and me do a lot of genjutsu encounters in similar situations, but it's nothing like reality, Menma explained, and his words helped Sakura better understand the academy's purpose. It only served to create cannon fodder, and only clans properly trained genin. No ninja from a civilian family would be up to the task of a real mission, which is why they painted houses and looked for pets. Chapter 13. Clarification. The characters of Naruto are not my property but belong to their creator, the mangaka Masashi Kishimoto. In a dark room illuminated only by the faint moonlight coming through the open window, Kakashi was naked, pumping his penis inside Tsunami, who only had black panties rolled up and stuffed in her mouth to stifle her moans. Kakashi's imposing physique was a testament to his life as a shinobi, a well-built and muscular body marked by battle scars, while Tsunami, a slender woman, carried a few extra pounds that only accentuated her feminine attributes. Large breasts with dark nipples and a round, well-formed bottom that Kakashi enjoyed spanking. Meanwhile, in the genin's room, they continued their discussion. How do you think Kakashi got the Sharingan? Sasuke asked. You're not thinking he's an Uchiha, are you? You saw the scar above his eyelid, Tatsuki said. Sharingan, you mean his red eye? Why would he be an Uchiha just because of his eye? Sakura questioned. That's a dojutsu that can only manifest in some members of the Uchiha clan, our clan, Sasuke explained. But that scar and the fact that it's constantly covered is quite rare, Tatsuki added. What do you mean? Menma was getting more and more confused. Look into my eyes. Tatsuki's pupils turned blood red and black commas formed in them. This is the Sharingan. Even though Sasuke hasn't awakened it, it's something only an Uchiha can awaken, and as you can see, I can activate and deactivate it whenever I want. As she said this last part, Tatsuki's eyes returned to normal. Do you hear that? Sasuke drew everyone's attention. Now that you mention it, yes. Menma replied. They remained silent for a few seconds, and the faint sound of rhythmic knocking from the next room reached them. They all understood what it was. Tatsuki and Sakura blushed as much as humanly possible, while Menma and Sasuke were also affected, though they tried to keep up appearances. It would be best if we went to sleep, Sasuke said. That's right, we wake up at dawn tomorrow, Menma seconded, turning off the lights. Then they all got into sleeping bags. Earlier that day, Naruto was heading to the designated meeting place, where he found himself waiting again in a clearing in the forest. Good evening, I see you've returned, Naruto said, happy to see his employer. Have you made any progress with your training? Just like always, County went straight to the point. That's right. Naruto formed a cross with the fingers of one of his hands, and dozens of blonde ninjas appeared in bursts of smoke, immediately exploding into smoke and disappearing. Then he began forming hand seals with both hands to create the water dragon jutsu, which he launched again, but again the preparation time was excessive for a real battle, and its effect was practically the same as last time. You need more training. You're still taking too long and using both hands, County declared. Now I'll show you two new techniques that you must master as soon as possible. The first won't be difficult, it's a storage seal. From one of his pockets, he pulled out a scroll that, when unwrapped, had the kanji for sword written on it. With a hand seal, County made a katana appear with its hilt wrapped in a gray bandage and a white scabbard. You see, there are 4 ways to use it. This is the basic way, let's say level 1. Level 2 would be without seals, just passing your hand over the seal. Level 3 is throwing whatever is written on it, and level 4 is being able to physically insert something into the seal. Take that sword, unsheath it, and then separate the lower part of the scabbard. Naruto obeyed company. The blonde boy took the sword, which was about 1.2 meters long, but when Naruto pulled the blade from its sheath, he was a little disappointed by the weapon's size. Upon separating the lower part, he realized it was 2 swords, and the second one had its hilt at the base of the scabbard. Throw with the intention of killing me, County ordered the blonde boy, but the latter seemed hesitant to attack. I'm waiting. Naruto said, throwing both weapons toward his master, who caught them with the scroll. Instead of being pierced by the swords, they disappeared, or so the blonde boy thought. Upon closer inspection of the scroll, he noticed they had frozen on it. Now watch, County said, turning his back to Naruto. Both weapons shot out of the scroll toward one of the trees, and upon impact, they pierced it. Wow, Naruto exclaimed, unable to hide his surprise. That's just the first technique. Now make all the clones. As much shadow as you can, County said. At Ko's command, Naruto formed a cross seal with his right hand, and immediately an industrial number of blondes appeared. I heard you had trouble with the Hyuga, and this technique should counteract that. It's simple, you control your own space to the point where they can't land a single blow. I'll give you a demonstration. Everyone take positions around me and then attack. Once in position, the blondes launched their attack in groups of 10, but company, with subtle movements, dodged their blows, and every one he threw hit its target, exploding the blondes in white smoke. That's impressive, exclaimed the original blonde, who had been standing on the sidelines with the other colonists, observing. It's called Sikuken, and to learn it, you need to hone your senses and reflexes to inhuman levels. I've never heard of taijutsu like that, Naruto said, surprised and excited by the abilities he had just witnessed. It's because it's not taijutsu. It's martial arts, a set of techniques and fighting styles even older than ninjutsu, and for you to learn it properly, your training will be day and night without rest. The next day in the Land of Waves, the Konoha ninja were gathered on the outskirts of a small forest around 6 a.m. The sun hadn't yet risen, and the cold air whistled through the trees. This, along with a light mist, unsettled all the genin, who wore anxious glances, almost expecting a fatal blow that would never come. I'm glad you're on guard and ready for action, but I don't think anything will happen, Kakashi said calmly. Despite using crutches, he seemed quite relaxed, and everyone's eyes turned to the Junin in an accusatory way, almost urging him to take things seriously. All right, it's time to begin. Who among you can climb a tree without using your hands? Kakashi's question only turned his students' faces into expressions of bewilderment. It's done like this, Kakashi calmly said, walking towards a tree which he climbed on his own. And what's the point of that? Menma questioned. You see, this is a relatively basic form of chakra control training. You must accumulate chakra in your feet. If you don't use enough, you'll fall, and if you use too much, you'll break the tree. The feet are a somewhat difficult place to concentrate chakra, and controlling the flow will help you optimize its use in other jutsu. Now it's your turn to try. He calmly descended in the same manner he had climbed. The 4 genin each ran towards their respective trees. Menma only managed 2 steps before falling to the ground. Sasuke took 5 steps, and on his 6th, he shattered part of the trunk. After a leap and an acrobatic maneuver, he landed on the ground. Sakura reached the top on her first attempt, and Tatsuki reached halfway, grabbing a branch to avoid falling. Very impressive. I didn't expect anyone to make it on their first try. Sakura, now you'll try it in the water. The rest of you continue here. Sakura, come with me. Kakashi turned towards a puddle. Kakashi-sensei, Tatsuki called to the copy ninja. Do you think we can defeat the Chunin from the Hidden Mist village? Quote. We must hope for the best. We'll do everything we can to achieve it. Besides, they did quite well yesterday, the copy ninja replied seriously, which improved the mood of the girl and her companions. Once Kakashi and Sakura reached the body of water, he checked its depth with the help of a crutch and, after seeing that it was about 30 centimeters deep, proceeded to explain to Sakura. Now you'll have to stand on the water. It's basically the same, but more difficult. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura said, you're going to have to do some extra training to keep up with your teammates. I understand, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura replied, placing a foot in the water where she floated. You're quite good at chakra control. Now you'll need to maintain it for as long as possible and continuously perform the cloning jutsu. The goal is to reach the limit of your chakra reserves. Remember, it's like a muscle that needs to be exercised. Meanwhile, I'm going to sleep. Kakashi began walking inside the house to rest. Several weeks later, in the Hidden Leaf Village, around 10 o'clock in the morning on a sunny day, Naruto was walking his dog when he ran into Kakashi's team. Hey guys, long time no see. Naruto couldn't finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a punch from who he thought was his girlfriend. What the hell happened to you? You have no idea what we went through. And Takeda, Tatsuki screamed, filled with fury. Tatsuki couldn't finish her sentence. As she spoke, her gaze fell to the floor as tears streamed from her eyes. Sasuke and Menma exchanged uncomfortable glances as Sakura approached Tatsuki to try and comfort her. Kakashi walked over to Naruto and, placing his hand on the boy's shoulder, said, what your teammate is trying to say is that Takeda didn't survive this mission and that your presence would have been a great help. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go and present the report and discuss some matters with the Hokage. Hiku and everyone else, go and get some rest. Kakashi and a stranger whom Naruto had never seen before, a man with black hair and an androgynous appearance, reinforced by his kimono, which, while not feminine, didn't exactly exude masculinity either, and whose painted nails only added to the confusion, left for the village leader's office. Tatsuki had stopped crying, but Naruto didn't know what to say. After all, they were recent graduates, these were supposed to be easy missions. Of course, he was used to risking his life on dangerous assignments, but this was completely different. Tatsuki, the blonde boy tried to speak, but immediately. He was silenced by Sasuke, who stepped forward and positioned himself between Naruto and Tatsuki. Naruto, you'd better shut your mouth. What kind of lazy coward deserts his team right before a mission like this? I didn't desert. What happened was. You seem busy, and it's best if you finish your mission, or whatever it is you're doing. We'll see each other later, Sakura added, trying to end the conversation as quickly as possible to get away from the blonde boy. Captain Yamato watched from a distance as the four of them started walking, leaving Naruto behind, who helplessly watched his former classmates turn their backs on him. Back in the Hokage's office, Kakashi was talking to Minato about the details of the mission. So, while Sakura stayed with Tazuna as the last line of defense, Manma, Sasuke, and Tatsuki faced Haku and the Demon Brothers. Tatsuki was providing support from a distance, while I faced Zabuza. I didn't expect it to be a clone until it was too late. I let him cut me and used the summoning jutsu to immobilize his movements. Just as the dogs bit the clone and it dissolved into water, Zabuza used the giant vortex jutsu, which left me in a vulnerable position. It was difficult, but that's when Gato appeared. Tatsuki was the first to see him, and according to her, he was accompanied by a large group of mercenaries. The mercenaries restrained Takeda while, with a hook-shaped blade, they stabbed him in the right collarbone and made a gash down to his hypogastrium, just below the navel, causing several of his organs to spill out, resulting in an agonizing and horrific death. That's when Gato broke his deal with Zabuza. So Zabuza and his team massacred Gato and his mercenaries. Minato looked seriously at his student's written report. That's correct, Hokage-sama, Kakashi added, but due to Menma's words, Zabuza requested that Haku accompany us to the village while he and the demon brothers returned to the Hidden Mist village to join the revolution. I understand. It's best that Tatsuki gets the psychological attention she needs as soon as possible. That's all for now, Kakashi. You may leave. Yes. Hokage-sama, Kakashi said before bowing and then heading for the door. As soon as he opened it, he was met with the sight of an old man covered in bandages that concealed his battle wounds, giving him an appearance reminiscent of a mummy. No sooner had Kakashi left the room than the somber man entered. Danzo-sama, I'm glad I can count on your presence. Regarding that initiative you had, I think I have the perfect candidate, Minato said as Kakashi closed the door. A few weeks later, on a sunny day, a meeting was being held between some of the Junin and the Hokage in the latter's office. As the Junin in charge of the teams of interest who haven't yet taken the Chunin promotion exams, who are your recommendations? Minato said, scanning the room, waiting for one of them to speak first. I recommend my 3 students. They're full of youthful energy and will make excellent Chunin, exclaimed one of the attendees. He wore a tight-fitting green suit, a tactical vest, and orange leg warmers, smiling and giving a thumbs up. Excellent, Guy. We expect great things from your students, Minato replied cheerfully, returning the smile. I also approve of my 3 students, added Kuranai. It's a good opportunity to test the efficiency of a team specializing in tracking. Hokage-sama, you can count on the Ino-Shika Cho trio for the exams, added a man who looked to be around 20 years old. He had a beard and wore the standard Junin uniform, except for a handkerchief with the kanji for Ino, with fire tied to his waist. In my opinion, Sakura, Sasuke, and Menma have a good chance of passing, Kakashi said almost without interest. I don't approve of any of them. Captain Yamato drew the attention of his teammates, being the only one so far who wouldn't allow any of his apprentices to participate in the exam. Is something wrong with your team? Minato wasn't surprised that he was the one who didn't recommend anyone for a possible promotion, but he had to explain his reasons. Hokage-sama, the team isn't in the best shape. Although Naruto and Tatsuki are now carrying out missions normally, they're still distant, and there seems to be some resentment on Tatsuki's part. Not to mention, there are only 2 of them. I don't think adding a 3rd member will reduce the friction they have, Yamato explained. If that's the case, perhaps I should invite the little Kunoichi to my team, Kushina said, drawing everyone's attention. I think only 2 of my 3 students are prepared to attempt this exam, and I understand that the little Uchiha's skills are good enough not to waste this opportunity. Kushina seemed very confident in the results she expected to achieve, attentively looking at her husband, seeking his approval. Yamato, what do you think? Minato questioned. If it were solely a matter of skill, Tatsuki would be ready, but she needs to be in a good mental state and surrounded by people she knows she can trust. And as I understand it, there was a slight rivalry between her and your daughter, Hokage-sama. That's true, there was. But that's all in the past, and therefore she's a perfect candidate to take the exam alongside Hanabi and Urza, Kushina quickly added. Then it's decided, Kushina. You must explain the reasons for her substitution to your remaining student, Minato said to his wife, who had already given the other Junin a thumbs down while smiling as if her entire team had already been promoted to Chunin. Wait a minute, Minato, I'd also like to name a team to take the exam, Danzo Shimura said, drawing everyone's attention. Although he was always present at these kinds of meetings, he had never spoken a word, always just listening. I'd like to form a genin team that I've put together myself with promising young talents. I understand. Who would they be? Minato regarded the old warhawk with suspicion, given the nature of his actions behind the scenes. Their code names are Ink, Tundra, and Nine. I have my reasons for not revealing their identities to those present. I would prefer they be revealed on the day of the exam and evaluated solely on their performance. Although Danzo Shimura considered the Hidden Leaf Village his highest ideal, protecting its inhabitants was secondary, and this was what fueled Minato's distrust. It's a rather unusual request. Minato remained impassive, evaluating every aspect of the situation. He was fairly certain of the team members' identities, and while the situation itself didn't inspire confidence, there was no real reason to deny the request. I see no reason to deny this team entry. It's decided, 6 teams of genin will take their first Chunin exams. You must inform your students of the decision you've made, Minato said, signaling them to leave the room. Kushina had gathered her team at the Ichiraku ramen stand. Only Hanabi and Urza will take the exam. Kizura, you won't be participating. Tatsuki will take your place as her partner, Kushina explained to her students bluntly. But Kushina-sensei, why on earth won't you let me participate? Kizura protested immediately, which didn't surprise her teammates. What do you think the purpose of the exam is? Kushina questioned her student. To climb a rung in the village's organization and demonstrate our capabilities, Kizura honestly thought. Of course not. It's a demonstration of the military power of the participating villages, especially our allies, to remind smaller villages and potential clients which village has the best shinobi. If the village only appointed Chunin through the exam, it would take decades to have half the number we have now. Don't worry, you'll have your chance to advance. But I'm part of the team, Kizura softened her voice. It's because your family are civilians. Those with Kekkeijukai have better opportunities. I'm sorry, Kushina said, feeling uneasy explaining her reasons to her student. She wanted to convince herself it was a way to protect her. Sensei, Urza called, drawing her mother's attention, whose spirits were beginning to flag. Can we choose another member for our team? Urza wasn't very comfortable having to cooperate so directly with Tatsuki due to a certain rivalry between them. No, the decision has already been made, and I hope you achieve the best results and demonstrate the capabilities of all kunoichi, Kushina exclaimed energetically. That old hag just wants to project her own failures, Kizura thought as she looked at her sensei with a disapproving glance. I'm sorry you can't join us, Hanabi added. Don't worry, girls, they're every 6 months. Kizura will have her chance, and as I said, there are other ways to become a chunin. Kushina was seething with excitement again. Meanwhile, Naruto, Tatsuki, and Yamato were gathered under the shade of some trees near the training grounds. As you probably know, the chunin exams are coming up, and only genin who are considered fit can take the exam. Unfortunately, I don't consider you fit to participate, Yamato explained to his students, who were watching him attentively. But sensei, I thought that we could apply for admission. When will I become a chunin? Tatsuki questioned. That's correct, but as long as it's not your first time applying, and there's more than one exam a year, you'll have the opportunity. By the way, Tatsuki, Kushina-sensei requests your presence. Here are the details. Yamato handed the girl a small scroll. If we stay as genin, will we still do the most basic missions? Naruto asked with some interest. But you became a ninja just to scrub shit, the Uchiha spat. What did you say? You heard me, the blonde replied irritably. All you like is messing around. And when you have the chance to do other kinds of missions, you let your people die like they're garbage. Tatsuki's voice grew louder as she spoke, so much so that she practically shouted the last part. She activated her Sharingan and glared at the blonde, who was looking at her with a frown. Before they knew it, they were both being trapped by what looked like wooden cocoons growing around them. It's because of situations like this that I can't expect you to take the exam as a team. In shinobi exams, you risk your life. Naruto, I'll let you go first so you can leave. The meeting is over. Professor, that's unfair. Where did chivalry go? I want to get away from this pest as fast as possible. Tatsuki exclaimed. Very well, Captain Yamato said, releasing his student with a hand sign. Immediately after being freed, she slammed both hands against the blonde boy's head as if trying to crush it. Damn it, that's why he had to go first, she retorted. With another hand seal, Captain Yamato trapped the girl again. Please, sensei, if you release me, I'll leave without a word, the blonde boy said in an almost unconcerned tone, as if he didn't care about what his classmate had just done. Yamato watched him for a few moments and felt dismayed that Naruto was acting this way, with a feeling that if he heard him speak, something similar would happen. Yamato made a hand seal in the shape of a cross, and in the middle of a burst of white smoke, an identical double appeared. The newcomer grabbed Naruto and dragged him away from the place, while the original did the same with Tatsuki, marching in the opposite direction. Later, during twilight, Naruto was in a certain alley, transformed into a man around 20 years old wearing construction workers' work clothes. While waiting for a supposedly important meeting, he noticed a man in a black trench coat with many scars on his face about to enter a brothel, where some girls in very short skirts were welcoming him at the entrance. A blonde girl with a rather large rear end. Naruto immediately recognized her as Michiru, one of the escorts, ran to hug him, which the scarred man reciprocated as he lifted her skirt and inserted his index and middle fingers between her buttocks. Naruto seemed absorbed in the scene unfolding before him. Enjoying the show, Ko spoke from atop one of the rooftops just before 3 Zenbun needles struck Naruto's face, causing him to explode in white smoke. You won't catch me off guard again, Naruto's voice came from one of the trash cans in the alley, and amidst a burst of white smoke, he transformed into the blonde boy staring directly at Company, who was still on the rooftop. Not bad, but you've got a long way to go. Ko's voice seemed to be coming from nowhere in particular and echoed throughout the alley as Naruto frantically searched for him until he noticed a pair of eyes on the wall at the far end of the alley, staring intently at him. Finally, County flew out of the wall and landed beside the blonde boy. Follow me, County said, making a hand seal. The wall he'd shot out of began to coalesce, forming a staircase that led to the village's underground. The moment the duo stepped into the tunnel, the first step rose swiftly, concealing the entrance as if nothing had happened. The tunnel was illuminated by a crystalline blue light emanating from crystallized minerals above. As they walked, the tunnel appeared and disappeared, extending about 2 meters behind and in front of them, until they finally reached a vast hall with a balcony directly opposite the tunnel's exit. Ko and Naruto emerged from the balcony, and as soon as they stepped outside, County leapt onto it. Naruto, you're here to prove your worth and show that taking you in wasn't a mistake, she declared. As soon as County finished speaking, a couple of ninjas landed directly above Naruto. Naruto quickly leapt forward, dodging the initial attack. One shinobi planted a tanto in the ground, and the other a crystalline blade. Immediately after planting his weapon, Naruto formed the shadow clone seal with his left hand and reached for his ninja tool pouch, pulling out several shuriken. Multiple copies of the blonde ninja appeared, also poised to launch the same attack at their assailants. What should have been an attack by a few ninja stars ended up becoming what is described as a deadly rain. With a hand seal, a massive hill of ice appeared between the two attackers and Naruto, while the other pulled out a scroll and a brush and began to draw. Naruto and his clones launched their attack after seeing the ice pillar form, but from behind it emerged a group of unreal-looking black and white tigers that took several of the blondes by surprise. They exploded in white smoke within the beasts' jaws, while a rain of Zenbun needles fell on the blondes' rear. They began catching them with their hands and throwing them back to where they came from, where a block of ice formed, protecting one of the ninja. The beasts maintained a more or less even fight with the blondes. While some exploded in smoke after a few blows, others exploded in ink, and the ninja who created ice formed a crystalline blade in his hands, visualizing the one he believed to be the original because he continued dodging while still forming clones. As soon as he was within reach, he violently swung the blade, trying to cut the blonde man in half. The blonde man caught the blade and kicked his attacker in the stomach, who dropped the improvised blade. The blonde man perceived how the other aggressor was wielding his tanto, trying to cut him. This attack was barely deflected by the ice blade, which broke and flew to one of the walls. As soon as the ice creator caught his breath, he performed several hand seals, transforming the ice fragments scattered around the room into crystalline squares that could easily be mistaken for mirrors. While Naruto was beating the artist, he noticed several needles heading towards him. His reaction was to use the artist as a human shield, but many more struck him from behind. After taking the attack, the blonde boy threw the stunned body to the ground as far as he could and began tracing an imaginary circle around himself with his hands. He then unleashed a barrage of needles from all directions, which Naruto caught between his fingers and threw in almost any direction, avoiding the balcony where County watched him intently. Looks like they're coming from the mirrors, the blonde boy thought, and immediately threw them at the mirrors. Enough! Exclaimed Company, and the fight stopped. He already knows how the jutsu works, there's no point in continuing this. Naruto, I'd like to introduce you to your teammates for the Chunin exams, County stated. The unconscious man is named Sai, an artist. With the ability to bring his creations to life, the other is Hakuyuki, who comes from the village hidden in the mist and has an ice keke genjutsu. Naruto looked a little confused by the situation. Your job in this exam is very important. The feudal lord and other potential clients for the village will come to observe the final stage. You must ensure that the other rookie teams are finalists, no matter what you have to do, and therefore you must also reach the end. County explained the assignment to Naruto. Chapter 14, Chapter 14. Clarification. The characters of Naruto are not my property but belong to their creator, the mangaka Masashi Kishimoto. The next morning, as soon as the sun rose, the three boys who made up Danzo's provisional team met at Naruto's apartment. What a dump, commented Sai, a genin with fair skin, jet black eyes and hair, dressed in what appeared to be a uniform of some kind, consisting of pants and a jacket, and wearing his Leaf Village symbol on his forehead. We must concentrate on the objective, replied Haku, a boy dressed in dark blue pants and a black sleeveless shirt, with short, spiky black hair and eyes. Yes, we should focus on the exam, Naruto added, looking at Sai with a hint of annoyance. It's a ninja exam, obviously they'll test our various skills, Sai commented. So, taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. It doesn't seem that complicated. After yesterday, it's obvious we're quite competent, Naruto remarked with a touch of pride, remembering how he'd met them. True, but that was just a test. You didn't think we were serious, did you? Sai replied, closing his eyes and forcing a smile. Fools, Haku declared. Excuse me, Sai responded, maintaining his expression. It's an exam to become a Chunin. Chunin can lead missions and be on all kinds of missions. It's not just about who has the best jutsu, Haku explained. How are you so knowledgeable? Why? The blonde boy asked. Because I had a good teacher. Haku inevitably remembered the demon of the mist, who had been a father and a teacher to him. For a moment, Naruto and Sai exchanged glances and then turned to Haku. It's decided, you're the team leader, Naruto declared. Any other advice? It's in teams of 3, which means we're a unit, and if one of us fails, we all fail. What if we have to leave someone behind to keep moving forward? Sai questioned. Then it's definitely a trap, Haku replied immediately. How do you know? Naruto asked. Because if that were the case, it would be every man on his own. And thinking about it, we should be able to communicate with each other. Any ideas? Remember how I created tigers yesterday? I can create small insects to send messages, but you won't be able to send me anything, the pale boy declared. That will suffice, Haku declared. Very well, and since there's still time, would you like to have some breakfast before the exam? Naruto offered his teammates a chance to strengthen their bond. I'm sure if we eat something you have, we'll catch something, Sai said with a radiant, fake smile. Naruto narrowed his eyes in annoyance. How about we buy some fruit on the way to the exam? Haku suggested, trying to ignore Sai's comments. A couple of hours later that day, Naruto's temporary team arrived at the building where the exam was supposed to be held. Upon reaching the classroom where they were to take the exam, there were a couple of shinobi who looked a bit older than them at the door, preventing the few who had arrived before them from entering. However, the three boys walked past them and continued on their way without exchanging a word. I wonder if they can even count. How can they skip an entire floor? Sai questioned in a cheerful tone that hinted at mockery. It's the first filter, and anyone who falls for it doesn't deserve the chance to become a chunin, Haku replied. Won't there be a problem if the other teams don't show up? Naruto interjected. Technically, it's not our responsibility if any of them don't appear. Our mission starts with the exam, now we just have to wait for them to arrive, Haku explained just before entering the room where the exam would be held. Several minutes passed, and the different teams from the various villages gathered in the room, forming a huge group of chunin hopefuls. Team 7 from the Hidden Leaf Village was the last to enter. The rest of the rookies were meeting with another participant from the Hidden Leaf Village, and seeing this, Naruto's team and the others approached to make sure they understood what they were discussing. Perhaps some information could be useful to you. My ninja information cards have something on everyone here, and that could give you an advantage. Give me a clue or tell me where someone of interest to you is from. Tell me what you know about Rock Lee and Desert Gaara, Sasuke demanded. Knowing their names isn't fun, the gray-haired stranger replied. It sounds interesting, Sai added. That's some very impressive intelligence work. Even the Anbu would have difficulty spying on their own village, Haku commented loudly enough for everyone in the room to hear. Menma and Urza eyed the gray-haired boy suspiciously, while the rest of the participants focused on him. Haku, I think you're overestimating my abilities, Sakura said, surprised to see the boy. Besides, as I told the others, this is my 7th attempt. By the way, I'm Kabuto. It's a pleasure. He placed a couple of blank cards on the ground, flipping them over with his middle finger to reveal the information on them. He handed them to Asuka immediately. Any other participants of interest? Kabuto asked, a little nervous. Naruto, Urza exclaimed as soon as she saw the blonde boy. Very well, Naruto. And we'll check yours too, Haku, just for fun, Kabuto replied, repeating the flipping motion with the cards. Haku, unknown abilities, unknown age, unknown number of missions, unknown clan. You're a complete mystery. Haku didn't respond to Kabuto's words and remained impassive. What on earth are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to have been denied entry? Tatsuki exclaimed. The same applies to you, doesn't it? The blonde boy replied. Now let's see, Naruto. Age, you're about to turn 14. Number of missions, B13, C84, D38. Clan, none, an orphan raised on the streets. Pretty impressive for a rookie genin. What, 13 B-class missions? There must be some kind of mistake, all the rookies present thought. You must have made a mistake. Sasuke exclaimed furiously. There was no way someone like him could have such a record, especially since he hadn't participated in the mission to the Land of Waves. He had stayed behind to clean toilets and paint houses. Shut up, you baby-faced degenerates. Take a seat so we can begin the written part of the exam. Shouted a man whose face was covered in scars. He wore a black trench coat, his headband draped like a black bandana, and behind him followed a platoon of Leaf Village shinobi, all dressed in gray uniforms. My name is Ibiki Morino, and I will be administering this first stage of the exam. We have certain special rules. Ibiki proceeded to the front of the classroom and began writing on a blackboard. Rule 1. Everyone starts the exam with a 10. If anyone is caught cheating, 2 points will be deducted each time. Rule 2. Each incorrect answer deducts 2 points. Rule 3. The team's grade is determined by the score of each member. Rule 4. If any team member's grade reaches 0, their teammates automatically fail. Finally, my assistants will be in charge of ensuring no one cheats, they have been specially trained for this. No one caught cheating deserves to be here. Does anyone have any questions? I explained as I was writing, and when I finished, several genin raised their hands, waiting to be called on. Now that there are no doubts, let's begin. You have 30 minutes. Ibiki's so-called assistants sat at the front and sides of the room, carefully observing their targets. After thoroughly reviewing the exam, the participants noticed its enormous difficulty. Damn, the exam I took from Dad's office wasn't that complicated, Menma thought. Mom never taught us a damn thing about what's in here. Urza cursed the lack of academic training she received from Kushina. Meanwhile, Neji, Hinata, and Hanabi immediately activated their Byakugan upon realizing the hidden meaning behind Ibiki's words. Sai felt right at home with ink and paper, forming a few tiny spiders that moved unnoticed. Kabuto was cursing Haku and plotting his agonizing death. How could a miserable nobody see right through him like a mere amateur? And above all, he had exposed it in front of everyone, which meant he was now a target for everyone. After 20 minutes, the exam observers had expelled almost a third of the participants, but Naruto hadn't moved a finger. Hinata, standing to the side, noticed this. Pissed, Naruto, if you want, you can copy me, Yuga offered, hoping he would continue walking alongside her. But Naruto simply squashed what appeared to be an insect next to his hand, and instantly the exam answers began to write themselves. Don't worry, the blonde wrote on the table just before starting to make strokes on his exam. Suddenly, one of the genin from the sand village, who was dressed in an outfit resembling a cat, asked to go to the bathroom. But Naruto noticed something like bright blue threads connecting his fingers to the shinobi accompanying him, and with each step, there were movements in his fingers. Time out, stop writing, Ibiki exclaimed. Hinata, worried about Naruto's situation, gave him a discreet glance. He started his exam but immediately regretted it, his face turning a surprising shade of red. He looked ahead again. The blonde, inspired by his partner Naruto's artistic talent, drew Michiru naked and masturbating with an expression of immense pleasure, saying, "Come with me, Ibiki." In Naruto's mind, blackmailing him with what he had seen him do was the surest way to advance to the next stage. Before asking the 10th and final question, I need to know who wants to answer it, as it has special rules since it's oral. What are you talking about? Of course we'll do it, Sakura murmured. Listen carefully, if you take it and answer incorrectly, you won't be allowed to take the exam again and you'll remain a genin for life. But if you quit now, you'll have the opportunity to take the exam next time, and your entire team will be disqualified. A sea of murmurs erupted in the classroom, no one could believe the conditions of that question. Raise your hand if you want to leave. After those words, some of those present began to raise their hands, and their teams were evacuated. Sai, sitting a few rows behind Menma, watched in astonishment as he began to move. Instantly, he began to draw a snake, which he sent so that one bite would paralyze him. My, damn, what was that? I can't move. Menma couldn't move anymore, not even speak, after a sharp pain shot through his calf. But a pink-haired girl, whom Sai recognized as a classmate of the Hokage's son, mimicked his action. Fortunately for him, she was sitting next to him, which made things easier. Very well, you have all passed. Ibiki exclaimed proudly. The exam was about gathering information and measuring your reaction to high-pressure situations. After all, the ability to gather information is vital and often decisive for the success or failure of a mission. Ibiki proceeded to remove his bandana, revealing the consequences of failure in the shinobi world, covered in horrible scars. Now I bid you farewell, wishing you all the best. As soon as he finished speaking, a window shattered, and a girl wrapped in a blanket burst through, throwing a pair of kunai tied to the top corners. She landed right in front of Ibiki. All right, boys and girls, no time to celebrate. I'm your next examiner, Enko Mitarashi, exclaimed a girl with spiky black hair streaked with purple, wearing a beige trench coat and a brown skirt over a pair of mesh garments that left nothing to the imagination, showcasing her slender figure and voluptuous breasts. The banner hanging from the ceiling read, Examiner Number 2, the beautiful and amazing Enko Mitarashi. You're ahead of me, as usual, Ibiki said quietly, to which Enko reacted with a slightly nervous expression. What's wrong? There are too many people here. You're probably losing your touch, Enko replied after scanning the classroom. Maybe it's because this year's students are better prospects. Very well, your exam will continue tomorrow. We'll meet in front of training ground number 44, Enko declared. Later that same day, Ibiki proceeded to collect the written exams. Most of them contained the information needed to pass, but 3 particularly caught his attention. Menma and Urza Manikaze left theirs completely blank, but the other one. The other exam had made his blood boil with a mixture of rage and pride for the kind of genin the village had. That bastard son of a bitch actually thinks blackmailing me is a good idea. He's lucky I'm not going to that shithole he calls home and slitting his throat, Ibiki thought, filled with fury as he remembered the good times he spent with the girl. Chapter 15. Clarification. The characters of Naruto are not my property but belong to their creator, the mangaka Masashi Kishimoto. Once the presentation by their second instructor was finished, the trainees were given permission to leave, and Sai again created a pair of snakes to administer the antidote to Menma and Sakura, who, without saying a word, simply left the classroom. The teams of Kakashi, Kushina, and Kurenai had gathered at a barbecue restaurant to celebrate their advancement to the next stage, the main reason being the blood ties between some of their members. I was about to give a very impressive motivational speech when I froze, Menma told his companions. Something similar happened to me, Sakura added. You probably froze with fear, Sasuke commented with an air of superiority. I agree with him, that was a very stressful situation. It's normal that not everyone can handle that level of stress, Hanabi said, giving Hinata a discreet glance. Hinata was still lost in thought and blushing furiously. You talk as if you feel superior, Kiba replied angrily. It's because we are. Our clans are superiors, Sasuke replied, receiving a nod from Hanabi. It's not good for a shinobi to be so arrogant, Shino said in his usual stoic tone. It's called confidence, and losers like you will never understand that, Sasuke replied with a proud smile. Ha 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 ha, Menma started laughing. What's wrong with you? Kiba asked. They talk about how superior they are, imagine what would happen if they failed and one of the inferiors passed, Menma was amused by that idea. And what about those kids who were with Naruto? Urza asked, seeing that the Uchiha's temper was rising. Do you still care about that piece of shit? Tatsuki questioned, having remained silent until now, though she wouldn't admit it, she was wondering the same thing. Yes, but I didn't ask about him. I want to know who was with him. The boy in the sleeveless shirt is Haku. We met him on the mission to the Land of Waves, but he looked less masculine, Sakura replied. And the other one? Doesn't anyone know him? Urza looked around, waiting for someone to say something. We should be more worried about Kabuto, Shino replied. Do you really believe what those clowns said? Kiba questioned. It's very worrying that someone could spy on such classified information, Shino replied, while for Menma, that phrase brought back many similar conversations he'd had with his parents. That someone like that is taking this exam seems unreal. With that ability, passing should be a piece of cake for him. But Hanabi, I think it's best if we watch each other's backs, just in case, Hinata finally snapped out of her daze and joined the conversation. Sister, it's not appropriate for us to form such an alliance. We're supposed to be demonstrating our abilities, and I'm sure Kushina-sensei would want my team to rise above everyone else without any help. Upon hearing Hanabi's statement, Urza couldn't help but agree, and Tatsuki, seeing that Urza didn't object, could only agree to facilitate teamwork. She's right, we shouldn't fall behind just to help others, Sasuke declared, glancing at Menma and Sakura, who, despite not seeming entirely convinced, didn't contradict the Uchiha. Then don't get in our way, or we'll crush you, Kiba exclaimed. Elsewhere in the village, Naruto's provisional team had gathered again at a small kiosk in the park. Tomorrow we're going to a training ground. We'll probably have to face others, either as a team or individually. Naruto, Sai, does anyone know this place? I do. Training ground number 44 is also known as the Forest of Death. It's a forest with extremely dangerous creatures, the pale boy declared. Should we bring any special medicine or medication? The blonde boy asked. Not really. There are creatures like snakes and giant insects, but they aren't poisonous, Sai replied. Then just the essentials for first aid, Haku stated. I can store things on scrolls, but I don't have the materials, Naruto added. Alright, we'll meet here tomorrow to prepare the supplies. Naruto, you bring the scrolls you think you'll need, several bandages, and alcohol. Sai, you bring anesthesia and some syringes. I'll bring a scalpel, needle and thread, and plasma pills. And as for Kabuto, we should be on the lookout for his movements. That's all for now. We'll see you tomorrow, Haku declared before leaving along with his companions. However, the children were being watched without any of them noticing. A certain Kunoichi watched intently the squad Danzo had formed. It was an absolute catastrophe that the demon child was part of his plans, but even more surprising was the team he had assembled. Everyone who knew Danzo and his reputation would think that the shinobi he selected to accompany the demon fox would be bloodthirsty psychopaths, but this was a fairly functional team, and they seemed to perform exceptionally well for a group of genin fresh out of the academy, which made her wonder about their training. Noticing that the boys had gotten up and gone their separate ways, she followed the blonde boy while maintaining her black mouse transformation. A couple of hours passed as the ninja, still transformed, followed Naruto from a distance while he did some shopping, buying medical supplies he had discussed with his companions earlier, as well as his own consumables, until he finally arrived at his apartment. She decided to watch him from afar, perched in the top of a tree tall enough to see the entrance to his apartment. where an acquaintance awaited him. It makes sense, it seems it's only because of Danzo's influence, and it must be because of that damned old man that the demon has those tools, Kurenai thought as she watched them begin to talk. Hello, Naruto, a familiar voice said to the boy. Ibiki. The blond boy began as the man pulled a screwdriver from his trench coat and plunged it into one of his shoulders, covering his mouth with his other hand. You know, kid, today we talked about the importance of intelligence, but we didn't go into detail, and I think you should have a private lesson because I want you to always remember this, Ibiki whispered in the blond boy's ear as he slowly withdrew the screwdriver. With his other hand, he grabbed the boy's face, covering his mouth, pressed him against the wall, and lifted him up until he was looking him in the eyes. The most important thing is knowing how to use information. Ibiki stabbed the boy's shoulder a couple of times. On the third, he pinned him to the wall. And thinking about blackmailing someone more powerful than you isn't always a good idea, especially if you're vulnerable, you need some kind of insurance. Ibiki forced one of his fingers into the hole left by the screwdriver. The blond boy's flesh tore as Ibiki forced his finger deep inside him, then began making circles as Naruto's screams were muffled by his attacker's other hand. I won't kill you because it takes guts to do what you tried to do, and I respect that, but don't try to mess with me again, or I'll see you again, and I won't be as nice as I was today. Ibiki then pulled his finger from the boy's shoulder and punched him in the stomach, knocking the wind out of the blond boy's lungs. He fell to his knees and began coughing and gasping for air as Ibiki started to back away, leaping across the rooftops. I'd better get out of here, Kurenai thought as she left, feeling a sense of paranoia, unsure how much of what she had seen she could tell Hiashi. Damn it, I knew using Menma's tactics wasn't a good idea, at least I have what I need to heal myself, the blonde thought before uncorking a bottle of alcohol and, after disinfecting the wound, proceeded to bandage it. The next day, Menma encountered Sakura in one of the village's many alleyways, before heading to meet Sasuke. They were deep in a kiss, the pink-haired girl dominating with her tongue, while the redhead's hands explored every inch of Sakura's backside. Finally, Menma slipped a hand inside her shorts, and Sakura instantly pulled away. It's time to go, said a blushing Sakura, giving her companion no chance to reply. The exam participants gathered at the agreed-upon location, which was nothing more than a vast expanse of forest with gigantic trees, surrounded by a metal fence. At the appointed time, Enko Mitarashi appeared. Welcome to training ground number 44, also known as the Forest of Death. Enko exclaimed enthusiastically. It gives me the creeps, Sakura murmured. And with good reason. Everyone who wishes to participate in this stage must sign a special release, freeing the Hidden Leaf Village from any responsibility for their possible death within these grounds. Enko listened to Sakura's words, giving her a direct answer that confirmed her fears. The rules are as follows. In the center of the forest, there is a tower that you must reach before the time limit. This test lasts 120 hours, that is, 5 days. You must have the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll upon reaching the tower, or you will be disqualified. Enko raised a hand, revealing 2 scrolls, one white and one blue, inscribed with Heaven and Earth, respectively. Each team will be randomly assigned one of these scrolls and will have to obtain the missing one from another team. If they open the scrolls, they will be disqualified. If a team loses any of its members, the team is disqualified. If, upon reaching the tower, any member is incapacitated, the team is disqualified. While Enko finished explaining the rules, Sakura, like many other participants, noticed a peculiar square rock approaching, stealthily. Once it was close enough to Menma, it exploded unexpectedly, drawing the attention of those who hadn't yet noticed it. Cough cough cough, several children were heard coughing. Konohamaru, I told you that was a lot of gunpowder, said one of the children. Konohamaru? Asked Menma, who was watching the scene in confusion. That's right, cough cough. We're here for the exams, replied one of the children. But this is serious, you can't participate, declared the redhead. Don't you know? The student newspaper reports on the exams every time they're held in the village. Konohamaru was a brown-haired boy wearing a yellow shirt with the village symbol in red and greenish-gray pants. He was looking at Menma with some doubt. Of course, I'm just kidding. Menma looked a little nervous, realizing he'd never read a single copy of the school newspaper. Stop lying. While you wait to enter the forest, we'll interview some of the participants. My partners are Moegi Kazumatsuri and Udon Eyes. Konohamaru gestured to his companions, a girl with orange hair styled in 2 gravity-defying buns and a pink shirt under a purple vest and a khaki skirt, and a brown-haired boy wearing a blue jacket and khaki pants. Besides his sleepy appearance, he also had a runny nose as if he didn't notice. We thought that since you're so popular, you could help us with that. I'm sure everyone here knows you. Yes, I'm very popular, especially with the girls, Menma winked, but all the girls who heard him looked at him like he was trash, especially Sakura. Ask whatever you want. Actually, we'd like you to help us talk to kids from other villages, because of the incident we had with the kids from the sand village, Moegi said. Okay, Menma replied. Ideally, we should split into pairs to cover more ground, Sasuke added. A line formed in front of a tent whose interior was hidden, and they were given scrolls. Konohamaru and his companions tried to interview the various ninjas, whether they were already in line or had received a scroll. Hello, we'd like you to answer a few questions, Sasuke said curtly, sounding more like an order, addressing a certain redhead who said nothing and remained impassive, staring at them. Sure, I'm Tamari, my brothers are Kankuro and Gaara. How can I help you? Hey, bullhead, a blonde girl replied with some interest. Would you and your team help us with an interview? Menma asked. Of course, and you'll be able to see how our flames of youth shine, a boy with black hair styled in a way that resembled a helmet responded energetically. He wore a green spandex suit, his headband with the village symbol worn like a belt. Hi, I'm Sakura, and this is Moegi. We were wondering if you could answer a few questions for the Academy newspaper. No, replied a participant whose face was bandaged, leaving only one eye visible. He wore black and white camouflage pants and a scarf, along with a very large robe that completely covered his hands and what appeared to be grayish skin on his back. Is this an attempt to gather intelligence from the village? Questioned another participant, a thin boy with spiky black hair who wore camouflage pants identical to his companions, but with a short-sleeved khaki shirt over a long-sleeved black shirt. Relax, Zaku. I'm Kin, and the grumpy bandaged one is Dosu. What would you like to know? Replied the girl who looked a year or two older than Sakura. She was tall and slender, with long, straight black hair that reached her waist. She wore camouflage pants identical to her companions and a green vest from which her breasts protruded. Moegi stepped forward and spoke. Which village are you from? And what do you think of the exam so far? After the interview and repeating the process a couple of times, Moegi started talking to Sakura. Menma doesn't seem as great as Konohamaru says. Do you think it's just because he's the Hokage's son? Menma is a good partner, and although he's not the best, it's quite good to have him as a partner. And your other friend? Sasuke is one of the last Uchiha and the best in the class, the rookie of the year, and my future husband, Sakura replied enthusiastically. Just because you're dating now doesn't mean you'll be together forever, Moegi said. Feeling a little strange realizing that Sakura was more realistic, even though she was much younger. You see, for now we're just classmates, Sakura said. A bead of sweat trickled down Sakura's broad forehead as Moegi looked at her, feeling a little embarrassed to see all this happening in the pink-haired girl's mind. Just then, a bird flew in and landed on Naruto's shoulder. After reading the message on its leg, he made a face of disgust. Damn it, was all he said. Now that everyone has their scrolls, you will enter the forest randomly through the different entrances, Enko declared, beginning the second stage of the exam. Chapter 16. Clarification. The characters of Naruto do not belong to me but to their creator, the mangaka. Masashi Kishimoto. In front of the tent, there was already a long line where the genin were entering to receive their scrolls. Several other teams were resting and talking amongst themselves, waiting for the line to shorten so they wouldn't have to stand. Damn it, guys, we have a mission, the blonde whispered in a tone barely audible to his teammates. What's it about? Sai inquired. There's a girl from the Uzumaki clan, apparently from some kind of extraordinary lineage, and we need to secure her for safekeeping in the village, the blonde replied. Do you have a photograph or a description? Hiku asked, knowing that even if it was just another complication for the mission, he couldn't shirk this obligation. The description says she's a redhead with red eyes, wears glasses, and is from the village hidden in the grass, Naruto said. When he finished giving the description, the three boys' eyes began scanning the crowd. After all, a red-haired girl should be quite noticeable. I thought the Leaf Village was allied with the Grass Village. Hiku asked his companions. It is, Sai replied tersely, guessing what he meant. Then why orchestrate the girl's capture? Or is it because she's related to the Hokage's wife? Even though Hiku knew the perversions and dangers of the ninja world, it still seemed like an unusual tactic among supposed allies. What do you think, Naruto? I see her, she's coming out of the tent, Naruto replied, discreetly nodding his head. The three boys knew there was no way they could complete the task at that moment, even if she were standing right in front of them. Looks like you're popular, Naruto, Sai nudged his companion, repeating the gesture but pointing at a certain girl who was staring at him. Oh, crap, Naruto said as Tatsuki clapped her palm into a closed fist and proceeded to point at the blonde boy. She's one of our targets, isn't she? From the Uchiha clan, a classmate of Hanabi Hyuga and Urza Uzumaki during the exam. Sai seemed to be enjoying the picturesque scene. She's also my ex-girlfriend, Naruto declared dejectedly. We should focus on strategy. What Enko said inside could be kill or be killed, and we need to protect the other teams, Sai said. I could create several birds to watch them from above. Although Sai enjoyed teasing his teammate, he knew the mission was paramount and his real reason for being there. We just need to move through the treetops, Sai explained, looking quite convinced it was a good idea. That's true, Haku replied dryly. But it would be quite noticeable for any squad to have a bird following them for days. Haku knew that underestimating any enemy could lead to things spiraling out of control. Their presence in the village was proof of that. We should keep an eye on Kabuto too. He'll surely want to settle scores for what happened during the written exam, especially if he really did get his information illegally, Naruto added, reminding his teammates that they were being targeted by another team. Agreed, Haku declared, aware that if it was true he had spied on the village, he would be a formidable enemy. Several minutes passed as the Academy's team of applicants interviewed various teams, most of whom came from other villages. Finally, Enko began the second stage of the exam. The teams were randomly ushered into the Forest of Death through different entrances. When it was Naruto and his team's turn, the moment they stepped inside, Sai began creating drawings of birds that sprang to life, leaping from the paper in search of their targets. In a certain bar exclusively for shinobi, several ninjas were gathered, among them those who had registered their students for the exam. Who are you betting on? I'll bet 5,000 on Sasuke Uchiha, exclaimed Asuma, a bearded man with spiky hair, who wore the standard Junin uniform except for the kanji for fire tied around his waist. Shouldn't you bet on your own team? Kurenai chided him. Sure, Shikamaru will be a Chunin, but he won't win the tournament, Asuma said before exhaling a puff of smoke. You're all dreaming. 7,000 on Gaara of the Sand. Now, drawing Kushina's attention, a slender girl with a large bust and dark green hair styled in a bun, with a couple of orange-tipped strands framing her face, called out, I'll bet 5,000 on Gaara of the Sand. She wore a black dress that didn't cover her shoulders or back, her stomach was wrapped in white bandages that served as a girdle, and she wore purple shorts and matching arm warmers. She was known as Pakura, an exceptional ninja from the Sand Village. I'll bet 8,000 on Neji Yuga, she said. Now it was Kurenai who exclaimed furiously. Come on, Kakashi, show the flames of your youth. 10,000 on Rock Lee, exclaimed a frenzied Might Guy, who, besides having enormous eyebrows, was distinguished by his green spandex suit. Let's see. 3,000 on Sasuke Uchiha, said the copy ninja, Kushina, without emotion in his voice. Kushina was writing down all the bets on the blackboard until a certain person entered the bar. Kushina, do you think it's appropriate for the Hokage's wife to be organizing illegal betting? Everyone's blood ran cold upon hearing those words. Slowly, each and every one of those present turned their gaze to the one who uttered such a message in such a somber and severe tone. It was none other than Ibiki Morino, the head of the intelligence section of the Leaf Village. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Put me down for 8,000 on the Demon Fox, Ibiki said, smiling triumphantly at having given so many shinobi a heart attack, a skill he was particularly proud of at that moment. While the others returned to a relaxed and jovial atmosphere, Kushina maintained a fake smile. I'll bet 12,000 on Hanabi Hyuga, Hiyashi said, his expression blank. Kushina continued writing names and amounts on the chalkboard. The entire bar's clientele crowded in front of Kushina to place bets. The vast majority of the participants remained close to the throng, listening to the speculations of those present. Kakashi, it's been a while, said a busty woman with green hair. Hello, Pakura, he replied curtly. Ha ha ha, I see you're still maintaining that cold and calm demeanor. Does it help you attract girls? Pakura found Guy's exaggerated reaction somewhat amusing. Kakashi, is that why you're acting like this? It's not very youthful not to share that information. The green-clad ninja exclaimed frantically. I don't think that'll work on you, Kakashi declared. Are you going to have a drink or did you just come for the bets? The girl inquired. I can't believe Ibiki is betting on the fox. I thought examiners weren't allowed in, Asuma said, joining the conversation. But his participation is over, technically, he's no longer an examiner, Pakura replied. Speaking of ending, it doesn't seem like your girlfriend wants to cut short her conversation with her boss, Kakashi discreetly pointed to Kurenai, who was talking to Hiyashi. Taking advantage of his position like that doesn't seem very Hyuga-like, Guy responded. Neither does him betting on just one of his daughters, Pakura added. She's giving him a report, or at least that's what I heard, and she's not my girlfriend, Kakashi. It's just that they're so close these days, he replied with a hint of mockery in his voice, though it seemed he was smiling beneath his mask. And how many years have you been dating Guy? We're in love, Asuma replied defensively. Our wedding is coming up soon, and you'll be the best man, Kakashi declared in the same mocking tone. Wait, none of that's true, Guy said, waving his arms in front of him as he took a step back, glancing around. Some kunoichi who had overheard part of the conversation stared in astonishment, while others laughed. Pakura, for example, only let out a small chuckle. Ha ha ha, you can speak with confidence. We won't tell anyone. Besides, I'm not even from this village. Honestly, for now it's just casual sex. Look, Asuma glanced around, checking that no one was paying attention anymore, and pulled a black garment from one of his pockets. Is it what I think it is? Kakashi asked, astonished. That's right, it's her thong. She just took it off and it's still warm, Asuma replied, putting it back in his pocket. How youthful, Guy exclaimed enthusiastically, which for a moment caught the attention of the other ninja around them. Almost instantly, Asuma put Kurenai's underwear back in his pocket. Be more discreet, Guy. That's why no one has given you something like that, Pakura replied, giving Kakashi a discreet look. Hey guys, shall we go to a table? Kurenai couldn't help but glance at the kunoichi from the sand village. She was a familiar face to everyone present, given her high status, as evidenced by the bingo book listing the various rewards offered by different villages for her capture. Hello, I'm Pakura from the Sand Village, the kunoichi introduced herself, noticing Kurenai's gaze. Hello, it's a pleasure, Kurenai replied, somewhat puzzled by the situation. Yes, let's order something to revitalize our youth, Guy said, and they proceeded to find a table for the group. Why aren't you with the elders? After all, they're from your generation, Kurenai said, glancing at Hiyashi, who was now talking with Ibiki and Shikaku Nara. Shikaku was a thin man with spiky hair and several scars marking his face. He wore a mesh shirt under a tactical vest, and over that, a grimy brown vest that looked like he'd come from a garbage dump. Some time ago, I met Kakashi, and although Pakura was annoyed by the comment about his age, she ignored it and, while trying to explain the situation, was interrupted by Kakashi. Years ago, he was tasked with seducing me, and he's still trying to complete it. After the copy ninja's statement, everyone at the table fell silent and looked at both Pakura and Kakashi in surprise. Just kidding, Kakashi said in a tone of voice that reflected his good mood, while he seemed to be smiling beneath his mask. And what's the real reason? Asuma questioned, looking serious, a drop of sweat sliding down his forehead as he stared intently at Pakura. The atmosphere had become quite tense. Pakura, on the other hand, could only look with disdain at those accompanying her, except for Guy, whom she ignored due to her state of absolute euphoria and surprise. She seemed about to foam at the mouth from her own excitement. I met Kakashi at a diplomatic meeting with veterans of the Third Shinobi World War. Despite being younger than me, we get along quite well, and they're quite important in the village. If they need to discuss something important, they'll simply go somewhere else. Even they deserve to enjoy a drink in peace once in a while, Pakura replied, downplaying the matter. A few hours later, the place wasn't as crowded as before. Since Kushina had ended the betting and collected the money, many of those present had left. Among the few who remained was Kakashi, who at that moment was resisting as much as he could to avoid ending up in Pakura's mouth. The couple was in one of the stalls of the men's bathroom. She was on her knees while he stood leaning against the wall. Pakura's lips were sealed around Kakashi's erect member while her hands were busy masturbating. He held Pakura's head, controlling the rhythm of the fellatio. Despite this, Kakashi was constantly trying not to finish prematurely, as he felt the constant massage of a small metal ball on Pakura's tongue against his glands. Is that piercing new, Kakashi looked with his one visible eye directly into Pakura's eyes, who only winked in response. Pakura took his penis out of her mouth and licked it from his testicles to the tip of his glands. Come on, Kakashi, I want you to finish inside me. I shaved just for you and I'm already soaking wet down here, Pakura said, bringing her right hand to her mouth, which was dripping with her vaginal juices. She stood up as Kakashi took out one of his kunai and ripped her shorts, revealing her lack of underwear and confirming that she was completely shaved. Kakashi lifted one of his legs and thrust his manhood into Pakura, while his other hand moved to her rear end, kneading and exploring it until he reached her anus. There, he inserted his index and middle fingers, an action that elicited a deep moan from Pakura. Finally, after a couple of minutes, Kakashi gave up, ejaculating inside Pakura with a guttural groan. Kakashi. Always. So. Pakura spoke in short, gasping breaths, but the copy ninja cared little for what the kunoichi was about to say. Mid-sentence, he interrupted her, biting the tip of her nipple, eliciting a moan. I know how to treat my whores, the copy ninja said just before withdrawing his fingers from Pakura's anus. He then proceeded to grip her neck as he began to move in and out of her. Naruto, Sai, Haku, and Menma, who was covered in some kind of viscous substance, watched as a kunoichi from the village hidden in the grass fought Sasuke Uchiha. She was taller than him and appeared to be around 17 years old. She wore what looked like a completely black spandex suit under a white dress. Finally, Sasuke found himself cornered on one of the branches of the colossal trees that made up the forest, and from his ninja tool pouch, he took out his scroll. Take it and leave us alone, the Uchiha said to the grass ninja. How cunning. Sometimes a predator is offered better prey as a distraction. But it's not suitable loot for me. When the kunoichi caught the scroll from the earth, it almost instantly began to burn in her hand until it was reduced to ashes, and she immediately launched herself toward Sasuke, resuming her attack. A rain of shuriken flew toward the kunoichi, passing right in front of her, mere centimeters from her face. She had noticed the projectiles about to hit her at the last second. Oh, so you're still alive. You're not as disappointing as I thought, Hokage's son, the ninja declared in a tone of voice that only reflected condescension. You'll regret messing with us, Menma exclaimed, emerging from his hiding place. It's not good for you to be so overconfident, a voice said just as Menma's side was an exact replica of the grass ninja. She placed one of her kunai right next to the redhead's neck. Milliseconds later, Sai's blade pierced the kunoichi's skull, but she changed color and began to dissolve, revealing herself as a mud clone. Who would have thought this team was so incompetent they needed protection? How useless are the Hokage's son and the little Uchiha? Maybe I should go find the Uchiha girl. Tell me, can any of the village's genin pass the exam on their own? If you surrender now, we'll let you live. We outnumber you, Haku exclaimed mockingly, causing frustrated looks to cross Sasuke Menma's face. Though Sakura watched from a distance, paralyzed by fear, those words hit her like a bucket of cold water. For a moment, she tried to reach for the ninja tool pouch she carried, but noticed the grass ninja glance at her for a fleeting moment, which was enough to bring her to the verge of tears. If you surrender now, we'll let you live. We outnumber you, Haku exclaimed, forming hand seals from her hiding place. Ice mirrors began to form, hidden from plain sight. Hoo hoo ha 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 ha. The grass ninja laughed frantically at Haku's words. It doesn't matter how many worms there are. They're just worms and I'm a snake about to devour them. The ninja gave a creepy smile while her gaze turned gloomy. From among the trees, the immense figure of a dragon made of water formed, hurtling at full speed toward the grass ninja. Upon impact, she was split in two, her face contorted in a grimace of absolute pain as her mouth opened so wide it seemed about to detach itself from her face. Fingers emerged, widening the mouth to inhuman proportions, from which the grass kunoichi emerged completely intact, as if nothing had happened, leaving behind the remnants of her body as they began to dissolve. Menma leapt from the tree he had been perched in to stand face to face with his companion, and as soon as he reached him, he punched him in the face. Sasuke, if you're not going to fight, get out of here. The redhead glared fiercely at his companion, who moments before had only stared in astonishment and horror at the kunoichi who had tormented him. He's right, I can't just stand idly by in a moment like this, the Uchiha thought. The grass kunoichi stood up, a sadistic smile on her face. Even if it has fangs, a worm is still a worm. Dozens of zenbun needles flew through the air toward the grass kunoichi, but the first one struck her, exploding in a cloud of white smoke and leaving behind a tree trunk. The original ninja moved at top speed through the trees, her legs somehow transformed into what appeared to be the body of a snake. She moved toward the source of the water dragon, the needles whizzing past inches, until she finally came face to face with Naruto, who had formed the final hand seal to unleash another water dragon that struck her point blank. Upon impact, she dissolved back into mud. This way, said a female voice. As soon as the blonde boy turned, he saw the kunoichi approaching him, a kunai in her hand, but she was suddenly intercepted by a barrage of flaming shuriken. As Sai tried to slowly back away from the battle without drawing attention, a voice he instantly recognized caught his eye. What's wrong? Aren't you going to fight like your comrades? The grass ninja asked, her expression mocking. Sai bowed deeply as if he were in the presence of the Hokage, and without raising his head even an inch, said, actually, no. Danzo warned me that it was very likely I would encounter you, Orochimaru, and asked me to inform you that everything is ready as agreed, and the girl will be at the hospital on the day you requested. That's quite a surprise. Your agents are getting younger and younger. But we can't just leave him like this, we must stage a fight. Orochimaru grabbed Sai by the neck and threw him toward his companions, who were still fighting an identical duplicate of himself, also called Orochimaru. What a nuisance. Orochimaru exclaimed as he stretched out his hands in the direction from which needles and snakes shot out. Haku jumped in front of Orochimaru and extended his palms in front of him. Something like frost flew out from them and struck one of Orochimaru's legs as he tried to evade the technique. Orochimaru's leg was covered in ice, and as he was about to stab Haku with a kunai, Naruto caught it with his hand, which was pierced by the ice. Ninja steel cables began to encircle Orochimaru and bind him to a tree, at which point his frozen leg was shattered into dozens of pieces while Sasuke Uchiha unleashed the power of the great fireball technique upon him. Sai fell from the treetops, drawing everyone's attention. As soon as Sasuke stopped his attack, Orochimaru's neck elongated enough to bite the Uchiha's throat. Orochimaru broke free of the restraints using only physical strength and proceeded to vomit up a new body. "That was fun," he said. "I'm glad to see so much talent, but I have to go. We'll see each other very soon," Orochimaru said as he seemed to merge with the dream, becoming part of the environment. Chapter 17. Clarification. The characters of Naruto are not my property but belong to their creator, the mangaka Masashi Kishimoto. Enko was with a group of Anbu examining 3 bodies hidden among the bushes of one of the training fields. None of them had faces, which made it all the more unsettling. Especially for Enko, who recognized that Jutsu and the Genin group's attire was identical to that of a team of participants. Sasuke fell unconscious while the mysterious grass kunoichi sank into the ground and slowly faded away. A couple of minutes passed, and finally, when they were sure they were alone, they all let out a heavy sigh that reflected the mental stress they were under. "We must establish a base," said Haku, who approached the Uchiha's body and began checking his vital signs. "That's right, there's a lot to talk about," Naruto replied in an angry tone. "Are you all right, Sakura?" Menma approached his teammate, who remained motionless on the ground. "Yes, I suppose so," the pink-haired girl replied. Haku approached Sasuke, who lay unconscious on the ground, his face contorted in pain. "Menma, can you look for a blue flower with red thorns? I think I saw some bushes near." "Wait, why are you the leader?" Menma interrupted Haku. "That's right, why?" Naruto joined in the questioning. "It doesn't seem appropriate for you to lead with, 'If you surrender, we'll let you live, we outnumber you.' That was pathetic." "A surprise attack was the ideal tactic," Sai added dryly. "Perhaps I should take charge of this." "Should you? Because you disappeared halfway through the fight and nobody knows you, I should be the one giving orders." Menma puffed out his chest as he said this last part, earning him indifferent looks from everyone for a few moments, but he didn't get a direct response. "This isn't getting us anywhere, and we need to act as soon as possible," Haku told his companions while Menma and Sai stared at Haku, who was looking around, unsure of what to expect. "Calm down, let's take a step back and think about what's happening," Naruto said, drawing everyone's attention. "The best strategy will be to split up and regroup. Sai, you should look for Urza's team, they surely have higher priority considering they're just heirs. After you take care of that, go back to them. Haku, you stay with them and try to establish a base. I saw a suitable place about 300 meters back while I deal with that red thing. Is that clear?" In response, Naruto's companions simply nodded. Then Sai and the blonde boy leapt into the treetops, separating themselves from the rest of the group. "Sakura, could you help me make a stretcher to carry Sasuke? And Menma, could you look for the blue flower with red thorns? It's about 400 meters east of where Naruto told us about." "Why me? I thought Naruto would take care of that." At Menma's words, Haku gave Sakura a look that seemed to say, "Please help me." "Menma, please do as Haku asks," said the pink-haired girl, and Menma simply carried out the task while muttering something about the lack of support on his team. Haku used his ice to cut a couple of branches long and strong enough, along with some vines, while Sakura searched for leaves large enough to make a stretcher. This was relatively easy for both of them, given they were in a forest with unreal-sized flora. But the atmosphere was tense. Sakura felt especially helpless at not having been able to do anything. Even after the extra training she'd been doing with Kakashi, she hadn't been able to do anything in a life-or-death situation where kids her own age had saved her skin. Meanwhile, Haku replayed everything that had happened over and over in his mind. The encounter with the grass ninja had been overwhelming, no enemy had ever been so superior. Sai's words were a softened version of what Zabuza used to say. "It's been quite a while since we came back from the Land of Waves, and we haven't seen each other since. Do you like the village? What's it like working with those two?" I asked the pink-haired girl, trying to distract myself from her thoughts about her shortcomings as a kunoichi, but Haku was lost in thought. "Oh, yes, it's been a while, and I've had to adapt little by little. It's definitely better than being in the village hidden in the mist." Sai seems a bit odd, but very competent, and Naruto seems like a good partner. Okay, now we just have to get Sasuke onto the stretcher and leave before the curious show up. Hiku and Sakura hurried to finish their task, unaware that they were already being watched from the shadows. It's a little strange that when we first met you were our enemy, and now you're here with us. Sakura. Yes, what's wrong, Hiku? I'm here because the village's higher-ups consider me a valuable and reliable enough asset to have some autonomy within the village. If you're trying to do any intelligence work, there's no need. Just ask your superiors about anything you want to know about me. The atmosphere grew heavy again, the tension that had begun to subside returning with full force. I was just trying to get to know you better, Sakura whispered, as if she'd just been reprimanded. Hiku, on the other hand, felt guilty about the girl's reaction. Although Zabuza had told him 1,000 times that he was too soft and didn't know how to face the toughest decisions, it seemed that the life of a shinobi had taken its toll, making him too hostile and aloof to relate to other people normally, making him, in his own eyes, mediocre in both respects. I'm so sorry, it's just that I'm still not used to this kind of life. There are so many allies, I mean, companions, and even when I'm on guard, the others don't seem to be as alert most of the time, and that just drives me crazier. I guess that's why I feel comfortable with Naruto and Sai, even if I don't completely trust them. I'm glad you're making friends. I think we should have arrived by now. Yes, let's put Sasuke in that hollow log. Hiku pointed to the indicated spot. What was once a huge and imposing tree was now but a shadow of its former self. The only testament to its prodigious splendor was a piece of dead wood that resembled a cave, approximately 4 meters in diameter inside. Elsewhere in the forest, Enko Mitarashi, the one in charge of this stage of the Chunin exams, was frantically traversing the treetops in search of her former master. The determination in her eyes reflected her sole desire, to find him. A man she once called sensei. What initially began as a frantic search quickly escalated into a well-organized and coordinated tracking operation by the test sensors who monitored the cameras. Enko, being Orochimaru's former student, had an idea of Orochimaru's favorite parts of the forest and who his priority targets would be, these also being a priority for surveillance. Hours ago, the twilight of night had enveloped the village. In the midst of the forest's darkness, the sound of Enko's footsteps echoed, giving the impression that the place was completely empty. She was walking on a branch of an immense tree. It's been a long time since we last saw each other, Enko. Had I known you were so eager to see me, I would have come to visit you much sooner. You know you're my favorite student. Orochimaru's figure seemed to be resting, his eyes closed as he hung upside down, his back seemingly merging with the tree. That's true, and you taught me everything. From one of the sleeves of Enko's trench coat, several Zenbun needles emerged, which she held between her fingers, anticipating a throw. I didn't teach you everything, the Sannin declared before his tongue shot out in the direction of the kunoichi and grabbed the hand holding the needles. In response, Enko raised her other arm, and from that sleeve emerged several snakes that seemed capable of extending infinitely. Upon impact, they raised a huge cloud of dust that obscured the Sannin's view. Enko pulled back as the snakes on her arm began to retract. Orochimaru's body flew towards her, and as soon as he hit the ground, the kunoichi mounted her former master, took one of the Sannin's hands, and proceeded to pierce her own palm and her master's with a kunai that embedded itself in the branch. It's over. We both die here. Lend me your hand. Enko took Orochimaru's free hand and formed a hand seal. Twin snake sacrifice jutsu, Enko thought, squeezing her eyes shut. Speak for yourself. Who would have thought a virtuous warrior of the Leaf's elite would be so disobedient as to use a jutsu her master forbade? At Orochimaru's mocking words, Enko could only stare in disbelief as her former master slowly walked toward her from the darkness, a chill running down her spine. But how? Enko glanced down, only to discover that the one she had subdued was transforming into a pile of mud. Substitution. You didn't think it would be that easy, did you? Orochimaru interrupted his former student, anticipating what she would say. Enko stood up in a swift movement and threw a kunai directly at Orochimaru's face, which he caught with ease. Enko fell to her knees, clutching her neck with a pained expression. Is that the mark? Orochimaru asked mockingly, already knowing the answer, but Enko didn't reply, only whimpered in pain. I just placed the same cursed mark on a very promising prospect. Orochimaru walked calmly until he was standing in front of Enko. You haven't changed a bit. He'll die before he can serve you, Enko said, looking into Orochimaru's eyes. Probably. I'd say he has a 10% chance of surviving, just like you did. Orochimaru crouched down until he was at Enko's eye level. You sound very interested in that boy. The moment the kunoichi finished speaking, Orochimaru began to stroke her cheek, which took Enko by surprise. For a few moments, she stared in disbelief at her former master. Jealous. Can't you forgive me for using you and then abandoning you? Enko's face contorted in annoyance at this last part. Seeing this, Orochimaru slapped her so hard it sent her flying a couple of meters backward. Orochimaru's legs transformed into what looked like a snake's tail, and he secured Enko to the gigantic branch where they were. What do you want? Have you come to kill the Hokage? Enko asked between moans of pain. Not yet. I wanted to see firsthand how some of my followers performed, and now that I've set my sights on the young Uchiha heir, things promise to be very interesting. Orochimaru's enormous tongue extended inhumanly, looping around the kunoichi's neck a couple of times before continuing down to her breasts. Orochimaru was displaying his inhuman abilities, speaking matter-of-factly. That's why I want you to do everything possible to ensure the exams continue smoothly, or I'll have to destroy the village. Do you understand? Why yes, Enko managed to reply between moans. Good girl, Orochimaru said just before he moved his hand to her crotch and inserted his index and middle fingers. The next morning, with the first rays of sunlight, Haku, Sakura, and Menma were still inside the hollow tree trunk where they had taken refuge. Sasuke remained unconscious. The genin group had taken turns resting, and at this moment, Menma was the one who was supposed to be resting, but he remained on alert alongside his comrades. They should be back by now. Where are they? Menma questioned, his voice reflecting his impatience and nervousness. Look, there comes Sai, Sakura pointed out, looking quite relieved. On the other hand, Haku didn't seem any calmer. Haku threw a shuriken that passed by his supposed companion. Don't take another step. Tell me where we met, he said. Sai simply opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue. There didn't seem to be anything unusual about it except for a group of ink lines, 3 large ones and 4 shorter ones below them. Yes, it's him, the ice ninja replied more calmly. Menma and Sakura looked completely bewildered. Is this some kind of code for you to identify each other? I asked Menma, recalling the measure her team used in similar situations. No, it's easier to ask something only we would know, replied Sai, approaching the others. I see. In Sakura's mind, Sasuke's strategy had previously been perfect. Having such an elaborate password allowed him to distinguish allies from enemies, but seeing how easily the problem had been solved made her a little disappointed in her beloved Sasuke. Now the solution seemed so obvious, only this one had an added advantage, the ability to change the question at any time, making any potential infiltration more difficult. I would have arrived sooner, but being a lone rookie, many teams thought I'd be easy prey. Look, Sai pulled several sets of scrolls from his pockets, impressing Menma and Sakura, who eyed them suspiciously. Menma, can you save a couple of these for me? We don't need that many. Hasn't Naruto arrived yet? Menma and Sakura looked with suspicion and a certain astonishment at the number of scrolls he had, 2 of the earth and 3 of the sky. To think that only Sai had managed to get 5 scrolls, whether he managed to steal them or to defeat the teams that had them, for Sakura and Menma there was no doubt that he was impressive. After a few minutes, the forest seemed to be completely calm, a deathly silence broken only by the sounds the genin group made. Sai pointed to his own ear, and Haku nodded in response. Sakura and Menma, puzzled, looked at their companions, and before they could ask the question they both had in mind, Haku put his index finger to his own mouth, and Sai frantically began to write. We're being ambushed, that's why it's so quiet. Stay on your guard. Menma and Sakura strained their ears as much as they could, but upon realizing the absolute calm, they panicked, paralyzed with fear, remembering the last surprise attack by the grass kids. They relaxed when they saw a couple of squirrels chasing each other over a nut and a bird that landed in front of the hollow log where they were taking refuge. Menma went out smiling to scare the bird away. See, there's nothing to worry about. Menma was interrupted when the bird and the squirrels exploded, sending him flying to the side. Haku managed to form a wall of ice that protected the rest, and as the dust settled, some figures began to take shape. Greetings, Leaf Ninjas. Surrender if you want your friend to live, said Dosu, a sound ninja standing on the other side of the ice wall with his companions behind him. Kim, sitting on the redhead, had his arms crossed, and Zaku twisted Menma's arm with one hand while pressing his head against the ground with the other, which mattered little. Menma was unconscious from the explosion. Chapter 18. Clarification. The characters of Naruto do not belong to me but to their creator, the mangaka Masashi Kishimoto. For Hanabi and Hirza, it was strange to have Tatsuki instead of Kizura. The 3 of them had spent a lot of time together. Hanabi had initially made it clear to Kizura that she was just a peasant on a team of the Leaf Village aristocracy, and therefore, if anyone had to be sacrificed, it would undoubtedly be her. But at this moment, she felt deeply regretful. After all, in the time they spent together, they had become very good friends, even though Kizura kept telling Hanabi that she was just a spoiled, tight-ass daddy's girl. You could activate the Byakugan to detect the enemies. Tatsuki broke the silence, making a request to her companion. Actually, I'd rather not do it right now. We just entered the forest, we probably don't have any enemies nearby. We should go deeper into the forest before doing that, the Hyuga replied. So, what do you think about heading straight for the central tower? We'll wait for some team and ambush them, Urza said. Activate the Byakugan, track down that son of a bitch's team, and kick his and his team's asses. Tatsuki declared furiously. You mean Naruto? The redhead questioned, immediately receiving a nod from her companion. But we don't even know what scroll they have. What if it's the same one as ours? Hanabi asked. What? Oh, that. If it's the same one, we can burn it in their faces, the Uchiha replied, earning incredulous looks from her companions. What? I exclaimed when the incredulous stares of her companions made her uncomfortable. We should head to the center of the tower. We'll wait for a team that's really worn down and deliver the final blow, just like Hirza said. And with my Byakugan, it'll be easier to pinpoint our targets, Hanabi said in her usual stoic tone. Let's go, girls. It's time to get those butts moving, Hirza exclaimed, full of joy and enthusiasm, as they began their march. There was some tension in the air, at least that's what Hanabi felt. Tatsuki seemed somewhat annoyed at not being able to carry out her plan, even though it was crazy to waste time and resources on something as petty as what she had proposed. I don't understand your resentment towards that son of a. I mean, Naruto. Hanabi had let herself be carried away for a moment by Tatsuki's words. It had come up so many times in their conversations that, son of a bitch, as Tatsuki called him, was now practically her middle name. He's scum, the worst kind of trash. When we left for the land of waves, he abandoned us, and if he'd been there, Takeda would still be. He'd still be alive. Tatsuki's voice slowly shifted from fury to a broken, tearful one. But that day he was at the Hyuga compound, replied the dog-eyed girl. What do you mean? The Uchiha girl responded incredulously. The night before he left, Naruto was found by my sister in the village streets. He had many deep wounds and was in critical condition. Hinata took pity on him and had him treated by our family doctors. The next day he rested until he regained consciousness. By then, you had already left. The Hyuga girl's words caused some discomfort in her companion. Tatsuki was perplexed by what Hanabi was saying. Naruto was undoubtedly mistreated by the villagers, but now he was a ninja, and claiming to be the victim of an attack was just an excuse, in her opinion. But now he was being supported by another ninja, someone who had witnessed part of what happened and who didn't seem to gain anything by supporting him. This could mean two things in the girl's mind. Either she was in cahoots with Naruto, or Naruto was telling the truth. But her thoughts were interrupted by Hirza. Girls, I'm excited that the three of us want to talk about him. We could even start a fan club like Sasuke's, but now we need to focus on the exam. Hanabi, use your Byakugan. It's been a while, and I'm sure many others have been moving for some time too. The veins around Hanabi's eyes bulged. Stop it, she suddenly exclaimed. After several seconds passed, and under the watchful eyes of her companions, Habia fell to her knees and began to vomit. What's wrong? What did you see? What happened? Her teammates asked, reacting to her sudden outburst. Without deactivating her Byakugan for even a second, Hanabi began to hyperventilate. A minute passed, during which the girl seemed to be in absolute panic. She calmed down enough to stand up. Quick, we have to run. Hanabi was crying and hadn't even bothered to wipe the vomit from the corners of her mouth, but she took off running frantically. Her teammates followed her, seeing how strangely she reacted to whatever she had seen. Hinata, the Hyuga exclaimed, searching for her sister when she knew she was close enough to hear her. Shino and Kiba were paralyzed with fear, while Hinata had her Byakugan activated, waiting for the sand team to get as far away as possible when her twin scream caught her attention. She stood up and ran in the direction of the sound. Hanabi saw her sister emerge from the bushes and deactivated her Byakugan. Hinata's smooth, white face was covered in a large bloodstain, and through tears, Hanabi ran to embrace her twin. Meanwhile, Kiba and Shino breathed a heavy sigh of relief, as if a huge weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Tatsuki and Urza remained perched on a tree branch, watching in disbelief as the scene unfolded. It looked as if several buckets of red paint had exploded. Are you alright? Did anything happen to you? Hanabi knew beforehand that nothing had happened to her sister. She thought she would be even more distraught than she was, but strangely, that wasn't the case. Yes, sister, I'm fine. We just got splashed, Hinata replied, looking sympathetically at the red stains around them. What happened here? Urza questioned, somewhat skeptical that what she was seeing was real. Kiba and Shino were still in shock, but the voices of their acquaintances, a team from the village hidden in the rain clashed with a team from the village hidden in the sand, and what you see. What you see is what's left of the Rain Village kids, Kiba said, joining the conversation. I didn't think things would end like this. The plan was to launch a surprise attack when both teams were sufficiently exhausted. Kiba, you should wash your jacket, Tatsuki pointed out a dark stain on his chest, a little lower than where Akamaru's head peeked out. Inside the Hyuga compound, Hiyashi was relaxing in the hot springs in his courtyard. Every so often, the veins around his eyes bulged, a sign that even in this moment of relaxation, he wasn't letting his guard down, even though he was inside what he thought was his fortress. Hiyashi closed his eyes as if meditating when Kurenai suddenly landed behind him, remaining kneeling the entire time. Lord Hiyashi, did you wish to see me? Kurenai said, her cheeks flushing red as she gazed at her superior's bare torso. Yes, I was expecting you. Please come closer. At the Hyuga leader's words, Kurenai's face flushed even more, and she stood up, frantically removing her sandals and then her clothes. Kurenai? Hiyashi asked, somewhat incredulous, as Kurenai wore only her crimson thong and a mesh top. Her hourglass figure, large breasts with small, dark nipples, and a wide, well-formed backside, the product of training, as with most kunoichi, were on full display. Yes. Before you join me, could you give me the reports I requested? Of course, I have the reports you requested, Kurenai said, assuming a relaxed position. I don't believe Naruto has a connection to Ibiki. Ibiki attacked the demon child outside his own home, and it was Danzo who assembled the team he used for the exams. With his resources, Danzo could equip any shinobi with the same gear the demon child had. It's more likely that Danzo isn't the boy's contact, but rather someone working for him. Since he hasn't disappeared from public shinobi service like other ninjas who we know joined Root. I understand. We'll have to confirm this and find out if they've made contact. If I remember correctly, you also used to visit the Kurama clan heiress. Has her physical condition improved enough for her to become a kunoichi? Sir, I don't consider her suitable for shinobi work. Her genjutsu is powerful enough to alter the body, but she's still physically weak. For Kurenai, the seconds that had passed felt like an eternity. The anticipation of entering the water made her feel anxious and somewhat euphoric. She loved feeling like a bitch about to pounce on a piece of meat, just waiting for her master's command. Hiyashi mentally reveled in the scene. The tiny piece of cloth Kurenai called underwear was completely soaked in her vaginal fluids, while her nipples were so hard they could cut diamonds with them. You'll have to take her to the Akamichi. Perhaps they can improve her condition with a change in diet and other training, since they focus on the physical aspect of ninjutsu. With her and a trusted Yamanaka, we'll manipulate the boy's mind to find out what's going on with him. Hiyashi seemed quite confident in the situation. For the first time, Kurenai's face shifted from lust, and she noticed the genuine interest Hiyashi felt. Sir, I don't understand your interest in the little demon, Kurenai said, still blushing, expressing the doubt that had arisen within her. He bears a certain resemblance to someone I knew when I was younger. Besides, he's an important resource for the village, and we can't allow him to fall into Danzo's hands, which brings me to my next point. I forbid you from participating in the annual hunts on October 10th. That child is not a fox demon. A bead of sweat trickled down Kurenai's forehead. The kunoichi knew that when Hiyashi assumed control of the military police, he became even more influential within the village, both because of the authority he wielded and the information he received. And although she herself had often taken advantage of her boss's position, she now knew that it had also harmed him, though she didn't know to what extent. Now, what do you have to say about my daughter? Sir, I don't believe Lady Hinata has what it takes to succeed in the exams. Neji has a greater advantage with Guy as his sensei, and Hanabi possesses greater resolve than Hinata. I was promoted to protect your daughter, but she needs different training than what she's been offered by the clan or my team. She needs something to push her out of her comfort zone. Besides, we don't know how the manipulation of her psyche might affect the Naruto incident. At Kurenai's words, Hiyashi emerged from the water and, with one hand, ripped off her thong, bringing it to his nose to smell it. Kurenai felt so aroused that almost reflexively, she placed one hand on her breasts and the other on her vagina. Hiyashi waved his free hand from bottom to top, tearing in half the mesh that still covered the red-eyed woman as she let out a muffled moan. Back in the forest, Kiba and Hirsa's team said their goodbyes, each going their separate ways, hoping they wouldn't have to. Being alone with the Sand Village team, they had spent a couple of hours keeping each other company. Hirsa and her team set off towards the tower. Hanabi couldn't stop thinking about how her sister had maintained her composure in that situation, when finally they saw that a huge black and white lion that looked like a drawing come to life was blocking their path. "Hey girls, how are you? I have a deal to offer you," said a pale boy they recognized. "Sigh," they all thought at the same time. "A deal?" questioned Hiruzen, who was in front. "That's right, you see, I have a couple of scrolls." Sai took both scrolls from his pockets before the girls' incredulous gazes. "And I'd like to give one to you." A bead of sweat trickled down Hiruzen's forehead as she stared incredulously at Sai. How is it possible that he has a set of scrolls, by himself? It must be a trap. "Hanabi, I'm sure they're genuine," the redhead said, awaiting her friend's confirmation. She was confident Hanabi would agree. Hanabi had activated her Byakugan the moment she saw the twanging creature. "They're genuine, and I don't see anyone else nearby, neither Haku nor Naruto." "Okay, so what's the deal?" Hiruzen asked. Sai gave a smile that seemed genuine as he approached the girl step by step. "I saw Tatsuki's animosity towards Naruto a little while ago, and I thought you might be able to help me with a difference of opinion I have with him. If he were attacked by another team, it would be quite normal in this exam, wouldn't it?" Hiruzen, standing face to face with Sai, gave him a wide smile and took the perfume from the sky, tossing it into Tatsuki's hands. Sai closed his eyes and gave the girls a smile that reflected even more happiness. "So, we have a deal." Hiruzen grabbed the pale boy by the shoulders and glanced at her companions, who stared at her incredulously, unsure what to think. "No," Hiruzen said, barely able to finish her sentence before her knee slammed into Sai's groin with superhuman speed. Sai's smile twisted into a grimace of pain. "Run, girls!" Hiruzen yelled frantically, taking off, followed by Tatsuki and Hanabi. Sai maintained his smile as he writhed on the ground in agony. After several minutes, while Sai was still on the ground, a group of people had gathered around him. The Sound Team, Kabuto's team, and the Rain Village team stared at him in disbelief. "Is this what you made us come here for? It's a spectacle, but I expected something more. Yoroi, why don't you check it out?" Kabuto said calmly as everyone mocked the pale boy. Yoroi wore a suit almost identical to Kabuto's, differing only in that he had a veil and dark glasses that obscured his face. "Why don't you check it out?" he said with a hint of mockery as he saw Sal covering his crotch with his hands. "To hell with it, let's kick his face and get out of here," said Zaku, a member of the Sound Team. Wait, I understand you have certain matters to attend to within the forest. I know where the Hokage's son and the Uchiha heir are. They should be your primary targets. Chapter 19. Clarification. The characters of Naruto are not my property but belong to their creator, the mangaka Masashi Kishimoto. Night had fallen, and Naruto leapt through the trees, carrying a red-haired girl with glasses in his arms, bridal style. She was covered in scratches and dirt. He had carried her to the heart of the forest where the tower stood. She had been saved by the blonde boy from dying in the claws of a giant bear, just as her companions had. She felt incredibly lucky to have been rescued at the last moment by her knight in shining armor. Naruto, on the other hand, knew that the orders were to secure the target, and the best way to do that was to take her to the tower where there would be other shinobi and she would be safe from the outside dangers. "What's your name?" asked the girl, clinging to the blonde boy's neck. "My name is Naruto," he replied. The boy realized he had simply carried her without saying a word. "What's your name?" "My name is Karen Uzumaki." "Nice to meet you, Naruto. Where are we going?" "I apologize for being so abrupt, I saw what happened to your equipment. I thought it best to take you to the tower, they should be able to help you there." "Thank you." Tears streamed from Karen's eyes as her face contorted into a grimace that reflected pain while she tried to smile and her grip had become more tense. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" the blonde boy asked, though he actually sensed what was happening with Karen, remembering her first hot meal. Karen was crying tears of joy. "It's nothing, it's just that no one has ever been so kind to me," she said. Naruto, without saying anything, simply smiled at her to try and reassure her, though deep down he knew she might face a worse fate than dying at the hands of an animal in this forest. Finally, they reached the tower. "Well, we're here. Now I have to leave you alone. Go inside and you'll be safe," Naruto said, finally lowering Karen from his arms. From her ninja tool bag, Karen pulled a scroll from the ground and handed it to the blonde boy. "Here, this is my scroll. Thank you so much for your help," she said. Karen gave her protector a tight hug before running into the tower. As this was happening, a group of girls watched. "You're quite the charmer," Tatsuki exclaimed just before she tried to hit him, but the blonde boy caught the blow aimed at his face. Even though neither of them would admit it, Hiruzen and Tatsuki felt their hearts sink at the sight of the redhead hugging the blonde. "It's not what you think. Besides, you broke up with me, replied the blonde, who felt more than uncomfortable in this situation. He thought the three girls would attack him together at any moment, especially since they saw the scroll he had just received. Tatsuki, that's enough. We should go and finish the exam. You can vent now, Hanabi said, her voice almost emotionless. You're right, we should go, added Hiruzen, who looked at the blonde as if he were the worst piece of trash she had ever seen. Fine, Tatsuki replied, almost spitting out the words. She stopped struggling with the blonde and, along with her team, entered the tower. Having completed the mission, Naruto set out to head to where Haku should be with Sasuke's team, Menma, and Sakura. He leapt to the branches of a tree and began walking. After several minutes, he stopped to catch his breath and wipe the sweat from his face. Some sweat had gotten in his eyes, which was quite uncomfortable and prevented him from continuing because he couldn't see. Suddenly, Naruto began to feel dizzy and clumsy. The blonde boy was unable to move properly. Poison, he thought, and was immediately knocked down by Kiba, who had appeared out of nowhere and punched Naruto in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Shino emerged from the shadows and began searching Naruto's pockets until he found what he was looking for. Just like Hinata said, it's the one we were missing. Kiba exclaimed excitedly. It's nothing personal, Naruto, we just don't want to stay here in this forest any longer, Shino said in his stoic tone. Insects emerged from Naruto's clothing and flew towards Shino. Don't worry, you won't die. I've sprayed you with my insect's pheromones, they'll keep dangerous animals away. You'll be fine by early tomorrow. Kiba and Shino grabbed the blonde boy by his arms and legs and led him into the bushes. The next day, back at the Sound Team's ambush. If Haku wanted to save Menma's life, he only had one option, he had to remove the ice wall separating them. But doing so would condemn the others to a fight they might not be able to win. Sasuke was unconscious, Sakura seemed like a burden, she hadn't demonstrated any useful skills in the Land of Waves or during the Grass Ninja's attack, and Menma was subdued and lay unconscious in the hands of his enemy and Sai. Sai was undoubtedly useful, but he didn't inspire enough confidence. He seemed too artificial, as if he were always feigning a betrayal, about to stab Zaku in the back. Zaku drew his kunai and began toying with it, twirling it on one of his fingers. Hey, Ice Boy, the child's blood will be on your hands if you don't hurry up and leave, Haku said. He knew he wasn't joking. In the eyes of the village, he would be responsible for the Hokage's son's death. He was supposed to be protecting him, and yet he was at the mercy of his enemies while protecting the Uchiha, someone far more expendable to both the village and the Hokage. After glancing at his companions, he made a decision. Slowly, the crystalline wall of ice began to disappear. 6 crystalline needles of ice began to form on Haku's fingers. Once the crystal wall vanished completely, a huge ink lion lunged at Kim, and Haku launched his needles at Zaku, who blocked almost all of them with the kunai he was holding. Only one managed to pierce Zaku's shoulder. Sai, on the other hand, lunged at Dosu, wielding his ninjutsu. Dosu glanced inside the tree trunk, noticing an insane amount of disturbed earth. So the beast dug its way out, not bad, Dosu thought. He knew Sai was just acting, but it really seemed like he wanted to stab him. From seemingly nowhere, a large number of shuriken flew out, piercing the ink beast and causing it to disappear. A few shuriken headed towards Sai, forcing him to interrupt his attack on Dosu. Sai's ranged attacks were repelled by currents of air that came out at high pressure from Zaku's palms. Kim had recovered from the Ink Lion's attack and saw his target. The Uchiha was defenseless, still unconscious, only protected by a girl who in her own words was so scared she was unable to move a single muscle, only holding a kunai in her hands. Kim threw a Zenbun needle that had a small bell on the back. Kim manipulated the bell with a thin steel wire. Sakura remained on guard, the last line of defense, but the sound of the bell. It seemed as if the whole world had become silent and only the bell and its sound existed. It didn't matter that a few meters away Haku had just formed a huge wall of ice that was shattered by a rain of kunai with explosive paper, or the seemingly invincible army of ninjas from the village hidden in the rain in horrible yellow suits. Only the bell mattered. Little by little, Sakura's senses grew numb, and it seemed as if her body was only moving, making her a passenger in her own body. Sakura had turned around and was beginning to approach the Uchiha, firmly holding the kunai. Haku realized what was happening when he noticed Kim approaching with complete confidence where Sakura was supposed to be protecting Sasuke. He saw her rhythmically move her hand and form an icicle in front of Kim, holding the thread, which prevented the transmission of her hand movements. Sai threw shuriken at the rain ninja, but they either transformed into logs upon impact or seemingly turned into tar that absorbed the blows. A barrage of shuriken and kunai approached the pale boy, who was barely able to dodge them. Dosu ran towards him to try to land a blow, but at the last instant he performed a hand seal, and when Dosu's fist made contact with Sai's torso, the latter went flying until he crashed into a tree. Haku, seeing that his attacks did not seem to have any effect on the clones of the Rain Village team, began to freeze them completely, making blocks of ice that received Zaku's attacks, shuriken powered by gusts of air. Finally, one of the Rain team clones took Haku by surprise, subdued him by dislocating his limbs and entangling himself in the ice ninja. Kim had approached Sakura, striking her repeatedly in the face and body, giving a taijutsu lesson exclusively to the pink-haired girl. Sakura already had a black eye, swollen and bleeding. Kim grabbed Sakura by the hair, pulling as if trying to rip off her scalp. Finally, Sakura found the resolve she needed. She took one of her kunai and plunged it into Kim's leg, making a deep cut. Dosu seemingly had Sai cornered, about to deliver the final blow, when he was struck by a massive torrent of water shaped like a dragon, sweeping away some of the enemies. Naruto had arrived. Sasuke was waking up euphoric and frantic, surrounded by chaos. Before him, he saw his teammate being beaten by a girl he didn't know. Dozens of black, flame-like marks had appeared on Sasuke's body, seemingly originating from his neck, where he had been bitten the day before. "Sakura, did she do this to you?" Sasuke asked in a somber, grim tone as he stood up. Without waiting for an answer, Sasuke struck Kim with such force that she was sent flying and landed unconscious in front of Zaku. To the Uchiha, something was wrong, the world seemed to be moving slower. Haku continued to struggle with the Rain Ninja, however the temperature dropped brutally around the Ice Ninja, completely freezing his attacker's limbs, until with a sudden movement he ended up breaking him into dozens of pieces. The pieces of ice that had once been the Rain Ninja's arms and legs lay on the forest floor. Moments ago, he had completely lost feeling in his arms and legs, yet he let out a cry of despair at seeing himself shattered and incapacitated for life. Meanwhile, the battlefield was flooded with hundreds of replicas of the blonde ninja, who turned the tide of the situation. The Rain Ninjas began to fade away after witnessing their allies being defeated by the Leaf Ninja's frenzy. They clearly accepted their defeat and withdrew from the battlefield, leaving the Sound Ninjas to die alone. Sasuke, in his frenzied state, rushed at Zaku as soon as he saw him. Zaku received an upward kick to his chin that sent him flying several meters into the air. Sasuke leapt, positioning himself behind Zaku. As they fell back to the ground, Sasuke unleashed a barrage of kicks and punches, which Zaku blocked. The first blows came from a parry that landed on the left and another on the right, but the punches struck him directly in the face. Finally, Sasuke delivered a spinning kick that impacted the Sound Ninja's abdomen, just inches from hitting the ground, amplifying the force. "You're next," Sasuke said, pointing at Dozu. He slowly walked toward his target, taking each step closer, but suddenly Sakura threw herself at Sasuke, embracing him tightly. "Please stop," Sakura sobbed, clinging to her beloved with all her might, while the markings covering Sasuke began to recede, returning to their original state. The Uchiha's neck. Dozu seized the moment to pull his scroll from the ground. "We underestimated you. Accept this scroll to compensate for our trouble." Placing it on the ground, he walked over to Kim, took her hand, and prepared to leave. "You're not leaving until you tell us who sent you," Haku exclaimed, watching the Sound Ninja intently. "We came here for a reason similar to yours. The Uchiha leader's son and the Hokage's son had to fail the exam. It would have been a humiliation for their parents and the entire village. That was our mission." Dosu looked around, almost expecting a blow that would end his life. "So you have nothing to do with this Orochimaru and whatever he did to Sasuke?" "Our mission was to eliminate them from the exam," Sakura shouted furiously. "They didn't give us any further details. Who paid for our services isn't something we need to know to complete a mission," Dosu declared, knowing that if he was honest about what was happening, he wouldn't come out looking good. "Orochimaru gave his power to Sasuke. What is he playing at? Did he send us to our deaths? We should kill them and avoid any risk," Sai said calmly, earning an incredulous look from Dosu, who, stunned, could only wonder if this had been their plan from the beginning. Was it always a trap, and this the inevitable result? Or was he just choosing the winning side? The Sound Ninja thought, knowing beforehand that no matter what he said, even if he explained how the teams had been contacted by the ninja who now demanded their heads, it would be obvious to everyone that it was just a desperate lie to protect their lives. "Get out of here," the blonde ordered. Dosu cautiously walked over to where his comrades were. He helped Zaku to his feet, though he could barely move, while he carried Kim on one shoulder. As quickly as they could, the Sound team headed into the forest, leaving the Leaf group behind, while another team watched the conflict unfold. After a couple of minutes, the Sound team collapsed, unable to walk any further. "Did you enjoy watching the fight?" Dosu asked, seemingly to no one in particular. It was quite interesting. I didn't expect them to be defeated so easily. How pathetic, Kabuto said, emerging from the shadows. If you had done more than just throw a couple of shuriken and kunai, the result would have been different, Zaku retorted. Perhaps, but we would have given ourselves away unnecessarily, and it's not the right time yet. Kabuto wore a mocking smile as his palms glowed green. My comrades are on guard right now, and we can make contact at any time without being mortal enemies, unlike from you. Naruto was lost in thought about what had happened. At least two teams were working together against Menma and Sasuke. It wasn't impossible what the bandaged guy had said, it made sense, but something didn't smell right. How convenient, Sai said, pulling the blonde from his thoughts. Sakura smiled at him, while Sasuke just glared at him with frustration and anger. Haku was with Menma, checking on the latter. Is Haku alright? Sakura asked, still hugging the Uchiha. Yes, he's just unconscious. What are you playing at? Sasuke questioned, clearly still agitated. We're watching the backs of the mediocre, incompetent ones in the exam, Sai replied, his smile completely fake. Excuse me, I question the Uchiha heir, he said, visibly offended. I mean, we've been in the forest for less than 48 hours and we've saved you several times. If it weren't for us, you and Menma Sakura would have ended up with broken bones at best, and with a kunai at your throats at worst. At Sai's words, Sasuke simply lowered his gaze, and once again, the black marks on his neck began to appear. He clenched his fist so tightly his hands trembled. Sasuke. Sakura murmured, feeling consumed by guilt. How different things would be if only he had put more effort into his training. If only Menma and she were closer to Sasuke's level, the pink-haired girl thought. Sasuke, trembling with anger at Sai's words, became aware of the enormous amount of chakra coursing through his body and immediately calmed down, giving the pale artist a twisted smile. Sakura, please let me go so I can show you how much protection I need, Sasuke said, looking euphoric with a clear thirst for blood, focusing on Sai, whom he never lost sight of. Sakura, noticing the summons, only clung tighter to Sasuke as beads of sweat trickled down the pale boy's face. Suddenly, needles landed in the Uchiha's neck. All eyes turned to the ice ninja. Don't worry, it's exactly the same thing I did with Zabuza. He'll wake up in about an hour, Haku declared to reassure Sakura, who was on the verge of tears as she tried to hold on to her beloved Sasuke. Naruto went to assist the Uchiha, laying him down with the utmost care. Sakura, I know this is a bit difficult to accept, but the best thing you can do is accept our help and continue with the next stage of the exams. Menma, Sasuke, and you can improve, but you need to put in more effort. As Naruto spoke, Sai approached to hand Sakura the necessary scrolls. We'll accompany you to the tower. Naruto and his team escorted Sakura and her team to the tower in the center of the forest. Shadow clones of the blonde boy carried Menma and Sasuke on makeshift stretchers made of sticks and leaves, while the original Naruto, Haku, Sai, and Sakura herself remained alert for any possible surprise attack or ambush. Once they arrived at their destination, they remained hidden for several minutes while they waited for Sasuke and Menma to wake up. They saw Neji, Tenten, and Lee's team arrive. The first to wake up was Menma, who looked confused by the situation. What's going on, guys? Since when is Naruto with us? I'll tell you what happened later, the important thing is that we have the two scrolls and we must go inside the tower. Inside we will wait for Sasuke to wake up, help me hold the stretcher. Thank you so much for everything, guys, Sakura said, taking the front of the stretcher as Menma took the back. The trio then headed inside the tower, leaving Naruto and his companions behind. Great, Sakura. We were lucky to run into Haku's team, Menma said. Although Menma seemed very enthusiastic about finishing this stage, he was actually shaken. He was fully aware that he had been knocked out, and Haku and his companions had surely saved his and his team's skin again. Sakura's refusal to talk about it was a bad sign, but the words of his father, the fourth Hokage, echoed in his head. In a battle, your mental state is as important as your physical state, and to win, you only need to subdue one of the two. Even trying to stay positive, Menma had begun to see himself as a burden. Haku was definitely strong, someone very experienced and capable. There was no doubt that if anyone could overcome the others, it was him. But what about Naruto and Sai? One was an unknown and the other a miserable coward, someone who preferred playing at walking dogs or painting fences rather than showing his face alongside his comrades, but they were there following Haku on the front line, saving their necks and demonstrating a higher level than any genin of that generation. That's right, we were very lucky. Sakura's response pulled the redhead from his thoughts, but she wasn't any better off than he was. She still remembered Sai's words and Menma's in her own contributions. No matter how hard she had trained with Kakashi, she still wasn't at a high enough level, especially since he regularly only had her do basic strength and endurance exercises, along with chakra control drills. We should celebrate advancing to the next stage of the exam. Of course, Sakura. When we get back to the village, the three of us should go to the Akamichi family's barbecue or have our first sake toast. I was thinking of something a little different, just you and me. Sakura's voice turned seductive, but there are a couple of conditions. Promise me you'll become stronger, and secondly, you must get me a genjutsu scroll. As they spoke, they reached the entrance, a wooden door that was defaced with a sheet of paper to show that no one else had used it. Sakura managed to lower the handle and push the door open with her leg. Upon entering, they saw a completely empty room. On either side were stairs leading to another room further inside the tower. High above the entrance was a whiteboard covered in text, which they didn't pay much attention to at the moment. Once inside the room, Sakura and Menma carefully helped Sasuke down, and Sakura ran to close the door behind them. So, do we have a deal, Menma? Sakura asked in the same seductive tone, blushing and giving him a pleading look. Sure, Sakura, but what do you have in mind? Menma looked nervous and somewhat unsure of what his partner meant as she slowly approached him, swaying slightly as she walked. Once they were face to face, Sakura cupped the redhead's head in her hands and planted a passionate kiss on him, their tongues beginning a dance. Sakura's hand slowly traced a path from his reddish hair, moving down his neck and chest until they reached his groin. Sakura firmly grasped the growing bulge, running her hand up and down it a few times. Menma broke the kiss and barely whispered, "Sakura," his face showing disbelief. The kunoichi ignored the redhead and proceeded to unzip his pants. Sakura knelt before him and placed a kiss on the head of his penis, who could barely manage a small moan at the touch of her lips. The amused genin glanced for a moment into Menma's eyes. He was incredulous, with beads of sweat trickling down his face, breathing heavily, and wearing a disbelieving expression as if he couldn't connect what had happened just minutes before with what was happening in that room right next to Sasuke. Without wasting any more time, Sakura enveloped her partner's manhood between her lips and began to explore his member up and down with her mouth, again and again, spending several minutes in that position until finally Menma spoke again between gasps. "Sakura, I think I'm going to." Before he could say anything more, Menma exploded inside Sakura's mouth, who stopped abruptly. After a few moments of silence, Menma took a couple of steps back, and Sakura simply covered her mouth with one hand as she swallowed almost everything Menma had left in her mouth. "Sakura, Menma tried to speak but couldn't form a single sentence. He didn't know what to say or think. He hadn't expected nothing like that. For Sakura she was surely referring to a kissing session like they had had before, but while before she wanted to keep it a secret at all costs, right now they were in the middle of an exam with their unconscious partner. Sakura had already swallowed everything and was running her tongue over her lips looking for some of the redhead's seed. She stood up again and planted a kiss on the redhead's cheek. "Menma, it's just this once and it will be our secret, just don't forget our deal, okay?" "Why yes, Sakura," Menma replied, still looking at his partner with doubt. "It seems you should open the scrolls as soon as Sasuke wakes up," Sakura pointed to the text on the board. Several minutes passed in complete calm without them saying a word to each other. Menma, for his part, questioned what he had just experienced, and at the same time, a curiosity had awakened within him about other kinds of experiences with girls and about a certain orange book. Meanwhile, Sakura, blushing, wondered if it had all been worth it, if she would truly get what she wanted, or if it had all been in vain. The thrill of doing it with her beloved Menma, alongside her beloved Uchiha, made her feel euphoric and excited just remembering it, and she also wondered if semen would always have that bitter taste. Perhaps she would find an answer in Kakashi's orange book. "Sakura, Menma," the Uchiha said almost in a whisper, and his voice caught the attention of his companions, who ran to see him. "Sasuke, are you alright?" Sakura asked as Menma helped him to his feet. "Where are we?" Sasuke felt disoriented. From his perspective, one moment they were in the middle of the forest, and now he was in a completely unfamiliar room. "We're in the tower. Now we must open the scrolls according to the instructions," his companion said. Sasuke simply nodded at her words as Menma and Sakura each opened a scroll. The three bewildered genin stared for a moment at the scrolls, which bore a variety of seemingly meaningless symbols with the word, person, written in the center. "Throw them," Sasuke exclaimed as they began to smoke. When they hit the ground, a silhouette formed in the smoke and began to move in their direction. "Mitsuki," the three thought in unison. "Hey guys, long time no see," Mitsuki greeted the group of genin casually, who remained somewhat incredulous. This part of the exam tests both your ability as a unit and your ability to follow orders. If you had opened the scrolls anywhere else, I would have personally had to knock you out for your lack of commitment to the mission. Now go upstairs and join the other candidates who passed this stage." When Mitsuki finished his explanation, he disappeared in a burst of white smoke. "All right, you heard the man. It's time to continue," said Menma, who was already running towards the stairs. He stopped just before starting to climb. He looked back, waiting for his companions. He saw Sasuke holding Sakura's wrist. "Menma, go ahead. I'd like to talk to Sakura alone." At Sasuke's words, Menma glanced at Sakura, who simply nodded. After a few moments that seemed like an eternity, Menma finally headed for the exit to leave them alone. Sasuke remained silent for several seconds that felt like an eternity to both Sakura and him. They gazed into each other's eyes until finally Sasuke lowered his gaze as if searching for something between his feet. "Sakura, it's hard for me to admit this, but you did the right thing by accepting the other team's help." I wasn't thinking straight." Sakura slowly moved closer to the Uchiha, who continued to stare at the ground. "Sasuke." Sakura's words were interrupted when the Uchiha placed his lips on hers, their tongues exploring each other's mouths. The Uchiha noticed a bitter taste in Sakura's mouth, but he didn't question it. They had been in the forest for a couple of days, and perhaps it was the food or her recent lack of oral hygiene. Sasuke paid it no mind and continued the kiss until they broke apart to catch their breath. Sakura was blushing and excited to a point she didn't think possible. "Sakura, I won't let anything happen to them. I swear that none of my comrades will ever be killed again. I won't allow it." Chapter 20. Clarification. The characters of Naruto are not my property but belong to their creator, the mangaka Masashi Kishimoto. The Hidden Leaf Village remained in twilight, the darkness of night still reigned, but little by little it was beginning to give way to the light, a clear sign of the sun's imminent rise. In a very large room, the floor was laminated with wood, as was the ceiling. The walls were light green, with some columns, decorated with various paintings throughout the room. Kakashi was lying naked on his bed next to Pakura, who was lying on the copy ninja's chest. Both were drenched in sweat, with no noise disturbing the peace of the moment. Kakashi maintained a smile as he watched through the window as the day slowly arrived. A pigeon flying by landed on the window, catching Kakashi's attention because it had a purple note with a white seal. It looked like a flame enclosed in a circle. He immediately recognized the seal. It belonged to the Hyuga clan. Kakashi formed a cross with the index and middle fingers of both hands, and in the middle of a burst of white smoke, an identical copy of himself appeared. Without making a sound, he opened the window and took the note the dove had brought, while the original Kakashi slowly and as gently as possible tried to move Pakura without waking her. "If you're going to abandon me, you should at least say goodbye," Pakura said, surprising Kakashi, who didn't know how to respond. Pakura noticed this. "I thought we'd spend the whole night together." Finally, Kakashi was able to form a response. "I didn't mean to wake you." "You didn't do it." Both shinobi had already gotten out of bed naked, while the original Kakashi had gone with his clone to retrieve the note and see what the message was about. Pakura did the same until she positioned herself between them. "I was just doing the same thing as you." Enjoying the moment, Pakura hugged the copy ninja, placing one of her ears against Kakashi's chest, discreetly glancing at the paper. "I love the sound of a man's heartbeat." Kakashi immediately realized Pakura's intentions. The paper immediately crumpled between Kakashi's fingers. "I have to go, there's something I need to take care of." "Is that really it? Or are you going to see some whore?" "Pakura, what are you talking about? If you're jealous, I could leave a couple of clones here," Kakashi said, and his clone approached the kunoichi, taking her by the hips. "You should stop reading so much pornography." Pakura pushed away from Kakashi and his clone, turning away from the pair and casting a disapproving glance at her shelves full of adult books. "Can't you tell reality from fantasy anymore? If I wanted something like that, I'd use clones and various toys myself," the kunoichi said, clearly annoyed. Kakashi watched Pakura walk towards the bathroom, swaying seductively. "Will you join me in the shower?" Pakura asked in a sweet and seductive voice. 5 hours later, when the sun was shining brightly in the blue sky and the village had revitalized itself as usual, the citizens strolled the streets alongside the shinobi carrying out their missions. Kakashi stood outside Hiyashi Hyuga's residence, surrounded by a massive grayish-blue wall topped with navy blue tiles. A huge wooden gate with 2 bronze knockers, shaped like lion heads, held a golden ring in its jaws. The ring hung directly in front of a small plaque, its sole purpose being to strike the other and produce a metallic clang. The knockers appeared freshly polished. Just millimeters from grasping the golden metal ring, Kakashi's large gate swung wide open, revealing a beautiful garden with perfectly manicured green lawns and exquisite flowers, their beauty a testament to the exceptional care they received. Several trees lined a path leading from the entrance to the central building, which resembled a palace more than an ordinary residence. "Welcome, Mr. Hitaki. It is a true honor to have you here," said two women with pearly eyes, smooth, white skin, and brown hair. They were dressed in simple black kimonos with white borders and white cloth bands covering their foreheads. They appeared to be sisters around 20 years old. "You've arrived just in time. Lord Hiyashi is waiting for you," said the older one. "We will guide you to him." "Please follow us," said the younger one. "Just in time, huh?" thought Kakashi as he followed the pair. Walking through the garden, he noticed a small lake where several carp and koi fish were swimming. To one side of the path was a group of about 20 children. Some had their foreheads covered in the same way as the girls who had received him at the entrance. It seemed that the boys and girls were around 10 years old and all were forming gentle fist katas with an instructor who had the Junin uniform under the watchful eye of a trio of elderly people in completely white robes who were having tea at a beautiful round garden table made of white marble, sitting in comfortable white wooden chairs that had the Hyuga clan logo carved into them under the shade of a large umbrella, and next to them a girl also with her forehead covered held a small metal tray waiting for any order from them. Finally, the copy ninja spotted Hiyashi at a table similar to the ones the elders used before, where a couple of steaming cups of tea sat. He was talking with a couple of elders who, as soon as they saw Kakashi, gave the Hyuga leader a small bow and proceeded to leave. Once he was close enough, Kakashi proceeded to greet him. "Lord Hiyashi, it is a true honor to be invited to your home," Kakashi said, bowing in respect. "Kakashi Hitaki, the honor is mine to have you here," Hiyashi returned the greeting to his guest. "Forgive me, your note said you were expecting me an hour ago, but one of them mentioned that I'm on time." "Kakashi, I know why you're always late. I can respect that you're paying homage to Obito, but I don't think it's appropriate to disrupt other people's schedules like that, especially when you take an hour or more to arrive. That's why I took the liberty of giving you incorrect information," Kakashi said. The face, covered over his single visible eye, seemed to show a grimace of displeasure at Hiyashi's words. "I see," Kakashi replied. "Kakashi, I'd like to speak with you privately." The girls who had escorted Kakashi through the gardens bowed to the clan leader and began to walk backward, careful not to turn their backs on him at any point. Once they were out of sight, the veins around Kakashi's eyes bulged. "Good, no one will interrupt us." Hiyashi extended his arm, gesturing for Kakashi to take a seat. The copy ninja sat down, waiting for Hiyashi to speak. "Kakashi, do you know why I became the head of the military police? And how the main branch and the branch offices work? You were assigned the command after the Uchiha clan massacre. I don't know many details about your family." "No, Hinata is my eldest daughter, and she was betrothed to Hitachi, the eldest son of Fugaku, who was the leader of the Uchiha clan at the time. I only fulfill the duties on behalf of both of them. The Hyuga family is divided in two. The main branch leads and makes decisions, while the secondary branch serves as guardians. As a means of ensuring the latter fulfill their purpose, they are marked with a seal that guarantees the Byakugan won't fall into the wrong hands upon their death, and that they will be obedient to us." Kakashi was incredulous at Hiyashi's words. The idea of branding his relatives like livestock and forcing them to serve like slaves was difficult for him to comprehend. "Is that why many of the Hyuga I've seen today have their foreheads covered, or is it due to some tradition or dress code?" Kakashi questioned as a bead of cold sweat trickled down his face. "That's precisely the reason. Clans typically take in civilians under conditions akin to servitude. In exchange, these civilians receive a degree of training and are usually expected to mate with a blood member of the clan. They can also be validated by their clan as genin, chunin, and, in rare cases, jonin." Kakashi simply nodded at Hiyashi's explanation. "Well, in the Hyuga clan, that doesn't usually happen. The branch family should be the one to select the volunteers, but they don't want to bind others to that kind of life, and the civilian volunteers don't usually stay with us for very long, mainly because many of our abilities depend on the Byakugan. Those from the branch family are and always will be the same, as will their children and partners. This can only change if someone from the main branch takes a partner from the branch family." "I see," Kakashi replied dryly as Hiyashi took a sip of the tea from the table and, after a long swallow, placed it back down. The Hyuga clan traditionally have 2 or 3 descendants. In the case of the main branch, the heir can be chosen according to birth order or by whoever is deemed most suitable. If it's the former, upon reaching a certain age, the non-heir is marked and sent to the branch family. However, in the latter case, the heirship can be postponed indefinitely. Hiyashi activated his Byakugan again and moved his eyes frantically from side to side as if searching for something, continuing for several seconds before finally stopping. "When Hinata was young, showing little interest in the shinobi arts, I decided to betroth her to Itachi Uchiha. As the leader's son, he could prevent her from being marked, or the Uchiha would take it as an insult and an attempt at subjugation. Lord Hiyashi, forgive me, but why are you telling me all this? It seems he has everything under control. Kakashi was confused, and despite feeling somewhat disgusted by how the Hyuga treated their own brethren like slaves, he didn't understand where the conversation was headed. You see, Kakashi, I am the clan leader, but my daughters and I aren't the only family belonging to the main branch. Important matters are handled by a family: the clinics, restaurants, bars, pharmaceutical production, the ninja medical school, the riding school, the stables, and the small casino. Each of these businesses has a family belonging to the main branch, and each of them intends to save their children from the curse mark of the secondary branch. As you say, it seems I have everything under control, but a few days ago, in a meeting of the village's high command, we were discussing Hitachi Uchiha. He supposedly left on a mission a couple of years ago, but we haven't established any contact with him for a long time, and our intelligence indicates that he was seen several months ago in the land of rice wearing a black robe with red clouds, and his leaf village headband was ripped right in half. Taking this into account, we should have already held a meeting to declare Hitachi a traitor to the village and put a price on his head, but we haven't been able to locate Danzo, and as such, we can't hold the meeting if even one of the high-ranking officers is missing, unless he is declared dead or someone is chosen in his place. So, if Hitachi is declared a traitor, you lose your position as police chief and it's transferred to the next most suitable person, while Hinata will be branded and become a slave to the family. Is that correct? Kakashi looked with clear displeasure at the Hyuga leader, who remained impassive as always, regardless of whether it was a simple greeting on the street or a conversation about the possible life of misery and slavery for his eldest daughter. Hiyashi always maintained his calm and an imperturbable expression. I'm afraid so, the Hyuga replied curtly. What happens if you choose not to attend the meetings? How can you allow that to happen to one of your daughters if you're the clan leader? Kakashi questioned, taking a sip of his teacup, trying to calm himself. Even though he spoke in a calm tone and appeared composed, Kakashi was on the verge of losing his composure. Just as there's a village council, a clan council, and the village elders who act as checks and balances on each other and on the Hokage, within the clan, it's the elders who limit the power and authority I have, and that of the other families in the main branch. If I choose not to attend the meetings, they will replace me. If I choose not to mark any of my daughters without a valid reason, I will be deposed, my wife's tomb will be desecrated, and my daughters and I will be marked while someone else takes my place. Although Hiyashi showed no expression, he had clenched his fists so tightly they were trembling, while Kakashi finally felt a little compassion and fully understood that Hiyashi was trying to get out of this complicated situation. Lord Hiyashi, how can I help you? Kakashi, last night I had a meeting with the elders, and since Hinata doesn't seem to be the standard bearer of Hyuga pride and is engaged to the head of a prominent clan, it wouldn't be an absolute desecration of the sacred and ancient techniques of the sublime Hyuga clan if she were to learn a little elemental ninjutsu. As one of the most capable ninjas in the village, you'll surely feel honored to render such a service to the clan, giving thanks for this tremendous opportunity. Although Hiyashi used the typical words that had earned the Hyuga a reputation for arrogance and pride, the context revealed his feelings. She has a lightning nature, and since you're an expert in it, I'm sure she can learn enough from you. So you expect me to teach your daughter the Chidori? Kakashi again seemed to have a more relaxed attitude. Having a better overview of the situation, he looked more comfortable and confident in his position. I wouldn't dare ask anyone to reveal such a jutsu. If I could use the speed that characterizes the lightning element, that would be more than enough. Hiyashi had once again become emotionally closed off. Of course, you'll be appropriately rewarded for working with me. Or rather, working for you, Kakashi thought, sensing Hiyashi's intentions. Besides training your daughter, what else do you expect me to do? What would the payment be? Kakashi asked. You see, people are whispering behind your back, saying you'll surely be the next Hokage and that you'll continue to diminish the power and authority of Kaharu, Hamura, and Danzo, Hiyashi explained. Oh, are they really saying that? Kakashi questioned. Yes, and that worries them quite a bit. Whether it's true or not, I can offer you the support of the entire clan to succeed Minato. The only thing I ask in return is that you support the reforms I want to implement, Hiyashi explained, intentionally being ambiguous in that last part. Lord Hiyashi, have you considered seeking support from the fourth? Wouldn't it be better if you held the position of Hokage? Minato has tried many times to help me and has already accomplished quite a bit, although not enough. But if I were to become one of the elders and one of my daughters took my place alongside a Hokage interested in Hyuga affairs, everything would be easier. I can't be the Hokage. If that were to happen, some member of the main branch would take my place due to the lack of time I could dedicate to the clan's positions, and my daughters would have no guarantee of remaining potential heirs. I understand, Kakashi said dryly. Excuse me, but is there any reason to suspect Hitachi? Besides their appearance, covert missions often prevent contact with the village. I'll tell you this as a gesture of goodwill, but what I'm about to say is classified information. Revealing it to anyone unauthorized will guarantee you a cruel and agonizing death. Do you remember the Uchiha clan massacre? Well, the Uchiha were planning a coup. They would kill anyone who opposed them, and it was Hitachi who warned Minato. Things escalated to the point where confrontation was inevitable, and it was Minato, Hitachi, and I who took care of all the Uchiha who died that day. Only 5 survived. None of us were ever the same after that. I wouldn't be surprised if Hitachi questioned whether he took the right side. Hiyashi's words deeply disturbed Kakashi, who was horrified to recall the news of how one of the most powerful clans was practically exterminated in a single night. Regardless of whether they were men, women, or children, shinobi and civilians died alike. Everything happened inside the village without anyone seeing anyone responsible. Little by little, everything made sense. Only they had the power and ability to eradicate the entire clan in one night. Only they had the influence and authority to keep everything secret. Chapter 21. Clarification. The characters of Naruto are not my property but belong to their creator, the mangaka Masashi Kishimoto. Naruto, Haku, and Sai stood on the thick branches of the gigantic trees in the Forest of Death. Right in front of them stood their supposed target, Shikamaru Nara, who wore an arrogant smile while maintaining a hand seal. I thought you'd pose a greater challenge. What a drag having to be the bait. Don't complain, you did pretty well, said Ino, who approached, leaping from branch to branch, while Choji followed closely behind. Could you check them quickly? It's quite annoying to hold this jutsu for so long, Shikamaru complained again, to no one's surprise. How did you immobilize us? Haku questioned, his face showing helplessness as he struggled to move. Simple. I purposely left our scroll sticking out of my ninja tool bag, guaranteeing to attract the attention of whoever had the other one. When they started chasing us, I lagged slightly behind, enough so that Choji and Ino would eventually leave me behind, but not so much that they'd become suspicious and I'd use my shadow paralysis jutsu to grab them, Shikamaru explained proudly. Bastard! Naruto exclaimed as Choji searched his pockets, trying to find a scroll, while Ino did the same with Sai, who was smiling. Why are you smiling? A beautiful girl won't keep her hands off me, the blonde questioned Sai. A beautiful girl won't keep them off me, the artist replied, earning a blush from Ino. Okay, here it is, said Chuji, who, after obtaining the scroll from Haku's ninja tool bag and putting it in his own, pulled down several vines and began tying Haku's feet and then Naruto's. Since you're so charming, I can give you a small consolation prize. Ino proceeded to plant a kiss on Sai's lips while Shikamaru rolled his eyes in annoyance, thinking, you don't even know him, and with such a simple compliment you're already all over him. After separating, Ino tied Sai's legs to the branch in the same way Choji had done with Haku and Naruto. Ino and Choji then proceeded to push them one by one, and the Ino-Shika-Cho trio shot off as fast as their legs would carry them, while the trio left behind tried to mimic Shikamaru's movements. I'm not very emotionally driven, I thought it would be easier to appeal to his vanity, Sai explained. Besides, it worked. Shikamaru doesn't seem stupid. If we keep being careless, we'll only complicate the mission, Haku replied. How long will it take for him to get out of range? Naruto asked, who, like his companions, was still trying in vain to move his legs. Can we go to the tower now? We don't have anything else to do, or do you want to hunt down other participants? Sai said, not caring much about having completed his mission. You just want to go find your girlfriend, Naruto mocked the artist. Looks like we're out of range now, Haku added, grabbing a kunai and throwing it to cut the vine. He did a small somersault in the air, landing perfectly on his feet, then threw a couple of shuriken that freed the vines binding his companions. Naruto grabbed onto the tree, while Sai landed without any problem, as did Haku. We should wait a couple of hours at least, so they won't get suspicious, Naruto suggested aloud, waiting for his companions' opinions. Maybe that doesn't matter, Sai replied. If Menma, Sakura, or Sasuke start talking about what happened with the grass ninja, we might be exposed. If you hadn't talked so much with Sasuke, it wouldn't be any less likely, Haku said, giving his companion an apprehensive look. Wait a minute, something's moving in the bushes, Naruto pointed with a small nod. Hello, is anyone there? Exclaimed a familiar voice to the three of them, who looked. Kabuto emerged from the foliage. Hey guys, it's been a long time, Kabuto greeted the trio of genin casually. It's only been a couple of days, and we're not even allies in this exam. Haku assumed a defensive stance, as did Sai and Naruto. Haku glanced at Sai, who understood what the ice ninja was thinking. I didn't expect you guys to take it so seriously. I wanted to ask for your help. I've separated from my team, and I thought it would be a good idea if we Leaf Village comrades supported each other. A group of 4 is stronger than one of 3, and any option is better than wandering around the forest like a headless chicken, without any kind of plan or support. As Kabuto explained his thought process, he calmly walked towards where Sai and Haku were. Sadly, I don't have my scroll, but how about I pay you generously for your collaboration? From one of his pockets, Kabuto took a small sack that presumably contained a lot of money and threw it in the direction of the group of genin, but halfway there, he was intercepted by what appeared to be a muscular white man with black trim, whose only garment was a piece of cloth that covered him from the waist to mid-thigh. He kicked the sack upwards, and it exploded violently with a loud bang. Very clever, Kabuto said with a hint of mockery in his voice as he threw a shuriken at the male figure, which disintegrated in an explosion of ink. I was hoping to do this the easy way, but you leave me no choice. Kabuto pulled something from his pockets and threw it to the ground. Soon, the entire area was flooded with a thick blue smoke that made it difficult to see and breathe, causing the 3 genin to cough. Haku planted both palms on the ground, creating a small ice dome that was perfectly large for him and Sai, while Naruto frantically formed hand seals. Don't bother, the smoke contains a sleeping potion and you've already inhaled it, it's just a matter of time before it takes effect, Kabuto said, but his voice seemed to come from nowhere, only an echo resonating through the forest. Finally, Naruto finished his hand seals and thought, water style, water dragon jutsu. He shot a gigantic jet of water from his mouth into the sky, resembling a large dragon, which after a few seconds broke down into hundreds of thousands of water droplets that quickly fell to the ground, gradually cancelling the effects of the smoke bomb. Naruto, having been so exposed to the sleeping agent, began to feel weak and on the verge of collapse. Yoroi, a companion of Kabuto dressed exactly like him except for a purple veil and black glasses covering his face, emerged from the foliage and knocked Naruto down, stabbing him in the left shoulder. He fell approximately 3 meters to the ground. The ice dome opened, and 5 lions made of ink emerged and rushed to save the blonde boy. Yoroi pressed a kunai hard against Naruto's collarbone with one hand, while with the other he held him by the neck in a grip that glowed with a blue light. As the lions lunged at him, a kunai with a pair of explosive notes attached to it fell from the trees. It exploded, sending the pride of lions flying. 3 of them transformed into jets of ink, while the remaining 2 became Haku and Sai. The prick had brought Naruto back to reality, though he was growing weaker with each passing moment due to the grip on his neck. The blonde felt his chakra being drained. For a moment, he saw a group of lions rush to his rescue, only to be neutralized by a pair of explosive tags. Naruto noticed how everyone and everything around him was soaked from the water dragon jutsu he had used. He took a lightning tag from one of his pockets and activated it, hoping the resulting shock would be powerful enough to jolt his attacker but not so strong as to seriously injure himself. Naruto felt the electric current coursing through his body, as well as through Yoroi, Sai, and Haku's. Because of this, Yoroi released Naruto for a few moments, which the blonde used to land a blow on his attacker's neck. Yoroi began to thrash uncontrollably, gasping for air. Naruto took advantage of the opening to throw him to the ground. Meanwhile, Haku and Sai had recovered from the explosion. Sai frantically drew a giant bird which he rode to go in search of whoever threw the kunai. Haku, just as he was about to go and assist Naruto, heard a faint buzzing sound that he knew quite well. Zenbin, he thought quickly, just before forming a wall of ice where the needles were embedded. Ever since you all decided to talk too much before the written exam, you've become a thorn in my side. You've put my team and me in the spotlight of all the contestants. Kabuto began making hand signs until his palms started to glow, then he launched a frenzied attack against Haku. Naruto had stood up, taking a stance with his arms extended in different directions, while Yoroi also stood up and began throwing punches and attempting to grab him. Naruto deflected and blocked their blows, tracing a spherical space around himself. Sai had been climbing to the very top of the treetops when he was intercepted again by a kunai with explosive notes. When they detonated, Sai was sent flying onto a thick branch of the gigantic trees. Damn it, Sai said. What's wrong? Didn't you expect to see us so soon? Masumi, a ninja dressed the same as Yoroi except for the transparent lenses he wore, asked. Actually, no, and I hope I never see you again. You're too weak to be of any real use. Sai stood up, ready to fight. Sai's words had angered Masumi, causing a slight twitch in his eye. Who the hell does that brat think he is? First he tries to give us orders, and now he calls us weak, Masumi thought just before wrapping his body around Sai. I've dislocated my joints to hold you like this. Now I just need to use my chakra to increase the pressure until I crush you, Masumi said confidently. Sai was being crushed more and more until finally a crack was heard. He. Masumi laughed in the ear, however, when she turned her gaze to her victim she saw that he had transformed into a tree trunk. Substitution, thought Masumi as she tried to readjust her bones. As I said, very weak. With a smile Sai kicked his attacker with such force that he came off the branch, collapsing to the ground while still enveloping the trunk. Naruto continued fighting defensively, barely moving where he stood, although Yoroi hadn't landed a single blow. Every time he touched Naruto he absorbed some of his chakra. I thought veterans like you would be a bigger challenge, said Naruto with a smile as he continued blocking the blows directed at him. Brave words from someone who can barely defend himself, Yoroi replied as he threw another punch. Naruto deflected the last blow with a spinning kick while making a cross with his index and middle fingers. Amidst a burst of white smoke, a blonde clone of Naruto appeared, disappearing into the ground as Yoroi thought, this idiot is just toying with me. Suddenly, Yoroi's body was grabbed by the ankles and began to sink into the ground. When only his head was visible, Naruto simply kicked it, knocking him unconscious. He didn't know what kind of technique Kabuto was using, but whatever it wasn't wise to go directly to his glowing hands. To keep up with Kabuto, Haku reinforced his body with ice scales on his arms, forearms, legs, and thighs. Kabuto maintained an impressive taijutsu rhythm, pressing hard against Haku, preventing him from forming hand seals. He could barely form ice crystals. He used it as armor, but it was being torn from Haku's body by the blows his opponent was using. What's wrong? Are you tired? Kabuto asked with a clear mockery in his voice. On the other hand, Haku was starting to feel nervous. He had barely inhaled any of the smoke. He thought it wasn't enough to affect him, but little by little he was beginning to feel its effects. Masumi fell from the top, landing on a log, drawing the attention of Kabuto and Haku. Sai descended riding on the back of an ink lion he had drawn. Kabuto took advantage of the moment to slide underground and then drag his companion down with him. Haku fell to the ground, on the verge of collapse. Sai approached to assist his companion while Haku breathed heavily, and the ice he had generated began to melt, turning into water. Haku was supporting himself on his knees and hands. Suddenly, Kabuto shot out of the ground, striking with his glowing palm. Ice Ninja's abdomen. Chakra scalpel, so you're a medical ninja, Haku said, his breathing becoming heavier and heavier. You're right, Kabuto replied, throwing a shuriken at the scroll where Sai had begun to draw. Once again, Kabuto engaged in a taijutsu duel, where both Haku and Sai were clearly outmatched. Naruto watched the unfolding situation closely. He thought, if Kabuto's companions turned out to be fairly average ninjas for the exam, he shouldn't pose any challenge to Haku, unless they were right from the start and he was just playing a part in a larger plan. Like them, Kabuto had clearly spied on the applicants' files. Was he a Leaf Village shinobi? Shouldn't he be cooperating with them? Or was his loyalty to another village? Was there a connection to the Grass Village Ninja or the Sound Village Ninja? Regardless of the answer, the situation boils down to him having his operation ruined, and now he's seeking personal revenge. Finally, Naruto performed the Shadow Clone Jutsu. A dozen blonde figures appeared and immediately transformed into shuriken and kunai in equal measure. Naruto threw them along with several real kunai and shuriken. At one point, Kabuto had snatched the tanto from Sai, who had just been kicked in the face, and Haku received a cut on his left forearm trying to block a blow with the tanto. Kabuto noticed the weapons that had been thrown at him and quickly used the blade to deflect the shuriken and kunai that could hit him. You didn't think I forgot about you, did you? Kabuto gave the blonde a mocking smile. Damn it, Naruto said, performing the Shadow Clone Jutsu again. Several dozen blonde clones appeared. Once again, Kabuto's hands began to glow, but each clone exploded in white smoke even if only touched by Kabuto's hands. Haku was breathing with difficulty and was about to collapse. The effect of the sleeping potion had worn off, but his internal injuries and exhaustion weighed even more heavily. Sai took his companion to help him walk and discreetly move away from that place. Where are you going? Kabuto roared, throwing a kunai that whizzed past Sai's face. Sai stopped instantly, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek. Both shinobi watched as Naruto's clones began to dwindle in number. Suddenly, Kabuto was grabbed by the ankles, and a massive water dragon plummeted down from above in his direction. Idiot! Kabuto roared, and with a light touch, he shook off the hands that held him, which exploded in a puff of white smoke. Kabuto plunged to the ground again, escaping the oncoming water dragon. While the shuriken and kunai that Naruto had thrown at the beginning of his intrusion into the battle had transformed into exact copies of him, he again formed a cross with his fingers, and around 100 more clones appeared, which immediately transformed into his companions, dozens of pale artists with some bruises and dozens of ice ninjas who were barely conscious. They all grouped into teams of 4, Asai alongside 2 blondes holding a Haku. When Kabuto emerged from the ground and saw the situation he was in, he lost all his composure, and a nervous tick appeared in one of his eyes. Damn it! He shouted furiously as he pulled out all the kunai, shuriken, and zenbun needles he had and hurled them furiously at the crowd, which had already begun to flee in all directions while some blonde-haired individuals detonated smoke bombs. After several minutes of fleeing at full speed, Naruto and his companions found themselves exhausted in a small cave where they could barely stand. From a small scroll, Naruto summoned 3 small vials labeled as food pills. Each shinobi took a vial and removed a pill, which they consumed. After that, the trio of ninjas had left behind the most noticeable signs of exhaustion. Their breathing was no longer so labored. Sai, you were supposed to be watching him. What happened? I questioned the blonde as he summoned a bottle of neutral soap, one of water, and gauze for Haku's wound. He was supposed to be on the other side of the forest, we shouldn't have found him, Sai replied. So he evaded your surveillance? Naruto questioned in an accusatory tone. Back there, he seemed quite capable in a 3-on-1 fight. How difficult do you think it would be for him to lose a semi-conscious jutsu? Sai looked quite serious, he didn't like the insinuation Naruto had made. Even if he had orchestrated an ambush a couple of days ago, it was all part of Danzo's plan, and Sai was just following orders. He would never be a traitor. Naruto, I need you to give me local anesthetic, alcohol, a needle, and thread. I'm going to stitch myself up. At Haku's request, Naruto summoned the medical supplies he had been asked for. You're going to have to help me. Naruto, fill the syringe with anesthetic. Sai, disinfect your hands and the needle with alcohol. Both shinobi followed Haku's instructions to the letter. Once Naruto gave the syringe to Haku, the latter squeezed it slightly, expelling all the air and some of the liquid, leaving about half full. He then proceeded to inject a small amount into his injured arm. You mentioned the chakra scalpel. Do you know the jutsu? Naruto asked the ice ninja, who was sweating profusely. Yes, it's a medical ninjutsu. It's used to damage internal tissue without breaking the opponent's skin. I see, Sai replied curtly, while in Naruto's mind flashed the moment Kabuto struck the ice ninja in the abdomen. Well, I think it's working now. Sai, thread the needle and then give it to me. Once Haku had the needle in his hands, he stretched out his arm in front of him. Sai, you'll have to hold my skin, trying to join both ends while I sew it. With Sai's help, Haku sewed the wound while Naruto summoned plasma pills, painkillers, and a bandage from his scroll. When he finished, Sai bandaged Haki and gave him a plasma pill along with a couple of painkillers. It's getting late, I don't think we should go out. Kabuto is probably looking for us. Sai will create a couple of lions to fit inside and increase the size of the cave. Haku will rest here while I set up a fake camp using my clones transformed into Hinata's team. Naruto formed a cross with his index and middle fingers as 4 blonde figures identical to Naruto appeared amidst bursts of white smoke, transforming into Shino, Kiba, Hinata, and Akamaru. Sai had already begun to draw. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Kakashi was about to meet with his former teacher. Hey Satoshi, how are you? Hey Kakashi, everything's fine, thanks for asking. You must be nervous about the exams, after all, it's your first team. I hope you do well, but there's no point in worrying. You're right about that, but you didn't come all the way here to talk to me about the exams. The 4th Hokage is waiting for you, please come in. Kakashi entered Minato's office, who was reading a document. Kakashi, how can I help you? Minato asked, his eyes glued to his document. Lord Hokage, I would like to speak with you privately. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Minato didn't hesitate for a moment. Whatever Kakashi wanted to discuss was important and required the utmost discretion. Minato waved his right arm, sweeping the air from left to right with his outstretched hand. A small gust of air appeared, indicating the departure of the Anbu. Then he proceeded to make a hand seal, extending his index and middle fingers in front of his face, while a complex pattern of seals appeared on the walls. What is it, Kakashi? Minato asked, now focusing all his attention on his former student. Vera, today I spoke with Hiyashi and he mentioned some things I'd like to discuss with you. Kakashi remained relaxed. I understand, Kakashi. Please tell me about your concerns. Is it true about the Branch family? At Kakashi's question, Minato remained silent and thoughtful for a few seconds. The Branch families are basically treated like animals and exploited by the main family. If that's true, I've tried to address it, Minato replied in a serious tone. I suppose I also tell you about the risks their daughters face. That's right, sensei, Kakashi responded. Then I also tell you about Hitachi, the military police, and the Uchiha incident. Minato's response took Kakashi by surprise. Sensei. A bead of sweat trickled down the copy ninja's forehead. Relax, Kakashi. Minato's tone softened again. Hiyashi and some others would like me to choose you as my successor, but I think it's best to wait a while longer. One day you might become Hokage, but it's too soon to chain you to a desk doing paperwork. And as for the Hyuga, it's Hiyashi who has thwarted my attempts to intervene in their clan. Minato's explanation left Kakashi perplexed. You see, Hiyashi doesn't want freedom for all the Hyuga, he wants freedom for his daughters while maintaining all the privileges his position affords them. He tried to make the military police officially Hyuga to create another family within the main branch, but the civil council and the clan council prevented it. The Hyuga already wield too much influence in the eyes of many. Now, he could only take control of the military police if he decides to marry Makoto and pair Hinata and Hanabi with Hitachi and Sasuke, in addition to arranging for Tatsuki and her mother to marry other Hyuga. Of course, according to their traditions, Hiyashi would cease to be the clan leader. Right now, Hinata will technically be expelled when the wedding takes place. I understand, Minato-sensei. But the Uchiha massacre doesn't bode well for Sasuke, especially given his dream of finding answers and avenging his people. Relax, Kakashi. If everything goes well, Sasuke should be able to forget about all that in a couple of years and focus on his future. He'll repopulate his clan with one of the girls from the village. Chapter 22. Clarification. The characters of Naruto do not belong to me but to their creator, the mangaka Masashi Kishimoto. Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji met up with their former teammates after successfully overcoming the challenge of the Forest of Death. The tower was divided into several areas, separate communal baths for men and women, a huge room filled with bunk beds for the various genin teams to rest, a vast hall with a large monument dedicated to all shinobi, a hand seal where both hands were intertwined and the index and middle fingers extended upwards, and walkways that ran along the perimeter of the Great Hall, as well as a medical clinic and a cafeteria. These were the areas to which the different contestants had access. The only ninja who was always active was Rock Lee, a peculiar genin who wore a green spandex suit with bandages covering his forearms and orange leg warmers. He only performed simple physical exercises and a few katas. He didn't use any jutsu, much to the disappointment of almost all the other competitors. Initially, everyone had paid attention to him, hoping to discover what kind of fighting strategies he used or what jutsu he had in his arsenal so they could gain an advantage, but they were disappointed. They only learned that he was in incredible physical condition, able to run for hours. Tamari and Gaara stayed high up, while the blonde watched Lee training. Gaara's attention shifted to Kiba, Shino, Hinata, and Akamaru, who were simply playing with the dog. How boring, she said. I'm already tired just watching him. Shikamaru declared as he watched Lee sprint around the enormous hall, sweating profusely. Now we'll have to wait until the exam is over. Shikamaru smiled, thinking of all the time he could dedicate to his laziness, no missions, no homework, no training, just peaceful rest. You see, Sasuke and the others are over there. We should go say hi, Ino said energetically, grabbing her classmates' hands and running towards the cafeteria. What the heck is wrong with you? Didn't you just kiss that other guy? Shikamaru questioned as his classmates dragged him along. Yeah, but he's just an appetizer. The main course is Sasuke, she said, winking. Speaking of appetizers, do you think you have any barbecue? Choji asked, matching Ino's speed as he realized they were heading to the cafeteria. In the cafeteria, which was basically just a couple of tables next to a kitchen with a counter and a large refrigerator, Sasuke, Menma, Sakura, Hirza, and a red-haired girl who was unknown to the Inoshikacho team were eating and talking. So we're cousins? Hirza asked the red-haired girl with glasses, who was eating stew with rice balls. Not exactly, Sakura interrupted, holding a plate of curry alongside some rice balls. Being from the same clan doesn't necessarily mean they're closely related. It only indicates a common ancestor. That is, if the clan's founding dates back 10 or 15 generations, whoever founded it had at least one partner and had offspring. As their family grew, so did the clan. That's why some members of the same clan possess different abilities. And until the villages were established, it was quite common for couples to have more than 5 children, and some even had more than one partner. Sakura was enthusiastic. Deep down, she longed for moments like this. In her opinion, knowing the intricacies of the ninja world in this situation made her seem like a true scholar worthy of respect and admiration, although some of those present thought she was a nerd who probably made most of it up. But multiple partners only apply to men, right? The Sarutobi clan was founded by a woman with 3 husbands, Sakura declared, while the others stared at her with incredulous expressions and raised eyebrows. Of course. So, we're not cousins, but there must be some kind of relationship, however convoluted, Karen said, turning her attention back to Hiruzen. Hey guys, Sasuke expected nothing less from you and Menma. I'm just surprised Sakura didn't get in your way. Ino's words resonated deeply with the Uchiha. He immediately lowered his gaze and pondered, Haku, Naruto, and Sai, how was it possible that even though they were the same age as him, they were so much stronger? He remained stuck without the answers he sought. Being a Chunin meant having access to more information classified for genin, and being closer to whoever was responsible, allowing him to avenge his father, his grandparents, his cousins, uncles, neighbors, and practically the entire clan. But what was the point if he was so weak and insignificant? So, how did you manage to get your pair of scrolls, you pig? Sakura's eyebrow twitched, on the verge of losing her composure. It was very simple, we took them from Naruto's team, Shikamaru replied, joining the conversation. I thought they'd be more troublesome after putting Kabuto in the eye of the storm, smarter or stronger. Menma gave Sakura a worried look that Shikamaru didn't miss. They're cute, though, but not as cute as you, Sasuke, Ino replied, ignoring Menma and Sakura's expression. Is Naruto a blonde boy with one blue eye and one hazel eye? Karen spoke again, remembering her savior. Yeah, he's a hopeless idiot. He's a nobody and he'll never amount to anything. Ino shook her head, while Hiruzen frowned, clearly annoyed. Please don't say that, don't talk about him like that, Karen said pleadingly. Who are you, redhead? And why are you interested? Is he your boyfriend or something? Hiruzen, it seems you're not the only one with a taste for failures. The mockery in Ino's voice was palpable. He saved my life. Naruto saved me from being devoured by a huge bear. My teammates weren't so lucky. So you guys ran into them too? Shikamaru asked, unsure if he believed what they were saying. Someone capable of facing such an animal alone didn't seem like the same person he'd encountered a while ago. It had been almost vital for the team to hide from the wild animals in the forest. Was it all a hoax? Did they give us the scroll? Shikamaru wondered, already imagining the role the blonde team was playing. Yes, they helped us against another team, Menma said. He knew how intelligent Shikamaru was, and although he didn't want to compromise Haku by talking about his fight against the grass ninja or how they separated to fulfill different objectives, it was too late. Shikamaru had already drawn his conclusions. Naruto will take care of the red thing, Menma thought as he watched Karen's red hair. Choji approached the table with a huge bowl full of rice in one hand and an identical bowl full of takoyaki with a thick sauce in the other. Choji, you don't expect us to eat all that, do you? Hiruzen questioned, thinking Choji had ordered for everyone present. Of course not, this is just for me, Choji said with great pride, as if bragging about how much food he could eat. Sorry, buddy, I won't get to see you eat all that, Shikamaru said, letting out a yawn. I'd better find out where we're going to sleep. Shikamaru started walking away, scanning the place. There's Kiba's team, Hiruzen was with Menma, and the others mean Tatsuki and Hanabi also passed, and the exercise lunatic means Neji Hyuga, Hinata's cousin, must be around here too. What a coincidence, only the clan heirs, teams are here. We surely have more experience, physical and mental strength, just us and those Sand Village sickos. Shikamaru's face twisted into an angry grimace. Lady Hanabi should surely be with her sister, Lady Hinata. I think she was playing with her friends. She understands her own abilities better. I was about to tell you the same thing, cousin. You should take on a task more suited to your level, like looking after her while she plays, instead of pretending you can beat me in the next test. Neji, that's enough. Remember what Gai-sensei said, Tenten interjected, noticing the growing annoyance in her teammate. Interesting, maybe we can take advantage of this, thought Kankuro, who was reading a magazine atop a triple bunk bed. Chapter 23. Clarification. The characters of Naruto do not belong to me but to their creator, the mangaka Masashi Kishimoto. Naruto's team had been resting for the remainder of the night, trying to regain their strength, while Naruto himself kept watch, keeping an eye on the surroundings with his transformed shadow clones. Hinata and her team, the clones, had hunted a boar, which they roasted over a campfire they had lit. The next morning, the three genin were back in the cave, deciding on their next move. We've already completed the mission. We can wait for the time limit to arrive. They'll probably send some Chunin to search for what's left of the participants, Sai said, sounding somewhat apathetic, as if he had no intention of doing anything. It's true, the mission is accomplished, but with Kabuto and the grass ninja, the safest place is the tower, and we have the scrolls to continue to the next phase, Naruto replied. The look in Naruto's eyes reflected a certain anger at Sai's words. That's true, Naruto, but Kabuto is probably looking for us to kill us. Right now, I don't know if the three of us could take him on alone, and his companions only make the situation worse, Haku said, holding his injured arm, giving Naruto a small reminder of the outcome of their last encounter. So you agree with Sai? Did they intend for us to stay locked up here until they come looking for us? The blonde quickly questioned his companions. Meanwhile, the corners of Sai's mouth curved slightly, as if it were a small, satisfied smile. Haku intervened again. Of course not. Sitting around waiting for other operatives to come and protect us is the same as waiting for them to come and kill us right here. We have to go to the tower, and we have to do it quickly. At Haku's words, Sai's expression reverted to a cold, expressionless face. It's just that we need to have a well-thought-out plan to reach the tower with the least possible risk, and accept that perhaps none of us will make it. For me, it would be relatively easy with my ice mirror technique, but I can't take you with me. I understand that staying is a risk, and leaving is also a risk, but we have a better chance of surviving. They're probably lurking around the tower with other teams looking to ambush an unsuspecting group, and a direct distraction won't work as a decoy. It would be too obvious that it's a ruse if we try to get their attention when it's more convenient to avoid them, Naruto replied thoughtfully. I'm not so sure about this. What if they're waiting with some other teams? Then we should be worried about more than 3 enemies. I think if we're going to do it, using a decoy doesn't seem like a bad idea. Sai interjected again. Sai, I know we don't know each other very well, but you should know that when we faced Kabuto, he and his companions were able to gauge our capabilities as shinobi firsthand, just as we did for them. A drop of sweat trickled down Haku's forehead, making him somewhat nervous about what his companion was saying. That's true, but it was our physical prowess we demonstrated. Kabuto and his comrades don't know how intelligent or stupid our unit is, nor do they know the tactics we know or use. It takes more than a fleeting encounter to learn all those details. Finally, Haku calmed down a bit at Sai's words. While he was proposing to throw themselves into the lion's den in an almost suicidal attempt to reach the tower, he wasn't wrong in what he said. The enemy's uncertainty was as great as their own. Naruto pulled Haku from his thoughts. I have a plan. We'll launch a massive clone attack from the southwest. They'll all try to reach the tower, so none of them should look particularly suspicious. This way, we'll maintain a numerical advantage regardless of whether they have other allied teams. Do you think using clones to confuse them will work again? You're underestimating the enemy, Haku interrupted. But that will only be a distraction. They probably already have plenty of explosive tags ready, perfect for eliminating large groups, Naruto explained, demonstrating that he was fully aware of the inadvisability of repeating that jutsu. We'll approach from the north, far enough away not to be too suspicious but close enough to receive support if needed. You could expect something like that, where, coincidentally, while we arrive in huge numbers, another team just happens to arrive at the same time, trying to slip through as if nothing's wrong. Sai interrupted, his tone slightly sarcastic, pointing out the convenience of the situation, a relatively transparent stratagem. That's why we must transform into 3-pronged kunai that the clone, Kiba, will carry to throw inside the tower, preferably missing when we throw them. Once Naruto finished explaining the plan, his 2 companions nodded and immediately formed a nanite stance, exploding in white smoke moments later. That same day, in a large, dark room with several concrete columns, Sasuke Uchiha sat on the floor with his torso bare, and Kakashi Hatake stood beside him, the index and middle fingers of his right hand covered in red ink, suggesting that he had made the red markings that originated at the Uchiha's neck and extended across the entire room. Kakashi formed some hand seals, then placed his hand on the markings on Sasuke's neck. The ink violently contracted, forming a circle that contained the cursed seal. Remember, Sasuke, the seal is as strong as your will, and if it falters for even a moment, the cursed seal will be unleashed with its full force, Kakashi said cheerfully as Sasuke fell unconscious. Meanwhile, a dark figure lurked in the shadows. Well, how you've grown, Kakashi. Now you're doing sealing jutsus. Step by step, the figure began to approach, emerging from the shadows. Kakashi tensed and broke out in a cold sweat. Like a mouse facing a snake, all his instincts screamed, run. But there was Sasuke, lying unconscious on the ground. Orochimaru, what do you want with Sasuke? Kakashi questioned as Orochimaru stopped just a few feet in front of him. The Sharingan in your left eye. You possess power. It's only fair that I want power too. The Uchiha power. Once again, Orochimaru took a step forward, and Kakashi snapped out of his daze. He took a small jump back and performed a Reikiri, his signature technique, emanating blue lightning from a mass of chakra in his hand. Stop. If you take one more step, one of us will die. Kakashi exclaimed, but Orochimaru only seemed bewildered. All your noble efforts are useless. Sasuke will come after me in my power, Orochimaru said casually as he turned and walked back the way he came. For everyone's sake, it's best we keep this conversation secret, Kakashi. Kakashi dispelled the jutsu he had used. One of us will die. What the hell was I thinking? Later that same day, Hinata, Shino, Kiba, and Akamaru were running frantically toward one of the gates as a large number of explosions could be heard. The group eventually managed to enter the tower without further incident. Unbeknownst to them, 4 people were watching them from a distance. A very cunning tactic. I wonder who came up with it, Orochimaru said, watching intently as the tide of blondes began to explode into white smoke. If I may say so, he's taken an interest in too many genin, Kabuto said, handing Orochimaru 3 of his info cards. I'm always on the lookout for new talent. There's no need for this team to keep progressing. It's best to keep a low profile, Orochimaru said as he took the cards. I wonder if you alone could have prevented them from passing this stage. We would never have fallen for such an absurd distraction as those clones, Kabuto replied immediately, thinking Orochimaru underestimated him. Orochimaru just smiled, amused by his subordinate's thought. I see. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions had summoned Iruka. Naruto, I'm glad to see you past this stage, but Tatsuki isn't with you. That's right, Iruka-sensei. These are my teammates, Sai and Haku, the blonde replied cheerfully. Iruka looked closely at the 2 genin, scanning them from head to toe. I see. In any case, I'm glad you made it this far. We should go celebrate by eating ramen. Sounds great, Naruto replied excitedly, feeling eager at the invitation from his favorite teacher. And so ended the second stage of the Chunin exams. The sound team was the last to arrive at the tower. Finally, when time was up, Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, appeared. All the exam candidates gathered, arranged by team in rows of 3, ordered by height. All the team leaders stood to the side, witnessing the moment. I am pleased to see so many promising young people who have reached this stage of the exam, he said. As in the previous stages, the format for this third and final phase will change. The first stage was a written exam, the second a survival test with objectives to complete, and the third will be a tournament. Hayate Gecko will be your examiner in this final stage. He's holding a box with numbers, and the order in which you participate will depend on the number you draw. The order of the matches will be written on this board. When Minato finished speaking, he pointed to a board next to Hayate, who was a gaunt-looking man. He was quite pale with dark circles under his eyes and occasionally coughed. He had black hair and wore a bandana as a headscarf, from which a lock of black hair peeked out. Otherwise, he wore the standard Junin uniform. Satoshi, Minato's assistant, was standing by the board waiting to write down the order of the matches. After a brief glance at the genin's faces, murmurs began. The tournament was divided into 4 rounds, and in the last round, 3 potential participants appeared. I know what you're thinking, the genin said. You believe only the tournament winner will become a Chunin, but that's not the case. You could even lose your first match and pass the exam if you demonstrate the qualities of a Chunin. You could also win and fail the exam. The more matches you have, the higher your chances of passing, and the final match will be a round robin. Come forward and take a slip of paper. The genin approached one by one, taking a slip of paper, and were arranged as follows. Match 1, Lee vs. Haku. Match 2, Tamari vs. Ino. Match 3, Shikamaru vs. Sakura. Match 4, Tenten vs. Hinata. Match 5, Naruto vs. Neji. Match 6, Choji vs. Gosu. Match 7, Kankuro vs. Kiba. Match 8, Zaku vs. Urza. Match 9, Sai vs. Menma. Match 10, Sasuke vs. Gaara. Match 11, Tatsuki vs. Kim. Match 12, Hanabi vs. Shino. After the match arrangements were finalized, Minato instructed them to train hard for the finals in 1 month. He said they should use that month to rest and train. The teams departed through the Forest of Death, accompanied by all the Jonin present. The only team without a sensei was Naruto's team. The various teams eventually went their separate ways. As Naruto and his friends walked toward his apartment, they were inadvertently watched by 2 people. A girl with brown hair and brown eyes, sporting a yellow ribbon in her hair and wearing a pink kimono, stood beside a kunoichi with black hair and red eyes. Ready? Kurenai asked the girl with her. She appeared to be around 12 years old. Kurenai knew the girl quite well, and while she didn't doubt her abilities, she did have some concerns about her mental stability. The little girl simply nodded. As the trio walked through the streets, they inadvertently bumped into the girl. As they continued, they came across an old man covered in wounds and bandages, a testament to the harsh battles he had survived. Although the entire group had passed him, only Sai paid him any attention, though discreetly, his gaze fixed on him. Without further incident, they continued on their way. Upon arriving at Naruto's apartment, Haku and Sai were surprised to find it in ruins. It appeared to have been set on fire, the walls were covered in insults and threats, and there was also trash that had been thrown at it, while all the windows were broken. Chapter 24. When Naruto, Haku, and Sai entered Naruto's apartment, it was burned and littered with animals that had been dead for days. The mutilated carcasses were being devoured by hundreds of swarming flies. The smell of decay was quite sharp, but the human feces smeared on the walls made it even worse. "Looks like you're popular," Sai remarked with clear mockery in his voice as everyone covered their noses, trying to avoid the stench. Naruto ran to his kitchen, quickly moved the refrigerator, and removed a couple of boards from behind it. He grabbed a backpack and ran outside, where he began vomiting from the stench. Haku and Sai, somewhat puzzled, couldn't help but wonder what was in the backpack that was so important to him. Meanwhile, Kurenai was standing before Hiyashi Hyuga, giving her report on her latest intervention with Naruto. "Lord Hiyashi, it doesn't seem that Naruto has any contact with Danzo, but one of the boys accompanying him does seem to have a direct connection. Sai, we don't know his real name, and there's no record of any family. Haku, as you know, was brought to the village by the fourth Hokage's son." Hiyashi remained thoughtful, showing no sign of what was going through his mind. He was as serene as ever. "Perhaps we should take a slightly different approach with the young man. I'll speak with Danzo directly. I had hoped to avoid something like this, but I don't think I can." Hiyashi remained calm, but Kurenai, knowing him so well, knew that it bothered him quite a bit. Kurenai spoke again to continue her report. "My lord, although the Kurama clan heiress performed well, it could only be a temporary improvement. We must keep her under close observation. Also, Kakashi is waiting in the garden to begin his training with Lady Hinata. He said his time was limited by his own commitments to his team." "Very well, accompany my daughter to him and take notes on her training. That's all for now." Hiyashi left the room to meet with Danzo. Naruto, clutching his backpack with great interest, saw the state of his home and decided he couldn't continue the meeting they had planned. "I'm sorry, guys, I don't think we can continue the meeting here." At Naruto's words, Haku and Sai nodded in disagreement. "That's true, Naruto, but there's nothing left to discuss. Now it's every man for himself," Sai said firmly. "That's true," Haku added, "but I was hoping for a slightly better farewell." Both Haku and Sai went their separate ways. Naruto didn't waste any time trying to fix the mess in his home. He quickly headed to the alley where he always found company. Upon arriving, he scanned it from top to bottom, hoping to find something out of the ordinary. The only difference was that his personal assistant was dressed entirely in black, in a dress that reached her ankles. She was simply waiting. Not really knowing what to expect, Naruto approached her. "Good afternoon, miss. I was expecting to see someone else here." Naruto was a little nervous. He had never spoken a word to her before, they only did what County ordered. There was never a word out of place, or an action he didn't command. He probably mentioned he was going on a dangerous mission. "You see, County has fallen in combat." Naruto was visibly confused, unsure what to do or say. After a few moments that seemed like an eternity, he finally managed to speak. "But I spoke with him after he left for his mission." The woman remained calm, showing no emotion. "You see, that was a shadow clone, and the moment it disappeared indicated that he was either dead or unconscious. Confirmation of his death arrived a few hours ago. He ordered that if he didn't return, you be given this scroll." The woman handed Naruto a small roll of paper that symbolized Ko's will. Tears threatened to well up in the blonde boy's eyes. Naruto knew very well that County wasn't his friend and probably didn't care whether Naruto lived or died on the missions he ordered him to carry out, but he was one of the few people who treated him like a human being. For Naruto, County was the only one who gave him training and a chance to get ahead. Naruto left, struggling to hold back his tears. Azuma's team was celebrating at the Akamichi barbecue restaurant, and Shikamaru was quite annoyed. Choji didn't care in the slightest, he just kept devouring piece after piece of meat. Ino didn't care either, she'd already resigned herself to the idea that Shikamaru was a lazy, bitter person, and his annoyance wasn't unusual. The only one who cared was Azuma. "What's wrong, Shikamaru? At this rate, Choji will eat everything." "Azuma-sensei, I agreed to take the exam because I thought it would be a challenge, but I don't like it when they fix the results." Shikamaru's words caused Ino and Choji to stop immediately, fixing their gazes on him. "What are you talking about?" Ino asked. "I'm saying the exams are a farce. Of all the teams that made it to the final stage, only 2 aren't from the Hidden Leaf Village, and those that are almost all rookies with clan heirs, except for Neji's team and Naruto's. Neji is Hinata's cousin, and Naruto is on a team where he's the only one we know. Do we rookies have more preparation or experience? Or did we get some help? Shikamaru's accusations were quite valid, and Azuma didn't know what to say. In that light, it seemed ridiculous that someone wasn't questioning how or why those results came about. Tell me, was this orchestrated by the clan leaders, or is it the Hokage's doing? Shikamaru pressed on again, seeking answers. Ino and Choji, who were proud of having come this far, now didn't know what to think. Shikamaru, calm down. I can guarantee you that the Hokage isn't the type of man who does that kind of thing. Besides, you have no idea who the other examinees are, do you? There were members of the Senju clan who didn't pass the first stage. If it were rigged, don't you think the village would want to show off the families of the first and second Hokage? Azuma was starting to get annoyed. He wasn't sure if Shikamaru was right. After all, the only one who would do that kind of thing was Danzo, but admitting something like that wouldn't help convince Shikamaru. Shikamaru remained thoughtful for the rest of the meal while his companions enjoyed a pleasant moment after so much tension. Sakura was kissing Menma. The couple usually did that kind of thing after every mission, and Menma was still thinking about what happened in the tower. He wanted to repeat it as soon as possible, but Sakura had been clear about that. Menma anxiously groped Sakura's backside, imagining the moment when they would consummate their love. On the other hand, Sasuke had hoped to begin training with Kakashi immediately, but Kakashi had run away, and Sasuke couldn't find him anywhere. Somewhat disappointed, he decided to head home, where his mother would surely be waiting with lunch ready. Although Makoto was a kunoichi with many years of experience in wartime, it had been a long time since then, and Sasuke wasn't sure if she could teach him anything useful. Kushina, ecstatic with her team's fabulous performance, was at a training ground. She had bought a bottle of cherry liqueur to toast her students in her future Chunin. Although she wasn't part of the exam, Kasara was present. She had spent almost the entire day training with Kushina for the past few days, only stopping to eat and sleep. Karen was also part of the group. In Kushina's words, she was like family. How did it go, girls? Kasara asked, expecting Hanabi's overly formal reaction and hers' somewhat more normal one. But it was Tatsuki who answered first, recounting the details of what had happened in the forest and pointing to Karen as Naruto's new girlfriend. Kushina watched the scene with amusement until the mention of the little blonde boy. Hayate was alone with Minato in his office, as he wanted to speak with him privately. Lord Hokage, I know that in a situation like this, anyone would want to showcase the potential of these genin to show that Leaf Village has more and better ninja than the other villages, but such a large group would have needed a preliminary round. I understand what you're saying, Hayate, Minato replied, but giving the important guests so little time might not be to their liking. Imagine being the feudal lord and having to travel 20 hours to witness a 3-hour tournament. Hayate understood Minato's point, and although the feudal lords were always invited, it was more of a formality, since 100% of the time they sent a delegate they trusted to handle such minor matters. But what would happen if one of the participants wasn't up to the challenge? Relax, Hayate. They have a whole month to train, and if it proves too much for them, then the matches will be quite quick. Minato looked relaxed and calm, but in reality, he was quite nervous about everything that was happening. Itachi's supposed defection, the tensions with the Sand Village, and the rumors about the founding of the Sound Village, it was a lot to have on his mind. Added to that were his 3 sons participating in a potentially fatal competition. That same day, Danzo and Hiashi were meeting at the Hyuga clan's most exclusive restaurant. They were alone in a large hall reserved solely for special events, their only companion Kuranai, who limited herself to serving them tea or bringing them whatever they requested. The hall was spacious and featured a mural commemorating the village's founding, depicting the founders Madara and Hashirama shaking hands. The polished marble floor gleamed in black and white, forming whimsical patterns. Hiashi, I am honored by your invitation, but I wonder what I can offer a man in your position, Danzo said before taking a sip from a fine white porcelain cup. Vera, this is my eldest daughter. I don't believe she possesses the right qualities for a kunoichi, and I don't think what my clan can offer her will make her a ninja worthy of the legendary Hyuga clan's renown. Danzo remained silent for a few seconds, considering what Hiashi was saying. I understand what you're saying, but I was under the impression that you had already asked someone else for help, Danzo declared almost casually, focusing more on the drink in his hand. However, he remained attentive, assessing Hiashi's reaction, but the Hyuga remained calm, showing no emotion. You're correct, Danzo, but that's only physical training. I believe Hinata needs something different, and I think someone like you has the right resources to help me with that problem. For something like this, it would be best to have someone discreet. Something like a training partner would be the best option. Although Hiyashi remained calm, he wondered if Danzo was trying to make him believe he was spying on him, or if he actually was. He could have guessed. After all, Hiyashi occasionally hired a personal trainer for his daughters. Danzo remained silent for a few seconds, considering what Hiyashi was saying. I understand what you're saying, but I was under the impression that you had already asked someone else for help, Danzo declared almost casually, focusing more on the drink in his hand. However, he remained attentive, assessing Hiyashi's reaction, but the Hyuga remained calm, showing no emotion. Hiyashi remained composed, thinking, this weasel has already shown his teeth. What price do you consider appropriate? Hiyashi subtly declined any of Danzo's intentions and hoped it was solely a matter of money. While the Hyuga were quite influential and very powerful, Danzo was even more so, always looking for situations to exploit, always with eyes and ears within all the clans except the Hyuga, or at least that's what Hiyashi hoped. I believe that such a favor requires commensurate compensation. Perhaps supporting me when the next Hokage is discussed is too much, but protecting Hyuga honor is priceless. This time I'll settle for something less important. You must allow my people to maintain operations within Hyuga businesses. Unfortunately, I cannot allow anything like that. The most I can offer is to refrain from informing the Hokage that you are toying with Naruto, our Jinchūriki. Hiyashi said, causing Danzo to open his one visible eye slightly wider in surprise. Though it was only for an instant, it was enough for the Hyuga to notice such a reaction. Hiyashi spoke calmly in his stoic tone and with his composed demeanor, but there he was, trying to blackmail Danzo. Hiyashi, I don't know what you're talking about, Danzo replied, trying to remain calm. However, Danzo knew that if anyone could have evidence of what had happened, it was Hiyashi. He had a level of power and influence quite close to his own, and the fact that he led the military police didn't help matters. Calmly, Hiyashi took a sip from his own teacup and, after another sip, spoke again. You've gone so far as to entrust her with assassination missions and offer her crumbs as payment. Tell me, where is your entire budget going? Silence filled the room. Danzo was furious, he never thought he would be confronted like this. Danzo, I hoped I wouldn't have to resort to such things to reach a reasonable agreement with you, but you allow no other option. You will send Naruto, and she will train with my daughter for a few days. Anything less would be an insult, Hiyashi stated in his usual emotionless, almost apathetic tone. I understand, Hiyashi. It seems you've won this time. Danzo finished his cup of tea and withdrew with an angry grimace. Once Hiyashi confirmed that Danzo had finally left, he had a moment of relaxation. Kuranai, on the other hand, watched her boss and lover with curiosity. Aware of this, he looked at her for a few seconds. Kuranai, come sit next to me. Tell me, what's bothering you? Kuranai looked troubled. Sir, if you knew that, why did you ask me to investigate? And do you think Danzo will just sit idly by after your victory? I wasn't sure Naruto was with Danzo, they were just suspicions, and he himself confirmed them a moment ago. If I didn't ask for the boy, Danzo might try to send him to make some kind of move. By demanding his presence in a show of excessive arrogance and power, I could lower his guard, Hiyashi explained to his esteemed companion. I understand, but what do you expect the boy to do that we can't? Kuranai was again puzzled by the faith Hiyashi showed in what she considered a bastard, a cursed beggar who only lived by the grace and kindness of the Leaf Village's high command, like Minato or Hiyashi. Kuranai, my dear, that's exactly what I told Danzo. The night my eldest daughter found the boy badly injured in the street, I thought it was a trap set against the Hyuga clan, but that same night a murder occurred that wasn't reported until the body began to decompose. The evidence pointed to Naruto as the culprit. Can you imagine an inexperienced genin, fresh out of the academy, capable of eliminating higher-ranking ninjas? It's the kind of feat expected of clan leaders' children in times of war. If he can pass on some of that to Hinata, it would be a huge improvement. Danzo, though he wore a grimace of distress, felt satisfied. Even though Hiyashi was blackmailing him, the reality was that he was doing exactly what was expected. The payment he received from Hiyashi didn't matter, because he had always intended to introduce someone into the Hyuga compound, and now Hiyashi was practically begging him. How stupid the Hyuga ego is, he thought gleefully as he headed to his office to make preparations. Chapter 25. Naruto was wiping away his tears in an alley. To Naruto, County was almost a father figure. He had been there for Naruto during his most difficult times, had taught him many truly useful skills, and had trained with him. And although he knew practically nothing about him, County had been one of the few people who had shown him any kindness. But the time for tears had passed, for a small bird had arrived with an even smaller scroll on one of its feet. Naruto didn't know if he should take it. He felt uncertain because that's how County usually contacted him, and for Naruto, County was the one he owed loyalty and respect to. Anyone who replaced him was just that, a replacement, a mere substitute to whom he owed nothing, and perhaps someone who would try to kill him, as so many ninjas and civilians in the village wished. Naruto took a deep breath before picking up the scroll and opening it. He could almost hear County saying, "If you're so miserable that you fear death, you're in the wrong job. You'd be better off quitting and working on your knees like the rest of the whores." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Naruto's forehead. It didn't matter who was giving him orders right now. What was clear was that he had been sent to die. He had to report at 7:30 a.m. at the Hyuga family compound, specifically in front of Hayashi's gates. Naruto could almost feel the blows Hashi had delivered earlier. With nothing else to do at that moment, Naruto opened his backpack and took out some money. After putting it in his pocket, he used a hand seal to transform into a middle-aged man with black hair and eyes, like many of the villagers. The next morning, Naruto stood outside the Hyuga mansion, waiting for the appointed time. As the gates opened, Naruto's legs trembled. Before him stood Hiyashi with his eldest daughter, Hinata. "Good morning, Lord Hiyashi," Naruto greeted, visibly nervous, bowing as far as he could. "Father?" Hinata asked, confused. She was surprised to see Naruto, her crush, since her father had said they were expecting their new training partner. Hiyashi, on the other hand, remained calm, pleased to see the boy. "Would you like some breakfast?" Naruto felt puzzled by the question and, feeling he had no real choice, decided to try and refuse Hiyashi. "I wouldn't want to take advantage of your hospitality," he said. "Please, Naruto, it's no trouble at all, and we were expecting you," Hiyashi replied. He and Hinata walked toward a marble table under a large umbrella where Hanabi was already drinking a glass of orange juice. Naruto felt he didn't have many options and decided to follow Hiyashi. With each step, he felt like he was walking deeper into the lion's den, with fewer and fewer chances of escape. Once seated, Naruto thanked them for the food and began to eat, feeling somewhat unsure of his every move, aware of his lack of manners. He looked at the Hyuga sisters and Hiyashi himself with a touch of embarrassment, awkwardly trying to imitate their movements, but he didn't seem to quite manage it. "Naruto, as soon as you're finished, I'd like us to begin," Hiyashi said, watching Naruto clumsily try to hold a piece of salmon between his chopsticks. "Excuse me, Lord Hiyashi, I wasn't given any details about what you expect me to do," Naruto replied, focusing solely on Hiyashi and putting down his food. Hinata and Hanabi remained on the sidelines, saying nothing. From the beginning, they had found it strange that Naruto had shown up for breakfast, but they had learned in similar situations that unless their father told them directly about it, it wasn't their business. "Naruto, do you know why you're here?" Hiyashi asked, breaking the silence. Naruto was a little surprised by the question, as he was used to working with incomplete information. What he didn't know was usually revealed to him as they went along, or if his companions deemed it irrelevant, he didn't learn other details. Naruto simply shook his head. "I'm sorry, Lord Hiyashi. I was simply told to meet you at 7:30, with no further details." Naruto's response left Hiyashi stunned. Having a ninja of that age working blindly, almost like a disposable puppet whose death wouldn't be lost, was surprising. Hiyashi had thought that, as the village's Jinchūriki, Danzo would take better care of him, but that didn't seem to be the case. "You're here because Hinata needs a training partner, and of all the ninja your age, you seem to be the best prospect. But given the circumstances, I'd like to speak with you privately before we begin training." Hearing the last part, Naruto's blood ran cold, as he remembered very well the private conversation he'd had with the Hyuga earlier. Once they finished breakfast, Hiyashi retired with Naruto to his private study, while Hanabi and Hinata stayed behind. "Excellent work, sister. Father continues to reward your mediocrity." Hanabi's words, dripping with disdain, made Hinata feel distressed. Sister, please, you know that's not true." Although Hinata knew why Hanabi behaved this way, she was also aware that her father looked down on her, always seeking tutors, training programs, or diets to help her improve her performance, to make her seem less mediocre. "It's always the same. No matter how hard I try, how much I train, or how much I excel, father only pays attention to you. Even Kuranai is always watching over you." Hiyashi had entered his private study, seeing Naruto standing there trembling with fear ever since the door closed behind them. Hiyashi activated his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes bulging dramatically. "Naruto, please don't be afraid." Hiyashi's words had no effect on Naruto, even when he deactivated his dojutsu. "I requested your presence here in my house because I believe you possess truly remarkable qualities." Hiyashi paused, awaiting a response from the blonde, but it seemed it would never come. "As I said before, I would like you to train a little with Hinata. I'm aware that you must prepare yourself for your battles, and for that reason, I think it's only fair that you benefit to some extent from the tutor I've hired for Hinata. Tell me, what do you think of this arrangement? Naruto, still trembling, finally began to speak. Lord Hiyashi, I don't understand why you find me useful. I've heard that the Hyuga have their own styles and jutsus. Wouldn't someone like Hanabi be more suitable, someone who can help you refine your techniques? Hiyashi was becoming increasingly curious about the blonde boy. On one hand, he was the spitting image of Minato, to the point that Hiyashi thought he was his son, since the only differences were the fox markings on his face and his heterochromatic eyes. On the other hand, Naruto was a member of Danzo's organization, but quite expendable, as Hiyashi saw, although the boy was intelligent enough to be so disposable. You see, Naruto, I would like you to pass on some of your character to my daughter. You're terrified and can't even stop trembling from the last time you were here, but you've only come because you were ordered to. Naruto, a little calmer now that he understood Hiyashi's intentions, looked him in the eyes for the first time. If that's what you expect of me, I'll do my best. If you deem it appropriate, I'd prefer it to be in the forest or a training ground, of course under your supervision and that of whomever you consider suitable. Hinata should feel that she's on her own. Hiyashi, understanding Naruto's reasons, agreed with a nod. Hinata left with Naruto. I'll be back soon, father, Hinata said cheerfully as they headed toward the entrance. Hiyashi and Hanabi watched as Hinata left the Hyuga compound with Naruto. Hanabi smiled at the scene, feeling that it wasn't such a bad idea for her sister to have special training after all, since now she would be trained by her father and they would spend a lot of time together. Hanabi, you will have to train with the elders. I have some important matters to attend to, he said with his characteristic coldness before heading to his study. Using all the stealth he could muster, Hiyashi left the compound, following his daughter to make sure she was safe. From a distance, Hiyashi observed Naruto and Hinata thanks to his Byakugan. Upon arriving at the training field, Naruto and Hinata began stretching and warm-up exercises. Once they finished, Naruto performed a hand seal, and amidst an explosion of white smoke, dozens of clones of the blonde-haired boy appeared. Hinata, let's see how good you are at taijutsu. The clones are attacking you one by one, you must destroy them. As Naruto spoke, another of the blonde clones ran off, only to be intercepted by Hiyashi a minute later. Where are you going? Hiyashi asked sternly. I came to find him. I'm the original, and I wanted to ask you not to interfere with what's about to happen. At Naruto's words, Hiyashi only gave him a stern look, wondering what Naruto was planning. In the training field, Hinata faced the clones with precise movements, each one attacking the other. One of the blonde clones threw a punch at Hinata's face. She grabbed his wrist, deflected the blow, and with her other hand, in a swift motion, struck the blonde clone in the abdomen, causing him to explode in white smoke. Another Naruto launched a spinning kick from behind Hinata. Hinata desperately lunged forward, trying to avoid the kick. Hinata rolled on the ground and quickly got to her feet, launching herself into another attack and striking the blonde boy in the neck. One of the clones approached a tree, tearing off a large branch about 1.2 meters long. With his new weapon, he moved closer to face Hinata. The gentle fist punches were constantly blocked by the piece of wood. Naruto used the branch only to block Hinata's blows until he finally landed a punch to her abdomen. Hinata doubled over in pain while Naruto took a couple of steps back. With a hint of annoyance, Hinata reached into her ninja tool pouch, pulling out a pair of kunai and rejoining the battle. Naruto blocked another of Hinata's attacks, but this time the kunai barely made contact with the blade before Hinata traced its outline until the blade met Naruto's fingers. The moment it struck, it exploded in white smoke, dropping the improvised weapon. Seeing his daughter's performance, a small smile began to spread across Hiyashi's face. Hinata quickly drew several shuriken and threw them at the blonde clones, who began to charge at her. Hinata glanced at the supposed original Naruto, but was surprised to find he had joined the rest of the group. She activated her Byakugan, trying to locate the original, but all the blonde clones looked exactly the same. The chakra networks, the movements, everything was identical. Hinata continued striking the Narutos one by one until her movements became clumsy, slow, and hesitant. Hiyashi watched, annoyed, as his daughter failed. It was especially frustrating for him because just seconds before, she had been far more efficient. Finally, one of the blonde boys kneed Hinata in the abdomen, causing her to double over in pain. Naruto then delivered a kick so powerful that Hinata went flying, crashing into a tree. Quickly, a couple of blonde boys positioned themselves on either side of Hinata, holding her arms. The Naruto who had kicked her slowly approached and punched Hinata a couple of times directly in the face, causing her to burst into tears. "We're not finished yet," Naruto said, unzipping Hinata's jacket. He then moved his hand to her developing breasts. Hinata could only turn her head from side to side, sobbing uncontrollably. Hiyashi trembled with fury, about to lunge at the blondes in a murderous rage, but a voice caught his attention. "Please, be patient," said the blonde beside him. Naruto, who had reached inside Hinata's clothing. Suddenly, he stopped. The clones holding Hinata vanished in bursts of white smoke, and the Hyuga girl fell to her knees, still crying. Naruto waited several minutes for Hinata to compose herself. When she finally stopped crying, "Hinata, your greatest weakness is your gentle nature," Naruto stated, hoping the girl would react, but she continued to weep. "When I mingled with the clones, you continued fighting well, but when you realized what was happening, you hesitated with every blow. And when I grabbed your arms, I expected a kick to free you, but you didn't." Hinata had finally stopped crying, lifting her gaze. Although she felt torn apart, she looked at Naruto with a mixture of anger and shame. "How's training going?" A familiar voice caught Naruto's attention, though Hiyashi was already expecting him. It was Kakashi's voice. He had arrived. Chapter 26. Naruto was training with Hinata. It was their last day as training partners. Kakashi had taught Hinata the basics of lightning chakra before leaving her to train him. Hiyashi, on the other hand, had been trusting Naruto more and more, especially since seeing him use the water dragon jutsu. Hinata and Naruto had been training alone for a couple of days. Hinata had shed her shy and inept self, at least during combat, becoming more confident and determined, even quite aggressive. Hinata and Naruto practiced with kunai and shuriken, throwing them in the middle of the forest, trying to hit straw dummies. Naruto felt he was wasting his time, being, in his opinion, quite dull, despite failing to achieve many of his objectives. "Naruto, could you come here? There's something I want to try," Hinata said, keeping her Byakugan activated, searching for any signs of surveillance. When Naruto stood beside her, he barely paused for a moment, wondering what she wanted. In an instant, Hinata landed several blows on the blonde boy. Naruto fell to the ground, paralyzed, unable to even speak, while Hinata began to unzip her coat, revealing her developing female figure, covered only by a fishnet. Hinata looked away, a light blush beginning to tinge her cheeks, almost as if she weren't prepared for what she was doing. "You know, if I could choose who to be with, I'd choose you, but since I don't have that freedom, at least I'll have this moment." Hinata performed a hand seal, and a second Hyuga appeared in a burst of smoke. Hinata removed her pants and her white panties with blue stripes. The Hyuga leaned towards the blonde boy while the clone took Naruto's hand and guided it to the real Hinata's breast. When the blonde boy's hand rested on Hinata's breast, she let out a small moan while the clone maintained an eager smile. The original took a step back, looking at Naruto's bulging crotch. Without saying a word, the Hinata clone extended her hands, tracing his body until she reached his zipper. Slowly lowering it, she extracted the blonde boy's manhood, stimulating it and stroking his member from top to bottom, again and again and again and again. The original Hinata positioned herself over Naruto, aligning her femininity with his masculinity. In a slow caress, Hinata joined their bodies. Although it was a slightly painful moment for her, she anxiously felt herself melting inch by inch into Naruto. Once Naruto had nothing more to offer Hinata, she began to ride him, moving rhythmically up and down, while the clone passionately kissed the blonde boy, exploring his mouth with her tongue, while teasing his lower lips. The original Hinata had begun to shed tears, and between sobs and moans, she began to speak. "I'm so sorry, Naruto. I didn't mean to take this special moment away from you, but if I didn't share it with you now, I would have to give it to someone I don't even know." Several minutes passed, and Hinata let out soft moans as she continued to move up and down, until she felt a warm rush inside her. Hinata stood up and inserted her fingers into herself. He stirred his insides until he extracted the thick white liquid, throwing it to the ground. Looking at his hand and noticing traces still clinging to his fingers, he examined it curiously, bringing it to his face and smelling them. For a moment, doubts flickered in his mind until he finally put them in his mouth, tasting his fluids mingled with Naruto's. "Don't worry, Naruto, the effect will soon wear off and you'll be able to move." After these words, Hinata's clone exploded in white smoke, while the original grabbed her clothes and dressed again, as if nothing had happened, leaving the blonde boy behind, unable to move a single finger. Even though he could move now, Naruto lay there watching the clouds drift by. It was common knowledge that Hinata was engaged to the Uchiha heir, and although he suspected Hinata had feelings for him, he never thought she would go so far as to do something like this. For a brief moment, Naruto felt sorry for Hinata. Poor Hinata, it must be horrible to live through something like this. It doesn't matter that she's a Hyuga, she's almost like an animal for sale, waiting for her new master regardless of their status. Naruto felt his blood run cold as he realized the situation he was in. Hiyashi couldn't allow his eldest daughter to associate like that with a cockroach like Naruto. Nervously, Naruto straightened his clothes and ran from the place, fearing for his life, as if simply getting away from the place would take him away from the danger he felt. In the distance, Naruto saw Menma and Tatsuki with a stranger by the river. The man was quite old, around 50, with long white hair. He wore a gray suit with a red vest, a horned hat with the kanji for oil written on it, and he was carrying a huge scroll. "Come on, put more effort into it," said the stranger, barely paying attention, more interested in the book he was holding. "Maybe we'd try harder if it was a better summoning than just toads," Tatsuki said, clearly irritated. "She doesn't know what she's talking about, toads are amazing," said Menma, who saw Naruto approaching at full speed. Without a second thought, Menma tripped the blonde boy, causing him to fall to the ground with a loud thud. Menma began to laugh uncontrollably. Hearing Naruto fall, Jiraiya looked at the little blonde boy, recognizing him immediately, as everyone knew who the Jinchūriki of the nine-tailed fox was. But Jiraiya also noticed that Naruto was practically identical to Minato at his age. "Are you alright?" asked the Sannin, as Naruto tried to get to his feet. "Yeah, it's just a scratch," Naruto replied with a grimace of pain. "Did you come to spy on us?" Menma asked, still smiling, while Jiraiya gave him a disapproving look, though Menma's words made it clear that he, too, would be participating in the final exam. "So you'll be participating as well?" Jiraiya smiled, hoping to get closer to the blonde boy. "If you want, I could train you in the time we have left, although I can't promise great achievements in just a few days." Before Naruto could reply, Tatsuki intervened. "Dad, it's bad enough having to share our time with Menma without you including him too." At Tatsuki's words, Menma couldn't hide his annoyance and replied angrily, "Hey, Dad promised that the perverted sage would train me. Stop calling him that. Mom says it's wrong to disrespect him like that," Tatsuki replied, equally annoyed. "What are you talking about? You're the one who gave him the nickname, and you always call him that." Menma's words made Tatsuki nervously back away. "Damn brats," Jiraiya said almost in a whisper as he looked at the pair of students with disappointment, while Naruto tried to discreetly move away from the place until Jiraiya himself stopped him, putting his hand on the blonde's shoulder. "Maybe it's not the better first impression, but I can show you a thing or two," Naruto said, feeling he didn't have many options. He nodded hesitantly, still gripped by terror. For a moment, he even thought it might be a good idea, as it could serve as an alibi to spend the day with the Hokage's son. "Dad, don't do it. He's a failure and a coward. He didn't go on the mission to the land of waves, Takeda's death was his fault." Jiraiya understood well the resentment Tatsuki harbored toward Naruto, he knew firsthand what it was like to lose comrades. Jiraiya's gaze hardened for a moment, both because of his own experiences and Tatsuki's words. With understanding in his eyes, he observed the little blonde boy, who looked uncomfortable. "It's always difficult when something like this happens." Jiraiya paused and looked into his daughter's eyes. Tatsuki had a bitter look, a mixture of pain, frustration, and anger swirled on her face. "These kinds of things happen more often than you think. I know it's hard to accept, but Naruto going with you might not have changed anything. The best thing you can do is forgive your friend and move on." Naruto stared in disbelief at the so-called pervy sage. Tatsuki's father was the first to forgive his transgression as a shinobi, for his duty as a ninja was to fulfill his responsibilities to the village, to watch his comrades' backs, answer every call, complete every mission, and, if necessary, give his last drop of blood for the good of the village, the Hokage, the land of fire, and the feudal lord. Naruto wasn't really sure how to respond, since very few people would even exchange a word with him, much less bother with any courtesy. But there was the stranger, relieving him of the burden of Takeda's death and asking his old friends to forgive him as well. "I'd like to train with you." Right now, Naruto felt the least he could do was accept the stranger's offer. Even though he doubted he could learn anything useful in such a short time, there was nothing wrong with learning a thing or two from an old shinobi. Jiraiya smiled with satisfaction, aware of the boy's situation. To the Sannin's shame, many villagers and some shinobi proudly recounted how they mistreated the boy. And while he wasn't particularly bad compared to other villages and their Jinchūriki, he felt that the Leaf Village should at least respect the legacy of the first Hokage. "And what are you supposed to do?" Menma asked, annoyed. "He can already use the water dragon. It's unfair that you're teaching him more things." Jiraiya's eyes darted between Menma and back to Naruto in surprise. "That's quite a complicated jutsu." The glee in Jiraiya's voice was merely a mask of astonishment, he couldn't believe what Menma had said. A genin using elemental jutsu was already rare and difficult to witness, but the sheer number of hand seals required made it even more so. "Tatsuki, have you seen Naruto use it?" The Uchiha pretended to think for a moment, as if she weren't really sure if it was the case or not, enjoying her father's attention. No, I've never seen it, and I think it's just a lie from Menma. For a moment, Naruto had the urge to slap his forehead. Had he known that Menma and the others would remain silent about the forest incident, he would never have used that jutsu in front of the Hyuga. Yes, although it's quite complicated and exhausting. Liar, Menma said, looking at him with frustration. Jiraiya knew that Naruto didn't want to talk about his abilities. After all, what would he be willing to train, the demon fox? Although most people only saw the beast, it was the village officials or some clan leader who trained Naruto, or rather, Naruto was being prepared as a weapon by and for one of them. I think I can teach you something, though how long it takes you to learn it depends entirely on you. Jiraiya pulled a balloon from one of his pockets, and after a couple of hand seals, placed the balloon in his mouth and began filling it with water. Once it was full, Jiraiya tied the balloon and threw it to Naruto. It's a chakra control exercise. Naruto caught the balloon in midair. I already know chakra control, maybe we could try something different. Not like this. You have to pop the water balloon just by swirling the water with the chakra in your hand. Jiraiya knew Menma would be upset no matter what he taught Naruto, but wasting his talent. Weapon or not, Jiraiya couldn't allow his talent to go to waste, and with some luck, he could help the boy become a person and not a tool. Naruto began concentrating his chakra into the balloon, and while the water inside was visibly swirling, it didn't burst. Looks like you'll be busy with that for a while. You two keep practicing, Jiraiya said as he returned to his book. Menma looked disdainfully at the water balloon still swirling in Naruto's hand, thinking it was just a dead end Jiraiya had set for the blonde boy. I thought it was just you and your mom, Naruto said as he continued trying, but the balloon kept swirling without any change. Tatsuki, still a little annoyed, replied, it's because he's almost never around. Mom says he's a very important ninja, but all I know is that he writes books for adults. The way Tatsuki finished that last part reflected her annoyance. And it's supposed to be a secret that he's my father. Although Jiraiya was listening to the conversation, he didn't pay attention to it because he knew he could trust his daughter's judgment, especially since she was planning to make his paternity public. Thus the days passed, and the day of the event arrived. Most of the aspiring genin had gathered in the stadium. The crowd clamored for the first match. The Hokage and Kazekage watched attentively from above. The sensei of the aspiring genin remained expectant, for although they were not the participants, their abilities as teachers were being judged, as the results of their various training programs were about to be judged before the crowd. Chapter 27. A week before the third stage of the Chunin exams, Kakashi lay naked and sweaty in Pakura's bed. She, also naked and sweaty, remained embracing him. You should come to the sand village with me, Pakura said in a seductive tone. Kakashi looked thoughtful, but smiled. He knew well what she wanted from the beginning, and it was easy at the time to play along, to see each other from time to time, and to have sex as much as she wanted or could have. She neither knew nor cared if she had any sons or daughters living in the sand village, and since they were allies in her mind, this was her way of supporting them and strengthening their bonds, reinforcing their unity. It didn't seem likely that this would change, especially given the sand village's reduced military power, but her request to go to her village with her was new and unexpected. Pakura, you know that as a shinobi I can't do that. I need the Hokage's permission. Although Pakura maintained the same expression and hadn't moved an inch, she felt annoyed and somewhat disappointed, as she thought a true tragedy awaited her if she stayed. Then for now, it's goodbye. Baki will arrive in a few hours, and I'll have to leave. It's a shame you don't see how your students are performing. Kakashi kept smiling, thinking about the time they had spent together in the last few weeks, seeing each other every night without fail. It's not that they're my students, they were chosen to represent the village. I'm just accompanying them. Pakura stood up and headed for the shower, swaying her hips with each step, inviting Kakashi to join her. Noticing that he simply admired her naked body without moving from the bed, she decided to use a more direct strategy. From inside the bathroom, which was just a few feet away, she began to speak as she turned on the water. It's going to be a long trip, and it's best if I freshen up. Steam began to rise as the water ran louder. Oops, Kakashi, could you help me? I dropped the soap and I can't find it. Kakashi's smile widened, because something he loved about Pakura was that if he didn't make the first move, she didn't hesitate to take the initiative, even though many other times he had already made her ask for his caresses, just like on this occasion. Night had fallen over the village. The full moon shone brightly in the sky, and stars adorned the firmament, occasionally eclipsed by clouds that raced along the path dictated by the wind. Kabuto met with a peculiar ninja on a rooftop. He wore dark clothing, a sand-colored tactical vest, and a white veil that covered half his face. On the visible half, he had face paint in the shape of two peaks running horizontally beneath his right eye. His itayat bore the symbol of the sand village. It seemed so peaceful. Kabuto seemed nostalgic, gazing at the village. The stillness of the night was a welcome respite from the bustling activity. Are you going to tell me you regretted destroying the leaf? Of course not, I'm just taking a moment to appreciate what's about to disappear, Kabuto replied, his voice filled with joy. He continued to shift his gaze away from the village, paying closer attention to his interlocutor. Besides, it would be foolish to back out now. The Sand Ninja smiled, pleased by Kabuto's response. According to Lord Kage's wishes, we Sand Ninjas are all ready. We're just waiting for Orochimaru's inscriptions. Kabuto pulled out a scroll. Here you go, all the details are here. Kabuto held out the scroll, holding it up to the Sand Ninja's attentive gaze. By the way, I'll take care of our friend. Kabuto's gaze shifted to a water container. After his words, a figure shot out at full speed. No, I'll take care of him, as a show of good faith. It's the least I can do. Baki moved at full speed in an attempt to catch the spy who had witnessed their meeting. They both ran at full speed across the rooftops until Baki finally cut him off. Hayate Gecko drew his katana, launching a horizontal slash, but Baki stopped the blade with a kunai held in his right hand, quickly slashing with another kunai in his left. Hayate leapt back, dodging the thrust. Immediately, they both leapt forward in a frenzy of attacks, each throwing slashes and stabs with murderous intent. Finally, Baki knocked Hayate down with a kick that sent him tumbling across the rooftop. Baki ran after him, but before Hayate landed, he plunged a kunai with an explosive tag into Hayate's abdomen. The detonation occurred almost immediately as Hayate plummeted toward the roof of a nearby building. Baki emerged from the smoke, holding a kunai, and attempted to stab the leaf ninja in the abdomen. Hayate countered with the blade of his katana. The combined weight of both ninjas caused the roof to collapse. At the end of the street was a patrol from the Inuzuka clan, who were scouring the streets for suspicious activity. Meanwhile, Hayate continued struggling with Baki, who exhaled black smoke, causing Hayate to take a step back coughing. Before Hayate could recover, he was kicked in the face. Feeling outnumbered, Hayate climbed back out through the hole they had fallen into. Kabuto watched intently with an amused smile as Hayate emerged, with Baki following closely behind. Hayate stopped and immediately turned to face Baki, who also stopped a few feet away. Hayate performed a hand seal, crescent moon dance. After these words, two copies of Hayate appeared and launched a frenzied attack against Baki, who threw the kunai he was holding, causing one of the copies to explode in white smoke. The second copy had gotten close enough to receive a blow that also made it disappear. Baki turned around, watching as Hayate fell in front of him, slashing with his sword. Blood stained Hayate's face, who held the katana still embedded in Baki's collarbone. You're truly talented. You perfected an excellent attack at such a young age. The blade trembled, still embedded in Baki's body, who, as he spoke, held the blade with one hand. Hayate tried in vain to remove the katana but couldn't move it even an inch. But stopping a physical sword is easy, but wind swords are more complicated. Baki raised his free hand, made a hand seal, and great currents of air began to flow from it. With a swift movement, Hayate was lifted into the air with a massive slash that tore through his tactical vest. Before he hit the ground, Baki continued his attacks, tearing the body apart. I was starting to think he was too much for you, Kabuto said gleefully as he gathered a few hairs from the lifeless body. Baki clenched his jaw, understanding that it was the teenager's mockery. Being Orochimaru's right-hand man didn't change anything. In Baki's eyes, Kabuto was still just a conceited brat. A couple of ninjas accompanied by 3 enormous dogs encountered Kabuto. Good evening, Kabuto greeted Sume Inuzuka casually. A woman with sharp eyes and messy hair eyed the young man suspiciously. What are you doing in the Uchiha neighborhood at this hour? Kabuto smiled awkwardly, scratching his head, unsure what to say. Well, the woman asked irritably as the dogs began to growl. I just went for a walk. I thought I'd come and see the apartments. I'm thinking of moving out and living on my own. Without even blinking, Sume drew a kunai, adopting a defensive stance, preparing for the imminent combat. Likewise, her companion had begun forming hand seals, while the dogs slowly walked toward Kabuto. At midnight, in the most secluded part of the village, Kabuto understood that this was his last chance to get out of this situation without drawing undue attention. Wait, he said nervously, raising his hands to his chest. Fine, I'll tell you the truth, but please keep it a secret. Speak, Sume demanded. I came here to have some sex without attracting attention. Maintaining the same position, Sume felt that something didn't add up, something seemed out of place. So is it a whore or your girlfriend watching from the shadows? Sume glanced quickly at a dark alley nearby. Kabuto, visibly nervous, replied, not exactly. Love, please come closer. From the shadows of the alley emerged a young man who looked about her age. He had short black hair and black eyes, making his face look quite ordinary. Before anything else could happen, Tsune's fist struck Kabuto's face with such force that he was knocked to the ground. "You disgust me," Tsune said before spitting in Kabuto's face, sheathing her kunai, and continuing on her way with her companions. "Damn faggots," she said, not hiding her annoyance. "No wonder he's still a genin," she thought to herself as she walked away. "Are you alright, darling?" Kabuto's partner asked worriedly as she bent down to check his face. "Yes, love, help me." As Kabuto got to his feet, Tsume and the others slowly walked away, leaving them alone again. "It's time to go," Kabuto said with a triumphant smile. "We should get rid of the body," Baki said, returning to his normal appearance in a puff of smoke. "It doesn't matter. From now on, we must begin preparations. And if I, a loyal leaf ninja, am linked to a murder, it will sow doubt about whether I acted alone or if others are involved." Baki clearly saw Kabuto's intentions. "Arrogant brat, it's just a provocation." Baki's words only made Kabuto smile smugly, as if admitting it was true. Around 1 p.m., a group of 5 Anbu hunters discovered Hayate's mutilated body. Among them stood out a woman with purple hair who bent down to inspect the body more closely. "It looks like he's been dead for several hours. It probably happened before dawn, judging by the state of the body." "Good, you know the drill," said one of the masked men. "Speak with the patrols in this area and report to High Command, in case it's an internal matter," another of the masked men replied. On the day of the tournament, the crowd roared with excitement, chanting the names of their favorites. Above all the voices rose the energetic voice of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. "Welcome to this final stage of the Chunin selection exam in the Hidden Leaf Village." Meanwhile, in the lower part of the arena, the hopefuls began to talk amongst themselves. "Where is Sasuke?" Menma asked curiously. "And what happened to the other censor?" Shikamaru asked. "Stop talking and stand up straight, you're being introduced to the spectators right now." Chapter 28, Chapter 28. Hyvenai Cox 01 I would like to tell you that unfortunately I cannot pay for your services, although I like your work. If it comes from your heart to do something based on my story, go ahead and have my full approval. P.S. I didn't know how to send you a message and contact you by any other means. I think it would be doxing me. Jasmine Lucas, I'm glad you like this fanfic. I also invite you to do anything you like with this story, after all, it's not that it's anything original. I'm sorry if it sounds too formal or square. I used a translator. Clarification. The Naruto characters are not my property but belong to their creator, the mangaka Masashi Kishimoto. Without further ado, let the first match begin, exclaimed the fourth Hokage as the crowd roared with enthusiasm. In the lower part of the arena, the participants headed to their private boxes, except for Rock Lee and Haku, who were preparing for their match. Lee smiled confidently. "It's a pleasure to face you. I've heard you're very strong. I'll do my best." He gave a thumbs up, earning a moment of confusion from Haku. Haku finally smiled, slightly surprised by his opponent's show of respect, but once his surprise subsided, he bowed. "I hope you won't be disappointed by my abilities." "Begin," the exam censor exclaimed, raising his arm. Haku jumped back and began forming hand seals. Meanwhile, Rock Lee moved toward his opponent, seeking physical combat. Haku created a wall of ice to try and put some distance between himself and Lee, but it was destroyed as quickly as it formed by a spinning kick from Lee. Immediately afterward, Lee launched another spinning kick, which Haku tried to block, but it was no use. Haku was sent flying several meters. Stunned, Haku got up, looking at Lee, who remained on guard, waiting for Haku's next move. Haku took 3 Zenbun needles from his ninja tool pouch, which he held between his fingers, and threw them at Lee, who quickly deflected them with a kunai. Without wasting any time, Lee again attacked Haku, launching a spinning kick that Haku stopped using the same movement. But unlike Lee, Haku's leg had left a trail of ice that immobilized Lee's leg the moment they made contact. Haku leapt back again, drawing a kunai. "Surrender," Haku ordered, holding the kunai to his chest. However, he brought his other hand behind him, forming a hand seal. With a single blow, Lee shattered the ice that had been restraining his leg. At superhuman speed, Lee raced toward Haku, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. He launched a kick straight at Haku's jaw, intending to send him flying. However, in the last millisecond, Haku teleported toward one of the walls where an ice mirror was visible. Lee, sober and satisfied, thought, "That's more like it, having the chance to crush a true genius with just my own effort." Naruto stood among the other participants, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His serious expression contrasted sharply with the joy reflected on Hinata's face, who had just greeted him casually. Hinata, Naruto said tensely, nervously recalling their last interaction. What's wrong, Naruto? Hinata replied, giving an innocent and optimistic look, ignoring the stern stares of Hanabi, Neji, Tatsuki, and Hiruzen. Not knowing how to broach the subject subtly, or at least without revealing what had happened, Naruto could only manage, Hinata, the other day. Hinata let out a small laugh, which she tried to stifle by covering her mouth with her palm. Please, Naruto, we only had a few training sessions. You shouldn't be so upset about losing a few times. But if you get a good position today, I'll let you buy me ice cream. But, your commitment, Naruto said almost in a whisper, though it only piqued the interest of everyone else present. Hinata chuckled softly again. Relax, Naruto, it's just ice cream. Don't take it so seriously. Naruto felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Although he felt like he was entering into some kind of twisted game with Hinata, it was clear she wouldn't bring it up, even if he tried. Neji, frowning, took a step forward. Naruto, right. You'd do well to remember your place and leave Lady Hinata alone. A hand stopped him, resting on his shoulder. Relax, buddy, it's nothing. It's not a big deal that your cousin is talking to that boy. It was Kangaroo, trying to reassure Neji. It would be better if we watched the fight between your teammate and the other boy. Don't worry, he won't neglect what his cousins are doing, said Tenten, who, although she could clearly see the fight, was also paying attention to what was happening around her. It's his duty, Hanabi stated curtly. What a waste of time for someone like Neji. What good is becoming a chunin if he's just a babysitter? It only shows how pathetic you all are. Not being able to take care of yourselves makes you look insignificant. The best thing you can do is all three of you retire. The contemptuous tone was palpable in Ino's voice as she shook her head. Neji's jaw tightened in annoyance, while Hanabi frowned. However, before either of them could voice their displeasure again, Hinata's laughter drew everyone's attention. You're so funny, Ino. Maybe your parents don't care about you enough to assign someone to protect you. Or is it that they can't afford something like that? Whatever the answer, I pity you. With Hinata's words, the mocking expression on Ino's face twisted into a grimace of fury and frustration. Urza nudged Tatsuki, who was watching intently as Ino's face turned red with anger. What happened to Hinata? She's very different, the redhead whispered, while her friend simply nodded, looking at Shikamaru and Choji who were holding Ino back. Ino was struggling to hit Hinata, who was covering her mouth with one hand while laughing just a few steps away. Let me go, guys. I'm going to put this bitch in her place. The veins around Hinata's eyes bulged, all trace of amusement vanished from her face, and with serenity in her voice she said, perhaps it's best if you let her go right now, she'll surely lose in her first encounter. Ino stopped struggling, feeling fear for Hinata for the first time. Lee launched himself forward again, charging at his opponent. At first, it seemed his blow had connected. However, his image vanished. A sound caught his attention, a barrage of needles was hurtling toward him. Lee somersaulted backward, dodging a barrage of projectiles, though some struck his left leg. With a grimace of pain, Lee removed the needles, returning to his fighting stance. He extended his right hand in front of him at waist level, his other hand hidden behind him. His leg trembled as if he were unable to support himself and was about to collapse. It's just a trick. He shouldn't be able to continue, Haku thought. He was certain he had struck the right nerve and now only had to wait a couple of seconds for Lee to fall to the ground. But that moment didn't come. Lee remained barely standing, though he didn't move an inch. Haku again used the ice mirrors technique, strategically positioned to make it appear as if the needles were coming from nowhere. Haku was certain that one more attack would be enough to bring Lee down for good. Once more, Haku held the needles between his fingers, smiling confidently, already certain of his victory. An instant before launching the attack, Lee vanished into a green blur. Haku barely had time to cross his arms in front of his face before receiving a kick that sent him flying a couple of meters into the air. Meanwhile, with the Jonin team leaders, Kushina had brought her remaining student, Kizura, who watched the fight with excitement. A voice caught the attention of those present. Well, it seems that's a fight worth watching. It's a shame Sasuke isn't here to see it. So, are you coming out with some guard, or did you use the Sharingan and put him in a genjutsu, Makoto? Kushina's expression darkened the moment Makoto mentioned her friend's Kekkei Genkei. You know me, she thinks we're kissing right now, Makoto Uchiha said cheerfully as she sat down next to her friend. Always with the Sharingan. Kushina's reproachful look made her discomfort clear. Come on, Kushina, don't exaggerate. You never complain when it benefits you. By the way, have Sasuke and Kakashi arrived yet? Not yet, Kizura interjected, but her words made Makoto pinch the bridge of her nose in annoyance. It's one thing for Kakashi to want to commemorate Obito, but right now he's just teaching Sasuke a bad habit. At Makoto's words, Kushina glared at her again. What bothers you is that Sasuke can't learn new moves at the last minute, Kushina said, unable to hide her annoyance. Makoto only gave her a mocking smile, as if admitting her friend was right, which only irritated Kushina more. Is it okay that she's here? Azuma asked, lighting a cigarette. Don't worry about it, she's with me, the redhead declared, downplaying the matter. Instead, she earned incredulous looks from the other Junin. You said the same thing about Kizura. You don't even care if the rest of us agree with the people she wants to bring, Kurenai interjected, though she knew it was useless since the redhead wasn't exactly known for being reasonable. If it bothers you so much, why don't you go and complain to my husband, Minato, the fourth Hokage? Kushina's words overflowed with confidence, while Makoto looked at her with a hypocritical expression, and Kizura mocked the powerless Kurenai. Impressive, Baki exclaimed, staring in astonishment as Lee, in an almost suicidal attack, threw himself headfirst, still bound to Haku by his bandages, to the ground. Although much of the impact was cushioned by a thick layer of snow, it seemed Lee could barely stand, while Haku had lost consciousness from the impact. Lee, almost euphoric, raised his arms in victory, shouting, I did it, Guy-sensei, I did it. Guy, from his position, gave a thumbs up in approval, smiling broadly. All this amidst the cheers of the crowd who joined in the celebration of Lee. Izumo, a ninja with a stray lock of hair covering one eye, cascading from under a headscarf bearing the Leaf Village symbol. He was talking to his best friend, Katetsu, a ninja with unruly hair and a bandage that bisected his face, passing from side to side beneath his eyes. What do you think, Katetsu? He seems quite strong, though a bit reckless. Using the lotus to end the first encounter will definitely take its toll on him in his next fight. That's true, but for him to be able to use that technique and get back up. Some Chunin would wish they could do that. As he said the last part, a smile spread across Izumo's face. That's true, but someone like that is usually reserved for certain kinds of missions, you know, the kind where nobody comes back. Don't be so dramatic, Katetsu. They'll probably leave him in the care of whoever can talk some sense into him. Genma Shiranui, the examiner for this final stage, raised his hand and exclaimed to the audience, end of match. Winner, Rock Lee. Next match, Ino vs. Temari. Did you hear that, loser? It's my turn now, pay attention, maybe you'll learn a thing or two. Ino felt that even if it was just for appearances, she couldn't allow anyone, much less someone like Hinata, who was always shy, quiet, and generally someone she would describe as a weirdo, to talk to her the way Hinata did. And who's supposed to be my opponent anyway? Temari, who had been sitting watching the fight next to Gaara, stood up. Let's finish this quickly, Temari said, already heading towards the lower part of the arena, while Ino smiled maliciously. If you insist, Ino muttered before following her. Lee was still shouting, celebrating his victory, while a couple of men in white outfits with a large red cross marked on their backs approached Haku's body, pulling him out of the snow and dirt and placing him on a stretcher. They then carried him out of the arena. Attention, competitor, you must withdraw until your next match. Genma's words only made Lee smile wildly as he gave a thumbs up. After that, he cheerfully ran off to join the other competitors, disappearing from the audience's view. Both Temari and Ino made their entrance, heading to the center of the arena. They took the positions once occupied by Lee and Haku. While Temari's gaze was brimming with concentration and determination, Ino wore a smug expression, almost as if to say that nothing her rival did could defeat her. Ready, begin, Genma exclaimed, signaling the start of the match. Temari, still in place, grabbed her enormous fan from behind her back, resting it on the ground, while Ino quickly launched an attack, attempting a punch. In an instant, Temari grabbed Ino's wrist with her free hand and, with her other arm, delivered an elbow strike to Ino's ribs while still holding the enormous fan. Ino stumbled back, wincing in pain. Pathetic. I thought you'd finish this quickly. As Temari spoke in a stern tone, Ino jumped back, her grimace transforming into a crooked, forced smile. Ino clasped her hands together in front of her, forming a circle. Temari opened her fan, tensing up. Even though she didn't recognize the hand seal, she believed that no matter what her opponent threw, she could deflect it with her war fan. Finally, she lost patience and shook her instrument, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. Ino's body collapsed before the wind blast hit her, sending her flying several meters. Temari's face, which had once reflected absolute determination, now wore a smug smile. Genma watched in disbelief as Temari slowly raised her hand. I surrender, Temari said under the incredulous gaze of a large crowd of spectators. Junin and Chunin alike watched the outcome of the brief fight in disbelief. Temari's expression changed again, this time to one of confusion, while Ino struggled to her feet, clearly in pain, though with a smile identical to the one Temari had worn moments before. Temari has surrendered. Ino is the winner. Next match, Shikamaru vs. Sai. Genma's words were followed by an awkward silence, a stark contrast to Lee's victory, where the crowd had erupted in cheers and applause when the previous match ended. Ino had hoped for the same outcome, but only a few murmurs could be heard as Temari, clearly upset, stormed off the arena. Ino, feeling a sense of unease, followed the other blonde. When Ino limped in with the other competitors, she couldn't resist asking the question that had arisen moments before, "What's wrong with you all? Why are you cheering for Lee and not me? Did I surprise you too much?" "It's because you're stupid," Temari replied curtly. "I know you're hurting because I just kicked your ass, but you have to be a good loser." Ino shook her head in clear mockery. "Ino, she's right, you just did something stupid," Shikamaru declared. "What are you talking about? I'm clearly annoyed," Ino said. "She means you knocked me out of the exam and then managed to screw me over big time." Temari didn't even look at Ino when she answered. Ino looked at Shikamaru, not understanding what Temari meant, waiting for an explanation. "She means that even though you beat her, you threw away your best card at the start of your first fight and ended up pretty hurt, with no chance for your next match against Lee." Shikamaru ran a hand through his hair, ruffling it in annoyance. "God, you might even be ranked first in the next exam, just so you don't do something like that again." "Exactly, at least he can think," Temari said, making Ino understand the seriousness of her actions. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go to my own match." Shikamaru continued walking, his brow furrowed and his face burning with anger. Aware that none of his competitors could see his face, Sai stood a few meters behind and approached Ino. "I don't agree with that," he said. "It was a very clever move. You sacrificed yourself just so a fellow Leaf Village member could have a better chance of becoming a Chunin." Temari, who was still close enough to hear, couldn't help but express her frustration. What kind of trash would try such a low blow? Although it wouldn't change the outcome, it seemed pretty dirty. Had her opponent simply acted like a stupid, arrogant fool? If so, then she had seriously underestimated the genin from the village, since Rock Lee would have 2 rounds to rest and recover. Of course, she couldn't take advantage of that opportunity, not that day, because everything was already arranged. They just had to wait for the signal, and the plan would begin. Ino had sacrificed herself in front of everyone for nothing, and Temari simply felt frustrated and annoyed by the encounter. Meanwhile, the Sound and Sand Village competitors eyed the Leaf Village genin with suspicion, while the genin, uncomfortable, returned their gazes defiantly. Sakura knew perfectly well what had happened. Ino had let herself be swayed by Hinata's words and made a stupid mistake, but she couldn't defend her because it was now her turn to fight, and she had to leave after Shikamaru. Lee found his feet and walked purposefully toward Ino. "I don't need your help. Or your pity. That's why I'm withdrawing from the competition. There's no point in winning if I can't prove how good a ninja I am." Kangaroo approached Neji and almost whispered, "Dude, what do you mean by pitying her?" Neji didn't say anything, just gave him a disbelieving look, as if he found it amusing that Kangaroo was waiting for a real answer, but before anyone could say anything, Lee spoke again. "It's because I can't use ninjutsu or genjutsu." Lee's voice was firm and decisive, though Neji frowned slightly, annoyed by Lee's careless transparency. "Like I said, I'll withdraw, so there's no point in keeping it a secret." Zaku, the sound ninja, immediately exploded. "Nonsense, idiot. If this bitch is going to make it to the finals, she should try harder. Wanting to block anyone who isn't from this village is one thing, but you should have the decency to compete amongst yourselves, not just let whoever suits you best advance." Lee looked at him seriously. "That's not what's going on." "Then prove it. Kick that blonde idiot's ass in front of everyone." Zaku replied furiously. Kim, the sound kunoichi, stood up. "Exactly, you have to earn your place in the tournament, not just give away your positions." Chapter 29. Shikamaru was annoyed, so the teams from the other villages already noticed. But Ino, no, she wouldn't do such a thing. She's just an idiot, just like the Sand Village girl said. Ino was too proud to stoop to something like that. For the village to do something like this is pretty dirty, but it seems to be normal after all. How can any village embarrass itself at its own event? If I had to guess, I'd say Haku, Naruto, and Sai are involved in this. Maybe even Tatsuki is involved. If I'm right, it means there's no pressure. With so many Leaf Village genin, it's not a big deal if 1 or 2 are disappointing. Shikamaru was so deep in thought that he was surprised when the sun's rays hit his face as he entered the arena. Behind him walked Sakura, who, unlike him, was completely focused on her fight. She knew that, being a member of the Nara clan, it was to be expected that her jutsu would focus on shadow manipulation. Sakura reviewed her strategy one last time before stepping into the arena. The sun's rays dazzled her for a moment, and when her vision cleared, she felt overwhelmed by the sheer size of the crowd. The change in perspective was daunting for Sakura. It was one thing to watch the fights from above, but the feeling of having the crowd right in front of her, watching her every move, made her nervous. Finally, Sakura and Shikamaru positioned themselves in front of the instructor and referee. "Ready, begin," the referee exclaimed. Sakura began forming hand seals. Identical copies of herself appeared on either side of her. The one in the middle, the real Sakura, or at least the one Shikamaru knew to be the real Sakura, threw a punch that Shikamaru easily blocked, or so he thought. Instead of Sakura's fist colliding with Shikamaru's forearm, it simply passed right through him. "It's a clone," he said. Shikamaru thought before receiving a punch to the face with enough force to knock him down. He lay on the ground for only a few moments, just long enough for him to understand what had happened. Substitution, Shikamaru thought fleetingly, but there was no time to lose, as he knew Sakura was only centimeters away. Still on the ground, Shikamaru formed a hand seal, and his shadow stretched out toward the Sakura who had just hit him. To Shikamaru's surprise, nothing happened. The pink-haired girl tried to strike him once more, but the blow passed right through Shikamaru's body. Before he could even retaliate, a blow came from behind him. Another substitution. Shikamaru wondered, doubting himself, since he recognized the hand seals Sakura had used at the beginning of the encounter, they were the Academy's cloning jutsu. Shikamaru frowned. He was fed up with being Sakura's punching bag, considering her an even inferior version of Ino, same tastes, same attitude, same complacency in her abilities. The only real difference was that Ino possessed the Yamanaka clan's jutsu, which she had been forced to learn, according to her own account. When Shikamaru turned to look at Sakura, she was performing hand seals. The wind stirred, raising dust from the ground and forming a small cloud that seemed to engulf her. Shikamaru performed another hand seal, his shadow expanding around him in a circle. Slowly, the shadow receded, connecting with something seemingly invisible to Shikamaru. The Nara heir drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, giving himself a swift prick in the palm of his hand. Immediately, Sakura appeared beside him, perfectly mimicking his movements. Shikamaru glared at her in exasperation. "What a nuisance. I thought I was going to lose my first match, but you leave me no choice." A bead of sweat trickled down Sakura's forehead, clearly nervous. "If you don't want to participate, just give up," Sakura replied, trying in vain to persuade Shikamaru. "Forget it, I'm not going to lose to a girl." Shikamaru and Sakura started running toward a wall, still connected by their shadows. In the final meters, Shikamaru slowed down, smiling as he watched Sakura approach one of the trees. Shikamaru smiled smugly, acting as if he were clinging to something invisible. Sakura's hands trembled in a futile attempt to resist the jutsu. "Sweet dreams," Shikamaru said before slamming his head against the air, while Sakura's head hit the trunk with such force that she was knocked unconscious. In the first moments after Shikamaru's victory, the crowd didn't know how to react. Despite the win, the match had been quite fleeting and the ending anticlimactic. But cheers began to rise from the sensei's area, and the rest of the audience joined in. "Looks like Sakura won't make it past the first round, even with your help," Urza commented, looking at Menma, who was dismayed by the outcome of the fight. "I thought the perverted sage's invisibility jutsu would be more helpful." "Don't feel bad," Choji interrupted, eating from a bag of chips. "Shikamaru is really smart. I'm sure more than one of you will lose to him. As intelligent as he is, he should have the ability to prevail. Remember, Sakura was number 1 in the academy, at least in theory," Shino commented from the back, drawing the attention of everyone who seemed to have almost forgotten he was there. "It's true, it would be a miracle if she didn't give up halfway through her next match," Ino added, but both the sand and sound ninjas glared at her as if she were trash, which made her uncomfortable. "Pathetic," Tamari spat, frowning, clearly irritated. An arrogant smile began to form on Kin's face as she approached Tamari. "It's just envy talking. You would have lost to any of them too. After all, we've already seen what you're capable of." The mockery was clear in the sound ninja's voice. Tamari said nothing, simply calmly moving her hand to her war fan, waiting for the next provocation, with almost everyone watching expectantly, especially Kankuro, Dosu, and Zaku. The only one who seemed oblivious to the situation was Gaara. Kin, on the other hand, remained unfazed, her mocking smile didn't budge an inch. "You know this is an area for participants, right? Why don't you go invade another place?" Kin's words only made Tamari frown even more, baring her teeth in a fierce gesture, but Tamari finally left without saying a word. "It seems the young Nara heir managed to emerge unscathed from that situation," the Case said with boredom. That's right, he managed to counter the young Haruno's genjutsu, Minato replied optimistically. Is that why there are so many matches? Are you trying to compensate for quality with quantity? The Casecage's words caused Minato a slight discomfort, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. That's not the case, Lord Casecage. I have complete faith in the abilities of the genin in the exam. Young Sakura's performance could just be bad luck. Hinata was already preparing to start her own match, knowing she was next. Neji, on the other hand, smiled confidently. This will be quick. Tenten, try not to overdo it. Hanabi looked at her cousin with suspicion, understanding the contempt Neji felt for Hinata, and for a moment Hanabi wondered if her sister was really so naive that she didn't understand what was happening around her. Naruto felt somewhat disconcerted. He had seen and felt firsthand what the Hyuga were capable of, and judging by Neji's reactions, Tenten was surely far superior to Hinata. But she didn't give him that impression. He didn't know her, but she lacked that imposing aura that many ninjas possessed. Naruto's gaze shifted to Gaara. She, too, wasn't making any of those subtle movements that experienced shinobi performed. His eyes moved to Temari. She didn't even seem to belong to any clan. As Shikamaru had just demonstrated, with the right Kekkei Genkai, a fight could be resolved very easily. But someone who enjoyed such trust from Neji Hyuga, the acclaimed prodigy, must be someone truly impressive. For a fleeting moment, a thought crossed Naruto's mind: he underestimates Hinata. Hinata took deep breaths, trying to calm her nerves. Her legs trembled slightly, preventing her from walking normally, but little by little, she began to approach the exit. Seeing Hinata's clumsy exit, Tenten shook her head, already confident of her victory, and followed shortly after. Kangaroo smiled confidently, knowing that approaching Neji had been a wise move. While the Sand Village already had some knowledge about the clans and the village structure, listening to Neji vent about his family problems had revealed quite a bit about the Hyuga clan's organization. How Inwisum were considered almost animals, guard dogs, or mere tools was quite revealing, to say the least. And although it would be practically impossible to think about bringing Neji to the Sand Village, it had revealed several possible objectives. As Hinata and Tenten walked toward the arena, they looked at Temari, who had crossed paths with Shikamaru. What's wrong? Shikamaru asked, clearly annoyed. You're lucky you faced a loser like that. If you'd fought me, it wouldn't have been so easy. Brave words for someone who lost to Ino. As long as I don't beat a girl, that'll be enough to avoid having to endure everyone else's taunts. Temari simply frowned before starting to walk away, flipping the bird. You're just an idiot. Shikamaru smiled triumphantly as he returned to the participants' area. Upon entering the arena, Tenten smiled proudly as if she had already won. Turning her gaze to her opponent, she saw the shy Hinata, amused, as she seemed to doubt herself with every step she took. At least, that's what she had hoped would happen. Hinata remained calm, contrary to what Neji had predicted. There's nothing to worry about, it's the least anyone should do, to be able to stand tall in front of a crowd, although it doesn't seem to be as Neji said. Begin, Genma exclaimed, raising his arm to signal the start. Hinata simply assumed a fighting stance, activating her Byakugan. Tenten reached for her ninja tool pouch, launching a barrage of shuriken. As the blades flew through the air, Tenten was certain they would strike Hinata, inflicting superficial cuts and causing the Hyuga princess to surrender in tears. But instead, Hinata jumped aside, rolling on the ground. Wow, I'm impressed. Based on what Neji said, you should have already lost, Tenten said, her voice dripping with mockery. She was sure that would be enough to make Hinata hesitate, but Hinata only responded with a smug smile as she stood up, regaining her fighting stance. Something felt off. She wasn't the timid, defenseless girl Neji had described. Tenten pulled out a scroll and ran towards Hinata, unwrapping part of it and summoning a bow staff. She began fighting Hinata, who simply dodged the blows, again and again, almost like a dance over which Hinata had complete control. This caused Tenten to lose patience, feeling frustrated as if she were being toyed with. Minato watched the first few seconds of the encounter very nervously, clearly remembering all the times Hiyashi had spoken of Hinata's lack of combat skills. He thought the fight would already be over, earning him even more criticism from the Casecage. Kurenai sweated profusely watching Hinata fight, guiltily recalling the role she had played in her training. Every time Hinata was ready to sleep, Yakumo Kurama appeared in the shadows alongside Kurenai herself, and together they cast a genjutsu on the unsuspecting Hinata. Night after night, Hinata endured multiple battles against the various finalists of the exam. At first, they were tough and cruel, but little by little, Hinata adapted to them. When it wasn't fighting, genjutsu repeatedly triggered her training with Naruto. There will be time to heal her mind later. Right now, we have other priorities, Hiyashi would often say as an excuse to convince Kurenai to continue with this madness. Hinata kept dodging Tenten's blows, and each one Hinata evaded only increased Tenten's frustration and bewilderment. This was supposed to be an easy fight, but I can't even land a single hit, Tenten thought as she twirled her staff upwards, trying to strike Hinata. But Hinata grabbed the staff, moving closer to Tenten and striking her lightly on the right forearm. Tenten leapt back, pulling out her scroll again. To Tenten's surprise, she could still move her arm, but it felt clumsy and numb. In midair, she pulled out the scroll again, unfurling it around herself and summoning a multitude of weapons, which she began to hurl in Hinata's direction. In response, Hinata began performing hand seals. She didn't produce any jutsu, but her speed improved considerably, dodging all the projectiles. The Zenbun needles, shuriken, sai, tantos, and kusarigama barely grazed the Hyuga. Makoto watched with great interest, her Sharingan active. Did the Hyuga mold her chakra to the lightning element? Wasn't it taboo among them to deviate from their clan's teachings? Lord Hiyashi has arranged for Lady Hinata to have a more flexible style, even if it's unorthodox. As Itachi's fiancé, she must be willing to explore new paths, Kurenai replied, trying to sound formal despite still looking nervous. Kushina gave Makoto a light nudge. What do you think of your future daughter-in-law? But Makoto didn't answer, remaining absorbed in the action. Kizura looked at Kurenai, puzzled. Fiancé? I asked, unsure if I'd heard correctly, but received no response. Azuma took a long drag on her cigarette before replying, this is why this is a private area, Kushina. There are things we shouldn't discuss in front of the genin. Kizura looked around, unsure of what was happening or if she would ever get an answer. It's Kurenai's fault. She spoke without thinking, Kushina replied, almost indifferently. As Tenten fell and the barrage of weapons subsided, Hinata grabbed a tanto and ran towards Tenten. It won't be that easy for you, you idiot. Tenten shouted furiously, shaking her hands to reveal that each of the weapons she had thrown was attached to steel wires practically invisible to the naked eye, including the tanto Hinata was now holding. Neji and Hanabi watched Hinata's antics with bewilderment, their attention particularly drawn to her face, which gradually transformed from a serene expression into a twisted smile. Perhaps with the right training, that girl could be a good puppeteer, Kankuro remarked. Naruto, not quite understanding what he meant, approached. What's a puppeteer? The blonde boy asked, and although Kankuro was about to answer, Sai interrupted before he could speak. They're pathetic shinobi who compensate for their weakness by using ninja puppets. Kankuro, furious, turned to Sai. Can you repeat that, idiot? A fake smile spread across Sai's face. So you're a puppeteer, that thing you're carrying must be your puppet. Kankuro felt stupid, he'd gotten carried away and said too much. He felt especially uneasy about what Gaara might do. Kankuro, you'd do well to shut up, the redhead said almost in a whisper, still watching the fight. Sure, Gaara, whatever you say, Kankuro replied, falling completely silent afterward. Tenten's jerking of the wires caused a great jolt, then she pulled them in an attempt to reach Hinata. The pearl-eyed girl, realizing all the sharp objects were hurtling towards her, jumped back. Tenten crossed her arms, changing the trajectory of the weapons and preventing them from hitting her. While doing this, she lost sight of Hinata, but it didn't take long to find her. A kunai pierced Tenten's foot, pinning her to the ground. With a grimace of pain, she tried to quickly remove it, but Hinata was now laughing hysterically as she threw another kunai that pierced Tenten's hand, splattering her face with her own blood. Ah! Tenten let out a muffled groan, but Hinata continued her onslaught, throwing 3 shuriken. 2 struck Tenten's abdomen, and the third hit her just above the knee. Genma exclaimed, enough. The victory goes to Hinata Hyuga. Before the examiner could finish his sentence, Hinata had thrown 2 more kunai. One struck Tenten's shoulder, the other her forearm as she tried to shield her face. Hinata continued laughing, glancing around the crowd. Far from cheering and celebrating her victory, everyone watched in awkward silence, some with horror on their faces. Little by little, Hinata's laughter stopped, turning into sobs and desperate crying. Chapter 30. Naruto and its characters are the property of Masashi Kishimoto. That was quite an interesting match. That girl has a lot of potential, although she's somewhat volatile, commented the cage, who was watching the young Hyuga with great interest. With the right guidance, she could be a great kunoichi. Minato felt confused. He expected a sneer or a cutting remark, because while what he said was true, the way he delivered it was quite worrying. It seems young Hyuga has caught your eye, but I fear you're already betrothed to another clan heir, and you know how secretive the Hyuga are. Minato studied the visible part of the cage's face closely, but couldn't detect any change. He barely blinked, and of course, the veil didn't help in judging his expressions. I see. It's a shame. I hoped one of my children would be to your liking. The cage's calm words only made Minato uncomfortable. It seems the rumors are true. He sees his family only as tools, the blonde thought before looking back at the arena, feeling especially uneasy about the next encounter. Hinata was crying, while the medical team approached Tenten. Genma, the examiner, watched the scene in astonishment. It wasn't unusual for someone to get hurt, but what was disconcerting was Hinata's reaction. The fact that she was the one who broke down mentally made him wonder what kind of training she had received. Perhaps the best thing for everyone is to disqualify her. He hesitated for a moment and then looked at the stands. Hiyashi was observing him with an impassive expression. Genma knew very well that going against the wishes of the Hyuga clan was a luxury reserved for shinobi more important than himself, and although he couldn't be sure, in his opinion, Hiyashi was satisfied with his daughter's performance. Genma approached Hinata, placed his hand on her shoulder, trying to calm her, and accompanied her out of the arena. Neji was furious. It must be some kind of mistake. Hinata shouldn't be capable of this. She's not meant to be. Hanabi interrupted. Competent. What's wrong, cousin? Does it bother you that much that Hinata beat your friend? Hanabi kept her hands behind her back, her fists trembling so tightly they shook. Neji's furious face softened for a moment before turning into a smug, arrogant smile. It's not about that, it's just that she seems destined to humiliate the main branch, one way or another. You're an idiot, Hirza said disdainfully. She's your family, you should have some compassion. I can't wait for Naruto to kick your ass. Her destiny is to fail in front of me, just like many of those present. Whether you're the Hokage's daughter or not, you might not even have what it takes to face me. Hirza angrily drew a kunai. Why don't we settle this right now, you idiot? If your destiny is to lose in the first or second round, it's because you're so weak you don't deserve my time, Neji said calmly, calculatingly, as if he were already in the final, patiently waiting to see who would fight him. Naruto stepped forward, placing his hand on Hirza's shoulder, who relaxed when she saw it was him. You're very confident, but what will you do if you lose? It's funny. I don't know if you're just overconfident or too stupid to realize how superior I am. It's unthinkable that your destiny is to defeat me, Neji said confidently as he walked toward the arena. Come on, idiot, you should kick that arrogant jerk's ass, Kiba commented as Hirza and Menma nodded simultaneously. Naruto followed a few seconds later. Beneath Neji's arrogant facade, his thoughts were a raging storm, constantly questioning how his clumsy and timid cousin Hinata had gone berserk, and more importantly, how she had managed to beat Tenten in a fight. She had trained with a private tutor, but it wasn't the first time. What happened during her training? Hinata stood in the doorway, sobbing and crying. Genma was still by her side, trying to comfort her. Calm down, everything's alright. These kinds of things happen all the time, and Tenten is already receiving medical attention. There's nothing to worry about. You did a good job. Just try to be ready for your next round. The censor's words only made Neji feel disgusted. It was his teammate who was injured, and Hinata was barely throwing a tantrum. Hinata was calming down, regaining her composure, until she saw her cousin approaching. No. Hinata whimpered again as fresh tears streamed down her cheeks. It wasn't my intention. Neji stopped abruptly, his face turning stern. You threw a kunai at her face, and it wasn't your intention. At that moment, Neji wondered if the tears were real or just part of a cruel and twisted taunt. The years of failure after failure at the academy, and the way she was laughing just before bursting into tears today, made Neji feel utterly stupid. After a few seconds, Neji continued walking outside the arena. Genma knew quite well what was happening. Neji had attracted attention last year, had the best grades in his class, and had excelled as a genin under Gui's tutelage, although it wasn't that difficult since his class only had one team. Seeing her partner defeated like that, and that it was her own cousin who did it didn't help at all. A few meters behind, Naruto approached and, upon seeing Hinata, ran to her side. Genma was about to push him away with a blow when Hinata herself went to hug him, still in tears. Nah, Naruto. It wasn't my intention. I didn't mean to. I didn't think that. I'm so sorry. The blonde boy returned the hug. Naruto saw how Genma didn't take his eyes off him and how he slowly moved his hand to the kunai pouch on his leg. Hinata, I need you to be strong. I have to have my own match. Take a deep breath and don't worry about anything. Remember that the participants area is only for those taking the exam. If you're kicked out of the tournament, you'll have to find another place to watch the matches. Neji, now in the arena, was waiting for Naruto and the censor. He knew that some would have a preference for the main branch, but this was ridiculous, everyone stopping to check if the girl throwing a tantrum was alright. At that moment, Neji tried to focus, but he couldn't stop thinking about how the Hyuga of the main branch always boasted about their superiority, yet none of his cousins gave him that impression. Hanabi was undoubtedly capable, but she wasn't anything extraordinary. Hinata, on the other hand, was acceptable by civilian standards, but now he wondered if it had all been a game on Hinata's part, being so far ahead of him that she was just trying to mock him. Neji was certain of one thing. Whether Hinata was going crazy or simply hiding her talent, he had clearly underestimated her. Is this what the main branch means by being superior? Those moves weren't gentle fist. If only Tenten had lasted longer, I could at least imagine how strong Hinata is. I still have the rotation, no matter what kind of tricks she has up her sleeve. When Naruto finally appeared, the entire stadium erupted in shouts and boos. Some even started throwing garbage, trying to hit Naruto with it. Seeing this, the arrogant smile returned to Neji's face. What a miserable fate awaits you, to be humiliated in front of so many people who hate you. It's funny, I never thought you were that kind of person. What are you talking about? Based on your reputation, I didn't think you were someone who does or says things just to try and look cool. Get started, exclaimed Genma, but Naruto and Neji ignored him and continued their conversation. Surely your teammates are already tired of your attitude. Fate this, fate that. Fate, fate, fate. I said get started. The people here aren't here just to listen to you talk. The veins around Neji's eyes bulged as he took his stance. You heard me, he said. It's time you met your destiny. Neji unleashed a barrage of punches, which Naruto blocked with the piece of armor on his forearm. With a kick that landed squarely on Neji's chest, Naruto sent him flying a couple of meters. Neji's face, beaming with satisfaction, contrasted sharply with Naruto's, which was filled with frustration. Did you really expect a thin piece of metal to stop my punches? Naruto formed a cross seal with his hand while reaching for his ninja tool pouch with the other. Neji's expression turned serious as soon as he saw the strange movement. Naruto drew 4 shuriken from between his fingers, and as he prepared to throw them, several other blonde ninjas appeared amidst bursts of white smoke, surrounding Neji and mimicking the original Naruto. In an instant, a barrage of shuriken flew toward Neji. He began to spin, forming a bluish sphere. He deflected each shuriken, and as he finished spinning, a large mark remained on the ground around him. Once again, Neji's face was filled with arrogance. See, your destiny is to fail in front of me. Naruto returned the gesture with a confident smile. Here we go again with destiny. Stop being so pretentious. One by one, Naruto's clones launched themselves at Neji, but he struck them with precision, causing them to explode in white smoke. Neji caught the fist that was aimed at his face, and with his other hand, he landed a blow on the attacking clone's chest. Pretentious, you say? And what do you call acknowledging something everyone already knows? 2 of the blonde clones attacked him with kunai as Neji spun around, grabbing the blonde clones by the wrists, and then threw them into more of his clones. What do you mean? Aren't you curious? Asked one of the blondes, who lunged forward, grabbing Neji's feet, while another managed to punch him in the face. Neji quickly recovered, striking Naruto in the stomach, who managed to land a blow. He then attacked the blonde who was holding his legs, striking him in the head. Again, Neji used his spin attack, forming a blue sphere that obliterated most of the blondes, leaving only 3 of them. Aren't you curious? Why is it that out of all the people lining up to knock your teeth out, none of them are Hyuga? Or why do the members of my clan treat you like any other person in the village? Naruto and his clones were about to throw more shuriken when they stopped dead in their tracks. Neji calmly removed his headband, revealing a seal on his forehead. This is the seal of the caged bird. All of us in the branch family are marked with it. This is the seal of our destiny as slaves of the main family. The whole village knows you're the demon fox, but we're not that ignorant. We know how the seals work. And that's why you and I are destined to be worthless until the moment we die, just like my father, who gave his life so that Hinata's father wouldn't have to. The destiny we all share. Naruto's expression darkened, staring at the ground, unsure how to respond. Neji, on the other hand, replaced his headband on his forehead. He finally understands, Neji thought, satisfied. You're lying, Naruto finally replied. What do you mean? I said you're lying. If you really believe that, why bother going this far? Why try to be a better tool if your fate as a slave bothers you so much? Someone as pathetic as you wouldn't understand. Neji lunged at the blonde who was farther away, believing the real Naruto would take the safest position. After landing a blow to the blonde's chest, he erupted in white smoke. Moments later, a punch impacted Neji's face, sending him to the ground. Neji quickly got to his feet, assuming his gentle fist stance. Only a fool like you would try to have a fistfight with me. We'll see about that. Naruto extended his arms and began to trace a sphere around himself. Neji stepped forward, trying to strike Naruto, again and again and again. Neji felt as if he were trying to demolish a wall with his gentle fist. He wouldn't budge an inch, his blows being deflected each time. Even though Neji could see the other blonde perfectly due to the Byakugan, for a moment he directed his gaze to the other blonde who was only looking into the distance, not preparing kunai, not lunging at him, not performing hand seals, not even moving from where he had been standing for a while. Neji, tense, stepped back, changing his stance. His torso and hips were rotated, in a sideways position, his legs shoulder-width apart and aligned with his arms, slightly bent. One arm extended towards Naruto and the other in the opposite direction, his fingers extended and firm like spears. Let's see if this is up to your standards. Trigrams 64 palms. Neji launched himself at Naruto again 2 palms. The Hyuga threw 2 punches, Naruto deflected 4 palms. Again Neji's blows were aimed at Naruto, but he could only block 3. This is the real Naruto, Neji thought after landing his first blow and seeing that the blonde boy didn't disappear 8 palms. This time it was 4 blows that Neji managed to land on Naruto. Kurenai felt her heart pounding in her throat. On one hand, there was the fact that she had bet a good amount of money on the Hyuga. She could already hear Kushina's taunts about how it would have been quicker to just give him the money, but she remained just as tense, watching the match. On the other hand, based on everything she knew about the gentle fist, Neji could already be considered a master of that style, and yet he still couldn't land all his blows. What kind of taijutsu is that? What do you think, Makoto? Guy asked, without taking his eyes off the fight. His movements are conventional, too common for my taste. He doesn't do anything special, and I don't even think it would do me any good to imitate something like that. It's like watching a child waving their hands to shoo away flies, only they do it at the right moment. Makoto's Sharingan captured every tiny movement of both genin. She even glanced at the clone standing in the distance, but it did nothing but watch. Hiashi, just as he always did. He remained outwardly impassive, but inwardly he felt humiliated time and time again that day. First Hinata losing control, then Neji far surpassing what my daughters can do. Neji, did you figure out those techniques all by yourself? My brother, it seems we've robbed you of your rightful place. Your son displays far more talent and ability than my daughters. That's Minato's little bastard, facing the gentle fist so easily. He could be useful to me, but I must keep him away from Danzo's influence, and that will be difficult. How strong is Neji? Tatsuki asked, watching the fight with growing unease. I thought you didn't care about Naruto anymore, Hirza remarked, not giving Hanabi time to reply, though she probably wouldn't have, as she was completely absorbed in Neji's movements. The only person she'd ever seen use those techniques was her own father, Hiashi. Neji is very strong, Rock Lee responded. But his friend must be too. Not many would last long against Neji's gentle fist. After receiving Neji's final attacks, Naruto collapsed to the ground, a trickle of blood running down his jaw as he gasped for breath. A look of rage and helplessness washed over the Hyuga, for he had never thought anyone could defend themselves against the gentle fist, least of all Naruto. It's time to end this, face it. Nothing can be done against destiny, Neji said. Destiny, huh? The blonde replied sarcastically. Someone once told me that if I didn't have the guts to stand up to life, I was just a damn piece of shit, a nuisance, and a waste of space in the world. Ko's face flashed into Naruto's mind. We all have problems, and you're just crying because you can't overcome yours. Naruto struggled to his feet, his legs still trembling. His clone, still keeping watch, formed a hand seal, making a cross with the index and middle fingers of his right hand. 3 more clones appeared. More clones. Do you really think this is going to work? Neji received no response. Instead, each of the clones detonated smoke bombs. Minato couldn't stop thinking about the deal he had made with Danzo not long ago. They had agreed that Naruto would enter the exam on a team formed by both of them. Sai would represent Danzo, and Haku, being friends with Hirza and Menma, was perfect for the job. Since Haku arrived in the village, Minato had watched over him and protected him from the council members. But right now, it didn't seem so important. Minato wondered why he had kept that promise to Kushina. It was his duty as a father to care for, protect, and guide his son, and right now, it was more than clear that Naruto had come quite far, propelled by Danzo, and that made him somewhat envious, not because of what the little blonde boy had achieved, but because of all the time father and son could have spent together. And the brotherly love of Menma and Hirza had been denied to Naruto simply because Minato had been too lenient to confront his wife. If anyone was to blame for all of this, it was her. A new voice arose in the Hokage's mind. My wife is not to blame for any of this. Everything related to Naruto has been my fault. I should at least have looked after his well-being, but that's going to change. I'm sure that if I talk to Kushina, I can convince her to officially adopt him. They seem quite promising, the Kazekage commented calmly, pulling Minato from his thoughts. That's true. They're quite impressive, Minato replied tersely, watching as the smoke began to dissipate from Neji's spin. However, as soon as 4 of the blonde-haired warriors became visible, they unleashed water dragons from their mouths. As a result, Neji succumbed to the water pressure, finally being thrown back several meters. The real Naruto, who had been missing until now, emerged from the ground, grabbed Neji, and pinned him down up to his neck. "Enough. The winner is Naruto," exclaimed the referee, but the crowd had mixed reactions. Murmurs of concern were heard in some areas, others erupted in boos, throwing trash again, trying to hit Naruto, while still others watched, stunned, unable to react. "It's a shame the boy is so unpopular," added the cage, though Minato, still lost in thought, didn't respond. After Naruto's victory, he, still breathing heavily, pulled Neji out of the ground as trash flew from the stands. Neji stared thoughtfully at the ground, unable to utter a word. He gave Naruto a couple of light taps on the torso. Azuma exhaled a puff of smoke. He was pretty fast with those water dragons. "How many hand seals do you think he had to use?" "He doesn't seem that fast," Guy replied. "Do you think he's completely mastered that jutsu?" Kurenai questioned. "Not necessarily," Makoto added. Kasara, somewhat annoyed, interrupted. "What on earth are you talking about?" Kushina, still tense, replied, "You see, just because you're able to use a jutsu doesn't mean you've mastered it 100%. The number of hand seals you use for any ninjutsu or genjutsu is an indication of your level of mastery. The water dragon is a powerful jutsu, but it requires a lot of chakra and a lot of hand seals. A huge disadvantage. But Naruto just used quite a few elemental jutsu in mere seconds," Azuma added. "And the smoke bombs were useless against Neji, thanks to that. No one in the audience knows if Naruto is doing hand seals at incredible speed or if he's completely mastered the water dragon jutsu. He doesn't even have a water source nearby, and that only makes him more suspicious." Makoto's Sharingan activated in an attempt to perceive more than what was immediately apparent. But that's not the most important thing. Azuma paused to take a long drag on his cigarette, although the Junin present already knew where he was going with it, but Kasara watched him expectantly. It seems Naruto just wanted to test his abilities against the gentle fist. If he had only used ninjutsu, he would have won more easily. "I think we already know who the winner of the tournament is." Guy crossed his arms. If he'd finished his match quickly, he'd have a great chance, but trying to measure himself against Neji like that. He made a terrible decision and took too much damage for no reason. "We'll see, Guy," Azuma replied, exhaling a puff of smoke before turning his head toward Kushina. However, before he could even utter a word, Kushina spoke first. "It's too late to change your bet." As they both left the fighting arena to return to the stands, Neji remained lost in thought, unable to believe he had actually just lost. "Do you really think so?" he finally said, catching Naruto's attention. "Do you really think there's any way I can overcome the seal on my forehead?" Naruto, who was walking unsteadily, turned before answering. "Of course there is, really. How are you so sure? Just a few minutes ago you didn't even know that Hyuga's secret." "There's always a way." Chapter 31. Naruto and its characters are the property of Masashi Kishimoto. Hanabi felt quite insecure about her upcoming encounter after seeing Neji's performance. Hanabi had always felt confident in her superiority, but right now she didn't feel that was the case. On one hand, Neji was using techniques she had only ever seen her own father use, and on the other hand, there was Hinata, who, although she had been sobbing since she arrived, had demonstrated a speed that Hanabi was sure she couldn't match. "What will I say to father? What will I say to the elders? I'm so sorry that my sister, the incompetent one, and Neji from the branch family made a fool of me." In Hanabi's mind, things looked pretty bad. When she turned her gaze to Hinata, she saw that she was sobbing, exactly the same as when she arrived. "I can't believe she's the one who beat me." Choji frantically devoured the bag of chips he was holding. "It's incredible that Neji lost," Rock Lee said, looking enviously at Naruto. He had achieved what Lee could only dream of. Defeating Neji was quite an accomplishment, at least for him. "It's nothing to be surprised about. He's always been very impressive," Urza replied, blushing slightly. Lee looked at them, unsure what to say, simply thinking aloud, not expecting anyone to pay attention. "I see. I hope I can measure up to him, that our youth burns in all its splendor," Lee said, giving a thumbs up. A twisted, demented grimace, resembling a smile, formed on Gaara's face, his eyes bloodshot. "Soon, mother, soon you will taste his flesh and blood," he murmured, barely audible to Kankuro, who was beside him. Kankuro shuddered, knowing what was coming. "Relax, brother, remember you have to stay in control," the puppeteer whispered. "So he's already mastered several elemental jutsus, huh?" Shikamaru thought, now certain that someone was pulling the strings from the shadows and that Naruto, Sai, and Haku were just tools. Shino said nothing, just watched calculatingly. However, Kiba, who was beside him, looked annoyed and was already starting to growl, almost like a wild animal. Damn it, when did that idiot reach that level? Menma tried to look confident, although a few drops of cold sweat ran down his forehead. He's probably in pieces. I don't think he can do much with those injuries. Tatsuki said, feeling uneasy. Initially, she decided to listen to her father and forgive Naruto for Takeda's death, but now she felt that if anyone was to blame, it would be Naruto. He clearly could have changed the outcome, and of course, Haku, being an accomplice of Gato and Zabuza. While she reflected, she couldn't help but look around for her father, but she couldn't find the perverted sage anywhere. He's probably spying at the hot springs, she thought with some disappointment. Our time has come, Fatso, Dosu said calmly as he headed toward the arena. Choji, on the other hand, stopped eating and glared at him furiously, practically ready to throw punches right then and there, but he was stopped by Shikamaru's shadow. Wait a bit, you'll get what's coming to him, Shikamaru said. As Dosu headed toward the arena, he ran into Neji and Naruto. Is there always a way? Neji looked clearly frustrated. You don't know shit about what goes on inside my clan. They're just empty words. Maybe I don't know anything about your problems, and I don't know anything about destiny either, but you're only a little older than me. Naruto paused, panting, trying to catch his breath. And I don't think you know much more about destiny. Not mine, not yours. So stop acting like you already know the outcome of everything that happens around you. You already proved today that you don't know everything. Should I just keep going willingly knowing that I'm just a caged animal? You must keep going until you can get out of your cage. When Choji was finally freed by Shikamaru, the Akamichi looked quite serious and determined. He followed his companion's steps, with the firm intention of teaching him a lesson. As he headed towards the arena, Choji saw Naruto walking alongside Neji back to where the others were. Already in the center of the stadium, he thought, that pig is taking too long. I have to finish him off quickly, the invasion will start any minute. Upon entering the arena, Choji paid no attention whatsoever to the tournament censor or the still-flung crowd. He strode purposefully, his fury palpable. What's wrong, Fatso? Did you drop your bag of chips? What did you say, idiot? I'm going to kick your ass. Akamichi retorted. Begin, the Jonin exclaimed, seeing Choji's animosity. Naruto and Neji finally arrived with the rest. Hinata stopped sobbing and threw herself into Naruto's arms, hugging him tightly. Tears still streamed from the Hyuga girl's eyes, while Naruto let out a groan of pain. Ouch. Hinata, it hurts. Everyone present momentarily lost interest in the encounter between Choji and Dosu. Hanabi eyed her sister and the blonde boy with particular suspicion. It's always the same, it's always about her. The pearl-eyed girl replied, but she didn't loosen her grip. I'm so sorry, Naruto, I'm really sorry, she added. What's wrong? Are you already tired of your redhead girlfriend? Tatsuki asked, trying to provoke a reaction from Naruto, Hinata, and Hirza. I don't understand what you're talking about, Naruto replied, trying to avoid the topic. Karen's in the hospital, they scheduled a follow-up appointment for her today, Menma commented distractedly. He soon regretted it, as it was a secret that she was still in the village, at least to outsiders, but he decided to act casually, not showing much interest, though changing the subject would be best. By the way, Sasuke is taking too long, he might get expelled if he doesn't arrive on time. That can't happen to Sasuke. He's probably just planning an epic in trance, you know, something befitting how awesome he is, Ino commented with a slight blush. That would be best. Dealing with someone so arrogant is exhausting. When I become Hokage, I'll make sure to forbid that, Kiba commented, though Tatsuki and Hirza looked at him incredulously, not understanding why he of all people was saying those words. Choji's body began to expand while his limbs contracted, as did his head, and a vapor rose from it. A bluish hue began to emerge. Stop calling me that, Choji exclaimed furiously as he started rolling toward Dosu. Dosu immediately realized what was happening to his opponent, and knowing he would rush forward in his fury, decided to provoke him even more. He jumped to the side, dodging his attacker. That was quite impressive, at least for a barrel of lard like you, Dosu said. Damn it, Choji shouted, turning toward Dosu. You're a fat ass, and your great jutsu is making yourself even fatter. Is that some kind of fetish or something? Dosu mocked, dodging again. You bastard, you'll pay for this. Choji spun around rapidly in another attempt to run over his opponent. Ariek, Ariek, Dosu responded, mimicking the grunts of a pig, as he dodged Choji again. Sorry, I don't speak pig. Choji was so furious that he lost control, crashing into one of the walls. The force of the impact was such that the spectators in the area began to flee, thinking that the Akamichi would break through the wall and cause a collapse. As soon as Choji stopped spinning, Dosu calmly approached. Do you know how sound works? Sound consists of waves that propagate through air and water. The human body is 70% water, which makes it a giant ear. Dosu threw his fist at the Akamichi's incredibly large abdomen and then lightly touched a device on his forearm. A wave that distorted the air appeared. Akamichi's body began to vibrate, raising a thick cloud of dust around him. When the dust began to dissipate, Choji lay unconscious on the ground, saliva dripping from his mouth. An interesting result, commented the cage. The young Akamichi seems quite strong, but he lacks focus. That's true, although his opponent doesn't seem like a conventional ninja. What do you mean? I've heard some rumors about the village hidden in the sound. Some people say it was founded by Orochimaru and that he accelerates the training of his shinobi through experimentation and research. Really? So you're assuming that what young Dosu has on his arm is a ninja tool developed by the Sannin himself. The Leaf Village's intelligence is impressive, though of course, the Sand Village deserters aren't allowed to act with such impunity. Minato was fed up with the cage's passive-aggressive attitude. Although he'd never been friends with Rasa, they were supposed to be allies. Minato was aware that the Land of Wind's feudal lord had weakened the shinobi force. From the top of the stadium, Kakashi and Sasuke had both watched the last match. See, we didn't miss anything important. He only says that because he wanted to keep sleeping. Why does he always want to be late everywhere? Kakashi glanced at the horizon. It's a long story. For another time. MPH, Sasuke grunted before starting to walk away. I'm not going to wait here until it's my turn just because you want to make a dramatic entrance. Sasuke is quite different from you, Obito. Tamari stood among the spectators, her eyes darting from side to side. She wasn't sure who would participate in the attack or what they would look like. However, several people were already in their designated positions, and to Temari's surprise, quite a few looked like Anbu hunters. It seems they're staging a coup against their cage, or there's some important enough traitor, maybe even someone from the higher ranks. Whatever, this isn't my village, it's not my problem, the blonde thought, though she was momentarily distracted when she saw Sasuke walk by. Just in time, she thought ironically, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Sasuke arrived with the rest of the participants. The sound team watched him intently, while Gaara visibly tensed. Kankuro and Kiba were already in the fighting arena, ready to begin their battle. Ino quickly threw herself into Sasuke's arms, who, although he didn't reciprocate her display of affection, didn't push her away either. Ino was still hugging Sasuke when she turned her head to look at Sai, winking at him and then blowing a kiss. Sai smiled confidently in response. Where's Sakura? She must be in the infirmary. She lost her fight, Menma replied distractedly as he watched the beginning of the match between Kiba and Kankuro. Chapter 32, Chapter 32. Naruto and its characters are the property of Masashi Kishimoto. Enko gazed thoughtfully at the blue sky, thinking about her former teacher. Although he was an international criminal and the founder of a village potentially dangerous to the Leaf Village, he hadn't done anything wrong during the exams. There was no sign that he was plotting anything. Everything had turned out relatively well. If he was planning something, he only had today left. Although she had started that thought optimistically, she quickly realized how worrying it was. Just a couple more hours. Hello, Kakashi greeted casually as he entered the Junin's box. Guy smiled confidently, giving a thumbs up. Azuma exhaled a puff of smoke, and Kurenai raised a hand in recognition. Kakashi, if you're going to teach your students to always be late everywhere, you should at least have the decency to explain why, Makoto said, looking annoyed at Kakashi. I wasn't late today. Sasuke's fight hasn't even started yet. Kakashi paused for a moment. He knew this conversation would come sooner or later, but this wasn't the right place for it. You're not even on active duty. What are you doing here? As usual, Kushina is abusing the negligible power she has as the wife, Kurenai replied, somewhat irritated. Kakashi, noticing Kasara, understood that it was the same situation as Makoto's, Kushina allowing her to be present, even though she shouldn't be. However, Kakashi decided not to dwell on it and watch the fight that was about to begin. Kankuro knew perfectly well what was coming, but he had no choice but to start his match. He could simply surrender, but that would look suspicious. Showing up armed and ready to finish his exam only to give up at the last moment would surely raise more than one eyebrow. Kankuro turned his gaze to the cage box, where his father was. Although he was fully aware of his father's strength, he couldn't stop wondering how he would deal with the Hokage. Minato's fame was immense, and distinguishing truth from fiction seemed very difficult, everything was too unreal. So he can teleport. What a stupid idea. He probably just uses a good genjutsu. Dad, I wish you the best of luck. Begin. Exam sensor. Exclaimed the examiner. Bluish threads sprouted from Konkuro's fingertips, leading to the bandaged object he carried on his back. Konkuro flicked his fingers as blades emerged from the unknown object, slicing through the bandages and revealing a sinister doll. It was roughly the same size as Konkuro, with 3 eyes and disheveled hair. Its 4 arms gave it an almost insect-like appearance. Kiba gasped for air and began to growl, while Akamaru barked a few times, almost as if speaking to his master. That's right, Akamaru, poison. A hawk called out, circling the stadium and calling loudly. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of feathers began to rain down. A small, venomous snake emerged from the cage's robes. The Junin immediately recognized the genjutsu and dispersed it immediately, as did some genin and chunin present. With the index and middle fingers of both hands in front of his chest, Konkuro said, "Dispersion," as Kiba and Akamaru fell asleep. Upon seeing the feathers, Minato quickly realized what was happening. The Anbu standing beside the cage extended his hands toward Minato. The Hokage could see white fragments flying from the masked man's hands in his direction. While dodging, he used hand gestures to dispel the genjutsu with one hand, and with the other, he threw a kunai, impaling the snake that was crawling toward him. He barely heard the groan of pain from the Anbu standing next to him before knowing he was dead. He had heard that same sound too many times, an unsuspecting friend struck by projectiles that inflicted mortal wounds. However, he had no time to mourn his comrade's death, for he was enveloped in a poisonous cloud emanating from the cage. Minato felt dizzy, his vision blurred. A blow he barely managed to dodge grazed his head. "You're not the cage. Who are you?" "I questioned Minato," he said, already breathing with difficulty even though the poisonous mist had just entered his system. Minato's mind raced. The poisonous mist and the snake weren't resources typical of the cage. It was more than clear who had replaced the cage and was using the Sand Village's military might to invade the Leaf Village. He couldn't leave using the Flying Thunder God technique, because he knew very well that whoever was before him had enough power to kill a cage, not only because he was directly challenging him, but because if Raza had planned this, he would have used someone covered in explosive tags in an attempt to end everything as quickly as possible, which meant he was already dead. Abandoning the snake in front of him meant letting it run rampant, both him and all the henchmen who followed him, and even if it were just for a second, it would cost the village many innocent lives. "You seem slower than usual." Minato recognized that voice immediately. It was undoubtedly Orochimaru. As he spoke, what appeared to be 5 Anbu hunters leapt toward the assembled cage, but quickly shed their robes, revealing a group of ninjas unknown to Minato. In his opinion, they were a group of teenagers, though they looked peculiar. A red-haired girl, another with tanned skin and what appeared to be 2 extra pairs of arms, 2 pale-footed twins with grayish hair, and a physically larger one with orange hair. Each of them went to one end of the cage's box, except for the redhead. The 4 ninjas exclaimed, "Ninja art, 4 violet flames formation." Meanwhile, the furious red-haired girl screamed, "You damn sons of bitches. They only feel like men because something hangs between their legs, but they don't have the balls to be out here," she said, as she performed a summoning seal. 3 colossal figures appeared before her. Despite their gigantism, one seemed to be just an ordinary man with very long hair covering his face, wearing dark attire reminiscent of samurai, and wielding a kanabo, an enormous metal mace covered in protrusions. The second, with a long, thin beard, had numerous scars on his head and was blindfolded. His forearms were bound with what appeared to be double-bladed bone blades. The third was bandaged from his waist to his head. An Anbu squad was already heading in their direction, but from one of his pockets he pulled out a flute and began to play a slow, deliberate melody, just as the 3 giants began to move. In the stands, dozens of sound and sand ninja immediately jumped into the fray to confront the Leaf Village Jonin and Chunin. In the Jonin box, before Baki could make a single move, Kushina swiftly struck him in the face, knocking out several teeth and leaving him unconscious and bleeding on the ground. Kizura lay asleep under the effects of the genjutsu. Without a moment's hesitation, Kushina launched herself into the middle of the arena, charging at Konkuro, but the puppet intercepted the attack, impaling it with Kushina's fist as she grabbed Konkuro by the neck. "Damn it," Konkuro said, staring incredulously at Kushina's arm, which was covered in cuts and scratches from the poison inside the puppet. Konkuro knew what was coming next. At any moment, his trachea would be crushed, or his neck broken. It didn't really matter, he was already dead. But that moment never came. Kushina simply threw him several meters back. Sweating profusely, unable to believe what had happened, he looked again at Kushina, who was holding Kiba and Akamaru in her arms. A couple of kunai were headed toward the redhead's body, but before they could hit her, they were intercepted by several shuriken thrown by Kakashi. Kushina hurried to the area where the competitors were fighting. Kankuro got to his feet as quickly as he could, but something caught his attention. The scratches on Kushina's arm were fading, even the bleeding wounds seemed to be beginning to heal despite the poison. Kushina, on the other hand, wanted to keep Kiba safe. She saw the sound and sand ninja fighting the leaf ninja, but she didn't know where she could leave the child she was currently carrying. Without much thought, she headed to the Junin's box, leaving Kiba next to Kizura. Guy was striking a sand ninja with such force that the invader's body contorted unnaturally, his bones cracking. Ebisu, meanwhile, was stabbed in the shoulder by a kunai wielded by a sound ninja, who yanked him with such force that in a sudden movement he was thrown to the ground. But an explosive tag attached to a kunai landed close enough to the sound ninja, causing an explosion. The sound ninja was sent flying while Ebisu heard a high-pitched whiz. In the participants' area, as the feathers fell one by one, they began to fall asleep under the genjutsu. Each of the sound ninja, including Gaara, brought their index and middle fingers together in front of them, saying almost in unison, "Kai," thus dispelling the jutsu. Gaara, though he had been agitated when Sasuke arrived, now regarded him with disappointment, now that he lay unconscious on the floor. "Pathetic," Gaara said with dismay, before turning away, ready to join the invasion that had already begun, a huge cube of dark chakra visible in the cage's box. "Wait, I can't let them leave," said Neji, who had already assumed the gentle fist stance, though he was clearly still shaken by their encounter. Gaara, on the other hand, paid him no attention whatsoever. Instead, he turned his back completely, appreciating for a moment the spectacle of the battle unfolding before him, impassive. Almost as if he expected Neji to strike him from behind. Dosu rushed to attack Neji, but the blow didn't connect. It merely flicked past Neji, mere centimeters from the Hyuga's reach. Instead, a sound wave struck Neji, causing him to fall to his knees. Immediately, Dosu launched another blow that this time connected. Neji clutched his gauntlet in an attempt to remove it. Dosu responded swiftly, striking him with his other fist. Each blow Neji received caused a slight shudder in the Hyuga sisters. Those who, though conscious, didn't dare move a single finger. Neji, breathing with difficulty, his face bruised and blood trickling from his nose, finally released his enemy. "Kim," Dosu called impatiently. The young kunoichi, with a mocking look in her eyes, approached the young Hyuga, taking out a syringe and pricking him to draw blood. Kakashi, having saved Kushina, intended to head to the participants' area, worried about the foreign participants, suspecting that even though they were children, they would have to be involved. But he couldn't take 2 steps before one of the supposed unconscious spectators tried to stab him with a kunai. Kakashi barely had time to react, receiving a superficial cut on his left arm. "So you weren't so asleep after all," Kakashi murmured, raising his headband, revealing his Sharingan. "I expected nothing less from you, Kakashi, the copy ninja." Kabuto again launched another attack at Kakashi, but he caught him by the wrist. Kabuto threw a knee strike that Kakashi blocked with his shin, then responded with an elbow strike that barely grazed Kabuto's face, remaining calm. With a quick flick of his wrist, Kabuto tried to break free, but Kakashi increased the pressure of his grip. Kakashi's gaze shifted to the Hitai 8, noticing the leaf symbol. "So you're either a traitor or a spy," Kakashi whispered to himself, not waiting for Kabuto's reply. In response, Kabuto drew several shuriken and threw them point-blank at Kakashi, who finally released them, leaping backward to dodge the attack. This brat doesn't seem to be under a genjutsu. And an invasion like this. How many other traitors are there in the village? Without wasting any more time, Kakashi began forming hand seals. Earth style, rock wall. As Kakashi finished forming the seals, he noticed a pair of kunai heading toward him. In response, Kakashi used the jutsu to block himself, but as soon as the kunai pierced him, explosive tags detonated, bringing down the newly erected wall and some of the spectators. Kakashi leapt from the cloud of dust to confront his would-be attacker, but instead saw Kushina, who with one hand was holding the right arm of a Sand Village kunai, while with the other she was stabbing the kunai in the Sand Village ninja's right kidney. She then swiftly moved the kunai to the Sand Village ninja's navel, making a brutal cut that exposed the enemy ninja's entrails. The enemy ninja collapsed in shock, lying in a pool of her own blood. A fleeting thought then crossed Kakashi's mind, filling him with unease, Pakura. Knowing he needed to focus on his surroundings, he began searching for the gray-haired youth who had attacked him. He frantically darted his eyes from side to side, but he couldn't see him, he had vanished in the chaos. Instead, turning his gaze to the area, he saw 4 figures falling from the participants' area. Knowing he couldn't waste any more time, he resumed his advance, forcing his way through. Minato felt a little clumsy, a consequence of the poison. He didn't know what kind of toxin he had inhaled, but it didn't seem like Orochimaru intended to kill him with the first attack. Rather, Orochimaru wanted to play, to humiliate him in the process, a mistake Minato would pay dearly for. Minato threw his three-pronged kunai at Orochimaru, or at least it seemed that way, but the ninja escorting the Sannin deflected the kunai with what appeared to be a long, straight, white blade. Minato quickly understood that he had to get rid of this henchman. He teleported away, only milliseconds had passed since the kunai had struck. Minato plunged another kunai into the chest of the ninja accompanying Orochimaru, who collapsed. Orochimaru, for his part, remained calm, awaiting Minato's next move, but something distracted him. The beautiful flute melody that had been in the background until that moment now captured his full attention. Genjutsu, the fourth Hokage thought as Orochimaru began to melt before his eyes. Minato quickly brought the index and middle fingers of both hands together in front of his face. Dispersion, the blonde thought, and to his surprise, Orochimaru remained in place. However, 4 coffins were summoned from the ground. As they emerged, Orochimaru named them, the first, the second, the third, the fourth. However, the third coffin stopped midair, returning to the ground. Minato threw another three-pronged kunai, but it was deflected midair with a sharp crack of metal. The fourth Hokage began searching for the mysterious enemy who had intervened to protect the Sannin, his eyes darting around, unsure of what he saw as his vision began to blur. Phalanx shrapnel, an unfamiliar voice announced. To Minato's surprise, it was Orochimaru's henchman, whom he had stabbed moments before. He pointed his hand in the blonde man's direction. "It's time we took this seriously, don't you think, Minato?" "I wonder," Orochimaru said mockingly. Chapter 33, Chapter 33. Naruto is the property of Masashi Kishimoto and Toei Animation. "It seems the old man is reluctant to join our little party," Orochimaru said with genuine amusement. He was always very stubborn, even in death. The coffins opened, the lids falling heavily, revealing the first, second, and fourth Hokage, Hashirama Senju, dressed in black clothing covered by red armor and a white headband with the Senju symbol embroidered on his forehead. Hashirama had black hair so long it reached halfway down his back. His expression was relaxed, contrasting sharply with Tobarama's, who wore a fierce, almost predatory gaze. Tobarama's hair was short and grayish, and on his shoulders were a pair of white furs. A scar crossed each cheek of Tobarama's face, and a third mark divided his chin. His blue armor covered dark clothing similar to his brother's. The fourth Cage, for his part, was a redhead, dressed entirely in black except for the white bandages on his ankles. "I see," Minato said, looking at the first and second Hokage alongside Cage Rasa. "He's also an Edo Tensei." The blonde man nodded toward the ninja who had protected Orochimaru. "What a shame, it seems I've forgotten my manners." Orochimaru gave a slight bow as if it were a genuine show of respect, but instead, it accentuated the Sannin's rudeness. "Minato Namikaze, fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, I present to you Kimimaro, the ultimate prodigy of the Kagura clan from the Hidden Mist Village." Kimimaro stood up and removed the three-pronged kunai embedded in his chest. A trickle of blood oozed out as he pulled it out. "He manipulates his bones," Minato deduced aloud. "He does more than that," Orochimaru said as 3 black lines began to grow from the center of Kimimaro's chest, expanding and spreading across the ninja's body. "Did you hear that, brother?" Hashirama asked in a neutral tone as they both took a few steps out of their coffin. "Which part? That were Edo Tensei summons. Or is he using my jutsu against the fourth Hokage?" Tobarama replied. "If he had performed the jutsu correctly, this wouldn't be a problem," Hashirama said resignedly. Rasa, for his part, clenched his fists, lowering his gaze, unable to say anything, knowing that this was entirely his responsibility. He had allowed himself to be seduced by Orochimaru's promises, his words of glory and prosperity had been too tempting, and if there was anyone to blame, it was him. The invasion, the Sand Shinobi who would die that day, and his own death. It was all his fault. "Silence," said Orochimaru, approaching the newly revived with a kunai in each hand, which he plunged into each of them. Kakashi had finally arrived at the participants' area. Neji was breathing with difficulty, his face covered in blood, his left eye swollen and purple, and his nose broken, blood trickling from it. "Kakashi. Sensei," the Hyuga finally managed to say with difficulty. Hinata and Hanabi began to sob, crying in panic. "Calm down, you have nothing to worry about, I'm here now," Kakashi said, making a hand seal with his index and middle fingers extended in front of his face. "Dispersion," he said as he placed his left hand on the back of Sasuke, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Sasuke began to stand, confused and disoriented. He saw Hinata, Hanabi, and Kakashi himself. "What happened?" Sasuke asked, confused. "They're invading the village, I hear the sound like sand," Kakashi said as directly as he could. Sasuke struggled to his feet. Then we must help, Sasuke replied, sensing his sensei's intentions. But something caught his attention, a snore. Apparently, someone was in the middle of a nap. Everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the noise. Shikamaru Nara. Wake up, Hanabi said, shaking the shadow controller. What's wrong? Have we already won? He said, half asleep. Almost, Kakashi said, not bothering to get angry. But for our victory, we need you to take care of the red-haired boy. Gaara is a Jinchūriki, just like Naruto. Kakashi repeated the hand seal, waking Naruto, then Urza, then Menma, then Lee, then Ino, then Tatsuki, but when he approached Sai, the boy opened his eyes and smiled at him. Shino stood up as if nothing had happened. So what's the plan? Shino asked stoically. Are you planning to send a group of children to fight in a war? No, I'll send some of you Chunin candidates on a mission to neutralize another Chunin candidate. The rest of you should stay here. I have complete confidence that Sasuke can handle Gaara. Who will accompany him? Naruto didn't say a word, but he took a step forward, as did Shino. I'll go too, Urza said, standing next to Naruto. Why not? It's better to be suicidal than a coward, right? Shikamaru said almost without thinking, but Kakashi narrowed his eyes, clearly annoyed. Even with his face covered, it was obvious to everyone that the comment had bothered him. When Sasuke fails, I'll take care of it, Menma said excitedly. Stay here, Kakashi said, still annoyed. To track them, you'll need this. Kakashi began making hand seals. Actually, I put some insects on them. Following the trail is relatively easy, Shino replied. Then you're wasting time here, Kakashi declared before leaping into the arena, rejoining the fight. He stabbed a sound ninja with a raikiri. Kushina performed hand seals and then summoned a serpentine dragon with 3 pairs of wings, large with dark membranes and black scales covering its entire body. It quickly took flight toward the chakra cube where the cage's box was located, unleashing fire on one of its walls before tackling it. The wall shuddered and seemed about to give way, but Tsunade's summons quickly intervened. 2 of them attacked, one striking with his immense kanabo, while the other used the bone blades strapped to his forearms. The third summon remained motionless, staring upwards, opening the seams that sealed its mouths. From within emerged a semi-transparent, amorphous cloud with multiple mouths filled with sharp fangs. This chakra cloud attacked the serpentine dragon, but caused no physical damage. Instead, the enormous piece of chakra that had been torn from it was visible between the jaws of the unnatural mace. The beast roared furiously, but Zaku appeared alongside Kim. She threw several kunai with explosive tags, which Zaku then powered up with gusts of air so forceful that when they struck, the dragon felt it as if it had been punched. Finally, the kunai embedded in its scales detonated in multiple explosions, bringing the beast down. Amidst the roars, the sound of Tsunade's flute gradually began to prevail, calming the creature until it took its position before her, roaring fiercely, but this time in her defense. Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Shino, unable to wait, went in search of Gaara. Shino led the group, with Sasuke and Naruto close behind, and Shikamaru and Urza bringing up the rear. Looks like they've split into 2 groups, Shino remarked, stoic as ever. So we split up too? Sasuke asked, leaping across the rooftops. No, some of them have headed for the cage's platform. They're not important, just reinforcements. We'll follow the other group heading into the forest. They're probably planning something. How can you be sure? Naruto questioned. If they really want to assassinate the Hokage, shouldn't they have brought heavy artillery? At Naruto's words, Urza shuddered slightly. That's the most dangerous area right now, which means the majority of the village's forces will be concentrated there. If they want to catch us off guard, it'll be a golden opportunity, Shikamaru explained as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. As they headed toward the forest in the middle of the city, several gigantic snakes were summoned, their mere presence destroying houses and buildings. Urza stopped for a moment, staring in disbelief as her companions turned their backs on the destruction of their home. Don't fall behind, Shikamaru said, stopping when he saw she wasn't moving. We have to keep going to prevent this from getting worse. Urza glanced one last time before continuing, because while it seemed difficult to turn her back on the destruction of the village, deep down she knew Shikamaru was right. Meanwhile, in the stadium, Sai maintained his fake smile. Well, what? Ino replied. Is no one thinking of going into battle? You know, we have to protect the village. But Kakashi-sensei said. Hinata couldn't finish her sentence before Sai interrupted her. Kakashi-sensei just sent some of us on a mission in the middle of a battlefield. If he thought we should just stand idly by, he wouldn't have asked for volunteers. Most seemed to doubt Sai's words, but Lee was the first to speak. Our comrade Sai is right. Our duty is to keep the flames of our youth burning bright. Lee, like Kakashi before him, jumped into the fray, while Sai calmly headed for the exit, walking as if nothing were happening, smiling despite the heart-wrenching screams, explosions, and clashing steel. He made his way to the stadium exit, the sound and sand ninjas seemingly ignoring him completely. He even walked right past them, but they didn't react. If that's how you want it to be, then so be it. Minato closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, they had transformed into those of a toad, with orange markings around them. It's about time. You have no idea how impatient I was to see your sage mode. Jiraiya always talked about your great talent and how you achieved it in record time. Orochimaru watched Minato with fascination, mentally noting everything he observed. Rasa planted both palms of his hands, and a massive wave of golden sand erupted, hurtling toward Minato. Just as the sand was about to crush him, Minato teleported to the kunai he had previously thrown at Kimimaro. His hands aimed at Minato the moment he saw him, phalanx shrapnel, the Huse flew toward Minato, though he managed to dodge the projectiles. Hashirama and Tobirama charged at Minato. Hashirama launched a spinning kick, trying to strike Minato's head, but Minato blocked it with his left arm. Agilely, Hashirama leapt, kicking Minato in the chest with his other foot, bracing himself with his arms. The fourth Hokage stepped back, though he didn't appear greatly affected. The golden sand held Miyato, pulling him inside. Miyato threw another kunai, teleporting several meters away. Tobirama launched 4 shurikens, but Minato caught the kunai and deflected them. Heavy clouds of golden sand shot out at Minato, and he again threw his 3-pronged kunai at Orochimaru. Rasa stepped in its path, knocking him down. Minato reappeared next to the Casecage's body. Hashirama quickly swept the ground with a spinning kick that struck Minato's ankles, causing him to lose his balance. As Minato fell, he managed to brace himself with his right hand, quickly spinning his body and launching a kick at Hashirama's face, but Hashirama dodged it. Or so it seemed, because just a moment later, the first Hokage's face was shattered by an invisible impact. Meanwhile, Tobirama performed hand seals, water style, shockwave. A massive amount of water began swirling around Tobirama, then exploded in a torrent against the blonde-haired man. In response, Minato began performing hand seals, wind style, great breakthrough. Minato thought to himself as he inhaled deeply. As he exhaled, the air was so powerful that it split the enormous wave heading against him in two. In his left hand, Minato began forming a sphere of greenish chakra. With his right hand, Minato drew one of his 3-pronged kunai and threw it at Tobirama. Tobirama easily deflected the kunai with one of his own, but the instant Tobirama struck the kunai, Minato vanished, reappearing immediately afterward next to him, struck by the swirling chakra sphere Minato had formed. The Casecage, now recovered, stood up. Kimimaro had removed the kunai embedded in his chest, embedded in the bone armor he had created beneath his skin. "Dance of the Larch," he said. Then, sharp bone spikes began to grow from his body, piercing his skin, and he started running toward the fourth Hokage. But in the blink of an eye, he lost sight of him. Instead, a brutal roar echoed from the second Hokage's location. Looking in that direction, he saw Minato. "Phalanx shrapnel," Kimimaro said, extending his hands toward the blonde man. 10 projectiles flew at maximum speed, but Minato vanished again. Kimimaro looked around, his gaze darting from side to side. Flying Thunder God technique, he thought, before turning to see a kunai with an explosive charge flying straight at his face, about to detonate. But it was deflected by another kunai, thrown by the first Hokage, exploding a few meters away. Rasa, holding his hands together as if in a clap, caused the golden sand to coalesce into dozens of spears, one by one launched at the fourth Hokage. Minato, executing the body flicker technique, dodged again and again and again. Each golden spear shattered into hundreds of thousands of tiny fragments. Orochimaru, in a grotesque gesture, opened his mouth as wide as it could and began to regurgitate a snake, which in turn opened its mouth, from which emerged a straight sword. The steel blade contrasted sharply with the black hilt adorned with a white stripe. "I've seen enough," Orochimaru said, holding the sword aloft as it fell the moment it emerged from the serpent. For an instant, the barrier created by Orochimaru's henchman was illuminated by a burst of fire, just before it struck with such force that the entire area trembled. The walls of purple chakra vibrated as if they were about to shatter like glass. Chapter 34. Naruto is the property of mangaka Masashi Kishimoto and Toei Animation. The air was thick, heavy with the smell of smoke, and the screams of the civilians weren't helping matters. Mitsuki was hiding inside a small shop. Next to the shopkeeper, a middle-aged civilian man with black hair, gray sweatpants, and a black tank top. Both of them were hidden behind the counter. Mitsuki kept repeating to himself, "It's not fair, it's not fair, I just wanted to watch the tournament. It's not fair, the time I got out of the academy early. It's not fair, it's not fair." Mitsuki looked through the glass doors and saw 4 newly summoned giant snakes with brown scales and yellowish eyes, still surrounded by white smoke. As the snakes advanced, they revealed a group of sound ninja, masked with balaclavas. At the head of the group walked Aoi Rokusho, a thin man with an elongated face, dark green hair, and purple eyes. He wore a purple uniform with a black tactical vest, as well as a strap that encircled his torso, passing over his left shoulder and holding an umbrella on his back. His headband bore a musical note, revealing his affiliation. Mitsuki's face twisted into a nervous smile. He drew one of his kunai. The shopkeeper glanced at Mitsuki, thinking he was about to leave. "Relax, why don't you wait for reinforcements?" he said, trying to calm the ninja. Instead, Mitsuki looked him straight in the eyes with the same uneasy expression. Mitsuki's face was spattered with blood as he plunged the kunai into the man's neck, slashing from one side to the other. Though he wanted to scream, he only let out a muffled groan, clutching his neck in an attempt to stop the inevitable. Finally, the man fell into a pool of his own blood. "Aoi, old friend, it's been a long time," Mitsuki exclaimed with as much enthusiasm as he could muster. He tried to ignore the giant snakes and the armed group in front of him, slowly leaving the small tent without making any sudden movements. Aoi, on the other hand, pulled out his umbrella, anticipating an attack. He immediately recognized Mitsuki, but that was no reason to lower his guard. The group of 6 hooded sound ninja accompanying Aoi immediately took up positions, ready to attack, but it was Aoi himself who raised his hand in a gesture of waiting, giving Mitsuki some time to say his last words before ordering his death. "It's true, friend, it's been a long time. Tell me, do you really think you've improved enough to face us alone?" "Not at all. I don't think I could do such a thing, but I would like to join you." "Join you? Are you serious?" "Of course I am, I'm fed up with this village. I killed a civilian inside as proof that I'm serious." Aoi looked at one of his subordinates and nodded for him to go inside and check. When he came out, he nodded slowly. "He's telling the truth. He slit his throat," the hooded ninja confirmed. "All right, you can come with us," Aoi said, putting away his umbrella. The snakes had barely moved, waiting for their summoners. "Come with me," Aoi said, jumping onto the head of one of the snakes. Mitsuki followed without hesitation, so now there were 2 shinobi on each snake. They began to advance over houses and buildings, destroying them in their path. Leaf ninjas threw kunai at the riders of the giant snakes, even launching fireballs at them. The snakes easily dodged the attacks and spat venom at the leaf ninjas, who screamed in pain from the burns the venom caused. Mitsuki laughed frantically, hurling kunai with explosive tags indiscriminately, wounding and killing civilians and shinobi alike. "The leaf will fall, every stone will be turned to dust," Mitsuki shouted. Aoi felt somewhat relieved. After all, they had been friends in the past, and if he could, he would avoid killing him. But in this state, he wasn't as useful as he had hoped. There was no difference between Mitsuki and any of the other subordinates accompanying him. Civilians ran aimlessly. Some were trapped under the rubble of houses that the snakes toppled with their attacks. The sky, thick with smoke, turned green from the venomous fumes. Finally, multiple kunai struck a snake that didn't bother to dodge. Perhaps it hadn't noticed the attack, or perhaps the enormous animal didn't sense any threat, since more than one shuriken and more than one kunai that had struck it hadn't even been able to penetrate its scales. But this time was different, for the kunai sank into its hide, and moments later each one detonated in explosions that shook the street. The animal raised its head roaring, smoke billowing from its mouth and falling against some houses, partially collapsing them, while both riders fell screaming among the burning rubble. After the colossal animal fell, 5 of the Anbu hunters appeared among the rooftops, ready for combat. Aoi took what appeared to be a hilt from his ninja tool bag, similar to the Senju clan symbol. In an instant, a gleaming golden blade materialized. "Heavenly cut," said Aoi as he waved the weapon in the direction of the Anbu. A burst of electric chakra of the same color as the blade hit 2 Anbu, cutting them to pieces. "Be careful, this is the traitor who stole the Thunder God's sword," said an Anbu with an eagle mask. Aoi smiled uncomfortably. He was known, of course, but the Anbu were more concerned about the weapon he had stolen than about him, almost as if he were insignificant, a minor detail. A cloud of insects began to emerge from the Anbu with the bear mask. "We can't let them go any further." "Look, it's Mitsuki. What's he doing with them?" asked the one with the dog mask. "He betrayed us," replied the Anbu with the eagle mask. "It can't be that you're more well-known than me, even though you still live here," said Aoi, shaking his head. Finally, he sighed in disappointment, again swishing his sword and releasing more bursts of chakra that cut through the cloud of insects, slicing the remaining Anbu. "When will I get the recognition I deserve?" Aoi asked, more to himself than to anyone present. Perhaps if you did more than just use your sword, your enemies might begin to respect you instead of the weapon's power, said a voice that seemed to come from nowhere. But Mitsuki and Aoi immediately recognized the voice. A giant puff of smoke erupted, and in the middle of it stood a magenta toad with black markings on its face, arms, and legs, as well as protrusions above its eyes. It wore a black kimono adorned with 3 white sashes, one around its waist, while the other 2 crossed diagonally across its back, attached to its arms. Its equipment consisted of a spiked black sasumata and a beige, plate-like shield. As large as snakes, said the toad. What do you think, Gameiken? Do you think it can do anything without its weapon? It doesn't seem like much, said the toad named Gameiken dryly. The lines of Kimamaro's cursed mark spread across his body again, covering every inch of his skin, changing from its pale tone to a darker, grayish-brown. A tail sprouted from his lower sword, covered in bony protrusions. The red markings that framed his eyes disappeared, replaced by dark marks on his forehead and cheekbones. His sclera turned black, and his irises yellow. The golden sand, scattered in small clumps and seemingly floating in the air, began to cling to Minato. His sandals, his clothes, and his cloak gradually acquired a golden sheen, becoming heavier and slower with each passing moment. Hashirama clasped his hands together in front of his face. Deep forest emergence. Roots began to sprout from the ground, violently destroying the concrete floor. A lush forest grew rapidly, its branches and roots spreading as if trying to capture Minato. Minato, meanwhile, threw a barrage of marked kunai, moving from place to place, teleporting again and again, even with the golden sand on his clothes and clouds swirling about, unable to reach him between each space-time jump. But the emerging flora seemed relentless. Enormous jets of water, shaped like dragons, were fired by Tobirama, one after another, as if they were nothing, in a desperate attempt to hit Minato. Fern dance, Kimamaro exclaimed, and bone stakes began to sprout from the trees, turning them into sharp, pointed prongs. Kimamaro emerged from one of these, where Minato had been just seconds before, yet now he was dozens of meters away. Phalange shrapnel, Kimamaro exclaimed as projectiles flew from his fingertips, but they failed to hit Minato, who vanished once more. What's wrong, Minato? If you keep this up, you'll end up dying from the poison, Orochimaru said, moving at full speed with his legs transformed into the body of a snake, wielding his Kusanagi sword, whose blade glowed. Moments later, Minato appeared before him with a Rasengan, its chakra ring releasing gusts of wind. Just before Minato could bury his attack in the face of the white snake, Tobirama appeared in front of him, taking the full force of the attack, pulverizing a large part of his torso, splitting it in 2. His legs flew off, crashing into the wall of purple chakra raised by the Sanin's subordinates. What remained of Tobirama's torso clung to Minato as tightly as it could, then appeared before Kimamaro, who, in a swift motion, seized a protrusion that had grown at the base of his neck, essentially his spine, to wield it as a sword. Dance of the Clematis, Vine, Kimamaro declared as he used his new weapon to slice in half what remained of the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage. Upon striking them, no blood appeared. Instead, Minato's form began to glow bright blue, exploding in a massive burst of electrical chakra. Minato watched from a distance, in the shadows cast by the newly created trees. The second Hokage has surely sensed all the flying thunder god seals and transported himself to them. After all, this is his jutsu, Minato thought as he took out all the marked kunai he had and began to throw them randomly, knowing that having them made him a target for Tobirama. The golden sand began to swirl around the blonde man. The fourth Hokage performed hand seals at great speed. Fire style, great fireball technique. Minato exhaled a massive burst of flame onto the golden dust, consuming several newly formed trees. But the now incandescent metal continued to move, getting closer and closer. Again, Minato teleported away, barely knowing where he was going. Ross's jutsu is a Kekkei Genkei of the magnet element, but it continues to move at high temperatures. He took a handful of the golden dust, which stuck to his fingers. Performing several hand seals, he launched a small electrical discharge against a section of his cloak where there was enough gold dust. Instantly, it flung off, returning to the white color that still dominated much of the garment. It must be diamagnetism. Makoto launched the great fireball technique against the fire breath of the dragon that Kushina summoned. After exhaling the last burst of flame, Makoto shouted furiously, "Damn it, Kushina! Reverse the summoning." A sound ninja was about to stab Makoto, but Lee saved her, knocking him down with a low kick. Guy struck a sand ninja with such force that he was sent flying several meters. He took a moment to give his student a thumbs up and a smile. Lee responded by raising his own thumb and smiling similarly. "I thought you knew genjutsu," replied the redhead, throwing a couple of shuriken. Genma, meanwhile, had been knocked to the ground by an explosive tag that detonated a few meters away. "Just do it," replied the Uchiha. Neji, still shaken and bleeding, was holding a scroll. Menma momentarily looked away from the death matches taking place between the Chunin and Jonin, glancing at Neji, who was being cared for by Hinata and Hanabi. "What do you have there?" The question caught everyone's attention. "The sound ninja gave it to me," Neji replied. "Could it be a trap?" Ino asked, thinking the worst. Hinata activated her Byakugan. "I don't see any summoning seals or anything like that," she said calmly. "So, can we open it?" Tatsuki asked, a bead of sweat trickling down her forehead. Hanabi carefully took the scroll from Neji's hands. When she unwrapped it, there were only a few lines written on it. "This is a trap set by Orochimaru. The sand has been deceived. If you wish for my help in the future, this message must remain a secret." Hanabi and Hinata read it. Upon finishing, Hanabi rolled the scroll back up. "What does it say?" Menma asked impatiently. "Nothing important," Hanabi replied, putting the scroll away. Ino, Tatsuki, and Menma watched the two sisters suspiciously. In a certain underground passage, Haruka walked calmly in front of a large group of children, guiding them through a series of tunnels. "Where are we going? Shouldn't we be helping?" Konohamaru questioned, walking just behind his teacher. "Or at least you," Moegi added. "We're heading to a shelter. I'm responsible for your safety." "And what about Mitsuki-sensei?" "I'm asking Udon." Haruka replied, trying to sound convincing. "He must be busy protecting the village, like the other heroes in history class, just like the rest of the shinobi and kunoichi. We have to have faith in them. For now, it's the best we can do. But there's nothing to worry about. If anything happens, I'll protect you with my life." Shino, Sasuke, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Urza were jumping from tree to tree. "Doesn't this seem suspicious to you?" Shikamaru asked. "What?" Urza countered. "A group of 5 genin leaves a stadium that's become a war zone, just like the entire village, and reaches the forest without any problem." Urza stopped on a branch. "Do you think it's a trap?" Shikamaru stopped a few meters away. "I think they might be following us." Shino, Sasuke, and Naruto, who were a little further ahead and had overheard the conversation, waited expectantly, wanting to know what the outcome would be. "Someone should stay behind and make sure we're not being followed." "I have a better idea," Naruto interjected, making a cross with his index and middle fingers. Amidst bursts of white smoke, 25 blonde clones identical to him appeared. With another hand seal, most of them exploded into white smoke again, and now they resembled 5 complete teams. "Now the odds are in our favor, right? With so many footprints, it's unlikely to be a problem for us, even if someone is following us." The clones dispersed, forming teams of 5, identical to the original team. "Illusionary clones," Shikamaru commented with some doubt. "Solid clones," Naruto replied. Shikamaru realized he hadn't considered that possibility because he didn't know the full capabilities of his teammates. It was like playing shogi without knowing how the pieces work. Once the 5 genin were alone, they resumed their journey. Chapter 35. Naruto is the property of Masashi Kishimoto. Shino, Sasuke, Naruto, Urza, and Shikamaru moved through the forest, leaping from branch to branch, until they came upon a clearing. The entire group stopped, trying to remain hidden, observing the area, searching for any traps or the other ninjas, but everything seemed suspicious. Tamari stood alone, almost as if she were waiting for them. "Come out of there, idiot!" Tamari exclaimed, staring at the group of genin trying to hide in the treetops. "Who is she talking to?" Urza asked, looking confused at the rest of her companions. Shikamaru, for his part, already knew she was talking to him. This woman is such a nuisance, he thought as a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead, already guessing what she wanted. "We can surround her without much trouble," Shino commented, staring at the blonde. Sasuke emerged from the foliage. "Out of the way, or prepare to suffer the consequences." "Mind your own business. I'm talking to you, you shadow idiot." The genin looked confused at Shikamaru, who, despite feeling their stares, remained motionless, pretending they weren't looking at him. Urza also emerged from the foliage. "Shouldn't you be trying to stop us or something? Why do you care, Shikamaru?" The idiot said something he now has to stand by. "I don't care if the others keep going. They don't stand a chance against Gaara," Tamari replied. "What did you say to her?" Naruto asked curiously, but Shikamaru couldn't believe how petty Tamari was. "I told her that losing to a woman is something to be mocked for." At Shikamaru's words, Urza looked at him as if he were trash. "We don't have time for this nonsense," Shikamaru said, but Urza grabbed him and threw him in front of the blonde. "Damn it, a girl isn't supposed to be that strong." "Cheer up," Urza said before leaving with the others in the direction of Gaara. "Wait, what if I need backup?" Shikamaru asked, genuinely worried. I'm just a girl, nothing to worry about, right? A sardonic smile appeared on Temari's face. Urza, Naruto, Shino, and Sasuke started to walk away. Will he be okay if we leave him alone? Naruto asked, knowing that if anything happened to Shikamaru, they would be responsible. Relax, she's just a girl, Shino replied, earning an annoyed glare from Urza. Nothing to worry about. If Shikamaru keeps that girl occupied, we'll only have to worry about Gaara and Kankuro, Sasuke replied. Minato's vision blurred, he was beginning to feel nauseous, but he couldn't afford to prolong this battle any longer, for his own good and for the good of the village. If I use a seal, there shouldn't be any problem with the shadow clones. In the worst case, only natural chakra will be sealed. At that moment, Minato felt the tree branches grow and entwine around his legs. Damn it, Minato thought, but no attack materialized. Genjutsu, he quickly deduced, paying attention to the melody that never stopped playing. He clasped his hands together, forming a seal to dispel the illusion. However, he was knocked down by a group of tiny projectiles that pierced his flesh. The Toad Sage mode had undoubtedly provided him with protection, but he had been injured. For an instant, he looked at the branch where he was standing. It didn't have the buds that had previously held him, confirming his suspicion, he had been the victim of Genjutsu. Hashirama fell from the heights, about to crush Minato's head, but the latter teleported away, once again avoiding a fatal attack. Minato appeared meters behind, throwing a kunai with an explosive tag. Although it seemed he aimed for Hashirama's right leg but missed, veering past and falling a couple of meters, detonating but causing no damage. This is getting boring, Orochimaru said, a smile playing on his lips as he threw the Kusanagi sword at Minato, who tried to dodge but inevitably received a cut on his left side. With a flick of his fingers, Orochimaru summoned his weapon, its blade gleaming. Waves of golden dust flew swiftly toward the fourth Hokage. Do you want it to be more interesting? Minato launched a barrage of shuriken that gave off an electric blue glow. Hashirama was already running towards Minato, dodging the shuriken. Orochimaru's gaze turned to mockery because although they were going in his direction, they were clearly far from being a risk to him. However, mid-flight, the shuriken changed direction, some even circling a tree, returning to where Hashirama stood, slicing him in half. The golden sand that had been in the shuriken's path collapsed as if it had hit an off switch. Orochimaru was surprised and quickly dodged the attack. He looked again at Hashirama and the tree that had circled the shuriken, now split in two and falling to the ground, seemingly out of nowhere. Orochimaru knew he couldn't let his guard down, though he immediately understood the trick. He secured the shuriken with steel threads imbued with lightning chakra. The shuriken were now heading towards him from behind. Ninja art, tile shuriken, a large number of tiles rose into the air and began to spin, hurtling towards the Sannin. Orochimaru contorted himself, dodging the tiles and the shuriken, or so he thought. The last shuriken grazed his head, cutting off an ear and tearing off part of his scalp. Orochimaru pressed on the wound, trying to staunch the bleeding. Great Sand Mausoleum, Rasa exclaimed. The golden sand, still swirling under Rasa's control, began to surround the blond man, who again waved his hands. The shuriken flew across the golden clouds, slicing through them like butter, finally reaching Rasa and severing his head, torso, and one arm. Not bad, the Sannin remarked, almost mockingly. Minato stared intently at Orochimaru, aware that time was passing and the poison was still taking effect. Without replying, Minato waved his hands, causing the shuriken to move once more, launching themselves at the Sannin. The threads sliced through trees and bone spikes alike. Orochimaru was already moving in his hybrid form, his legs transformed into a snake's tail. However, the shuriken were driven into the ground, halting his movement in its tracks. Tobirama had thrown kunai charged with the same lightning element. The blond man formed hand seals. Lightning style, negative force. The fourth Hokage leapt back, away from the sand, and a massive bolt of lightning shot from the blond man's mouth, hurtling toward the golden sand. Rasa, Hashirama, and Tobirama, who were already charging at the blond man, began to convulse violently, smoke billowing from them. The trees touching the golden sand burst into flames. Kimimaro emerged from a bone stake, attempting to impale Minato with a dagger made of his own bones. Minato barely dodged the blows until, in a swift movement, he kicked Kimimaro's hand, sending the blade flying upward. Minato caught the falling blade, just in time to block Orochimaru's thrust. With his free hand, Minato formed a Rasengan and immediately struck the Sannin, who turned into a cloud of smoke. Minato and Kimimaro began to clash swords. Kimimaro did everything he could. Spikes made of bone grew at impossible speeds in vain attempts to pierce Minato, only to be cut by the lightning-infused blade wielded by the blond man. Bony masses grew frantically from his body, as hard as steel, trying to block thrusts, blows with his newly grown tail. And every time he thought he had landed a blow, Minato vanished a fraction of a second before being touched by one of Kimamaro's attacks, and he couldn't tell if he was using the Flying Thunder God technique or if it was simply an illusion. From a distance, a long snake reached Minato, biting one of his hands. Minato stopped for a moment, wincing in pain, then grabbed the creature and tossed it in two. However, this being was connected to Orochimaru's mouth, its tongue serving as the blade. A powerful thrust pierced Minato's shoulder, and Kimamaro couldn't believe he had landed the blow. Hashirama had gotten back to his feet, ready to join the fight. Without hesitation, he lunged at Minato, trying to stab him. Minato teleported several meters away, while Tobirama and Rasa followed closely behind the first Hokage. The fourth Hokage launched the bone blade in the direction of Orochimaru and the others, forming hand seals as quickly as possible. Suddenly, one of his hands was enveloped in electricity. In less than a blink, Tobirama appeared before Minato, wielding a kunai aimed at the fourth Hokage's throat. Minato, with a mere touch, severed Tobirama's wrists, sending the kunai hurtling away from its trajectory. Rasa tried to move the sand with a gesture, but nothing happened. Finally, he performed several hand seals, and the golden dust began to stir. The bone blade flew toward Orochimaru and Kimamaro, passing directly between them. In an instant, Minato appeared, his hand glowing with lightning chakra. In a circular motion, he attempted to finish off Orochimaru and Kimamaro simultaneously, but he barely managed to graze Orochimaru's face and Kimamaro's chest. Kimamaro, once again Minato had vanished in the blink of an eye. Blood streamed down the Sanin's face, and one of his eyes was missing. Kimamaro, for his part, was missing a piece of flesh from his chest, revealing a bony membrane beneath the soft tissue. Orochimaru performed hand seals and breathed fire onto a log, then threw a kunai at it. "Lord Orochimaru, are you alright?" Kimamaro asked, still on guard, expecting Minato to appear at any moment. "It's nothing," Orochimaru said, frustrated. "You know it's not a big deal, not to me." The Sanin took the kunai, placing it in the empty socket. The flesh squealed for a moment, then the bleeding stopped. He repeated the process where his ear had been. Hashirama and Tobirama, now fully restored, approached the Sanin. Hashirama performed a hand seal, and an entire tree emerged from the ground, stopping several three-pronged kunai that instantly detonated. The flute's music once again captured Minato's attention. For a moment, his vision returned to normal, his wounds vanished, and he found himself surrounded by a beautiful garden. He began forming hand seals to dispel the genjutsu. No sooner had he finished than a massive water dragon, unleashed by the second Hokage, rushed toward him. Minato vanished once more. He took a moment to breathe, but not to relax, that was a luxury he couldn't afford. He crossed the index and middle fingers of both hands as he watched Hashirama charge toward the shadow clone jutsu. He thought to himself as several blonde figures appeared beside him amidst bursts of white smoke. Hashirama kicked Minato in the stomach with such force that he spat blood. As he fell to the ground, Minato tried to get back to his feet, while Minato's clones were already fighting the first Hokage. Once again, the golden sand rose majestically, ready to unleash its fury upon the blonde-haired man. However, it blocked a series of calls coming from the other blonde-haired men. Little by little, the sand fell back to the ground, beyond the Cage's control. He drew a kunai and threw it, imbued with an explosive tag. Despite this, he was incinerated by the flames. Kimamaro, seeing this, knew who among them was the original Dance of the Clematis Flower. A massive bone mass began to form on his arm, creating a drill with which he attempted to impale Minato. Minato vanished for a fleeting moment, reappearing a meter away, right where he had been before. Minato threw a punch at Kimamaro's face, which he dodged, but he was knocked down as if the blow had struck him squarely. Meanwhile, Tobirama appeared next to the three-pronged kunai, just as Minato had done earlier. "Infinite Darkness Jutsu," Tobirama exclaimed, forming a hand seal. Minato's vision completely blurred, only darkness existed. Memories flooded his mind, memories of his clones. This could only mean one thing: his clones had been defeated. In his mind, he saw it from different perspectives: how he struck Hashirama, how Hashirama blocked and counterattacked. Despite feeling the effects of the poison, each of the clones still surpassed Hashirama in reflexes and speed. But then Orochimaru appeared, attacking the group of blondes, turning the tide of the battle. Minato immediately knew what this meant: there were no more clones. Minato teleported again to one of his marked kunai. He couldn't see anything, and the sound of the flute was more distant. That was a good sign: he had moved far enough away to do something. The fourth Hokage bit his thumb and began forming hand seals. "Summoning jutsu," he exclaimed, striking the ground. His hand met an unexpected obstacle, a bone stake. Minato winced in pain, a sign that was not good. Sage mode was beginning to fade. A massive toad appeared in a burst of white smoke. It was the size of an adult and wore a pearl necklace with the kanji for loyalty. White webbing adorned its body, and its left leg was wrapped in bandages. Its skin was orange, and blue lines ran along its body. It wore a piece of samurai armor on its torso and forearms. "It's been a long time, Minato," the toad greeted casually. "We don't have time, Gamma," the blonde replied as the white smoke dissipated and the enormous toad could clearly see Minato, wounded and bleeding. "Kai!" Minato exclaimed, forming a hand seal, but it had no effect, he still couldn't see anything. The tree roots began to tear at the ground again, moving violently and producing a sound that immediately alerted Minato. Clouds of golden dust followed closely behind the roots. "Right in front of you," Gamma said when he saw Minato move his head, trying to determine the direction of the sound. The toad formed a hand seal as he handed the sword to Minato. Minato placed his palm on Gamma's back, and a powerful jet of water shot out, even more powerful than the water dragons Tobirama used to throw, destroying both the trees and the bone stakes in its path, scattering the golden sand. He again formed a cross seal with the index and middle fingers of both hands, and another group of blonde people appeared around him. But as soon as he heard the explosions that announced the jutsu's execution, he felt a kunai pierce his back. It was undoubtedly the second Hokage. Minato felt it sink into his flesh inch by inch, but his body didn't respond. His reflexes and movements were now much more clumsy and slow. Another kunai was aimed at Minato's back, but one of the clones managed to catch it while another struck the second Hokage's neck. He immediately dropped the weapon, but this time the real Minato caught it while it was still in midair and channeled wind chakra through it just before plunging it into Tobirama's neck. In a swift motion, he ripped through the body, slicing the torso almost in half. One of the clones tried to advance and tripped, falling into the sand. As soon as he came into contact with the golden dust, he immediately realized the source of the chakra manipulating him. Rasa was hidden among the trees, quite close to one of his marked kunai. The ground began to vibrate, and golden spikes emerged, intent on impaling the blonde man. They pierced some of the other clones, while one disappeared in a puff of white smoke. The original Minato barely managed to graze him, and he, unsure of where the next attack would come from, prayed that he could react in time to the vibrations in the ground. "I thought the Great War hero, the Yellow Flash, would be a better opponent." Orochimaru's voice seemed to come from everywhere, but no attack materialized. "And I expected the Sannin to know how to fight one-on-one," Minato replied, trying to sharpen all his senses. A great tremor shook the ground, and all the blondes, including Gamma, jumped back. Suddenly, Hashirama was launched into the air. One of the clones threw a series of shuriken with explosive tags. Gamma, using all the speed he could muster, leapt again, dodging the shuriken. "Be careful, Minato, are you blind?" the toad exclaimed as Hashirama was engulfed in the explosion. Minato took another deep breath, exhaling slowly, over and over. Finally, the toad's sage mode manifested again, with the change in Minato's eyes. "Liquid bullets!" Gamma exclaimed, launching a pair of liquid masses at Kimimaro, who was already running toward Minato, hitting him squarely. Orochimaru, his legs transformed into a snake's tail, slithered at full speed, lunging at the fourth Hokage. Minato, concentrating as hard as he could, listened to the sound Orochimaru made as he moved. Sensing the slight change in the air, he managed to block the Sannin's sword with his kunai. With his remaining hand, he formed a Rasengan and plunged it into Orochimaru's chest, who instantly transformed into a clay figure that was quickly liquefied. Tobirama's body had already repaired itself, and by entangling his legs in those of one of the clones, he knocked it down in a swift movement. Another clone, now with a Rasengan in hand, tried to strike Tobirama's face, but the attack landed right next to its target. The real Minato couldn't react because Hashirama had already recovered quickly and rushed at Minato, who barely managed to block a spinning kick aimed at his face with his forearm. But from Hashirama's leg, a block of wood emerged and enveloped Minato's forearm. When Hashirama stepped back, the wood anchored itself to the ground, continuing to grow until it suspended Minato in the air. He formed a Rasengan with his free hand to destroy the wooden pillar. Tobirama teleported to the marked kunai that the blonde man had used moments before. Kimimaro launched a strike using the sword that used to be his spine. Gamma blocked the attack using his forearms, however, bone stakes rapidly grew from Kimimaro's body, piercing Gamma. He groaned in pain, exploding in white smoke, leaving only his blood as proof that he was there. Orochimaru was already waiting for Minato, who was falling from above. Orochimaru stood directly below the blonde man, his sword pointed upwards, waiting for gravity to do its work. Oblivious to this, a couple of Minato clones were just a few meters away. Minato again teleported to the mark on his kunai, forming a Rasengan and striking Tobirama with it, once again destroying the second Hokage's fake body and dissipating it into tiny fragments that flew through the air. Hashirama watched the blonde men calculatingly, almost waiting for them to make a move. Finally, he drew a shuriken, careful not to make a sound. As he threw it, a faint whirring sound rippled through the air. The clones tried to move to block it, but they were too slow. Minato clearly heard the shuriken hurtling towards him. He could probably survive this, Sage Mode would protect him, but the best course of action was to avoid it. Moving as fast as he could, he barely caught it between his fingers. Impressive, Orochimaru said, almost amused. But this battle is decided. You're getting slower and slower. How long will it take you to stop moving? The other blonde-haired men rushed to where the original Minato stood, covering each other back to back in a circle. I'll have to finish this quickly. Minato began forming a series of hand seals that Orochimaru didn't recognize. A new technique. It's a bit late to try and surprise me. We'll see. You've always been obsessed with jutsu, but you don't know this one, Minato replied. Perceptible only to the blonde-haired men, enormous spectral figures with purple skin, elongated faces, mouths full of sharp fangs, and prominent hides were forming. It was the Shinigami, holding a rosary and a blade. Orochimaru glanced at Hashirama and Tobirama, who was standing again. The three ninja attacked simultaneously. Hashirama and Tobirama were restrained by the clones. The Shinigami thrust one of their arms into the blonde-haired men, piercing their bodies and seizing the souls of the first and second Hokage, tearing them from their bodies. They retreated to the clones' bodies, forming a seal on their abdomens before exploding in white smoke. Meanwhile, dozens of meters away, the scene was repeating itself between Minato and the fourth cage. How careless you are, Minato, Orochimaru said, having pierced Minato's stomach. He twisted the blade of his Kusanagi sword inside Minato's body. The Namikaze spat blood as Sage Mode faded and his vision returned. Minato saw, blurry, the crooked smile on Orochimaru's face. Kimimaro smiled as he watched his master fulfill one of his greatest desires. No matter what Minato tried, there was nothing he could do to survive this. With all the strength he possessed, the blonde grabbed the Sannin and headbutted him in the face. Blood began to gush from Orochimaru's nose, confirming that he was not a clone. Damn you, Orochimaru said, pulling his blade from the fourth Hokage's body and plunging it back into him. Minato groaned in pain and activated the jutsu. The Shinigami thrust his arm inside Minato, piercing his body and entering Orochimaru, instantly paralyzing him. What the hell is that? Kimimaro, don't just stand there watching, finish him off. Kimimaro, not understanding what was happening and knowing that time was vital, raised both hands and exclaimed, phalanx shrapnel. The bones at the tips of his fingers flew against Minato, leaving deep and bleeding wounds. Maybe I can't take you with me, but it's too late, the seal is done. The Shinigami pulled from inside Orochimaru, bringing out what appeared to be a pair of spectral arms, incorporeal masses that were cut by the Shinigami's blade, being drawn inside Minato's body, forming a seal on his abdomen. As Minato fell backward, he could see Orochimaru's arms darken, turning purple. Chapter 36. Naruto is the property of Masashi Kishimoto. Sasuke, Naruto, Shino, and Urza leapt between the trees, chasing Gaara and Kankuro, traversing the thick forest surrounding the Leaf Village, until the group stumbled upon Kankuro and what remained of his puppet. Kankuro stood on a branch with his arms crossed. This is as far as you've come. My duty is to hold you off long enough for Gaara to transform. I'm enough for you, Shino replied, stepping forward. Good, I'll take care of Gaara, Sasuke added, ready to continue. But before he could, the head of his puppet, floating in the air, swiveled toward him, opened its mouth, and spat out several poison-laced Zenbun needles. It won't be that easy, Kankuro remarked calmly. We can circle around him, create some distance, and get out of his range, Urza commented. Kankuro smiled. Go ahead, I hope you don't find any surprises. Everyone present immediately realized the situation. He set traps, they all thought simultaneously. A kunai was thrown in the direction of Kankuro, but it was blocked by one of the puppet's floating arms. I said I'm enough for you, Shino spoke again. Sasuke and Urza leapt in different directions, hoping to evade the puppet's defenses. Kankuro flailed his arms, and the various parts moved behind Urza and Sasuke, cutting off their path. Shino immediately lunged at Kankuro, trying to strike him, but Kankuro dodged at the last moment. Kankuro again didn't move his hands, and a series of needles launched themselves at Shino's back. Sasuke and Urza threw shurikens that intercepted the needles, and Shino launched another attack, causing Kankuro to leap backward, landing on a branch nearby. Sasuke and Urza jumped, trying to get away, but the puppet's floating head released a cloud of poison from its mouth. We don't have time for this. Urza pulled out a pair of kunai with explosive tags and threw them at the toxic cloud. The explosions dissipated some of the poison. Let's go. Naruto said, watching Sasuke and Urza walk away, torn between staying and leaving with his other companions. A series of explosions sounded in the distance, increasing Naruto's unease. The puppet you're using is a very good ranged weapon, Shino commented analytically, examining each of its scattered parts. You have a good eye, Kankuro replied, almost mockingly. That means you're quite weak in direct combat. Interesting theory, Kankuro responded, now more serious. But to test it, you need to get closer, and that won't be easy. The puppet's limbs began to click loudly. How do you do that? The blonde boy asked with genuine curiosity. Threads made of my chakra that I can cut and reconnect at will. That's why no matter what they do, I can establish contact or sever it at any time. What are you doing? Go on, Shino said without even looking at Naruto. Naruto, feeling like he was about to abandon another clan heir to his fate, waited to support Shino. Kankuro moved his hands again, and several of the floating arms extended blades and flew toward Shino, who jumped back to dodge. But the arms changed direction, following Shino, who, still in the air, threw a kunai with an explosive tag. Insects began to swarm from Shino's clothes, forming a thick cloud. Go, Naruto, I can handle this guy. Naruto looked at his companion with doubt, but ended up obeying, seeing how confident he was. As Naruto walked away, Kankuro smiled and said, say hi to Gaara for me when you see him. Kankuro moved his hands again, and several of the floating arms extended blades and lunged toward Shino, who jumped back to dodge. But the arms changed direction, following Shino, who, still in midair, threw a kunai with an explosive tag. What are we waiting for? Gaara's in there, isn't he? Naruto asked. Nothing, useless, Sasuke said, activating his Sharingan and beginning to perform hand seals until one of his hands crackled with electricity, producing a sound like 1,000 birds. He then launched himself toward the sand dome. Sasuke was certain that Gaara wouldn't stand a chance, no matter what he was doing inside. For a moment, he glanced at the floating eye. Sasuke smiled confidently, certain that it was tracking his every move. He then turned his gaze back to his target, the sphere of sand. Just a few meters away, the sphere began to change shape. Spikes emerged from it, piercing Sasuke as he ran at full speed. The wounds, though not deep, were bleeding profusely. A hole opened in the sphere, and Sasuke stumbled back, frowning. The sphere began to crack, the fissures widening as pieces of it slowly fell away. The three-leaf ninja watched intently. When the sphere finally collapsed, it didn't reveal Gaara, but a creature. A huge, thick tail swished, its forelimbs were enormous and ended in what looked like claws, and similar protrusions appeared all over its body. It had a snout full of ferocious fangs and ears, giving it the appearance of an animal. Virtually its entire body was sand-colored, almost as if it were made of sand, except for blue lines resembling veins. Urza, Naruto, and Sasuke watched the creature fearfully, a little confused, as they had expected it to be Gaara. It's time you validated my existence, the creature spoke, earning bewildered looks as it used Gaara's voice. Sasuke smiled arrogantly. Now you're a monster, but you're still not enough to defeat me. Looking over his shoulder, Sasuke told Urza and Naruto, don't even think about interfering. This phenomenon is mine. Gaara lunged at Sasuke, taking advantage of his distraction. Sasuke reacted immediately, his red eyes reflecting the Uchiha legacy, his right hand charged with his master's Chidori. He too launched himself at Gaara, who roared furiously. Sasuke tried to strike Gaara with his technique, but instead, Gaara used his tail to strike Sasuke's abdomen, causing him to explode into smoke and transform into a tree trunk. Before Gaara could react, Sasuke emerged from the foliage of the trees, severing part of Gaara's monstrous arm and ripping it open, revealing that beneath his sand armor, he was still the same boy they knew. He's still human, the three thought in unison as Gaara's blood began to flow. Although it was only a scratch, Sasuke showed that he could hurt Gaara. Too slow. Gaara yelled before striking him with his other arm, sending Sasuke flying into a tree. Sand Shuriken, Gaara exclaimed, whipping his arm from which masses of sand erupted, striking Sasuke violently. Sasuke, Urza cried, forming hand seals. Don't interfere, Gaara growled, grabbing onto the trees and catapulting himself toward her as his damaged arm healed. The impact was so great that he fell unconscious. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, Sasuke said before launching a barrage of fireballs, which Gaara blocked with one arm. That's not all you've got, is it? Air bullets. From Gaara's mouth came small, transparent projectiles that flew toward Sasuke, tearing apart leaves and tree branches in their path. Sasuke leapt to the side, barely dodging the attack. Naruto was only a few meters away from Gaara. He discreetly reached for his ninja tool pouch, but Gaara spun around, striking Naruto with his tail and slamming him against a tree, or so it seemed, for he exploded in white smoke, turning into a small wooden log. Gaara's bestial face twisted into a mocking smile. I thought you were enough, but your friends want to interfere, Sasuke Uchiha, Gaara said, placing his foot on Urza's head and pressing his full weight down, while Urza groaned. Naruto, hidden among the foliage, watched Urza and Gaara with concern, then turned his gaze to the floating eye that moved from side to side, searching for the blonde boy. Damn it, he muttered angrily. Sasuke began forming hand seals, once again creating a Chidori. Gaara simply kicked Urza from the branch they were on, sending her plummeting several meters. Sasuke looked away for a moment, watching his companion fall, almost debating with himself whether or not to help her. Gaara took advantage of this to lunge at Sasuke, shouting, pathetic. Sasuke was slow to react, then hurriedly tried to attack Gaara with the Chidori, managing to stab him in the torso. Naruto emerged from his hiding place, catching Urza in his arms. For a moment, he glanced at the floating eye, which was now watching him intently. Seeing the explosion, he moved several meters away, still under the eye's gaze. GGGWWWAAAAAA. Gaara screamed in pain. He grabbed Sasuke with his monstrous hands and threw him far away. The redhead stared at the bleeding wound he had inflicted, the sand already beginning to cover it, but he froze when he saw several explosive tags on his chest, detonating instantly. Part of the tree collapsed, and amidst the rubble, Gaara rose as if nothing had happened. That's what I'm talking about, he said. You must validate my existence. If you die so easily, killing you is like squashing a cockroach. Gaara exclaimed euphorically, inhaling deeply. Even around his beastly form, mouths with enormous fangs emerged, repeating the same action. Wind style, sandstorm devastation. As he exhaled, a massive gust of air, laced with sand, shot from his mouth, felling several trees in its path. It sliced through the wood like a hot knife through butter. Sasuke exploded in white smoke, transforming into a tree trunk, while Naruto scooped Urza up in his arms and leapt to a nearby tree. Sasuke began forming hand seals. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Sasuke exhaled a huge fireball at Gaara, who shielded himself with one of his monstrous hands. He was crystallized beneath the scorching flames. Gaara severed that limb, shattering it against the ground. At Gaara's feet, the earth began to turn into sand, which rushed to protect his arm from any cuts the crystal might have caused, immediately replacing the monstrous limb he had lost. Urza, still in Naruto's arms, began to sit up. She opened her eyes and saw the blonde boy holding her, protecting her. For a moment, she felt confused, noticing the similarities between Naruto and her father, Minato. There was no time for this. Naruto, she said, almost in a whisper, something that caught the blonde boy's attention. Are you all right? Naruto asked, pulling back slightly, and Urza nodded without saying anything more. Gaara stretched out his arms and again grabbed some branches, catapulting himself high into the air, while Sasuke threw several kunai at him. Pathetic, Gaara said dryly. Sasuke smirked, already forming hand seals, still holding thin steel cables connected to the kunai. Fugo style, dragon flame jutsu. A burst of flame engulfed Sasuke and then raced along the cables, completely covering Gaara, who exploded in white smoke, transforming into a tree trunk. Sasuke, watch out! Urza exclaimed urgently and threw several kunai with explosive tags at a threatening figure that was about to fall on the Uchiha from a higher branch. The Uchiha could only look up, just before explosive tags detonated around him, enveloping him in smoke. Urza, Naruto, and Sasuke watched expectantly, hoping not to see Gaara standing. Little by little, the smoke dissipated, revealing Gaara standing in the same spot, still upside down, while pieces of the tree and the creature's cloak were missing, falling like mere sand. Gaara's bestial face twisted into what seemed a mocking smile. You seem surprised, Gaara said, striking Sasuke with a monstrous, outstretched hand. Sasuke went flying, crashing through several large branches before finally impacting a tree trunk, leaving a mark from the force of the blow. Sasuke. Urza's concern was palpable. She threw kunai and shuriken at Gaara, aiming for the areas where pieces of the sand cloak were missing. Gaara swiftly blocked the projectiles with his tail. Stop interfering, Gaara growled, while Urza performed hand seals. Lightning style, thunder arrow, Urza pointed her palm at Gaara, and an electric current surged from it. Gaara tried to block the attack with his tail, but the current coursed through his entire body. Before he could react, Gaara grabbed Urza and slammed her against the tree trunk. Sand once again flooded back into Gaara's body. Naruto immediately tried to defend Urza. Dash. Sand shuriken, Gaara swished his tail, and several projectiles shot out at the blonde boy. Naruto was knocked down in a cloud of sand that began to stain his blood. Sasuke, feeling the fatigue and exhaustion from using his jutsu, recalled part of his training with Kakashi. His words echoed in his mind, leading him back to that rocky summit. The Sharingan and the Chidori are a powerful combination, but costly. It consumes a large amount of chakra. If I had to use the Chidori 4 times in a day, I would be exhausted. Forcing a jutsu when you're out of chakra could be fatal, and in your particular case, even if it's not that worst-case scenario, it's not good news. Sasuke formed hand seals again. Chidori. A mass of electric chakra formed in Sasuke's palm. Gaara placed his monstrous sand hand on the tree trunk, holding Urza. Ready to face the Uchiha, he launched himself at him. When they met in midair, Sasuke used the Chidori to tear through Gaara's monstrous left arm, detaching it and revealing Gaara's true arm. The moment Sasuke stood on a branch, he collapsed, the cursed mark beginning to invade his entire body, paralyzing him with pain. Don't tell me this is your limit. You're just another disappointment. And you, your turn has come. Are you going to do something or just stand there paralyzed with fear? Naruto, hidden among the leaves of the trees, watched. He looked up and saw the floating eye staring at him. Damn it, he said almost in a whisper. Naruto threw a series of shuriken in the direction of the eye. It began to crumble into sand without even being hit, falling to the ground, reduced to its raw material, sand. Pathetic, Gaara said, tearing pieces of a tree and throwing them at Naruto. Naruto jumped from his hiding place, dodging the first piece of wood. The second seemed destined to hit him directly, but the moment Naruto struck it, it shattered, as if hit with monstrous force. Sasuke watched in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Naruto had acquired such physical power. Gaara again launched himself at Naruto, flying towards him. Naruto made a hand sign, forming a cross with the middle and middle fingers of both hands. An identical clone of Naruto appeared beneath the original's feet, who used the clone as a springboard, leaping again and dodging Gaara. You're good at dodging, but it won't be enough. If you want to become stronger, you must love only yourself, just like I do. Naruto said. He observed Gaara's eyes, his solitary gaze, so similar to his own, but in his mind, Ruruka, the Hokage, Tsuki, Iyame, Urza, Tatsuki, Company, Captain Yamato, Menma, and Takeda appeared. For a moment, a couple of tears fell from Naruto's eyes. You're wrong. True strength can't come from you alone. Then come and prove it. Naruto, Sasuke called weakly. Take Urza, take her away. I can hold him off a little longer. Naruto saw Sasuke's deplorable state, he could barely move. I'll take care of it, Naruto replied calmly, forming a hand seal. Dozens of blonde-haired individuals appeared, covering a large part of the forest. Without hesitation, the tide of blonde-haired individuals launched themselves at Gaara, dozens of fists and kicks crashing down on him, one after another, until the sand formation, which had resembled a creature, was reduced and deformed into an unrecognizable shape compared to the creature it had once been. One of the blonde-haired individuals had approached Sasuke and Urza and immediately tried to free Urza, while Sasuke watched in astonishment as Naruto, through sheer numbers, overwhelmed Gaara, wondering just how much stronger Naruto was. Gaara fell to the ground. I won't lose, not against you. I'll show you the true power of possession. The ground around Gaara turned to sand and quickly rose into a colossal pillar, which then transformed into a giant beast, seemingly as tall as a building. It resembled Gaara before, only more massive. The red hair appeared on the monster's forehead, barely a tiny dot on the sandy skin. Clouds of sand swirled around Naruto. Sand coffin, Gaara exclaimed as the cloud of sand completely enveloped the blonde boy's body, forming a cocoon. Sand burial, Gaara exclaimed again. Naruto felt everything around him compress in a painful squeeze. Naruto closed his eyes, bracing for the worst, but when he opened them, he found himself in a drain, a concrete tunnel with water flowing in a small river in the middle. Naruto looked around, spotting a brightly lit room in the distance. With nothing to lose, he headed toward it, step by step. When he arrived, it was an enormous room, and right in the middle of it stood a writhing gate. Immediately, a colossal beast lunged at the gate, trying to tear it down. Its claws bared as the creature roared with fury. Just as it seemed to calm down, a disturbing voice spoke, "Have you come to me to offer yourself to me?" For a moment, an ominous silence filled the room, and the beast spoke again, not really waiting for a response. "Hurry and come to me. I can almost taste the marrow of your bones." Naruto shuddered where he stood, afraid even to look at the creature, but the gate didn't budge an inch despite the onslaught. You must be the nine-tailed fox." The creature stopped abruptly and, with its piercing and threatening gaze, looked directly at the blonde boy. Naruto felt naked under the demon fox's eyes. "And you're my jailer. The last time one of my guards came to see me, it was a red-haired woman, very different from you. Naruto remembered perfectly what had happened moments before he reached that sewer. This isn't the time to get melancholic. You have to help me somehow. A wicked smile formed on the fox's face. And why would I do something like that? Naruto, without backing down an inch, steeled himself. Because I'm about to die. And if I die, what do you think will happen to you? The nine-tailed fox's smile didn't change at all. Look around you, kid. This is my life, hour after hour, day after day. You have nothing to threaten me with. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Naruto's forehead. So you'll just let us die. How about we make a deal, kid? A deal? You must return later, and I will lend you some power right now. Naruto felt he had no way out, no other option, so he nodded calmly. Fine, but you'd better not disappoint me. The demon fox's red chakra began to seep from under the grate, moving toward Naruto. Ha 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 ha. The nine-tailed fox laughed hysterically. The cocoon of sand enveloping Naruto burst under the enormous amount of chakra his body was releasing. His eyes now shone the same color, red with a sharp pupil like a feline's. The markings on his face were now more pronounced, as were his grown and protruding fangs, more like those of a wild beast than a human. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Hundreds of blonde figures appeared throughout the forest. Gaara gave a twisted, sadistic smile. The enormous creature landed on its hind legs. Air bullets. With one of its paws, the creature struck its stomach, unleashing a colossal mass of wind that hurtled toward Naruto and the others. Naruto, as fast as he could, formed hand seals. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. Dozens of blondes exclaimed, firing enormous jets of water from their mouths. The water took the form of dragons, colliding with the air projectile. The result was that all the water dispersed as if from a storm. What kind of fight is this? Sasuke asked incredulously as he was soaked by the fake rain. Meanwhile, the water slowly awakened Urza, who opened her eyes in disbelief at the monstrosity before her. Impressive, not bad, Naruto, Gaara exclaimed, forming a hand seal. It's time to show you the true power of manifestation. Fake death jutsu. Gaara's body fell as if he were a puppet whose strings had been cut. The colossal beast's gaze changed. Before it had been cold and empty, now something seemed to ignite within it. Wahaha, I'm finally free, here I am. The beast roared euphorically, gazing at the sky. I hope you're ready to die. Enormous torrents of water struck the creature, yet they were mere trifles compared to the beast, at least in size, as each jet of water ripped away massive chunks of sand, leaving deep furrows and a damp stain wherever it struck. Ha ha ha, don't make me laugh, number 9. I'd recognize your chakra anywhere. Air bullets. The beast again slammed its stomach, and 3 masses of air shot out, hurtling towards several groups of blondes, devastating part of the forest upon impact. Without hesitating, Urza ran toward the colossal creature, leaping from branch to branch, getting as close as possible. Some of the still numerous blondes ran across the creature's body as it began to scratch itself, uprooting a couple of trees as if they were nothing and using them as scratchers, crushing dozens of blondes. One by one, they exploded in white smoke, vanishing from existence. Damn fleas, the creature complained. From a distance, dozens of blondes threw kunai with labels wrapped around their handles. The blondes performed a couple of hand seals, and the kunai multiplied, becoming hundreds, perhaps thousands, forming a deadly rain that the creature completely ignored. Despite the immense quantity of projectiles, they were tiny in comparison, and its interest was focused on getting rid of the blonde invaders on its body. One by one, they struck, emitting an electric blue flash, and the creature's movements began to grow increasingly clumsy. The original Naruto ran desperately across the partially crystallized body of the sand beast, a clear thought in his mind. Gaara's body is exposed, that must be his weak point. Urza was now just meters away from the colossal being. Enormous golden chains emerged from its body, tearing at its clothing. The chains immobilized the beast, even piercing through it and binding it to the ground. Naruto and several of his clones ran at full speed, but spikes began to erupt from the beast's body, ejecting jagged shards of glass. You damned sons of bitches, stop playing dirty. The beast exclaimed. Finally, Naruto reached the top of its head and almost automatically searched his pouch for a kunai or shuriken, but there was nothing. With no other option, he leapt at Gaara, waking him with a single blow. One more minute, I just arrived, said the creature before its gaze went out again, beginning to crumble, becoming a torrent of sand that flooded the forest. Naruto and Gaara fell onto the tops of 2 trees, both exhausted and at their limit, breathing heavily. You and I are quite similar, Naruto said, his bestial appearance beginning to fade, returning to normal. In one last desperate move, Naruto and Gaara leapt at each other, trying to land the final blow. Finally, Gaara was knocked down, falling to the ground, unable to move. Naruto landed a few meters away. I know how it feels. That loneliness is overwhelming, but now there are others. They rescued me from myself, and I will stop you with my life if necessary to protect them. Gaara said nothing, instead staring at the blonde as if he had had an epiphany. Gaara remembered his uncle's words, love is the heart's desire to serve those we hold dear. So that's what makes you so strong, the redhead said thoughtfully, as he watched Urza and Sasuke approach. Meanwhile, back in the village, the barrier had fallen. Kakashi, who had approached close enough, saw several sound ninja retreating. He performed hand seals, and one of his hands crackled with purple electricity. As he waved it, a wave of irregular electrical current shot out at the invaders. However, a number of Anbu intervened, only to be torn apart by the electrical torrent. In the distance, Kakashi saw a girl playing the flute. Sai stood in front of the hospital with a smiling Kabuto beside him. As promised, Karen Uzumaki is on the 3rd floor, room 312. Wow, without any remorse. You remind me of when I was your age. That's very presumptuous of you. I've seen your file, and you were always a sea of tears. Kabuto's smile remained serene as he entered the hospital. Chapter 37, Chapter 37. Naruto is the property of Masashi Kishimoto. The village was divided, a crowd had gathered in the cemetery, they paid their respects to their fallen leader, while the rest of the village was busy with cleaning and rebuilding. Sooner or later, every member of the village would visit the grave. The rain fell softly, it seemed even the sky wept for Minato's death. Kushina, tears threatening to spill from her eyes, stared blankly, as if she were still processing the fact that her beloved husband lay in the coffin they were lowering into the cold earth. Menma, his jaw clenched, tried not to cry, and Urza couldn't hide the tears streaming down her cheeks. Kakashi and Jiraiya stood beside the Uzumaki family, unable to say a word. Danzo, standing before the crowd, prepared to speak, launching into a speech. Today we bid farewell to an extraordinary man, the 4th Hokage, a shinobi whose name is already etched in the history of our village. A man who protected this land with his talent, his determination, and ultimately, his life. Danzo bowed his head slightly toward the coffin. Not every leader has the opportunity to prove their worth when the village needs it most. Minato Namikaze did. On the battlefield, he faced enemies that would have forced any other to retreat. Even in his final battle, he stood firm against forces that sought to destroy what generations of shinobi had built. That is the weight of being Hokage. His staff tapped once on the ground. It is a burden that demands difficult decisions. Decisions that cannot always be explained, and that often cannot be understood by those who observe from afar. The advisors nodded gravely. Minato Namikaze understood that better than anyone. He understood that protecting the village didn't always mean choosing the noblest path, but the most necessary one. Throughout his life, he made decisions that ensured Konoha's stability in uncertain times. Decisions we may never fully understand. But history isn't written by those who hesitate. It's written by those with the will to act, and peace can only exist if we are willing to do what others won't. His words now sounded colder. Today we mourn the loss of Minato Namikaze. Tomorrow we will continue to defend this village with the same determination he demonstrated. His gaze swept over each person present. And if the time comes when we must choose between comfort or the survival of Konoha, I hope we all remember the example we laid to rest today. Finally, he bowed his head toward the coffin. Rest in peace, 4th Hokage. Dash. The earth made a dull thud as it fell, striking the wood, gradually covering the coffin until finally the noise ceased and the coffin was completely covered. Then, one by one, those present formed a line, placing a rose at Minato's final resting place. Clan leaders, prominent merchants, Minato's advisors, and even Danzo were all present. It seemed more like a council meeting than a true funeral, with only 3 differences. First, everyone was dressed in black. Second, children were present. And third, there were many other people. All were gathered in a sorrowful silence, or at least that's how it seemed to Kushina. Dozens of jonin were present, some looking on with bitterness, others with melancholy, and several already resigned to the situation. Dozens of ninjas belonging to clans and many others, considered unknown by most since they rarely showed their faces in the village, were there. Kakashi recognized them immediately, knowing they were members of Anbu and the so-called Root Anbu. Many others were highly respected shinobi. Satoshi, Minato's assistant, seemed on the verge of tears. One by one, ninjas, merchants, and citizens approached Kushina to offer their condolences, in an act that seemed more a formality than a genuine attempt to comfort the family. Azuma Sarutobi, Shikaku Nara, along with his wife Yoshino and their son Shikamaru, were also present. Both Shikaku and Shikamaru had abandoned their usual lethargy, replacing it with a solemnity rarely seen before. Inoichi Yamanaka, along with his wife Aiko Yamanaka and their daughter Ino Yamanaka, followed by Choza Akamichi and his son Choji Akamichi, Tuki, and his daughter Ayame. Ibiki Morino, Tenzo Senju, or as he was known, Yamato. Murakumo Kurama, followed by his daughter Yakumo Shibi Aburame, along with his son Shino. Each of them, and many more, offered condolences, spoke of Minato and his great sacrifice, of how once again the fourth Hokage was the hero of the village, something that couldn't matter less to her. She didn't want a hero. She wanted her husband, she wanted to see him again, hear his voice, she longed to wake up at any moment and have Minato comfort her and tell her it was just another nightmare, but that wouldn't happen. Kushina knew full well that this was her reality. Hiyashi, followed by his daughters, placed a rose and then approached Kushina. This time, Hiyashi allowed himself to abandon his stoic expression, replacing it with one of sadness. "Lady Kushina, I'm so sorry," he said. Kushina seemed to have finally snapped out of her daze, tears streaming down her face. Hiyashi placed his hand on Kushina's shoulder. "If there's anything my family or I can do for you or the children, just ask." Kakashi watched Hiyashi intently. Hypocrite, thought the copy ninja, knowing that this was the perfect moment for Hiyashi to make a move. "Thank you so much, it means a lot," Kushina said. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Hinata and Hanabi looked at their father with some disbelief, as it wasn't common to see him show emotion. They looked with compassion at Kushina, Urza, and Menma. They didn't have a mother, but they also didn't know what it was like to lose one. Makoto arrived later. "I know it's hard, Kushina, but you must be strong. For yourself, for your children." Behind her, Sasuke gazed melancholically around, as if it were a familiar scene. "Makoto," Hiyashi said, giving a slight bow. The woman responded with a slight bow, identical to the one the Hyuga had given. A woman with shoulder-length black hair, jet black eyes, and fair skin, quite similar to Makoto who stood beside Jiraiya, finally spoke. "Makoto is right, and we're here to support you." Tatsuki nodded immediately, almost without thinking about what her mother had said. To the discomfort of several of those present, Danzo, Koharu, and Homura, the Hokage's advisors, approached. Elsewhere in the village, the sounds of hammers driving nails into wood, saws cutting boards, and various people carrying construction materials back and forth filled the air. The rain was nothing more than a reminder of the need to return the village to normal. Naruto and a few others were doing cleanup work, collecting debris. "I've heard interesting things about the village hidden in the mist," Sai said with feigned cheerfulness. And Hiku replied seriously. "If your Kage, the Mizukage, were to die, what would you do?" Quote. "Celebrate," Hiku replied curtly as he loaded a wheelbarrow with rubble. "Well, your Hokage is dead, and you should go and pay your respects," Naruto commented, trying to hold back his tears as he and Rock Lee lifted a charred wooden beam. "If you don't mind, we can go later as a group to visit the cemetery," Kasara said, having stopped helping a while ago. "Aren't you going with your parents?" Sakura asked, sweeping up pieces of plaster. "No, Mom says shinobi have an obligation to pay their respects before civilians." For a moment, Kasara looked at Sakura as if she were noticing her for the first time. "And what are you doing here?" Sakura, not understanding what Kasara meant, replied irritably, "Your job. You should be helping. The counselors ordered that." "Yes, I know that, but what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at the funeral? Your whole team is there, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, Menma. Even Ino is there. You have enough connections to be invited, to say goodbye to the fourth Hokage with everyone else instead of being here." Sakura looked indignantly at Kasara. "It's not a social event, you know. I just think it would be better to be there offering condolences to Kushina-sensei and bidding a final farewell to the Hokage than to be here clearing rubble to pull out the bodies that are still down there." Kasara glanced at a series of body bags, where a family they had found minutes before lay. Deep down, Sakura understood Kasara's logic, but she disliked the idea of using a funeral just as a convenient excuse. "Let's go back to the idea of going as a group." "I guess Naruto's right, I'll go too. Do you mind if I come with you?" Hiku asked, approaching the kunoichi. "No problem, Hiku, you know you're welcome," Sakura replied, as Rock Lee and Naruto returned. "Sounds good to me," Kasara added. "Can I come too?" Lee asked. "Sure," Sakura replied without much enthusiasm. At the cemetery, Shikamaru stood beside his father. The adults were talking, trying to sound calm in front of the children, despite their pained expressions, and Shikamaru didn't want to express his annoyance at being there. Of course, the Hokage deserved respect, he simply disliked that his father was forcing him to accompany him. In Shikamaru's mind, after Danzo's speech and offering condolences to Kushina, Menma, and Urza, it would be time to leave. He knew things were going to get bad when his father said, "Pay attention and you'll learn a thing or two about the clans," leading to endless conversations that repeated more or less the same thing over and over again. It's time to put our differences aside. We can't let Danzo take Minato's place. Hiyashi will try to take the position. Who will be the new Hokage? The advisors have been in office for too long. Orochimaru is more dangerous than we thought. The Hyuga's influence is too great and must be stopped. All the conversations sounded the same, urgent and uncomfortable, disguised by a solemn or melancholic tone. No conversation could truly end because it was always interrupted and the next one started. Shikamaru saw other clan heirs in the exact same situation as him. Choji followed his father, although Lord Choza Akamichi seemed to understand little, and Choji even less. Despite this, both stayed very close to Shikaku and Shikamaru himself. Sasuke was in the distance with his mother. Sasuke seemed annoyed, more than usual and for no apparent reason, while Makoto seemed to be trying to comfort Kushina. Some were unknown to Shikamaru, but he quickly identified the clan heirs, too young to be important shinobi or merchants of any kind, assuming they were even roughly his age. This meant there would be others he couldn't detect, at least not without additional information. Suddenly, the conversation was cut short when a woman approached. Eyes shifted to the ground, some not even trying to hide their discomfort. "Shikaku, Choza, Inoichi, Shibi, Sum. It's a pleasure to see you again, but I'd prefer it to be under better circumstances," the woman said, trying to sound calm. "Perhaps this isn't the best time, Miss Hokizoku," Shibi Aburame replied in a harsher tone than she intended, and the woman's expression immediately darkened. Enko, who was present and smelled of cheap sake, sighed and looked down at the ground, though no one paid any attention. "I understand, I know it's..." For a moment her voice broke, complicated. Sum stood up angrily, looking her straight in the eyes. "It's best if you leave. Kushina won't be happy to see you here." The woman didn't reply, instead, she continued walking without looking back. "Dad, who is she?" Shikamaru asked, clearly tense, as were the rest of the genin present. His parents looked tense, as if they were considering their words, all except Sum. She simply glared angrily at the woman walking away. "She's a..." Sum began, but was quickly interrupted. "She's Tuka Hoki, the head of the Hoki clan," Shikaku replied, earning a nod from Shibi. "And why isn't anyone talking to her? Everyone seems to be in some group except her." "It's complicated," Inoichi commented, squeezing his daughter Ino's hand a little too tightly. "And we agreed not to talk about it, at least not for now," Shibi added. Aoba let out a heavy sigh. "At best, the kids won't find out about this." "What does that mean?" "I'm annoyed," Ino snapped. "It's a council matter," Choza finally spoke up. "But you're on the council and you're discussing council matters." "Kiba!" Sum exclaimed angrily, still glaring at Tuka. She finally turned her gaze to her son, but before she could do anything, Hana Inazuka, her eldest daughter, hit him on the head. "We're here for Minato's funeral, to pay our respects to the Hokage who gave his life for our village." Kiba rubbed the spot where he'd been hit, wincing. "I think I'll leave too." Enko slurred her words and, with a slight stumble, began to walk away, feeling eyes on the back of her neck, or at least that's how she felt, as if all the whispers were directed at her, just like before. A tear rolled down her cheek. Later that day, the reconstruction efforts began to wind down as night fell. Naruto prepared to meet up with the others. He reached into his pocket and pulled out Ko's scroll. He stared at it for what seemed like an eternity, not daring to open it, at least not yet. He simply held it, his gaze melancholic, lost, recalling the moment he had received the news of his master's death. He took a deep breath, trying to clear his mind, to banish the feeling of loss, the loss of two people he deeply respected. Finally, he placed the scroll in a drawer before heading out to find his companions. As he walked down the street, the atmosphere felt heavy, oppressive, and suffocating. The blonde boy recognized this. It had been like this since the Sand and Sound Village's attack ended, with fleeting, hostile glances from civilians and ninjas who stared at him intently. Turning the corner, he found the rest of his companions. Rock Lee, Sakura, Kasara, Haku, and for some reason, Sai. The cold wind whispered as they passed, the damp streets still glistening with a layer of moisture, puddles scattered throughout the village. "I suppose that's all of us," Lee said solemnly, looking at the assembled group, ready to visit the fourth Hokage's resting place. In the cemetery, a group of ninjas were gathered around some sake bottles, having been there for quite some time, talking and drinking. "Enko's been drowning her sorrows in alcohol all day. I bet she's celebrating because her master is Minato's killer. That bitch is probably with that damned snake. We should pay him a visit." "You're so dramatic, Shoko. The real danger has always been here." "What do you mean, Mori?" They say they saw Shukaku in the forest during the invasion, Shoko asked, confused. Ebisu took a long swig from a bottle before speaking. And the last time the village suffered this much destruction was with the demon fox, Kenji added before taking a swig from his bottle. So, should we pay that kid a visit? Kyoko asked. Daiki sniffed the air sharply. Someone's coming. The group fell silent, while a group of genin who had participated in the Chunin exams, were discreetly observed. The newcomers laid down the flowers and observed a minute of silence, a minute that seemed to last forever. Enveloped by the darkness, they stood still, watching as the genin present began to leave one by one as the minutes passed, while Naruto remained, his eyes glazed over, lost in the pile of roses on the fourth Hokage's grave. Mori drew a kunai, barely managing a smile. His gaze shifted to Kurenai as if to say, do it. Quickly, the other's eyes followed Mori's. Kurenai, who had remained silent for quite some time, looked back at them, meeting each of their eyes. They all seemed to agree. Her cheeks flushed from the cheap sake, and with a slight sway, she took a step forward and began forming hand seals. Naruto, who was preparing to leave, noticed a huge vine sprout from the ground, growing rapidly around the blonde boy and transforming the thin stems into a firm, thick trunk. He found himself immobilized. Mokuten, the blonde boy thought. Before he could do anything, Zenbin needles flew at his feet, impaling each of his toes, piercing flesh and bone. Naruto let out a groan of pain as the tree that had held him vanished. A familiar buzzing sound echoed through the air. Despite the pain, Naruto drew a kunai and deflected the impact. With all the willpower he possessed, the blonde boy lifted one foot, taking a step forward. He felt the needles pierce his toes completely and blood begin to flow freely as the needles finally emerged. Again, a pair of shuriken flew toward him, but he swiftly deflected them. Without hesitating, he freed his other foot in a rapid movement. A groan of pain escaped his lips. Naruto assumed a fighting stance, trying to remain steady. He looked around, trying to locate his attacker, but he saw nothing, and that was a bad sign. Not only were all his toes broken and bleeding, but the fact that he couldn't see his attacker meant only one thing. It was a jonin, or perhaps a very experienced chunin. He couldn't let his guard down for a single moment if he wanted to stay alive. Naruto began making hand seals. Escaping by sliding through the earth was his best option, or at least that's what he thought. But he couldn't simply execute the jutsu, he would need a distraction, however small. Naruto was preparing to launch the water dragon jutsu, each hand seal brought him one step closer. What are you trying to do? Asked Daiki, who was standing right beside him. Naruto clenched his jaw tightly, ready to launch the attack despite not having completed all the hand seals. Daiki stabbed Naruto in the collarbone and then threw him to the ground. A huge torrent of water erupted from the blonde's mouth as he fell against the zenbin needles still stuck in the ground, piercing Naruto's calf and thigh. You're still too slow, kid, Naruto heard Ko's voice lecturing him for not being able to perform the jutsu correctly. Kyoko, Shokomori, Ebisu, Kurenai, and Kenji emerged from the shadows, staggering toward the blonde, beginning to deliver brutal but careless blows, less what one would expect from trained and veteran ninjas and more like an attack by a mob of civilians, blow after blow, kick after kick, stab after stab. Mori, holding an empty sake bottle, smashed it against a tombstone and plunged the broken shard into Naruto's abdomen. Kyoko clasped the blonde boy's hands together while Shoko pinned them to the ground with a kunai. Naruto gasped for breath, swimming in his own blood. Kurenai spat contemptuously in Naruto's face, while Daiki unzipped his pants, pulled out his penis, and began urinating on the blonde boy. You're disgusting. Is this some kind of Inuzuka thing? Like marking territory? Shoko asked, more amused than annoyed. But they weren't the only ones there. Several meters away, Kushina still stood, tears streaming down her face, unable to move a muscle. Mori turned and looked Kushina straight in the eyes, a crooked smile the kind only a drunk could muster. For the fourth Hokage, he shouted at the top of his lungs as he left with his friends, laughing and joking. Kushina stood motionless for a moment that seemed like an eternity. Finally alone, she slowly walked towards the dying blonde man. Despite her tears, Kushina looked at him with cold indifference. He was struggling to breathe, beaten beyond consciousness with bruises all over his body, his face swollen, bumps on his head, and a pool of blood growing from each open wound. With each passing second, Kushina saw less of the beaten boy on the brink of death before her and began to see Minato on the ground, exhausted and bleeding. She crouched beside the small blonde boy, reaching out to take hold of his body. For a moment, her hand recoiled, not from disgust, though Naruto was covered in urine, but from doubt. Finally, she removed the kunai that held him pinned to the cold, damp earth, scooped Naruto into her arms, and grasped the broken bottle embedded in his abdomen. She twisted it slightly and pushed it in deeper. Naruto let out a soft whimper, and finally, Kushina pulled the broken bottle from Naruto's insides, tossing it aside. She then shoved her forearm into Naruto's mouth, forcing him to bite it. The wounds began to close, the Zenbun needles and shards of glass being expelled from Naruto's body. The redhead scooped the blonde boy into her arms, carrying him on her back, feeling the now warm urine trickling from Naruto's body. After leaving the cemetery and walking a few blocks, Kushina ran into Danzo. The rain started again. Danzo's serene gaze met Kushina's blank stare. The next day, Naruto woke up on the floor of his apartment, soaked from the rain. Confused, he looked around. He remembered the previous night perfectly, how he had been attacked, but he had no injuries, and he was in his own home. Despite being on the floor, it was a safe place, or at least it seemed so, since the lock had been broken, leaving the door open. Genjutsu. The blonde boy thought as he stood up, looking at the small bird on the sofa, waiting for him to take the note attached to one of its feet. Sensing what was coming, Naruto took the note. "We'll be waiting for you at the usual place." Naruto looked at the note confused, feeling that he was missing something. They always gave him an arrival time, so he decided it was best to go and see what this new matter was about. Naruto formed a hand seal, and amidst a burst of white smoke, an identical clone appeared. Both blondes nodded to each other. The original ran out into the street. The village was still undergoing reconstruction, the sounds of hammers and saws echoed throughout. In a matter of minutes, Naruto found himself in the red light district. It was already operating, or at least it seemed so, although the shops were closed and parts of the district were largely destroyed. There were some customers asleep in the street, still clutching half-empty bottles of liquor, a common sight in that place. Turning into the alley, he saw Ko's secretary standing next to Akari. Akari was a busty woman with long, black hair. She looked to be around 20 or maybe 30 years old. She had a sun tattoo on her right hand and wore a black dress that reached from her ankles to her shoulders, covering her arms with loose sleeves. A slit in the dress revealed her legs, which were covered in stockings. She wore black high heels, a white vest covered her torso, and a ribbon was tied around her neck. When their eyes met, Naruto's jaw tightened. There was something about her that he didn't like. She seemed oblivious to the secrecy and discretion that had been instilled in him. However, he understood perfectly well that this was something he couldn't ask about. "You're late," Akari blurted out, looking at her wrist, where she wore a small watch. "It's almost 10 a.m. "Excuse me, but I wasn't informed of the meeting time," Akari said, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "So you're testing your limits. Do you want to know how long you can make me wait?" Sorry, that's not what I meant to say." Akari held out her palm in front of Naruto's face. "Never mind. Today is a special day, if you want to see it that way. Today you're getting a promotion. Remember, by the northern moon, by the southern earth, by the eastern sun, and by the western shadow. This is what distinguishes us." Akari's words echoed in Naruto's mind, sounding strangely familiar, though he couldn't place them. "Now, why don't you join her? Your promotion comes with a new perk." Naruto bent down and followed the secretary. After a hand seal from the secretary, a rock staircase appeared on the ground, and they began to descend. Akari glanced at her watch again, shook her head, and started walking. Her footsteps echoed in the alley as she left it. "Where are you going, beautiful? Stay with me and you'll have a good time," said one of the drunks in a slurred voice. Akari stopped dead in her tracks and turned around. "What did you say?" The words came out icy cold from Akari's lips while the drunk turned pale. The drunkard threw himself to the ground in an exaggerated bow. "Forgive me, Miss Akari, it wasn't my intention. I thought that, you don't usually." "Shut up, you're wasting my time," Akari said before resuming her walk. She walked quickly, moving away from the red light district, heading towards the Hokage Tower. The reconstruction work was ongoing, and Akari was attracting a lot of attention, especially because of her attire. Many looked at her with disapproval. Clearly, she wouldn't help them rebuild the village. Akari moved as fast as she could, or at least as fast as her legs would allow. She constantly checked the watch on her wrist. Finally, after several minutes, she found herself in front of the Hokage Tower. At first, she felt relief, but the stress quickly returned when she saw Danzo standing in front of the door. Feeling something tighten in her chest, she quickened her pace until she was in front of him and gave a deep bow. "You're late," Danzo said coldly. "I'm sorry, but the meeting is at 11, and you said I had to wait for you. It would have been easier to go find you or—" Danzo grunted and struck the ground with his cane, interrupting. "Excuses. Your duty is to fulfill your tasks. Always finding a way to meet your obligations is the path you should follow. If this were a mission, arriving 30 or 40 minutes early isn't enough. Not for you." I understand, Akari said, still bowing. Danzo grunted again and struck the ground with his cane, signaling her to be quiet. Chapter 38. Naruto is the property of Masashi Kishimoto. Hinata walked beside her father. Hiashi looked ahead, calmly advancing and occasionally glancing at his daughter. You must remain calm during the meeting. Why yes, she replied, more energetically than usual. If at any point you have any doubts about anything, look to me and do what I do. Yes, she replied, just as before. As they advanced, the Hokage tower appeared ever closer, and those gathered outside were many of those who had attended Minato's funeral. Without wasting any time, Hiashi and Hinata entered. Hiashi walked behind her, exploring the interior. The wooden floorboards creaked with every step. Portraits of feudal lords, Hokage, and war heroes adorned the walls. The first Hokage's reddish armor was displayed behind a glass case, and a few steps further on was the second Hokage's blue armor with a note that read, Replica. A hand-painted picture depicted Hashirama Senju shaking hands with Madara Uchiha, surrounded by banners of their clans and several representatives from both clans, representing the village's founding. Hinata tried to steal glances discreetly, knowing her father wouldn't take kindly to them being delayed simply because she was curious about some of the exhibits. Hiashi, for his part, watched his daughter with longing for her to stop, to take an interest in those historical artifacts, and for them to have a father-daughter moment, as they had left with plenty of time. But to Hiashi's surprise, Hinata didn't seem truly interested in any of it. Finally, they arrived at a rather large hall, a grand one that almost reached the edges of the room. In its center was a wide opening, where an identical, though smaller, replica stood. It could easily accommodate around 40 or perhaps 50 people. Many chairs had symbols engraved on them. Hinata immediately recognized some of them. They were the symbols of the clans, for the most part, at least. There were several that had no markings, and some others had kanji. Two of them read, Advisor, and the other two said, Intelligence, and, Police. Hiashi took a seat. Please, my daughter, take your seat. Hinata addressed the policewoman. It's a pleasure to see you, Miss Akari, as well as your grandfather. Hiyashi's gaze shifted from the young woman to Danzo. Akari smiled, seemingly genuinely. The pleasure is all mine, and this must be your daughter. I've heard you performed quite well in the recent exams. Hinata, unable to meet her gaze directly, stared tensely at the table. Indeed, it was interesting, but I haven't formally introduced you yet. This is Hinata, my eldest daughter and Itachi Uchiha's fiancé. And this young lady is Akari Shimura, here representing the Shimura clan. Hinata bowed her head. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Akari. The pleasure is all mine, Akari replied, offering a slight bow in response. One by one, the council members entered and took their seats. Each clan leader or representative filled the hall, and to Hinata's surprise, Haku entered the room. With the Hokage's seat empty, as well as the one bearing the Senju symbol, and the unmarked seats filled by various men and women, Hinata paid attention to the other Hyuga as they entered, taking some of the unmarked seats. Hinata recognized almost all of them, not that she knew them personally, but they were familiar faces, men and women who had been at the funeral. At a certain hour, the heavy wooden doors closed, marking the start of the meeting. Danzo stood, looking around the room. It's a pleasure to see you all gathered here. Since there is no Hokage to preside over this meeting, I will conduct it. A woman around 40 years old, with pink hair, green eyes, and black attire, raised her hand. Murasaki Haruno, do you have anything to add? Danzo asked with the patience of someone who already knows what's coming. With all due respect, he can't just take control simply because he's decided to. The so-called Murasaki looked around for support, and in fact, quite a few of those present nodded in agreement with her. Kaharu raised her hand. As advisors, we've decided this internally. Homura nodded before speaking. That's true. Being closer to the Hokage's position, it's our responsibility to prepare for this eventuality. Quote. Even so, you should have given some warning instead of waiting until the last minute and hoping we'd be okay with it, Makoto Uchiha said, looking seriously at the advisors. This is also a new situation for us, it's all been quite chaotic, Kaharu replied, looking directly into Makoto's eyes. As long as it's just this once, I suppose it's fine, Shikaku Nara commented casually. Good, the procedure for these cases will be noted in the protocols, Danzo continued. Although there are actually several matters to discuss. For example, there are a couple of children present. All eyes turned to Hinata and Haku. Haku, seeing how the others were interacting, raised his hand before speaking. I came on the advice of the advisors. They said that upon settling in the village, I should be present, as I have the obligation to establish the Yuki clan here. Hinata nervously glanced around, all eyes fixed on her. She looked at her father, waiting for him to say something, but just as Hiyashi could open his mouth, another voice called out. Hinata is here as a representative of the military police. Actually, it's Itachi's responsibility, but since he's been away from the village for so long, Makoto explained, sounding like someone who had repeated something ad nauseum. Alright, then we can proceed. Kaharu and Homura nodded at Danzo's words. This girl is out of place. Kentaro Hyuga, a middle-aged man wearing the village's tactical vest over a dark blue outfit, stood up, looking like any Chunin or Junin. Her sitting here is just another example of Hiyashi's selfishness. That's true. Another Hyuga present stood up. That girl has no right to be here. It's funny you say that, Ryota. Many of those present would say something similar about you and your other relatives here, Azuma Sarutobi interrupted calmly. The Heavenly River Tea House, the Golden Hall Casino, the Moon Shadow Restaurant, the Snow and Flower Spa, the White Dragon Emporium, and the 8 Trigrams Clinic. The civilian part of the council is supposed to give a voice to the village merchants, but the Hyuga have monopolized quite a few council seats, Shikaku Nara commented, supporting Azuma's argument. We're not the only ones with family businesses, another Hyuga replied, who looked to be around 30, with short black hair, wearing a kimono very similar to Hiyashi's. The Akamichi clan has a couple of restaurants, the Yamanaka clan has its flower shop, the Keikei clan has a couple of forges and a blacksmith shop, the Aburame clan produces honey, he said, raising his fingers one by one as he named the clans. The difference, Mitsui, is that the other clans haven't arranged marriages solely to secure positions on the council, Inoichi replied, clearly annoyed. That's why we civilians are always sidelined, Hiro, an elderly man with calloused hands, retorted. That's of no consequence whatsoever, Hiyashi finally spoke. Each member of the council fulfills a specific function. If someone has proven incapable of fulfilling their duties, they are usually replaced, but so far, not a single Hyuga has been removed from their post. There's nothing you should complain about, especially since there are quite a few people here with far more questionable standing than anyone in my family. Murmurs arose for several seconds until a voice rose above the rest. He simply wants to give his daughter special treatment. We have certain traditions, and this is just an excuse to keep them out of it. Toshiro, a man who clearly didn't belong to the Hyuga clan, and didn't even look like a ninja, spoke accusingly, you yourself have marked some of our children. You're so devoted to traditions until they demand what you've taken from others. Hinata, on the verge of tears, looked at her relatives, her uncles and cousins whom she had seen hundreds of times, clamoring for her or her sister to be marked. You're not even a true Hyuga, though you're right, Sume Inuzuka said, running a hand through her hair. Everyone here knows about the branch family mark, and ever since that kid brought it up during the exams, the whole village is aware of it. But Hiyashi is right too. There are quite a few people who perhaps shouldn't be here. Sume's eyes scanned the room, lingering for a few seconds on some, making it clear who she meant. Ahem, a portly older man, around 50 or maybe 60, with a receding hairline, whom Hinata didn't recognize, cleared his throat sharply. Danzo, you've taken the initiative to preside over this meeting. You should restore order. Separate these petty squabbles and focus on our priorities. If I may, West Dragon, this is no small matter. As they say, if we have someone who shouldn't be here, we must resolve the issue before moving on to something more important. Danzo's gaze shifted from the so-called dragon of the West back to Sume. Well, who should leave? Sume smiled, knowing the moment she had been waiting for had arrived. Yumiki Ibiru. He's an experiment of Orochimaru's and is surely still loyal to him. Perhaps he helped with the invasion, just like the Hokizoku. Those bastards are supposed to be in charge of diplomacy with the Sand Village. They're all probably traitors who sold us out. That's ridiculous. You remember that Orochimaru experimented on my clan and me, but you don't mention that he killed almost everyone in the process. Years have passed, and I'm still an outcast without any proof of my loyalty to him. Yumiki Tuka replied irritably. She lowered her gaze, feeling the eyes of everyone present fixed on both her and Yumiki. Tuka didn't know how to explain the invasion. She could tell the truth, we knew nothing about this, and were just as hurt as the rest of you. But being honest with herself, even she wasn't entirely sure there weren't any traitors within the Hokizoku clan. After all, they were scattered throughout the lands of fire and wind, surely more than one had their own agenda. Not only them, Murasaki said. Before including civilians, the council was founded to give a voice to the clans. Right now, we have families of 5 or fewer influencing the village's decisions. Murasaki's words were like a bucket of cold water for several of those present. The Kurama clan will rise again. This is only temporary, Murakumo, a plain-looking man with dark circles under his eyes, exclaimed furiously. My daughter has the Kekkei Genjutsu. It's only a matter of time before our ranks swell once more. Good for you, it would be a shame if your special ability disappeared, but as far as I'm concerned, you have no place here, at least not for the moment. Murakumo just lowered his head, resigned to Murasaki's words. At least they have a Kekkei Genkei, Makoto replied lightly. Makoto, that goes for you too. You represent the Uchiha, who are what? 5 people, including you. And don't even get me started on the Uzumaki clan, there are only 3 of them. Kushina merely frowned, and Murasaki looked away. Yumiki and the foreign boy are the only members of their clans, they shouldn't even be here. Murasaki, you're going too far, Akari spoke calmly, though none of those present could trust her or Danzo, they all watched her expectantly. If it's uncomfortable, I'll leave. As I said, I only came because I was asked to be here, and even if I stay, I don't think I can contribute anything, Haku commented, ready to leave. Don't rush things, young man, Danzo spoke again with a certain calmness. Despite what has been said, you don't have to leave, at least not yet. Perhaps you simply don't like that little Haku could contribute something interesting to the village. While your clan is known for having a low chakra level, however well you use it, it's still insufficient. After Akari's words, Murasaki frowned, on the verge of lashing out at her. Murasaki is right. The Izuno clan used to be vassals of the Uchiha. Rukin called attention, standing up. How do we know they're not still under their influence? Rukin, you're supposed to be running the Leaf Hospital. You should be smarter than this. There are 5 of us Uchiha, 4 of whom are in the village. We don't even have the numbers to subdue another clan, Makoto replied irritably. And it's not like I care about such nonsense. Quote. When I was younger, those kinds of insults had the decency to be disguised, but I see times change. She was a stout, elderly woman with small eyes and grayish hair resembling a lion's mane. She wore an orange robe, gray pants, and a black cat ear headband. If you're going to question my legitimacy because of an old connection, then why don't you question the connections of the Akamichi, Yamanaka, and Nara clans? Is it because I'm from outside the village? Or because the civilians think it's a good opportunity to eliminate a clan from the council? There was no immediate response, but many lowered their gaze. Kakashi, who was present, wondered how much longer this pointless argument would drag on. If you'll allow me, the so-called dragon of the West stood up. I must say that this will get us nowhere. The cat-eared old woman nodded. Iroh is right, we shouldn't waste any more time on this. If someone is going to be excluded from this meeting, so be it. The feudal lord hasn't arrived yet, Danzo replied calmly. We must wait for him. We're supposed to select the candidates so the feudal lord can choose any of them, Shibi Aburame commented. Waiting for him to decide anything is wasting his time. Seconding Nekoba of the Izuno clan and Iroh of the Baifong clan, is anyone in favor of excluding someone? Inoichi raised his hand. Going back to the beginning of all this, I'm afraid Lady Hinata cannot and should not be present. Murmurs arose among the Hyuga clan, except for Hiyashi and Hinata. Hinata is supposed to be here representing Itachi, but according to reports, he's been seen with the Leaf's Hitai 8 symbol split in half, and you know what that means. It's announcing his defection from the Leaf. Murmurs returned, this time practically everyone whispering. Hiyashi stood up, raising his voice above the rest. Relax, there's nothing to worry about. You know how covert missions are. Sooner or later, Itachi will return to us as the loyal ninja he is. Both Ibiki and Danzo are aware of this. Quote. Hiyashi, are you so desperate to protect your daughters? Or do you crave the power of the military police? Shikaku questioned, looking him in the eye. If you're telling the truth, you're revealing very sensitive information in front of civilians, children, and people who, despite being on the council, are outsiders to the village. Hiyashi didn't answer, he simply held Shikaku's gaze. Shikaku, on the other hand, looked at Ibiki and then at Danzo. Can any of you confirm any of this? Itachi was supposed to have gone on a long mission, just as Hiyashi said, but his report stopped several months ago, Ibiki replied, showing no sign of lying. Hiyashi, you should resolve your clan's internal problems in private, not bring them here in front of everyone, Danzo declared, knowing that despite showing no emotion, Hiyashi was furious inside. I have no problem with Hiyashi keeping the military police under his control. I have neither the interest nor the experience for this, Makoto's words caused them to look at her in disbelief. So the military police will be under Hiyashi's command, but what will happen to his daughter? Asked Yaden Keikei, a thin man with glasses. We can mark her, Ryota replied, genuine joy in his voice. What if Hiyashi told the truth and Itachi returns? Choza asked. Hiyashi clenched his jaw tightly before taking a deep breath. That's precisely why my daughter cannot be branded, because I refuse to insult Itachi, Makoto, and Fugaku's memory in this way. Is that all? Mitsui questioned. Your daughter's position is a problem, and your solution is to do nothing. Perhaps we should look for a new leader for the Hyuga clan. If Hinata represents such a problem for you, perhaps she should distance herself from the clan for a time. Hiyashi, unable to look at his daughter, glanced around as if expecting some protest but never met her gaze. Until her role within the clan is clear to you. Hinata couldn't believe what she was hearing. She looked at her father and then at her uncles, tears already streaming down her cheeks, almost hoping someone would tell her it was a joke, or that she would suddenly wake up in her bed, but nothing happened. They simply continued deciding her fate. Isn't that too harsh? The girl leaves without a mark or obligations, and if Itachi returns, everything resumes as normal, another Hyuga asked. I think that's quite a generous deal, Takeo. Anyone against it? Mitsui replied, sounding rather satisfied. A heavy silence fell. Danzo glanced around the room. Makoto immediately raised her hand, followed by Kushina, Iroh, and Akari. Very well, the motion is approved. I'm afraid Hinata will have to withdraw. After Danzo's words, Hinata stood up, headed for the door, and left, tears already streaming down her cheeks. Well, then we can move on. Who will be the next Hokage? I nominate myself. Shouldn't we continue with the potential traitors? I ask, Azuma. Kaharu replied. Only the Hokage can determine whether a clan is expelled from the council or not, as well as whether they should be hunted down as traitors. Knock knock. A knock on the wooden door drew everyone's attention. It was a messenger who barely peeked his head into the room. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I bring an important message from the feudal lord. Danzo, who for a moment had felt triumphant upon hearing the knocks, now sensed that the messenger did not bode well for his plans. The messenger approached Danzo, handing him a scroll with a wax seal engraved with the feudal lord's emblem. The old warhawk opened the scroll and, in front of the council members, Shikaku Nara read the document aloud. For the time being, I consider it unwise to approach the Hidden Leaf village. On this occasion, you may choose whomever you please as the next Hokage. That's all for now. His feudal lord. Danzo frowned for a moment. He hoped he could use Koto Amatsukami on the feudal lord, finally being named Hokage. Doing so right now was quite complicated, but it wasn't worth the risk, since the feudal lord always had the final say, and capricious as he was, he could dismiss the next Hokage if he didn't like him. In that case, Ibiki should be the next Hokage, Shikaku commented. Jiraiya is the most suitable, Hamura replied. I will be the Hokage. Kushina exclaimed, standing up and taking the Hokage hat that rested in the empty place of honor. Hiyashi cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Here we go, Kakashi thought, remembering how insistent Hiyashi had been the day before that he be present at this meeting. If you'll excuse me, I don't feel comfortable choosing Minato's replacement so soon after we buried him. If Kushina takes the position, I have no objection. Quote. It's not the way I expected the fifth Hokage to be named either, but we need a proper leader, Azuma replied, looking directly at Hiyashi. But this isn't Suna. The Hokage position isn't hereditary. Of course it isn't, but not just anyone can hold the position. And if it bothers you so much that it's me, why don't you come and try to take my hat off? Kushina, you know the position doesn't come with a hat, right? Inoichi added. And what are you going to do when you have to fight that idiot Raikage or that miserable Onoki? What do you think will happen if you can't even face me? Quote. I propose Iroh, the Dragon of the West, as the fifth Hokage. Tuka exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. He would be an excellent choice, and I'm sure the others agree. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I couldn't take on this position, she said thoughtfully, as if still considering the situation. I have my own obligations outside the village, and I don't think I could face Kushina. All eyes turned to Ibiki. The moment she met the redhead's gaze, Ibiki found the floor strangely interesting. Many of the clan leaders and civilians nervously glanced around. No one would question Kushina's power, but her decisions were another matter, this being the perfect example, an impulsive and careless act. Then we'll bring in Jiraiya, Hamura said with conviction, though deep down he knew the Sannin would surely reject the job, just as he had before.